Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to build an amazing e-commerce application which will support both iOS and Android devices. It will be a fully functional mobile application which gonna have a beautiful font-end UI as you see building with that for iOS devices, and as you can see the animation and also all the layer of effect also going to be there. We're gonna use that React Native and then we're gonna use the Expo to build our entire fragment. And also, by the way, we're gonna also having a backend structure build and run using the Node.js and just empowering each and everything so that we can make a proper authentication and also proper user management and others. And by the way, if you just try to look back of this tech we're gonna use for React Native to build our structure, where we're gonna go directly with the Expo, and you can see I'm gonna go and start providing that the build phase. It will be in the description so you can install it and test it by yourself, that how the products can working and how the things can, all the feature it will be embedded there. So we're gonna go with the Expo documentation to build a clear top-notch design and other parameter. We're gonna also have our authentication and for our storage, like the setup for our database using the Supabase, and we're gonna use our Stripe for our payment method for the authentication. And by the way, that will be the repo which gonna have all the application layer. In the final part of this repo here, where you're gonna find all the code available, so whatever I'm showcasing here except the animation part, you're gonna have most of the part right there available for you. And if you are willing to take it a next level to build your or to make the production grade, you can always welcome to purchase that and just use it as your own. So no further ado, I'm gonna go and make you a proper overview and then we're gonna start building our face. And again, if you're with me, please like the video and subscribe the channel. Most of you are, more than 80% are not subscribing the channel. Please do subscribe, it will be very helpful for me and I always welcome that one. So now as you see, if I go directly through the screen parameter, it's all are working for both iOS and Android. I already go through all the device specification, all the algorithm and mechanism that is working. So to just go run in properly, because I'm running two devices simultaneously, I'm going to just close one just to go to make it look nicer so you can easily get that. And trust me, I tested in both devices, is working perfectly. And as for my macOS, I can just go, I would love to go in that way. Okay, so now also before starting I can make refresh just if any error or any substantial thing is happening, so we can just go in a very decent and fresh build. So now as the home page is running here, we can just go and see what kind of things we are having here. So in the home page we are having properly a overview of the product. If we click on the electronics, you can see that electronic page is right here rendering those things. And also by the way, if we just go back here, we can make like the other, I will bring back the all just to go and make the ratio. If we go here, I can make price low to high, and of course the sorting gonna work properly. I can make the price like high to low, so the top price gonna be always at the top, and of course and also the highest rated product, so all the 5-star rating or getting the more rating is just being at the top. And if I want to receive the filter, I can click here and automatically all the filter is just been removed. And let's go back to the home, and as you see, if I click any of the particular product, you can see we can just directly go in the single screen, and from here we can add to the cart and do all the other parameter like that. And if I click any of the product, you can see it's already added and highlighted to add to favorite, which is just bring back to our wishlist product. If I go back to the wishlist, we can see the 2 items is added, and by so far I can remove the favorite, then go back to the browsing product again. And if we go directly here to click on the search, we have a search tab here. If we just type shirts, so all the shirts gonna be jumping over here, and I can see whatever the shirt parameter we are having here, so it's just matching with each and every single parameter of the text, so it can be similar. So almost all the product having S word, H word, so it will go and differentiate within that parameter. So the best contextual things that we can now start adding to the cart, and whenever we are added, you see the product added to the cart, you can just see, and also quantity increase, so the toaster is just appearing, providing you a very good answer that things is happening. And also added, as you can see, I can increase the quantity here, I can decrease the quantity. If I decrease last one, you can see it just been removed, so I can go like that and click here okay, we're having much more product here. Even you go in the single screen, you can see you can add it from here also, it will go and work the same. And also if the product is already added in the fabrics, we can also go directly here. As you see, we are making in a dynamic way, rendering the same card here in the fabric, so we'll be able to go directly there in the fabric segment to go and initialize that. Let's go in our card. So here in the card, as you see, we have 5 items. You can see the shopping cart, 5 items. I can see the subtotal value 505.39. I have a shipping value, and that happen to be have like a proper algorithm basis, like a proper pricing ratio, and the way we are calculating that. If I go directly in our card, you can see here we are making the shipping cost. And here if the subtotal value like is 0, so I want to make 1000. If I try that, you see that is reduced. So that's what we are doing here. So we can reduce it here and we can make the things. But you can also do the trick here by you can see instead of parsing that right here, you can also put that individual category by which the total subtotal price, it automatically the shipping price it gonna remove from there. Those are the things you can make. So instead of writing here, I'm gonna bring back at the down here. I will not make those things. I'm gonna just adding that subtotal, right? So here I'm gonna put that cost. So if, like, let's say if the subtotal value is bigger than one, like say let's say 500 is bigger than 500, and then it's gonna be, let's say, 5.99. Other okay, I need to put a condition here, 99, otherwise it's gonna be 0. Okay, so the subtotal cost, it will not be there. As total value, it's gonna jump over because you see subtotal plus subtotal, which is not good. So here the total value, so I'm gonna just pass the total value as a subtotal plus shopping cost. So I'm gonna go here at the top. So now I can make that subtotal plus, let's say, shipping cost. So now here, as you can see, 511. Also, if like I will make it not 500, I can go with the 1000 is reducing. So how we can, as you see, the shipping cost is still there. I want to make that one as disappear. Still, I'm just showcasing that, but we can go up and building phase and make that things to be happen. So there is the total and there is the subtotal, like the shipping cost right here. So we can, this row, we can make a combination here. Like if we have that shipping cost and we want to make that, okay, not like that, should be okay, shipping cost and then we want to show that. Otherwise, you see, now the subtotal value is disappear because we can now render that one initially the way, okay, there should be 2 and okay, not like that, should be 2 and to go and prop up that. Now you can reduce, you can maintain that one here. So I want only more than 100. You see, the value was added. So this is a live demo how you can fix the things. It's still not appear, but we can make it happen, we can make it done. To run in localhost 8000, as you see, that's just passing a fallback. I don't want to go in the live set right now, so I can show how the things can be done. So now as you see, we are happen to be in the shopping cart, and as you can see, there is a scroll bar here. Also we can maintain that. You can see we use a flat list where we can make that highlight. So there's some glitch there. Of course, the updated version, it will be with you, and we can make that, let's say, show vertical indicator, which we want to make it false. And you can see after we did the changes, the vertical indicator is not there. Now we cannot make the place order placement because we need to go start login. So that's the login setup. And if you doesn't have an account, you can go with the sign up. If you try without a default, like without the variation of that, you can get the error. So the sign up, we're gonna use my own account here. So let's say React BD, and here I'm gonna use that should be at and then gmail.com, and then I'm gonna use a password here. So let's just go and grab a simple password specified, and then 1 2 3 4 5 6. So just to go and click sign up. So now once we click on sign up, it's gonna create a new account, and also it's gonna go initialize login, which we can, if you want, no, it will go directly like after the sign like I can log out and go directly there. So after the sign up, you want to go login, you can do that. But the main thing is that let's check in our browser, like in our database here. If we go in the authentication, do we have the, as you can see, reactbd@gmail.com, this just created, and we have all the variation to go through that. So now what we're gonna do here, we're gonna use our, let's say, reactbd, and here we can use directly our @ of gmail.com, and over here we can just simply put our password and then sign in. Both way it will work. Now if we go back to our cart, as you can see, we can now go and place order by ourselves. There is no error. We can do the trick right now. And if we go place order, as you see the loader, you see the place order is failed. And why is failing? You see right here is coming with the request failed with status code 500. If you go directly here, you can see why we fail within the layer. So if you go here, and then because the thing is that we need to check our Stripe application key. I need to replace that because we use a different application parameter. And I just simply replace my key so that things can work. So right now it will work perfectly. Now those kind of error we're gonna like explore one by one, as it's just building the mobile application. Those things gonna come frequently, and trust me, if you stay with me, we're gonna resolve each and everything one by one, then we'll finish the build. So now if I try to go place order, and right now as you can see, again order failed. I think my server is down. Yeah, as you can see that when that error happened, my server got stuck. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna close that, and here again npm start dep. So we need to start the server again because it just happened to be the key mismatch and the ratio is just getting changed. Now if I try to make the place order, this time it gonna take the trip, and as you can see, order placed. And now to check that one, is it our order place around 511.38? So that's the product item, that's the quantity we want to showcase there. So let's go in our ASCII table editor. In the orders, you can see here, I'm gonna go and descending. You can see 511.38 just here and is pending. So what we can do here, confirm the payment, and after that we're having a Stripe payment setup where we can now use our method. So 4242, the default card value for the Stripe, I just need to access that, 12 a valid month, and 123 for CVC, and hit pay. Now after hitting pay, there will be several authentication parameter. Payment is done, and now it will also redirect to me directly in my order. So previously that account has 2 orders, as you can see here, because that time whenever we click the orders is placed, you see previously we did 2 order, but our payment method was not working, but we took the order, right? So even the customer failed to make payment, the order should be happen. And of course you can make different logic to psychologically to make that happen in a very and good way and proficient manner. So by the way, if this 2 is same, I can also delete order from here. As you can see, simply delete, and it's gonna fetch the new order. Delete, it's gonna fetch the new order, and this payment is done. If we click view details, you can see the order details and others. Now what we can do, as you see, we can combine something together. Like I want to make a simple order again just to showcase some of the scenario. Now here we just place the order, right? But we'll go view orders. We didn't pay. As you can see, we have to there is a message that this order doesn't paid yet. You can pay now, which is pending. If we click and pay now, as you see, it will pass a message, pay now, initiating payment for order number, and then pay, and then again coming with the confirm screen within the same parameter of the payment value. So we can now go and we can use our card payment and others just to go and make the payment, and then if the payment is done, it will automatically render within the layer of our orders, and then the same thing gonna appear. And as you can see, we can see now our both order has been submitted. Either we can delete, we can show details, and do all the tricks by ourselves. Here there is a lot of parameter you can work. There is animation, there is like a lot of things going to work under the hood. So this is where you will capture each and everything very proficient manner in a very good way. So all the best, stay with me. We're building all the setup, all the scenario, and again please like the video and subscribe the channel, which can help me a lot. And again, try to reach my buy me coffee page. If you want, you can donate some coffees, it will be very lovely to have that. So all the best with the videos. Follow through one by one to build our older procedure. And also if you are looking for something new, something different, let me know in the comments. I'm gonna also make that for you. So all the best. Finish that product, stay with me. So let's start building our Shopcart e-commerce application. For building our application, we're gonna use the React Native which will be supporting both for iOS, Android, and web. And first of all, I'm going to focus on especially the mobile version. So I'm going to leave the web view, I'm not going to hitting on that. So first of all, here you need to go to click to get it started, and then you can go with, there is a two option there. You see, you can either go with that without a framework like the native version, but I'm gonna skipping on that right now. I'm gonna go with the Expo version because it's a very light, very easy to configure, because it's gonna just also give you a much more flexibility on that. And by the way, React Native just making you entertain that you go with Expo. As you say, Expo is a production grade React Native framework. Expo provides a developer tooling that make developing apps easier, such as file-based routing, a standard library of native modules, and much more. That file-based routing is like the same if you're working with the Next.js or any other file-based library, you will be happy with that. So you can go with that. So it's very simple to create the Expo app latest, but first and foremost, we can go directly in the Expo, and here we can go to explore the Expo documentation. And by the way, we will just come time to time here in React Native. So as we're gonna use a lot of components, we're gonna use basically all of the things from the same, like whenever we are building the Next.js application, we're exporting a lot of things from the React because base boilerplate is the React. So that's the same thing gonna happen with React Native, but right now we need to know about the documentation for Expo. As you see the quick start, you just need to run that command and it will just create your application. So I took a directory here, which the build directory, and open it in my terminal here. So I'm gonna just run my command here, npx create expo-app latest, hit enter. So now it's gonna guide me, and of course you need to have node installed in your machine. That's a very simple procedure. So now what the name we can provide, first of all, what's the name here is a shop cart, so we're gonna provide that shop cart YT, enter. And after that is okay, npm installing, so it's gonna install all the dependency and make that things happen so that it can work together. And by the way, you can use yarn, bun, or pnpm, it's up to you, but I'll go with the default package manager. Okay, our application is created, but I think we have a little problem here. As you see, it just installed that shopcart YT, and here you can see all other foundation. But what I want to say, I'm gonna make it as a client app, okay? Because we're gonna have a server. So then I'm gonna have another folder which going to be shopcart YT, and then I'm gonna just drag and drop that one here. So now it's combining that because we need to, then I'm gonna drag it to open it in my Visual Studio Code, which will be right here. And now why I did that, because we're gonna have to separate directory which gonna host to separate fundamentals and separate ideas. So first of all, I'm gonna make it bigger and to align it all together. And here, if I just open that, you can see my client app, and beside the client, we're gonna also having another which we can say server, or also you can make it as the backend. It's up to you. So we have two different projects. So now let's open my terminal here. If I put ls, you see I am here to separate directory. So cd into client-app. And here I'm gonna make, if we open the client app, it's just a boilerplate how we can open the application. This VS Code extension, you can just remove it. It's just gonna hold my explicit like source field and other. You can remove it if you don't want. But the best thing to recognize here is that our app, so that app gonna having our structure to build our application, and also as you see the node modules to combine and take each and everything. We're gonna have our script which we can reseed the project, but right now we'll not go reseed. We're gonna go with the fundamental types. You know, you can reseed and you can start from the depth, but if there is a combination, we can just go and follow through whenever we read it. But we're going to keep that code to reset project. Either you can remove it. If you don't want, you can just remove the script. And also if you go in the packages, as you see, you can just remove that command also. So it will not hold you to reset the project. That's up to you. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to make that npx expo start. Enter. So it's gonna start running. It's gonna start spinning our application in various formulation. And as you see, if you have your real device. Like if you can just follow through the documentation properly, you can see it's a very easy and very good guideline. If you go create a project, set up your environment, you see how you can go with that, how you can go with Android, iOS. If I just go, and here is the beginning, you can go with the Expo Go. If you're having Android devices, just go in Play Store, download that Expo Go, and for the iOS, same thing, download Expo Go, and from after downloading it, you can just QR code that one, you know, just scan that one, and it will automatically run your application. Or either you can just fill that with the Expo, you can just provide the IP address on the local host, then it will also start running. So now I want to run it in my iOS. For Android, you just paste A. For Android, you just press A. For iOS, just press I. So it's now going to open that in my as my simulator is open, so it's gonna just simply run within my simulator. And now while it's running, as you see, the main basic understanding is that my app, which gonna hold all of my route, then I have my tabs. Now within the tabs, because as you see in the layout, it's just rendering two separate fundamental things. One is that it's just going through a provider. I'm gonna explain a bit to you so you can just have a good acknowledgement of it. As you see here, we have our theme toggler, by which we are just accessing the dark theme or light theme. And by the way, we are not gonna entertain the theme motion, so we will know. I'll show you what we're gonna do that. So now this is our basic application is run, and also is have a font loaded which have the space monoregular.ttf, and that font is right here. It's just a default font. You can also change it by your own font. Now there is a color schema where it's happening to be passing with the theme provider. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove this entire theme provider because I'm not gonna use that theme provider and I'm not gonna entertain with that. And first of all, if I save, okay, there is okay, I think yeah, I'm gonna also remove that status bar because I'm gonna provide all of those dummy things in my header and wherever I'm gonna put a wrapper or in that substantial places. So now here in the stack we have one portion is tabs, and that tabs is just highlighting all of the things. In the tabs we have the layout, and on that particular layout we have like 3 portion: explore, index, I think 2 portion. One is explore, one is the home. So that explore, now within that route we have some other formulation, and as you see it just happened to be everything right there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and start entertaining my own scenario. As you see, I'm just gonna this for the portion here, React Native reanimated. I think I'm gonna just remove whatever things I'm not needing. Just remove that, and also not require the color schema. Okay, done. So that looks pretty cool. Okay, simple and not exaggerated anything. So now what we're gonna do, and also for the loaded, we can just now, as we have the font, so I think, yeah, loaded, so we are using the font. If not loaded, okay, so we can now pass a loading screen, but right now I'll just go with the default way. So here is the file which is happened to be our index file, and which having each and every single thing is running here. I'm gonna close that also. Now that index file combining our all together all the patterns. So what I'm gonna do, first of all, I'm gonna just refurbish that index file. So to do that, I'm gonna just close everything here. Okay, then I'm gonna pass a view, and that view should be imported from React Native. Here I'm gonna pass a text and our home screen. Okay, I think the text need to be imported from React Native too. Hit save. So now as you see, home screen at the top, of course it will be at the top, but we can go with that like the save area view, and then it will just come back within the save area formulation. We can see our home screen perfectly. So first of all, we're gonna set up our entire like parameter. Only then we should be able to go and generate all of our segment. So right now, as you see, those things you can use if you wanted to, but as I said, I will go with the default behavior, so I'm not gonna go any of the structure material here. We're gonna build everything from scratch. And also one more thing, the explore, you see that tab, I'm gonna remove that tab entirely because I'm not gonna using that one. And also for our that components layer here, we have a lot of other components, so I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna just delete everything. I'm not gonna using that. Okay, we are having something components. Okay, here is that in the UI. I know there is some of the things is right here. I'm gonna just delete all of those, not require. Okay, so right now I think in the layout we are having some issue here, which is going to be okay. There is a tab bar background. Are we going to use that? So if we go in our layout, I think we should be happen to be there. Yeah, the tab bar background, we need to be keep it there. Or I'm gonna revert that, because I think for some of my, you see the not found, and also if we go in our deeper layout, we are using that background and others, so I'm gonna keep it like that. You can also remove that. 2 3 it can be removable, but I'm gonna just, because you see the collapsible external link, both is not required. I think internally you can remove that. Also that parallax, that one you can also, I think this one we can use, like especially this one, it can be usable in our product page, like product screen, so it can be like parallax scroll view. So I'm gonna keep it like that here. So now first thing first, we need to set up our screen, because we are going to have a 3 screen, which is really like the shop and also the profile. So what I'm gonna do, in my tabs, I'm gonna create one screen, which it will be named as shop.tsx rnfes, to just create the snippet to just easily combine and create our screen. So now here you can see we have a shop screen, and also you can rename that screen if you wanted to, like say you can say shop screen. Okay, so also whenever you are renaming that, you need to also rename our export default variation. So now you can see we have 2 variation here, and another I'm going to keep it, which will be profile. So should be profile.tsx rnfes. So if you are not having that snippet, if it's not working to you, then you need to install that React Native snippet here. You could just simply go right here, and I think it will be I will just show you that where is there, it's somewhere right here. I think it's okay. You can search ES6 or ES7. I think the ES7 it will pop up. So ES7, which will be React Native. Yeah, you can see. I think you should get that one, which is 2.6. So you can, it will also work for that React Native snippet. It will working perfectly for that. Also, you can use that one. It's up to you. So now we're having 2 set of icon, like 2 set of field here. But as you see right here in our parameter, if we click and over here, both screen you can see at the top. So at the home, we need to set a certain kind of things by which it can be look much better. So what I'm gonna do, so instantly we're gonna go in our tab bar layout. So let's go in tab. Over here, we need to go and specify that. As you see, there is one screen here, which I'm gonna remove because we doesn't have that screen for our Explorer. So what we need to do, we need to initialize 2 several screens. So I'm gonna copy that, and I'm gonna just pin that twice. Okay, so of course it will provide an error because it's not unique. So first of all, okay, there is an, okay, this should be gone, and here first one is having the index, should be our index 1, and then I'm gonna rename the other one. The second one, it should be our, let's say it will be our shop, and whenever it gonna be handled on that, the title I'm gonna put at the title as shop, and also for the last one should be having here the profile, and also the title should be naming a capital P and then profile. So should be profile. Hit enter and save. So we should be having, okay, I'm gonna make reload. If you're having any error, it will, I believe it will wipe away. So we have 3 separate route now. And of course, if you click, you see it's just showing, but okay, I'm gonna also do the safe area view parameter right here so that you can see right now. Then we're gonna also make that thing in a very easy way. So should be area view, need to coming from React Native, and over here it will be popping up. So, and also the profile here, we're gonna do the same thing, just bring that safe area view. Okay, should be this one, safe area view. Okay, so right now if you go in the profile, we can see profile, we can see now we need to also change the icon. Okay, so for the icon, if you go at the tab, you see we are using that icon symbol, right? So you can go with the icon symbol if you are looking forward to, but we can use a lot of icon properties. You see our icons is gonna coming for, if you go over here, I think, or I believe, if you go in the icon symbol, okay, that's all are using that expo vector icons. You see the material icons. Also, if we go back to our package, we can see what certain kind of icon we are using. You see expo vector icons, that's the one which we are using. So if we go just simply at the Google, and then we can search with the expo vector icon, and you can see the documentation, we can see the icon preview library. So here it will be the documentation, the guideline, and here it will be all set of icons. Like if I want to make a profile icon, right? So now I can see we have the end design. I think that it should be better with the user and design. We can use that like the feather, and we can use a lot of parameters. So I will try to cover up as much icon library as possible with a single library, but the font was font awesome and other, because right now you don't need to set up any kind of things, is already embedded, setup is done, is ready to use, so you can just simply use it. And how so far, as you see in the layout, I will try to use. So as you see in the icon symbol here, I will not use any icon symbol. So first one is the home, right? So this is the home field. So I'm gonna use the second one, which is going to be shopping cart. So I'm gonna remove that one, or I'm gonna keep that one icon symbol. I'm gonna just use that foundation. So foundation, foundation. Okay, it's not popping up really. So just getting the foundation, and of course the foundation need to be imported, but here it's not showing. So what I'm gonna do, the foundation feather, both segment we're gonna use, I'm gonna import it from expo vector icons. So in the foundation, the name we need to match with the name, and if you just look for the shopping cart, it should be named as shopping cart. So that's the name, it will be there. And as we did that, you can see the shopping cart icon is right here. And also the same way, if I just go and try to use another one, I'm going to use a feather. Okay, so feather, and also for the name. And that's the beauty of using the TypeScript. As you can see, if you're having an error, it's highlighting, so you can just easily correct ourselves and make that good as soon as possible. So you have our user icon, so we have our profile, we have our shop, we have our home. So both things are set up, everything is good to go. So right now, as you see, as we have our two certain thing, we're gonna have lots of other routes, and of course we're gonna do it very soon. But first of all, we need to go in our index parameter, where we're gonna make our magic, where we're gonna put everything in a very good mode. First of all, how we can do that? First, right now we're gonna create a wrapper. It will why it's gonna call a wrapper, because it's gonna wrapping our entire application, and we're gonna go and prefetch and make everything top notch. First of all, I'm gonna create a component which will be wrapper.tsx rnfes. So it will create a React Native functional component. And what it's gonna happen, what we're gonna do right now, I'm gonna take several things as a parameter. I'm gonna take the children. I think one, it will be enough. I'm going to just take the children, which will be React at React Node the type. And you see that view. So instead of wrapping every time, I'm going to wrap it with a safe area view. So should be safe area view here from React Native, and passing everything here. I will not do the text. I'm going to just pass that children. So this is our children parameter. And right now, what I'm gonna do, as you see, the safe area view have no style. So I'm gonna put a style, and I'm not gonna using any of that customize or any of the framework for the style. As you see in the native mode, is very good and easy way if you can style like properly align the style like that way. For whenever it's bundling, it's getting faster build. But if you're having any preferences, let me know in the comments. I will try to cover up for the in the next video or for the next project. And also, if you're facing any kind of initial problem, any kind of rendering problem, let me know in the comments. Okay, so right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna define a safe view. Okay, that's just a definition I need to define. Then with the second bracket, I need to make that. I'm gonna make it a flex 1, and of course I need to put the color combination. And right now I'm gonna having a color file. If we go over here and in the constant, I believe we are gonna have a colors here. So this is the color formulation which we are encompassing. You can see all the color variables, all the thin colors, color dark, so all of that. And after that, what I'm gonna do, what I love to do is to define my own color. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just bring back my color templates, and no worries about that if you are not having that, if you're having issue with that, because I'm gonna push everything in a GitHub repo. In the description, the repo link, it will be there, so you're gonna have entire code base with you, so no worries about that. And as we are building with Expo, I think running Expo is very easy and simple. So this is my app colors, where we are defining some primary color, we are accent color, and then also with the gray color, just passing with the opacity variable values, then have the success, error, warning. For the background, the primary is white, secondary, tertiary. For the text color, primary, secondary, tertiary, inverse. So this is the app colors which we are going to having there. And of course, you can also go with the theme. But right now, as you see, we are not using the theme, so I can remove the theme, right? So I think it will not do any good for me. So as you see, that's the color is not required. But I think we are using somewhere there in that. I think, okay, I'm gonna keep it. I don't want to make any problem here. Let's just keep that one here. So I think it's we are using it somewhere in our in the layout. I think, yeah, in the layout we are using that, not this one, layout on the tabs. And as you see in the background, we're using the color scheme, and we're getting the light tint from there. So this light and tint, so I think that's the one. Yeah, light and tint, that's the coming from there. I think if we just remove that, is it okay? Okay, there is a color scheme we're using. Okay, I'm gonna keep that. Okay, also you can remove, but whenever I'm gonna push that, I'm gonna polish that and just pass that whatever is needed. Okay, so right now I made it as a flex one. So what we can do right now, I'm gonna pass a background color. So should be background color. And the color should be, you remember, we pass an app colors, need to be imported from constant. App colors dot background and dot primary. Remember the way we align that? That one is as simple as clear is that in the app colors we have a primary, we have accent, we have gray, but this is one is the background, primary, secondary, and tertiary. So this should be getting the white color. And after that, also we need to pass a margin top ratio. It's just for because for the Android devices. So that should be the platform dot if the OS is equal to Android. Then I'm gonna provide 30 pixel, because otherwise that should be like inside the notch. So to keeping that outside of the notch, we need to do that. So right now for the safe area view, we need to define the style, and our style should be styles dot safe view. So that would be one style, and then we will define another style which gonna be our container, which going to be the same ratio, flex one, background colors, which is the primary color, and padding horizontal 20, padding vertical 20. You can also remove that color. This is not mandatory, because as we are passing that primary color right there. So in the view, we're gonna pass the style, which the style should be style dot, and that would be container. So in the index, what we're gonna do, instead of pouring that one within the safe area view, I'm gonna okay, where we are, okay, let me revert on that. So I'm gonna just cut that one here, and I'm gonna just remove the safe area view. I'm gonna pass a wrapper, and within the wrapper we can just simply pass that. As you see, when we pass that, it's getting that for the horizontal padding. As you see, if we just unlock that, it will not take as much. So this is how you can combine, this is how you can do it, but we will not use that in the header. And why, you can say, why we did that and why not using that? Because in the header, we should be having our own home header, which gonna combine all of the spaces, because there will be a border pattern. That's why we're gonna use that. But we are now having the wrapper, which we can combine each and every single or other screen. So right now in over here, first of all, on the indexed, which we need to define a home header. Okay, so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna create another component which will be home header.tsx rnfes. So that should be home header. So that home header going to be as the pretty much defined. So we can just pass that, I think. So after the safe area view, I think I'm not going to use the safe area view here. I'm going to just use the view here, which going to say the text, or we can just simply pass that our home header here. So that will be home header at the beginning of the layer of top. And of course, also for the class name, I think that by default, we need to also pass a class name. We can just simply pass a style, which is going to be, let's say, styles.container you can pass, or you can just pass that styles.wrapper. And here we're going to define the wrapper class name. That wrapper should be, let's say, I'm gonna simply passing a background color. Of course, we need to put that one clone here. So background color, which going to be, let's say, app colors dot primary, not primary, background primary. So the background dot primary. Okay, so that would be the color. And now let's go back to our home header. We're gonna define each and everything, how our home header gonna look like and how it gonna react on certain position. So first of all, in the home header, we're gonna have our safe area view. Now here also you can use that the same pattern. Remember the pattern which we use at the top. So here we can use the wrapper. So if we use the wrapper, no need to use any other parameter. So we can go with the wrapper right here if we are willing to. But if we use the wrapper, remember wrapper is getting flex 1. So if you're using the wrapper, remember you need to pass the flex 1 here, otherwise you will not get the view. But if you are not using wrapper, that's up to you. You are okay. You can use anything you are looking for. But of course, again, I'm not going to use wrapper right here. And why I'm not going to use it? I told you, because there should be a bunch of things, because in the wrapper, there is a padding horizontal, but here we are not going to use that padding horizontal position. So the same thing, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go with our safe area view. So safe area view here and just passing that. So we have our home header. So in the home header, first of all, we're gonna in the top, and the defining the class name is pretty painful, because every time you need to write the class name. So what I'm gonna do indefinitely in every single component, I'm gonna define the class name as this code going to be with you. So no worries about that. I'm gonna pass that code to you, so you're gonna have that. Okay, there is an error here, so because we need to import the platform. And I think CONTAI, yes, I don't want to keep any unhandled error here. So right now, as you see, I'm passing the container, which gonna having the background color. And remember the things which we did in the wrapper, the margin top. Okay, we have header. We're gonna explain whenever we're gonna use that. So no worries, forget about it. Right now, we're gonna just go one by one. So in our for safe area view, we're gonna having a style, and on that style should be styles.container. And in the container, what you're having, we are passing the background color, we are passing the margin top for our Android devices. And right now you can just pass open your Android, and I'll just show you why I need to provide that 35 pixel right here. So I just place hit the A, so it's gonna open my it will open my Android Studio for emulator. Let it run first. Okay, it's still capturing the previous application, but no worries, give it a time, it's gonna run here very soon. Okay, it's loading, means it's bundling our shopcart YT. And as you see, you can just see, I think whenever you were building, I'm running within my Mac OS. But because if you're using the for especially for the laptop or Windows, you can just simply go with the Android emulator, and it's very simple. You can follow the guideline to for connected, or you can use your own real devices for sure too. Right now, as you see, we have our home header, but why we are using that? I'm gonna just comment that one. I don't want to use that. And as you see, it's getting at the top. So that's the why in the notch, just to go out of the notch, you need to provide that ratio. Otherwise, it's gonna having the error. So that was just to show you why we are using that. But right now, I'll go back to my iOS device. Okay, cool. So in the header, we're gonna have a certain kind of positioning here, and of course I didn't take that screenshot, but you can just fill the view how we're gonna do that. Okay, So first of all, what we're gonna do, we're gonna have a logo here. So what I will do, this will be our header portion. There I'm gonna have our logo. Okay, so for the logo, we're gonna create a separate component which gonna hold align our logo. So let's go here in the components, just create a logo.tsx. So in the logo, similar one. Okay, so that will contain our entire base thing to create the logo premises. So what I'm gonna do here, in the logo there should be a touchable opacity, touchable opacity gonna come from the React Native, and here I'm gonna pass that material material icons. Okay, so in the material icons, we're gonna pass the icons name as the shopping cart. So should be shopping, let's say shopping dash cart. And also we're gonna pass the size here. The size should be, let's say 25. That's it. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna just import our logo right here. So logo, and you see one item is right there. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna define the same ratio here. So I'm gonna just get the styles for it. So that should be our logo here, and that would be the style. One, it will be for our logo view, another should be for our logo text. Now over there, we need to also define some of the color for that. So the color should be, let's say color, and that color should be coming from app colors primary 700. So it should be a kind of green color. Now that's the best part, is that if you want to change the theme, you can just change the color plate here and automatically your entire application theme would be changed. So that's the beauty of using that color combination. Okay then. Now, first of all, in that touchable opacity, we need to provide that style. That style should be that styles dot logo view. So that would be taking the view, and in the logo view, we are making that flex direction row and align item center. But right now, we need to provide the text. Otherwise, what kind of things we're gonna make it center? And in the over here, I'm gonna just pass the name, which would be shop cart, and also for the text, we're gonna provide this style. The style should be styles dot logo text. So that's the shop cart icon we are having right here. Now, whenever we click, we want to go back to our home route. So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna use that router. So should be a router, and that should be use router. And that use route need to be imported from a React Navigation React Native, but we're not gonna use that, as you see, because we are not setting those things. So we are not gonna use that React Navigation routing process. We're gonna use that Expo router, which gonna having that file-based compatibility, and that's what you're gonna use that. So in the on page, so whenever we're gonna go any of the routes, so that should be not router dot in the home parameter, we're gonna go /, and as you see, we have our /home, we're gonna have our /tab, we're gonna just simply go in /home. So whenever we're gonna click, we're gonna press, we are going to go /home. And how you can change check that, if we go at the shop, let's say go back to the shop, and over here I'm gonna define that our home header. Okay, so now we are at the shop. If we click, as you see, we are now passing here at the home. We are in the profile. If we click on okay, it doesn't have in the profile. So in the shop, if we click, we're just coming back to the home. So that's what it's gonna do. It's gonna always render or take us to back to our home screen. So that's the header gonna do to us. So this is that's not the header, that's the logo gonna do to us. So after the logo, we're gonna have a certain kind of things. We need to define other parameter. So first of all, over here, I'm gonna provide a style, and that style should be styles.header. And what kind of things happening to the header? As you see, flex direction raw, align item center, justify content space between. We're going to provide a border bottom width and border bottom color, and padding 5, padding horizontal 20. Because of that border bottom, that's the why we are not using the wrapper. Otherwise, if we use the wrapper, we need to be spacing around. So that's what we don't want to do. So that's why we will specify it right here. Now, as you see, so there should be two certain kind of scenario here. So we're gonna render another view, and on that view we're gonna render another touchable opacity here, and in the opacity we're gonna having an and design icon. So and design, and now you can go with the vector icons. You can search the icons only for like the and design, only for the foundation, but as I told you, I will try to cover up, I will try to use any icons as I wish to. So the name should be, let's say, search one. So that's the name for the icon, and the size should be, let's say, 20. And also I'm gonna make a color. The color should be app colors dot primary, and I'm gonna go with that dot 700 ratio. That's it. So as you see, we have our icon here. So right now, what we can do here, as you see in the search, whenever we're gonna on press on the search, we need to define that to our, we need to take back somewhere. First of all, I'm gonna go and make that one style here. So style, and that should be taking that styles.icon container. And in the icon container, you can see we are making flex one. So apart from keeping that icon like the logo value, entire space it will take. And then we're gonna make that flex direction row and an item center justify content flex in. I'm gonna just make it like that, and as you see, it's directly coming up here. And if we just make that of also the center, it will be on the center. But if we make the flex in, it will always keep at the end. So that's the way it could be better. Now for the touchable opacity here, we will provide a styles here. So style should be okay, that should be styles dot, it will be search button. So I'm gonna keep a similar name to all together. So search button, what it's gonna do, having a background color which a primary color 50, and the border radius 5, width 35, height 35, and an item center justify center, margin left 8. So every single icon should be left align 8, and then border width 1, border colors which is primary 500, position relative. So that's the icon here. If we click, it should be taking back to a search. So first of all, we need to get our router. So const router should be use router from Expo. And the similar thing, what we need to do is that whenever we're gonna on press on it, so as you remember that we just make that router dot push. We can just simply passing that. Right now we doesn't have that route. Okay, if we just go in search, you can see it will provide an error. If we click, it will go in the like this screen is not exist, go back to home screen. So that's what is happening right now, but we're gonna do it later, or we can create it right now. So in the similar way, what we need to do is to create another parameter. So first of all, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create that route. Okay, so one, it will be our search.tsx rnfes. So that should be search screen, and then we're gonna have another one which going to be our card. So let's say card.tsx rnfes should be card screen. And then we're gonna also have another which would be, let's say, favorites.tsx rnfes should be our favorites screen. So this is the 3 more route, and whenever I click creating those route, as you can see, those alignment is happening right here, which we don't want at all, because remember, it's looking pretty bad, right? So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go back to our layout here. After defining the tree layout, you're gonna go at the back. So the same thing, we're gonna use that, or you can just copy any one of that. So should be tabs.screen, and in this screen we're gonna provide, first of all, we're gonna provide the name of the screen. So the name should be, let's say we create first the search, right? The search, and over here we're gonna define an option here. So in the options, we can define a lot of other things. First of all, the href, which is going to be like there should be no href for that one. And also we can define that tab bar style, and on that tab bar style we can now pass that one that it should be, let's say, display, and that display should be we need to make that one none. So as you can see here, there is one is list, so the search it will not be visible. So I'm gonna copy it 2 more time. One should be for our, let's say, that should be favorites. Another one should be for our I think cart. Yeah, if we save that, and you can see okay, it's just getting in the, because it's not the toolbar, it will not be available. Okay, so right now, as you can see, we have our home, we have shop, we have profile, but other 3 routes is nowhere to be visible. Okay, so I think this is the point to create that. I think the tab bar style in the card, for right now, I'm gonna show tab bar anywhere. Okay, later on I'm gonna remove whatever I don't want. I will just highlight it. That for right now, I'm gonna show tab bar in any screen, so that it will not be disappointed for me to go backwards. So let's go in our home header. So here we're gonna just render another thing, which would be that on page, and on that particular on page we're gonna just go that router dot, we can just simply push that, and over here right now it gonna, as you see, is now available for me, and I can just go any screen I'm looking forward to, and it will work perfectly aligned and perfectly fine. So this is the same fundamental things which I'm gonna use in all through 3 and other parameter. So if we click on the search, as you can see, we are here in the search screen. So let's go back to here. So it should be having 2 separate portions. So I'm gonna copy that, and then I'm gonna paste it right here instead of the search. So the next one, it should be for having the favorite. So I'm gonna make that not in and design. I'm gonna go with that, let's say it should be material community icons, and the icon name should be it should be heart outline. So as you see, we have heart icon, but in the heart icon it will not go in the search, but it will go in the /favorites, and also it gonna show us the count, like the number. So what I'm gonna do here in the search button, if you go back there, we made a position relative, so that whatever we're gonna keep upon in between, we can pass an absolute value. And for absolute value, what I'm gonna do within the touchable opacity, I'm gonna take another view here, and on that view I'm gonna provide a text here. Right now I'm gonna just provide a 0 parameter. That's it, the 0. So in that view I'm gonna provide a style, which is going to be this styles.item view, and for the text also it's gonna be style and that styles.item text. So in that items view, we are making the position an absolute position, top 5, right -5, and border radius 500. If we just skip the border radius, you can see it's taking the full view of that with 16, height 16, align item center, justify center, border width 1, border color, app colors, primary 500, and border like the background color is getting the primary color. So that's the how you can just go and align that. And for the item text, font size 10, colors, app colors, accent color, and font weight 800. So that's the fancy thing which we did so far, and later on we're gonna provide our value from the favorite value, and also for the card value from the card instances. But right now I'm gonna just go with the small portion of that 0 value here. After that, we also gonna have our search icon. So there is the heart icon, then we're gonna having our card icon, so should be card outline, and instead of going to favorite, it will go back to our card. So if we go in the card, it's getting the card screen, and of course the screen it will popping up, no worries about that, but we're gonna just wrapping those things. So now you know how we can do that. So this is the way we can just go and render our home header. So this basically just creating a simple proportion, how we can see the scenario, how we can view the enter point, and how we did things pretty much in a good way. So right now, before going any other parameter, we need to know how we can bring back our properties, like our there should be the featured products and others. So this must saying there should be like to gaining back in our home proportion, we should be bringing back our product. So that's the we need to provide a state proportion, and then we can go and fetch the text properly. So first of all, I'm not gonna go and provide that one right now. I'm gonna just divide, just providing and featured products and set featured products, and also can be our categories and other proportions. So we're gonna go and just fetch that one very easy way. So now for fetching the products, like for the product data, because as we're gonna fetch from the API side, we're gonna cover up 2 separate things which we're gonna set up, like using the justent premises. So by which we're gonna handle justent, which gonna provide a real-time store management. So it will be a very simple and easy way to go, and also you're gonna having an API segment just to go in case to just prefetch and make that things to happen. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna create we're gonna close everything here. We're gonna create a lib folder here. In that lib, we're gonna just create another file which will be api.ts. Okay, so in the API we need to provide almost like to make fire up whatever the things we're gonna happen to be there. First of all, we're gonna provide like an interface, what kind of products it will be there. So we're gonna first make that API URL. So our API underscore URL, it should be URL it equal to should be our, we're gonna go try to use the fake store API, especially for to go and combine the data from them. So let's just go for fake store API. So backend.api.com, and that's the one. It should be API you're gonna use there. And of course for that, for there we can just go and read documentation. We can just fetch their products. As you see in the products, we can go and make the success, and that's how we can just simply get all products. So it will render all the products, and of course it will do lots of other similar things. So if we just go here fake API / let's say you will go to make the products, so it's gonna render all of our products. So as you see, every single product having ID, having title, price, description, category, image, and rating itself. So here we can just use that fake-store-api.com, and later on we're gonna provide accordingly the way we are looking forward. And of course we also can define a type folder here. So type.ts. Here we can just simply pass that export interface. That should be our products. So product, I think product, it will be fine. And in the interface, as you see, a product having a like the ID, which is going to be having a number, I think number. Then we're gonna having a title, and the title going to be a string. So title is string. Also the price, which will be number. Description, I think description yeah, okay, I don't want to go with the auto suggestion here because it just keep annoying those things. So we have the ID, number, title, and so that's ID, title, price, description, category, and then it's gonna go with passing the rating, which is the rate is the number, count is also a number. So this is the structure of our product. Not so much and more thing. There's a similar category, similar criteria, but we're gonna fetch the product from there. So right now I'm gonna close that, or I will just minimize that one. So this is kind of our type here. So let's go back to our api.ts file as we are having our API URL. So right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna start suggesting our like getting our products. So that should be, let's say, get all products. So in that way, you can, whenever you are having an API, you can simply switch that. So first of all, we can just make a get products function, right? So we're gonna just make that const get products, and on that get products, it should be a asynchronous function here, and that function going to passing our products. As you see, the type should be the product, or we can just simply pass that a function which going to be passing a promise, and that promise going to handle with it that the type of product, and that product type should be an it will be an array of product type. And over here it should be passing a simple arrow function here. So in that simple arrow function, we need to define what kind of value and variable we are looking forward. Okay, why we are doing that? So that should okay, I think it's my bad. It should be something similar. Yeah, it was good. It was easy to go. Over here we can use like inbuilt fetch method, or you can also go with the Axios. Both way, I will use here the fetch method, and also in the checkout I'm going to use the Axios method. So in both way, you're going to have an idea which you want to follow. So right now what we're going to do, we're going to use a try catch value here. So in the catch value, if we are having an error, we're going to just make that simply, it will throw the error here. And of course in the console log, we want to see what kind of error we are facing. So that should be our console.log, and here we're gonna pass the message that network let's say response was not okay. Okay, that should be our log, and here we can also find out our error message. Okay, so in the type block, we're gonna make that const response, and that response should be is equal to, we're gonna make it await, because as we're gonna talk within the database structure here. So in the fetch, we're gonna pass that it should be coming up within a backend formulation. First of all, we're gonna go with like say it gonna just passing that it should be coming up with fetch API URL / products. So it's gonna fetch all the products, and here if the response is not okay, they're gonna throw a new error which should be network response was not okay. So that should be our combination, and over here we can simply export the method which should be exporting the get methods get products function. So this is how we're gonna combine it all together. So that would be one scenario, and furthermore we're gonna have a lot of other scenarios. So in the home page we should be using that, like say we should be using our products, we should be using our categories, and also we're gonna having our methods. So we can also find out our I think, yeah, we also need to get our categories. So should be const, let's say it should be passing that. I'm gonna just go with a comment method. Okay, should be it should be get all categories. Okay, so that would be a simple instances by which we're gonna just define all the categories. So as you see, the categories should be coming up with a get categories, and same async method per pollution it will be there, and then like all the categories gonna coming up a string of categories, and then the try value we're gonna pass in the response which should be API URL / products / categories, and if categories okay, returning the categories, otherwise handling the error. So that's way we're gonna have that get categories. So this is the symbol combination, and overall we are having that, and I think we should be propagating one more which should be, let's say I think right now we're gonna go with those two. So after that, if we go over here in our application, we're gonna use our Justent for our store management. So this is the one we're going to use that to combine it all together. And if we go back to our documentation for the Justent, it also is a very tiny piece of library providing a lot of top-notch features which is really enjoying, and integration is very simple. So as you see, you need to just go and install that one, then you are good to go. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to remove it, because if you're with me, you need to follow me, and others everything it will be fine. I'll just take one more terminal here, the default terminal which I'm using, and here as you see I need to go back to the directory. If I put ls, I need to go cd into a client app, and then I need to pass that npm install Justent, otherwise it will not work properly. So in the Justent, we need to create a store first. So at the root layer of that, I'm gonna create our store, should be store, and over here I'm gonna create another file which is going to be, let's say product store.ts. So that should be our, like, for combining all together for our product method. All the product method we're gonna handle it by so far. So first of all, in that store, we need to just import our create method. So should be coming from our create, and that create should be coming from, let's say, Justent. Okay, Justent. So right now here, there's a lot of other parameter you can interfere, you can interact, because we're going to use the auth store, we're going to use a lot of other things. So whenever the portion here to keep using the middleware and other parameter, you are always welcome to go and, like, you can use the persister to go and make those things in saving in real time. That's up to you how you can just go and put a line all together, but I think we can simply use that here too. We can use also another piece of library which is the React Native async storage, because if we want to set the middleware all together, then we also better to use that. So if we go in npm, we can just simply search for that one, which is the React Native async storage, the async storage library we can use directly. So first of all, we need to do one more thing, is that we need to install that. So copy it and keep it right here. So that's the one we're gonna just combine it all together to create our asynchronous storage. Okay, so we're gonna import that, and we're gonna make Justin to create our store. So we have two certain kind of things, and also we need to use another two parameter which need to be coming from Justin middleware, which should be that create JSON storage persist for the Justin middleware. So this is the two kind of things which we're gonna use by so far. So first of all, we need to combine what kind of interface it will define altogether. So first of all, it will be defining that our product state, and that product state going to be a passing that we will first get the products, and in the products it gonna define that our, let's say it should be a product, and that product type should be coming from that product type. And also we're gonna define that categories, so categories, and that categories also should be coming from the string value, which going to be coming an array of string value. So this is the two kind of value which we are going to have it all together. So right now we can pass the method and value all together. So as we are having the two set of value here, so we can now simply rerun our, let's say, to create our store. So should be, let's say, export, and that should be const, it should be use products store, and that product store going to be combined with the function of create, and that create method going to be combining the method which we are having our product state, as we are defining only simply having a two state variable here, so nothing more fancy here. So after defining here, you need to be very careful here when you are defining, because it will be a little bit Humpty Dumpty right now. So here we need to get through like two like here we're gonna pass that persist, and within the persist we need to provide two methods. One, it should be set, another should be get. So these two methods gonna formulate our entire segment here, and then we need to return whatever the value, whatever the variable we are going to combine it all together. So after this, as you see, when we finishing declining the method, so here we need to provide that our, let's say it should be coming up with the name as the product storage, and in the storage we're gonna make that create JSON storage, and here we will pass that with a string storage, so which you're gonna create an asynchronous memory which can be helpful for our mobile application. Again, what I really want to advise you, that every single development process whatever we are going to view right here, we are forecasting alongside for our for application layer, not for the website layer. So you need to be very careful when we are attempting, or we are explaining, or we are accessing those things. Now we need to provide our two separate values. So first of all, the one it should be to fetch products method. So we should be having a two certain kind of method. So in the get set value, we're going to provide the initial value here, which should be array of product here, and also for the categories that should be same thing. We have two certain kind of value right now. So instead of directly fetching the product through the API to the screen, we are going through the Justin middleware, which is going to handle our storage. I know it will be a little bit a shaky way, even but it's gonna loading faster. It's gonna help the application not to go in a heavy way. So we'll try to manipulate that sooner or later. So in the category, in the product, first of all, we're gonna create a method here right now, which gonna be, let's say, also we will make that loading should be, let's say, false, and also error should be, let's say, the error it will be null. Our first method, it should be our fetch products, which is going to be a asynchronous function here, and we're gonna just define how we can combine and just fetch the product right here. We will use that try catch value, and in the value we're gonna go with the error. Right now I'm gonna put any error properties, later on we can combine that. So in that value, if we are having an error, we're gonna set the error. Let's say error should be error dot message, and also we're gonna make that as the loading instances. It should be loading should be false. So this is the one set of parameter here we are defining right now. So I think we will use the try block. So in the try block, we will set the value here. So first of all, we will make our loading as true. Okay, so loading should be true whenever we're getting the product, and error should be, first of all, we're gonna provide the error as null. So means we are loading the product, nothing should be there. Now we need to compare to get back our product. So let's see if we can get that. So const products, it should be is equal to await, and that we need to provide the method right now here, await get products. So here we can just get our product, so that should be not awaitee, should be await. So this is now here, as you see, I think, or yeah, oh my god, that's a tree. Okay, so now here what we are defining right now, it should be passing a combination of layer or a strategic layer, we can say. And oh, of course, in the type, as we are defining, introducing two value, which is the loading is the boolean value and the string method is the null. And also for the fetch products, also we can now pass that another type. We can just go with make that, let's say it should be product actions, and in the product actions, first one should be, let's say, fetch products, and the fetch products, again, it should be a simple function which gonna return the void of the promise, and also that fetch categories, same thing, it gonna happen passing the promise, that's it. So it gonna utilize that one for entertaining that two promises. So we're gonna define the two function to retrieve our two products from the API to our application layer. So right now, forget about that error, it's gonna just wiping out once, because if you just escape that, I believe the error which will disappear. So the error is coming because it didn't find the type for it. So first of all, we are having our product right here. So what it's gonna do, we are passing the product, and after grabbing the product here, we can just simply set the product. Remember, we will just pass the products here, we will just pass the loading state should be false, and also we can pass the filter products. Right now in the filter product, we can pass the entire product because we're gonna have two segment, one it will be horizontal, another it will be vertical. So two is scrolling parameter we're gonna use. So to do that, we can just simply define that our filter products structure. So we can just go at the top layer. After the products, we can go and create another one, should be a filter products, which should be a product criteria here, and over here we can just pass that filter products ratio here, and we can just pass that, let's say, filter products, we can just drop that products within it. So whatever products we have, that should be aligned off within the filter products criteria. That's it, nothing more of that. Okay, so this is the I think this is the combination here which we define to create our fetch products criteria. So we have our asynchronous function here, we made our try okay, also we need to define our filter products here, should be filter products, not like that, should be like that. Okay, save. So we have our segment done. So as you see, we have our error state, we have our category state. I believe we are, yeah, I think that's cool. So we have our fetch products. After that, we also need to define our, let's say, fetch categories. So that fetch categories also should be coming up with a asynchronous function. And here we need to define how we can fetch our categories. Remember, we made the function, so we know how to do that. So this is the same kind of way we're gonna do that, which can define here to bring back our all of the categories. And whenever we get the categories, we're gonna set the categories on the category layer, and then loading false and everything. So whenever we're gonna fetching the data, loading is true, error is null. Whenever we are fetching that, okay, cool, after fetching, we are making that state is the null. So initially we are just loading in that current kind of good way. Okay, so this is the, I think, much more valuable thing here, and we will do a lot of other things, but first right now is that. I know this kind of method is kind of old method, but it's very effective and efficient, and I'm going to show you why I'm using that. And also you can directly use the fetch method and provide the, like, if I want to use that method right here, you can do the same thing, it's up to you. So right now, as we are having the data is ready, as you see, we are having the feature products, set feature products, and as we defined previously, remember, as the type it will be as the product. So I'm going to just pass the type variation here, which is going to indicating that the product should be our product data right here. And of course it would be an array of products, not just simply a product. Okay, so right now also we can now get our product back from there. So should be, we can now passing within the object layer, and that object should be coming from our use products. Remember, we have our store, so all the function, all the parameter state we can define from there. So in our products, we have our products, we have our categories, we have our loading instances, we have our error instances, we have our fetch products function, we have our fetch categories function. So all the functions we created beforehand, so now we can easily take it right here. And also the safe area view and the text, which is not I'm using right now, so remove it. So over here we can define whatever the things we need to provide. So I'm going to provide that use effect function. So in the use effect, whenever anyone is just mounting over here, so it's coming within my application layer, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just fetch our products and fetch the category. So every time my application is mounted, so anytime is coming in the home, so if I just try to make the log here, I should be able to see our products. So if we go in the client, and as you see right now, it will be nothing. So as you see, it's getting the empty. If I just reload, you see my application getting mounted, so that okay, it's also getting empty. Okay, so it's not working, right? Why? It should work. Okay, React components is okay, so let's just go past that. That should be our products. If we go shop, if we go home, nope, nothing is happening. It means the use effect is not working, so we need to go start tuning a bit here. Debug why the error is happening and why we cannot retrieving the data. So we can just simply go in our, let's say, the product store here, where we are just passing that one method here to just log if anything returning here. And also we can go in the response here. Let's see whatever we are receiving in the response. So it should be a response. Okay, response, and then we can just simply pass the response. Okay, response was not okay, so network request failed. That's the common issue can be happen because the server can return the error, but we're gonna fix that. Right now you can see that we are having the product data as so far. It just sometimes having to be the problem of using that especially for because that you see that fake store API sometimes is getting the crap of that, not loading it properly, but it will fetch the data particularly by so far. So we're having our products in our index, so that's the products we are grabbing right now. So as you're having the products, we can also fetch our, like say we can make like the feature products. So in the products we can have a two certain of conversion done, and we're gonna run another use effect parameter. So use effect here, we will gonna render, we're gonna reverse the same products, we're gonna just revert it. So what we're gonna do, if we have that our products dot length is bigger than 0, so our products dot length, if it's bigger than 0, then we're gonna set one kind of things, is that we're gonna just make that reverse products. So that reverse products going to be just to happen to be an array of products, and after that we're gonna just reverse it, dot reverse. And why we're doing that, so as you see in that feature products, we're gonna just pass that our let's say it should be passing that reverse products. Okay, so we're gonna just pass that entire products directly, and that should be as product of like the array of product. So now we are having our products, we are having our reverse product. So what is saying here, let's say what is mentioning here, maximum depth, I think we are mismatching some, oh okay, there we didn't okay, we need to stop that, otherwise it's gonna mount all together, and of course the dependency should be coming as an array. Okay, so right now we are okay, I'm gonna reload it one more time because we add the dependency later on, otherwise it gonna just popping up the error. So now we are having those. Also from the API, I think I'm putting a log somewhere here in the products, no need to add the log. So right now I'm gonna close others. So as we are having our products, right, so we can now define in a proper way. So first of all, we can now go and make something in a very good way. We're gonna create a loading spinner, so in that way it should be providing a good view of that. So it should be, let's say it should be a loading spinner .tsx or NFS. So that loading spinner going to be combining a loading instances by which our loading variation can come. So first of all, we need to get some of the parameter here. So in that loading spinner, we will going to be coming, there should be some of the props should be coming here. Over here, we can just simply define that loading spinner props. It can be size, small or large, should be color string, test screen, full screen, boolean. If it's full screen, it will be full screen. Otherwise, we can just provide in that default variation. And also here, we need to pass that as the React and functional component, then passing that loading spinner props. Over here within the object parameter, we can get the size. So the size also, it can be optional, and here either it can be small, okay, either it can be a small size, or it can be a size of, let's say it should be just a simple notation. It can be small or okay, this is my bad. It should be, the default should be taking that small size. And for the colors, you see, instead of grabbing that hard coded, we can just simply get that color should be a string value, and also the text value should be coming a string value. Okay, the color, I think not that. Okay, the color should be, the default color should be, let's say app colors dot primary, and I'm going to provide a 500 of color variation here. Okay, what's wrong here? Dot 500. Okay, that should be the color, and the text, the default text going to be loading, and okay, the size, okay, that should not be, yeah, that was my problem. That's why I hate this this one. Okay, this is really killing my time to providing me some of the bad notation here. Okay, so the size, we're getting the full size. I think the small, I think by default I'm gonna take the large size here. So okay, so that should be similar of that. So the size getting large, color should be app colors to primary 500, text is loading, full screen is by default is false. So now we're gonna define two separate things. If we have that full screen, so means the full screen is true, then we're gonna define something. Otherwise, we're gonna define something. So first of all, I'm gonna define the variation of that style here. So the style should be kind of something like that. It's gonna be a container and align items, and also I'm gonna just coming back to that in a soon. So if we have the full screen view, what we want to do, we want to provide a view, and in the view we will provide a activity indicator. So activity indicator need to be imported from React Native. As you see at the top, it's coming from the React Native. And over here we will define the size. The size should be the size which we have. Also define the color. Color should be the color which it's going to be defined. And of course, if there is a text, and then we're gonna provide the text, and the text should be the text, and style should be the text properties. And also in the view, the style should be, let's say, not like that, should be styles dot full screen. Okay. Now, what's are going to have in the full screen style? As you see, flex 1, align item center, justify content center, background color providing the primary background, which is the white. And now this gonna happen once is full screen mode is on. If the full screen mode is not on, the same central positioning going to be happen. But here it's gonna be container, padding 16, align item center, justify center. That's it. So that's the loading property or loading spinner we are going to use right now. So let's go back to our topic here. So over here, if we just simply pass that if we have no loading, or if we are having loading, and also if our products, okay, we're gonna pass the loading instance here. No need to pass the products to length. If we're gonna return that, let's say we're gonna passing that loading spinner. Okay, and also we're gonna make it as full screen. That's it. And as you see, the loading is just coming to be happen to be at the top. So and also we can define like if we have the loading but we doesn't have the product, I'm going to just pass that, let's say products dot length is equal to 0. As you see, we are having the product, so it's just removing that, but I'm gonna go with the loading. But right now, if we set the loading, if we just make the annotation done, I believe it's not working the way it's supposed to be. Okay, the loading spinner is not working properly. Okay, the loading is not providing the loading variation. Like if we have no loading, okay, we have the loading instances over here. In that full screen which we are providing here, we are passing the text, but where is our loading? That is annoying. Okay, let's reload one more time. Instead of getting the loading here, let's just remove that. I want to see our loading here. I want to see what kind of spinner we're getting. Loading spinner, and that should be full screen. Yeah, it's right here, but we're not fetching the indicator. But did we import the indicator? Of course we import it. So our loading is not, you see the loading, it just happened to be working like that, but it should not be. It should be returning the actual value. So from where we are, okay, yeah, components loading spinner, that's the one we did, right? So the component loading spinner, so that's the loading spinner we have. So we passed the full screen method, so it should defining that. Which loading we are exercising right now, we don't know yet. Okay, it's coming this one. So our full screen by default is getting false, so we are passing that full screen. Okay, true, but where is our indicator? Okay, I think it's not grabbing the size. Okay, so the size by default is getting large or small, so size should be, let's say, large. Nope. I think we are missing one more properties, because as we did that, I think we need to provide within a safe area view. Okay, if we just go reload that safe area view, yeah, that was the problem only. So our thing was working perfectly fine, we're not passing or encompassing within the safe area view. That was the problem here. So whenever we are gonna passing the loading instances, what we can do here, we can just simply passing within a wrapper. That's it, that's fine. Now we can, you can see here it can combine it all together. And also the spinner tag here, we can now, whenever we have our flex justify center, ln item center, and it's not grabbing, why it's not coming with the full screen property? That is really my talk right now. We have full screen, right? So by default full screen is false, but we are providing the full screen. So if we just pass that value here, okay, we are not passing the indicator value here. Anyway, it will be fixable. For right now, we can see, we can now view our loading parameter. If we just go here and if we reload, we should be able to see our loading is right. Okay, so loading is working. Okay, good. We can make more of the things later on. So we're gonna just keep it like that. So that should be a loading parameter, and also after the loading we can also pass an error parameter, which is going to be coming within the safe area view. And also you can see basically we can go and mesh that container here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab everything, whatever the parameter we're gonna use right here. So copy that, and here I'm gonna pass that all of the data ratio. So as you can see, I need to import the text. Okay, so you can see now also for this one, this value here, instead of that wrapper, I think we can just go and combine it all together. So that would be good. So, and that should be providing our spinner. Full screen. Okay, so if we have loading, as you see, the request error is coming, so that's fine. Okay, so you see the loading error. So now y is in the middle. If you go in the container, flex 1 background color is getting the primary, and also if you just see in that error container, flex 1 align item center, justify content center, padding 24, so everything aligning it all together. And don't worry about that network request error. It can be happen to be there for the stripe, because you know the fetch method can be combining it all together sometimes. But there is another way which you can make it more top notch. How? It's very simple. You can just make let's say we can also use another variation called getting the product in real time, and that time it will be, I think, properly aligned. But right now I'm gonna open my, and as you see, it's just fetch this time here, so we have the products right now. So what we can do here, whenever we are having the products, so we can now go and use that view to create the product instances. So there is another view, and within that view we will use that scroll view. So scroll view from React Native, and over here we gonna just go and pass that container parameter. So take another view, within that view grabbing one more, then passing the text, and within the text we're gonna pass that, let's say, categories. So we should be able to see the categories menu. Now at the top view here, put styles. So in that style here, we're gonna pass that, let's say, styles dot contained container. Okay, so I think I'm gonna make leave that this fetch categories, you know. So that should be every time whenever I'm saving, it's just changing. So I'm gonna make that if we have any change in the products, so you know that time it will stop to creating that mess. Okay, so right now if we happen to be see, we have the contain container. This is the padding horizontal 20. As you see, there is a very top-notch padding container view is coming. Okay, TAI. So that is the content container providing a padding view parameter. So the scroll view here, we're gonna make that show vertical indicator. That should be false, because it should be a vertical parameter, not horizontal. So false. And after that also we will make that contain container style, which should be, let's say, style dot scroll container view. And in the view we are having the padding bottom 300. So the entire page structure, the products and other ratio, it will not go overflow together. Okay, then we have the category portion here. So it should be style, and then style should be styles dot, let's say, category section. So that category section going to be combining, as you see, margin top 10, margin bottom 16. So that's how the category stance can work. And after that, in that text view here, we can just simply pass that as a section header. So the style should be, let's say, styles dot section header. So in the section header, we are defining two of the parameter: flex direction low, just row, just define content space between, align item center, margin bottom 16. So that's the ratio which we are toggling through. I think this is making me much more annoying. Okay. Now what we can do here, as we see, so we have our category section here. So in the category, we can just simply go in the class name, not the class name. I'm just getting back to our tailwind compromising thing. So over here, that should be the section title. So this is gonna combining all the title together to be see how the menu can be. Now after that portion, we gonna have another scroll view. So scroll view. So before we have one, now it will be another scroll view, and of course that scroll view, the horizontal should be true, so that would be horizontal. And then also show horizontal indicator should be false, as the horizontal, it will be horizontal, so we don't want to show the horizontal indicator by so far. Now in this scroll view, we're gonna make that our categories. So categories dot map, we're gonna take every single thing as a category. And to that category, what we're gonna do, we're gonna return within the same line. First of all, we're gonna use that a touchable opacity, and on that opacity we're gonna make an and design. That and design going to be happen to be an icon, which going to be named as, let's say, tag. And also we're gonna provide that a size, so the size should be, let's say, 16. And also you're gonna provide the color, so the color should be, let's say, app color. Let's say app colors text, app colors dot text. I think not the text, but I'm gonna just keep it as primary dot 500. So that should be one tag. And after the tag variation, we're gonna also happen to be a text, which is going to be, let's say, our, as it's just coming to be a category, so should be the category dot, I'm gonna just indefinitely take that character as from the 0, and we're gonna make that to uppercase plus the category slice 1. So it should be passing the value of the category itself. Okay, I think I may misspell one more integer here. Okay, what I did wrong. Anyway, I think instead of that, it should be this one. Yes. So as you see, we have in the category, whatever the category we are rendering, we are just passing that the category value here. And also for the style, it should be, let's say, style dot category, not that, category text. Okay, so now as you see, electronics, jewelry, men's clothing, women's clothing, so that's all are the categories which we are having right now. And by so far as you're having the categories, we need to also provide some of the class name for it. Let's say for the class name, we should be passing the style, and that style should be, let's say, category button. So if we go in the category button, we are making that flex direction raw. So as you see, that letter and that icon view should be passing, align it all together. As you see, now we have a very top-notch view here. And by the way, you can also arrange that. You see, you want to be not to having that view properties, right? So what we can do, as you see, we are having that padding horizontal. We can stop it, right? You see, entire padding is gone, but we can now make that padding, let's say I'm gonna make the left padding, so left padding should be 20. Okay, so as you see, now the left padding gonna be in so far, but the right padding, it will not be applicable for that scenario. So in that way, you can just have a very good scenario and very good parameter to be working on that. And again, so right now, as you see, your category is safe. So but in that way, you can make that. If you wanted to, you can do it. So I would love to have that. So it will know there should be more scrollable things or more items can be all together there. Okay, right now also so that's the way we can now pass that. So whenever we click, we can now go and make the other things is done. So I think whenever we're gonna press on that on press value here, I want to make something. So on press, remember, it's gonna go directly with that parameter. So I'm gonna create a function. So navigate to category, and here I'm gonna pass that our category. So it should be category. And of course, I need to write that function. Right now it doesn't have the function. Let's go at the top layer. Here I'm gonna create the function. So should be, or I think here I'm gonna make that should be const navigate category. So here, remember, we are passing that our category portion here, so we can just capture it. So category, which is just passing as a string value here. I'm gonna make that router push here. So while I'm doing that, I need to also embed the router here. So should be const router is equal to use a router. Okay, use router from Expo router. And overall here in the navigator parameter, I'm gonna make that router dot push. And then I'm gonna pass that, let's say it will go to directly on that. If we just push that through, I'm gonna pass that path name. The path name should be, let's say /tab /category or /shop. So that's the category I'm gonna prefer. And in the params, I'm gonna just passing that category as category. So whenever I'm gonna click on that, it's gonna take me to our shop, wherever we are passing that our value of the shop, it will go and grab the shop. If we click on there, as you see, we are coming here in the shop. And of course, as we map through, we didn't pass the key. We need to pass the key to go out of the error. So you will pass the key. The key should be, let's say I'm gonna pass the default default key as the category. That's it. So our error will be disappear. So right now we are happen to be get the initial value and others, and if we click, you can see we are having to the shop and we are just coming back right here. So everything working perfectly fine. We have our category segment. We now is so we can just skip that scroll view here, so which is just aligning the category. Now after the scroll view here, after passing that view, we can have another view. Okay, so that's the view gonna handle all of the feature categories. So that's the combination of the feature item going to be there. So remember, at the top layer we are having for okay, I'm gonna just remove that navigation right now. At the top layer we have categories. The similar way, we are making the section header, we are making the section header as the featured products, and we are passing that the touchable opacity of that the featured products all. So now in the section header, remember that this is not look so good, so we'll go in the section header, and in the section header we're gonna make that a padding right. Okay, so padding right should be 20. Yeah, now you can see it's gonna be coming here all together in a good fashion and good way. So after that, as we are having that our section title, now we can just render a flat list. So flat list also need to be imported from React Native, and in the flat list we're gonna pass the data. Data should be, let's say, our feature products, and after that we can also pass the key extractor. And on that key structure, everything I'm gonna taking as the item, and over here that should be item.id, and I'm gonna make that to string just to make that perfectly aligned and type it all together. And after that value here, as we are passing the flat list, we need to also, I'm gonna make the flat list as horizontal, so it can be scrollable horizontal, and show horizontal indicator should be is equal to be a false value here. And after that we need to pass that render item, otherwise it will not provide the data ratio. And in the render item, I'm gonna pass everything as item structure, and from there I'm gonna inline return whatever the things I'm looking forward. I'm gonna return a view, and on that view let's just return a text. Okay, and let's say calling is as product, so we should be able to see the products. And also there should be another parameter which should be that contain container style, so that should be style dot a featured products container. So if you go here, you see right now I'm not putting any of those parameter. We have no style right here, but we can just individually provide the style, and as you see we have our structure pretty good done. Now what we can do, we can now assure to have our product card. So let's go back here, make a component, should be product card.tsx rnfes. Now instead of that directly here, we can simply pass our, let's say, product card, and also we can pass some of the variables here. In the product cards we're gonna pass the item, should be item. Also I'm gonna pass a variable name compact, so that's the variable which is gonna handle some of the properties. So we're gonna render it pretty soon. So right now as you see we are happen to be here, and as you see we are in the index, so every time we are changing anything our function is calling, but now we are in the product card. So I believe that error gonna be disappear and we will be out of our inflexible things. Now here we will pass three materials here. First of all, it's gonna be a type of product. Another, it's gonna be having a prop, style prop from React Native, and view style from React Native 2. So what we are doing there, we are having a product, passing the product props, compact boolean, custom style, which gonna be a style prop of the view style. So what we can do, we can pass product within this criteria, we can pass compact value, we can also pass the custom style. And as we are facing the error, remember every time fetching the product, you can do it like you are directly making a component, pass that value to other criteria. That's what I'm gonna do from on, so there will be no error parameter. So right now what I'm gonna do, the same way which we did before, we need to make that a react.fc, so that should be a functional parameter here, and then functional parameter should be a product props, and of course I need to remove the one of that. Okay, and from here, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use that all of the criteria which we are looking forward to. So it will have to be to have products. It's gonna have our a compact value, and the compact value, it should be by default a false value, and also it's going to have the custom style. Now what I'm gonna do for our entire product segment, remember this is gonna be one of the heavy one, so I'm gonna just define all of the styles right here. So that should be our styles, and whenever I'm implementing, we are going to be come one and on by so far. Okay, so as okay, there is an error we are facing here still, from where it's happened to be coming up from the item compact is true, is not assignable. Okay, why is not assignable? I think it can be okay. Anyway, also we need to provide a style here, should be style, and that style should be styles dot features product container. So I think the same we are just removing right now here the margin horizontal, but later on we're gonna use that. But one of the confusion which I'm facing, why we are having that product card showing the item, and also we are passing the okay, that's my bad. Okay, we can instead of item, I believe we're gonna pass the as the name of the product. Yeah, that should be in a good way. Okay, so the product is getting the item. So right now we're having all of the scenario. Now we can start working with our product card. So first of all, we can go and create this entire segment going to be happen to be a touchable opacity, but we can make entire thing as a touchable opacity, or we can just simply make our image as a touchable opacity. So whenever like clicking on the image, it's gonna take us to directly on the page for home. But also we can make entire thing. So we'll go in both way, and then we're gonna find out which one is getting better. So touchable opacity need to be coming from React Native, and over here passing in style, and that style going to be a style parameter but an array of style, because remember we can pass the card value here, or if there is a compact, there should be card as a compact card. So width 150 and margin right 12. So that's the one gonna happen to be here. But whenever we are getting a single card, we are not going to pass the compact, so it's gonna take entirely this segment. So the background color getting the primary, so means the white color, border radius 12, shadow is black, offset width 0, height 2, shadow opacity 0.1, shadow radius 8, elevation 2, overflow hidden, weight is 48%, and the margin bottom 16, border width 1, border color app colors gray. So this will not be working right now. Remember the width we are passing here 150. If we just change here, let's say I'm gonna make the width of 350, you can see right now it's gonna take 350, because remember our style is passing as a combination. If we have the compact, it's getting the compact card, and also we can pass the custom style if we want. If we just pass from here, if we just want to make that, let's say, custom style, and from here I'm gonna make that, let's say, a background color. Okay, so background color, let's say I'm gonna make it as red, so it should be coming as red. You see that, right? It appeared. Okay, if we just reload, I think there is the color is there. I just don't want to be okay, one more. Yeah, you see, that's the things which we can do by so far to making that one in that very good way. So right now, as we did that, so after this notion here, also we can make the active opacity here, and that should be 0.8. Okay, after that we should be having one image, so we're gonna have a view. So let's say should be not the Vive view, and on that view I'm gonna have an image tag. On that image tag we're gonna have a source parameter. On that source, the URI should be, let's say, it should be passing that, let's say, okay, we can directly compact, we can directly fetch the entire segment here. So let's say const, we can just get that is equal to let's say product. So from there we can just destructurize id, the title, and also price. image and the category. So we can destructurize that. So in the URI, remember, we can just simply pass the image. That's it. So we are having image. Of course, it will not get the value as soon as we need to provide the variation here. So the style should be style.image, and also we need to make that resize method, not the mode, not the method but the mode. So resize mode should be, by default is contain, but it's better to pass that variable contain. So what we are doing here for the style of image, if we go back in the image, we are providing the width of 100%, height of 100%. So the full ratio of width property, it gonna be concat and combine, and then it gonna just pass that value right here. Okay, so URI, any problem here? Okay, also we need to provide that image container, because we are passing the 100%, but which 100%? So 100% gonna coming from the image container, and if you see in the image container is passing the position as relative, height is 150, background color is going to be the app color, so background.primary, padding is 5, so it should be taking everything in a proper way. I believe that data, it has no corrupt. Okay, I'm gonna just reload that. Maybe there is some corrupted data, and of course one more things I need to remove. I don't want that things should be appearing. Okay, so let's see when it's loading. Data is right there. Why the image is not coming? That's really a confusion. This really a combine of confusion. Okay, we are passing the URI. I think we did everything in good way. Okay, what's the matter? Why? Okay, we'll try to do some content here. Let's see if it's working or not. So if we just pass the text here, we will pass the category. Let's say category. Okay, we are having that. But why we are not seeing the images? But we are fetching the images. If we just open here, you can see the product image right here. So we should have the image, but here it can't show the image. Why? In the image container, we have relative, we have height. Also, if we're gonna put the width, let's say I'm gonna provide it, let's say just to show, but no need that one. It should provide. Also close the relative. That is getting a bit of difficulty. Okay, right now we're gonna see why it's just fetching that. So we're gonna pass the style. So style should be styles dot, and then we're gonna pass the value of that content. So that content gonna be, as you see, padding 12, and background color is getting the secondary color. So after that, after the text of that category, we can get another text here. So it should be a text, and that here gonna get back our title. So that would be the product title here. So in the title, what we can do right now, we're gonna put a style, should be, let's say it should be styles dot, and then we're gonna grab the title style, and if we go back here, it's getting the font size 14, weight 500, colors app colors dot text primary, and padding bottom of 8. And after that, okay, after that, for this notation here, we're gonna provide a number of lines. I want to make that if it's getting the compact value, if it's compact, that it's gonna be one line. Otherwise, I'm gonna provide a 2 lines, so it's gonna just get a single line here. And also we can just provide that it will be let's say lip size mode, which gonna be as tail. Okay, so we are having our title. So right now, as we are having that, I think I'm gonna open my Android Studio. So Android sim emulator. Why we are not seeing the image? That's my founding right now. Okay, I think our iOS is good. Yeah, I can see the images. So now, as you can see, my product is loaded and all are visible and is quite fine. Now our homepage should be something like that. So remember, we are taking that compact value upon visible with the compact style. We're gonna keep our design ratio. Like as you see here at the feature product, we are not keeping the add to cart button, but and in the newest arrivals, we're having that our add to cart button is enabled. So we're gonna make that feature twist and in a very good fashion so that it could be adapt on that. So let's just go back to start visualizing our other thing. So first of all, as you can see here on that our category, we should have a style for our category. So I'm going to provide that style. So the style should be, let's say, styles dot category. Okay, so that would be our style. And if I go back to the category style, it's very simple. Font size is 12 and the colors is getting the tertiary color. Text transformation is getting capitalized, so the first letter should be bigger. As you see, the woman's clothing, the W and C is getting bigger and capitalized. Text transfer, and also the margin bottom is 4. If I just remove that, you can see the title is getting a little bit upper. So that's what we did. Now as we did that, so we have our category style, we have our title. So right now we're gonna also do some kind of pattern here. So as you see, after the text we're gonna have another view. Okay, so this view we're gonna call that a view for, let's say, the text would be we're gonna find the text here, and then we're gonna we can make the price in a very global way, you know, that to format the text, but format the text ratio, the price ratio. But right now I'm gonna just make that price dot to fixed, just to go and keep with that. I'm gonna not do any fancy thing here. So that could be our price, and this one over here I'm gonna make any style, and that style going to be styles dot footer. So that's, it will be a pretty simple style here. And also for our price, I'm gonna provide that style, and that style should be style dot price. So let's go first at the footer, which is getting to be the flex direction row and center, but I'm not gonna go with that. I'm gonna just go with the space between if we are keeping anything. And for the price, is the font size is 16, font weight 600, and color is app colors primary 600, and margin bottom is 5. So that's what we did. Also, if we remove that margin bottom, I think right now, yeah, I'm not gonna keep the margin bottom so that it will not be feasible in that matter. So right now I think that will be this much for this one, because whenever we're gonna adopt our card, that time we're gonna go and inject our card ratio. So first of all, as we are having that our for the product value here, so we are now passing that flat list for our featured products, right? So that's the featured product section, and our featured product parameter is done by so far. So I can also, I think over here I'm gonna put a style here, which is going to be, let's say, styles dot feature section. If you go here, it's just putting a margin particle of 16. So that's it. Okay, so now as we did that, I'm going to unclose that one. So this is entirely our feature product segment. So now over here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another one, which will be, let's say, newest product section. Okay, so this gonna contradict with all of our product variation, and you know, the product we have already. If you can see, we have the product. So this is, we are containing the featured product, but here as well we can have all of our entire product done, like the product ratio. So this is, we can also be contradict with, as you see, we have the products directly here. So that's the product we are embedding here to create the featured product. So we can use directly this product in our newest product segment, and up onto your API you can attach, or you can adjust the way you feel it better. Here I'm gonna take another view. So in that view I'm gonna take another similar of that view would be there, and that could be called the section header. And then I'm gonna provide the text here, which is going to pass that a newest should be newest arrivals. And of course over here in that should be style dot newest section, and also this one gonna combine that style for our let's say newest the section header. So that would be the header, and of course the title which we defined previously, we should be calling that section title. So now as you can see, if we go back to our section, new section, it should be the margin vertical of 16, margin bottom 32, and that's by so far. Others the same thing you watched before. So this is the same parameter, section header, section title. So this gonna combine especially for our newest arrival products. And also we're gonna provide another segment here which going to be a touchable opacity. So touchable opacity, and here we're gonna provide that it gonna combine a text which should be, let's say, see all. So this gonna combine all together, and of course it should be, let's say, whenever we're gonna press on, I'm gonna keep the on press later on, but I'm gonna provide a title like style here. So style should be, let's say, styles.see all text, and as you see, that's coming within the section header. So it will be the flex direction row, space between, item center, margin bottom, and padding right, the way we fetch it before. It will be similar of that. Okay, so right now we need to combine our product parameter, right? So after the touchable opacity done here, we need to provide a view here which gonna combine our product card which we're gonna define. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna like that, we're gonna map through our entire products.map, and here I'm gonna take everything as a product, and from there we're gonna simply return whatever the product value we want to pass. So first of all, I'm going to provide a view here, so a view, and within that view I'm going to pass that our product card. Okay, in that product card we're going to pass the product which is going to be passing as a product, and then also we're going to pass that let's say the custom style. We can pass the style as we want it to, so we can make this style, let's say, the width. I'm gonna pass the width of, I'm gonna hardcode the width for that one, so should be, let's say, I'm gonna keep it as 100%, so it's gonna take the entire width segment. So if you see our previous, the featured section, not the feature, yeah, over here we are passing a compact value, right? Within the compact initialized, we are showing either, so there will be a false value and others, but here in that product we are not gonna send any for any segment here which for other compact value. And also we're gonna pass the key should be, let's say, product.key, I think product.id. And of course here the title style should be, let's say, I'm going to provide that styles.product container. So if you go back here, as you see, the width should be 48%. Okay, I forget to save. Let's save it so we can see the product data and others. So that could be, let's load the product. And here you can see the product. So this is our entire product segment, but right now as you see, it's capturing like entire width segment, so it's not taking what we are prefetching from here. So if we go back to our product card, let's just check if it's taking our custom style. So if we go back here, yeah, it's providing the custom style and it's taking, or it's capturing the custom style right here. So first I think we need to tune a bit on our, as you see at the parent here, we need to style a grid pattern here. So I'm going to define a style which should be styles.product grid, and if we go over here, flex direction row, wrap, and justify between, so it's gonna make it separate, like together, you can see. So we are having our product data, and if we just go and watch our previous segment here, that would not be like that way. As you see there, the gapping padding should be in a proper way, but here as you can see, we can see now it's not capturing the proper ratio. You know why? It's because we are capturing those things, so that's what we did manually, remember, just to showcase the entire segment. So right now what we can do, remember where we did that, we are making the padding right as 20. So the same thing it's gonna happen over in our, let's say, to be passing over here in the products grid, we're gonna make the same, should be padding, I think it will be right, yeah, padding right should be 20. Okay, it should be padding right or margin right, let's just see. Yeah, I think the padding right works work fine. So now we can see all of our products just aligning in side by side, and now it's time to build up our add to cart button. As you see, here is no button here, so we are unable to adding cart in the product. So now we can go here in our product cart where we will initially launch our add to cart segment. So what we can do here is pretty simple. First of all, as you see, the footer which we have been created right here after the text over here, we're gonna go within a compact value. So we're gonna say if compact is not available, only then we're gonna provide our button. So we're gonna create a button element. Okay, so to do that, we need to create a button component here. And the button which we're gonna create, it would be a dynamic button. It's not would be a simple button at all. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go in the components, we're gonna create a new file which will be button.tsx. So .tsx and rnfes. So that would be our button. So I'm gonna just call the button here, import it directly. So button from button, so we'll be able to see one button here. So now for the button itself, for the product card, we're gonna get some of the property, right? So we're gonna grab the title, which would be add to card. We're gonna grab the size, which gonna define that size, what kind of size a button it would be. And also we're gonna grab some more other components which will be like a variant, which gonna for right now, this one, it should be, let's say, outline variant. Okay, outline. Now for the on press and other value, we're gonna keep it later. For first let's go to the button. And for the button itself, we're gonna provide some of the class name. Of course, I'm gonna go and picture those class name here and initialize it whenever we are upholding. So I need to import the app colors. Okay, so now this is that much. So in the button, we're gonna have lots of criteria. First of all, let's just dig on through what kind of pattern and what kind of criteria we're gonna have that. So you're gonna define an interface. So let's say interface, and that should be button props. So in the button props, what we're gonna keep the title, right? And the title, every button should be having a title mandatory, right, which will be no any fallback loop. And then also should be on press. Now on press, I'm going to keep it like any. You can also make that one as a void, that's also because it will be an on press function. And I'm going to keep the variant. So the variant should be it should be not mandatory, but it can be go like that. So in the variant, we're gonna keep like that primary, secondary, outline, or ghost, and also it will be size, and also it's not applicable. It can be null because it's an optional value. We're gonna keep in an optional, and that could be small, medium, large, and also the full width. Either it will be boolean value. Disable also, it will be a boolean value for the disable, and also for the loading, it will be also a boolean value, true, false. And for the style, not like that. So style, it will not be an any value. You're gonna put that value for, let's say, style prop, okay, which gonna coming from React Native, and from there you're gonna pass that view style property, which also gonna come from that React Native. And of course, when I'm typing, you can see it's all are coming at the top. So make sure that those things are coming, otherwise it will be giving a fatal error, and it will be it will be amazing for that. And then also it gonna be, let's say, text style. So there will be a text, and the same thing, style prop, text style. Now, as you see, we have the button property, right? So now what we can do, we can initialize our button content here. So first of all, instead of declaring there, we can pass that it should be a react dot like so the fc mode, which could be a functional component, and over here you're gonna pass that property as button props. So what it's gonna do here, we're gonna having all of our all of our properties right here. So even it's not there, even you just make type, it will automatically popping up. Now we're passing the title, we're passing the on press value, we're passing the variant. By default is primary. Now we can pass any variant, and then we have the size, which is medium. We have the full width, right now is false, disable is false, and also loading is false. We can take the style, whatever the style we want. We can take the text style. Now this button gonna be a dynamic button, so you need to be very concentrated, because if you can create a single button, you can create lots of components like in a dynamic way. So first of all, we're gonna properly align our button style. So should be const button style, and that could be an array of style, because we're gonna inject a lot of style there. So first of all, it should be styles dot button. So what is the styles of button is containing? As you can see, it's having the border radius of 8, align item center, justify center, and flex direction row. So if you keep the loader and text together, it will be side by side, and also it would be center, it will be aligned in center, so it will be in the middle. So imagine the button like a box. If you just can see here, okay, And you can see here add to cart, but add to cart is in the middle, so we are keeping everything in the center. So that's what we are doing. And so this is our first, so that is the base button component, base style, right, is doing here. Then we're gonna pass that style, another style should be there, so styles dot, it's gonna pass the variant style. And remember, the variant, it can be variant, it depends on the size, primary, secondary, outline, so it gonna define what kind of variant. And also, of course, we're gonna pass the, if you can see here, you see the visible primary, secondary, outline, all variant color would be provided right here. So the same thing gonna handle, it gonna be coming us like, it gonna take the style, the size style, if the size is over there, full width, if it's full width there, style of full width. And as you can see, you can go variant, so that depends on the variant. And as you can see, for the primary variant, we have the background color is the app colors 500. For secondary color, accent color we are providing. For outline, transparent color we are providing. For ghost, we are providing just a transparent color, like there will be no background color, it will be transparent. And for the primary text, you see the color white, secondary text color white, and instead of getting white, you can also take the white from our app colors. And outline, primary color, ghost, primary color, small, padding vertical 8, padding horizontal 16, medium, padding vertical 12, padding horizontal 24, just like it's increasing the size. And large, padding vertical 16, horizontal 32. So it's just padding our entire box. So that's the fundamental things, nothing fancy here. So now what we need to do, we need to define our text style. So this is the button style. So now what we're gonna do, that should be text styles, and that styles also going to be combining within an array. So it should be styles dot text. So that would be our first priority. So first it's gonna be getting this style text, and as you can see, font weight 600, that's just a default style. Then we're gonna have the variant styles, and then we're gonna have our default parameter of text style. Now we're gonna define a touchable opacity. So should be, let's say we're gonna define it touchable opacity, which gonna coming from React Native. I need to work it all together. Okay, and also in the text, by default we're gonna provide the title. So whatever the title we are providing, that would be the text here. And immediately you can see our add to cart button is providing our text. And I think I need to make something pretty clear here where we are passing that style. Remember what we did, instead of that, I think we can just simply go margin bottom. Remember, we just make that, I think I'm gonna make it 4. Okay, let's just, if it's no compact there, only then, so it will be pushing the button. Yeah, if you can just see here, I think I changed somewhere. Okay, I changed somewhere here, so I'm gonna just push it from here. So if I put 6, I just want to provide a pretty a decent gap here, so I think 5 will be doing the good things. So let's go back to our button. Now over in the button, as we having the title, so what we're gonna do here, we're gonna go and a touchable opacity, we're gonna put a style here. So the style should be, let's say we're gonna provide that button style. So that's it. So as you see, we have a decent button style, and I think we can pass like around 7. Yeah, I think that's nice. And you see the button variant is outlined. So if we just don't pass any variant, what is gonna happen, let's see. So that's just a normal property it gonna be passing through. And of course for this one also, I think if we go in our primary, I also want to make that one as primary text is color white. But anyway, we can do that, but I'm gonna just keep it as variant outline. Okay, so after that, so that's our variant here. And then we're gonna also make on press. If we're passing any on press event, it's gonna define that our on press event directly. So on press, and the disable parameter gonna work once the disable is true. So if gonna happen if the disable is true, and also if it's just loading. So in 2 parameter, it's going to be activated, either is loading or disable flag is getting true. And then I'm gonna make that activity opposite, activity opacity, which going to be, I'm gonna make it 0.7. So whenever the activity going to be happen, it should be like that. Now for the text, because the color, remember the color is not getting because we need to provide the text. Let's say text styles, not directly, but should be, yeah, I think we can provide it directly, but why the style parameter is getting an error? Style props, font weight 600, string size, I think maybe we are missing something. So styles.text, and then passing the variant of text, then text style. Okay, I'm gonna save it. Let's see. Text styles. So if I'm not providing any variant, yeah, now it's capturing. Okay, cool. But why it's providing that? Okay, I'm gonna go on that. So that should be like there would be a loading property. So when the loading is coming, I'm going to provide that activity indicator. So activity indicator from React Native, and if it's no loading, then passing the text. So that's the condition we're going to provide it through. And also for the color, the activity color should be, let's say if the variant is equal to let's say primary, then we're going to provide the color should be white. Otherwise, I'm going to keep the color as not black, but app colors dot, which should be, let's say primary dot, I'm going to keep it 500. And instead of writing the white color, I think we can do some decent talk, because I don't like to put it in like that. Remember the color which we have here, the background primary is our actual white color. So what we can do here, instead of writing like that, we can go in our app colors. So app colors dot background dot primary. That's it. So now we have our dynamic color combination, and I'm gonna try to compress it wherever I am using that white color. So in that way we can directly change from there, no need to just dropping it like that. So right now if we go okay, not the view style, that should be our text style. Yeah, that was the problem. The error is coming from here. So right now we're gonna having a pretty much decent dynamic button, and we can use anywhere. Like if we go and remove that like if you go in the product card and you see the compact, I'm gonna just remove it. Okay, that's it. If I remove, you can see the button right there. As in, so it just depends on our condition. We can see and go for the button anywhere. Now for the card itself here, we need to go and provide an on press event. So should be an on press, and we're gonna pass that as handle add to cart. So that would be the function which we're gonna defining through. So let's go at the top. We're gonna just make that handle add to not like that, should be const handle add to cart. And instead of console log, we're gonna just pass an alert, should be, let's say alert dot alert, and no need to pass that ID, we're gonna pass that title. Okay, so now if you go here and click, you see add to cart, so that's the product which is going to be added to the cart. So any product right now, if we click, it will, as you see, men's cotton jacket add to cart. So this now here, instead of writing indefinitely like that, what we can do here, we can just show a toaster, right? We can just go and make a toaster here by which we can pass the message. So to implement that one, let's just go in our browser here, and we're gonna try another library here. Let's just go to npm, and that one should be a component which is the React Native toast message. This is the pretty decent and very simple library to showing your toast messages, and as you see, you can just simply copying that one and use that, and in the quick start you can see how you can easily start on that. So first of all, we're gonna go and inject that one in our project. So let's go our second terminal, put an ls cd should be client app, and press that. So npm I React Native toast message. So how it gonna do it, just you need to tow it through a little bit so that you can just easily inject that. You can see here we need to inject it in our direct routing process so that it can grab that scenario. So in that way, we doesn't have that app.jsx, right? So we can use it in a pretty different way, the way we define. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna import it in our main layout. So let's go copy that, and if we open the folder here, as you see, this is our base layout at the root layer. So we're gonna use it right here, and as the stack provider or stack is going on, we can just simply pass that. I think yeah, we can just take an empty braces here right now, because later on we're gonna also provide an Stripe provider here by which we can provide our entire route segment, so that there will be a lot of things here. So we're gonna just pass our toast. That's it. So now we have embedded toast within our components. So let's go back to our product card, and now we can inject a toaster here. So how we can inject it? So we're gonna learn something new right now to showcase your toaster in a very decent way. We just need to get the toast, which gonna be imported at the top. As you can see, it just imported from React Native toast message, and we need to provide that toast.show, and that would be a function, and within the function you're gonna pass the object layer. So first we need to define our type. So type should be, let's say, success, and text1 should be the title, product added to cart, and text2 should be subtitle. You can view, so in the subtitle I'm gonna, or text2, instead of like that, I will go with a dynamic precision. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna provide the title and add it to cart, or you can just pass a little bit bold message, which should be has been added to your cart. That's it. If we hit enter, and as you can see, product added to cart. So this just, you can either keep it at the top, or you can also pass the position if you like. So we go the position, and you can keep the position at the bottom. It's up to you, but for me, as we headed to our navbar, the navigation tab at the bottom, I believe it's not a good position to keep it the bottom. So let's be the default, and I'm gonna like reduce the visibility time. So I'm gonna make like 2 milliseconds, so should be 200. Hit enter, you can see added to the cart, coming with the notch. Okay, good. So we can see it properly. Now this will not be the case, because whenever we're gonna click any product, we want the product to be go in a separate route where we can show all of our property, right? And how we can do that? First of all, we gonna implement that one, not I think we're gonna implement that one in our entire project routing. So it should be, let's say, on press, and here we're gonna handle product route, handle, let's say, product route. So we're gonna make a function here, should be handle product route. So with the function, with this function, what we're gonna do, we're gonna handle which page it gonna handle. So I'm gonna define it at the top. I'm gonna go it here, and over here what we're gonna do, as I'm gonna take the router. So const router should be is equal to use router, need to import from Expo router, and over here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go and make an event parameter, and that could be, let's say, I'm gonna take an any. So I'll provide the type. You just try to figure out if you can. So I'm gonna make an stop propagation. So any other capacity, I'm gonna stop it. And now here what I'm gonna do, I think that could be in a two different way. Either we can go, I think we can go with handle fabric precision. Yeah, that should be, yeah, that should not handle that. So that one should be router.push, because there will be another property, I believe. So as you can see, every product have that fabric icon. So whenever click, it should be toggle fabric. So that would be coming there also. But for this one, we need to create a route here. I think right now we're not having the route. So what I'm gonna do over here, so we doesn't have any single product route, so we need to create the route to cheer it up. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a folder here which is going to be product, and we need to create a dynamic route. If you are used to it with the Next.js, you know how to do it. So I'm gonna go over here, I'm gonna take a new file which should be coming with id, and there should be .tsx. so that should be our single product route. Okay, my bad, this is getting a wrong route here. Should be the second one. Yeah, that's the one, and that should be rnfes just to create a, and that should be single product screen. So that could be creating a single product screen here. And of course we need to highlight it. As you can see, there should be a different route is here. We need to stop that to happen. And to do that, the similar things which we did before, we need to go to our layout here, and on the layout we're going to define another route. So I'm going to go and make that, so that would be our new route which going to be understanding our product. So that should be, let's say, product / and then there should be ID. And of course here should be something different in this route. Of course we don't want to showcase our tab bar style. So as you can see, if we just go and pass that value here, so let's just make like that, should be let's say I'm gonna go for our, okay, it's not coming. That's strange. Okay, it should be coming our product route. Need to define the route here. So layout, yeah, product products of, yeah, I think we pretty much defined here. And here also, if product is coming, no, product is not coming, means it's not capturing that, it's not getting the one which we are highlighting. I think, am I missing something? So if we go here and make that route, should be product / ID. So that's our route, and href should be now tab bar style. We don't want to showcase the tab bar there, so that we can now combine it. So should be products. I think we can just go in dynamic way. I think we can provide, it will not showcase, so it will not coming on that. So I'm going to go within the backtick property, and over here what I'm going to do, I'm going to go / product, and I'm going to create the route with actual ID. So now I think the e parameter not required, just we are routing that. If we click right now here, as you see, we are here in the product screen. But in the product screen, if we just go in the layout, if we just remove this part, tab bar style, we can go and see our tab bar. But what I don't want to keep our tab bar here. So I will create a custom navigation here. So I'm going to close others, because right now we're going to go and combine it here. Now over in that screen, we can now go and fetch each and everything. Now there is one one very simple things is happening. If we go in our product card again, so here you can see we are passing the ID, so we can capture the ID and we can work it with all together. How we can do that? First of all, we need to retrieve the ID from here, and it's a very simple way to do that. So we're gonna make that const should be, let's say, ID, and that ID should be is equal to, you're gonna make that use location params from the Expo router, and on that location params we can just pass the value which going to be an ID. And of course we can define it not like that, we can define it all together. So we can pass that value here, and over this segment we can pass the ID which going to be coming as a string. Now if we make log here, we can just see the ID. I believe it gonna, as you see, 19 is right here. And for a brief scenario, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna activate, let's just go in the layout, because as we are creating the, okay, we're gonna create the navigation tool. Okay, no worries, we're gonna just do it ourselves. So first of all, we are having the ID, but before going so far, we need to create something which call that, especially to go and see the scenario, that we need to create a common header. So I'm going to go into create that. So let's just go in our component library over here. I'm going to create another file which going to be a common header. So let's say common header.tsx rnavs. So that could be generating our header scenario, how we gonna passing it through. So first of all, in the matching with our ID, we have a view. After the view, we're gonna have that our common header. So at the top you can see the common header. Now we're gonna make it looks 1,000 times better. And first of all, the same thing what I'm gonna do, you know it better, I'm gonna go and provide this styles property so that it will be easy to understand to capturing all the scenario. Now okay, I think I misspelled something. What we did, okay, background color, app color, okay, I think I missed something right here. I copied but not the entire copy. Okay, so right now what we need to define here in the view, we need to define some style, and of course the style, and first of all we should have some of the style like in the title, in that particular interface, what that we can see. So first of all, we can have some property like props, and that could be, let's say, is favorite, by which we can capturing an icon by, apart from that, that either is added to the favorite, or the favorite icon could be seen or not. And also it could be one function which should be toggle favorite, so that would be there or not. So this differentiate we're gonna have, because we're gonna use such common header in a different approach. But even, okay, right now I'm not gonna add it, because whenever we're gonna doing that, we're gonna adding it one by one. So first thing first, what I gonna do here should be style, and that could be the styles dot header. So that would be our style. So as you see, if we go back to the header, that's just having a padding, margin all together, so many other things, but we are missing something. I think I'm gonna open another structure, and you can see here, as you see, there is go back side here, and by clicking here you can add that to the cart. So that's what is just happened to be there. And now also we're gonna create one button which should be clicking, you can go add to the cart page. So this is kind of cool. So we're gonna do that things here, so that would be there and that would be here. So this is how we're gonna like differentiate from the other property. Okay, so right now, as you see, we have for the parameter here, we can see how we are doing that here, and we're gonna keep that all together part. So as you see, keeping this everything right. Now we're gonna go at the top. So let's go, I think, where we are. I think we're gonna come back here. We're gonna do some styling here, because we don't want to use the safe area view here, because you know the image is bigger, it can go through and shuffling through it. So I'm gonna make the padding top, which is going to be a 30 pixel. So you see it's gonna passing through the beginning. So background color also you can keep. I'm gonna just popping that you can also make that inline color. So it should be app colors dot background dot primary. I think so. Why it's not imported app colors? No, not yet. Okay, done. Okay, app colors. Why? What's wrong? App colors is coming here. So background color. Okay, let me just check again. App colors dot, we can just provide the background, and then we can provide the primary. The same thing I did. Okay, anyway, it's not taking, it's gonna take now. Okay, so what's the wrong? We can see here, and we can just reload. I think something is not matching up. It's just providing the error, so we will fix it. And a little reload can help you to do that. If we click, first of all, if we click and add to cart, yeah, we are having that. But if we click here, yeah, also, okay, fine, it's working. Okay, it's cool. So now as we are having that, now we're gonna go in our common header, because we need to make it right first of all. So in the common header, we're gonna go and make something changeable. So instead of that one, that should be, let's say, touchable opacity here. So in the touchable opacity, we're gonna take a icon, would be the feather icon, and the feather icon going to be style, and that style going to be taking that styles dot back button, and the name should be the arrow left, size should be 24, and the color, I don't want to provide that color, so I'm gonna go with, let's say, app colors text primary, which is kind of black. Okay, so now if we save here, we should be able to see what the scenario is changing, but it's not changing at all. Anything we are misleading here. If we reload again, it should generating that. It's generating, but it's not providing the actual data. Okay, it's right here. Okay, cool. It just happened to be some error at some midpoint. Okay, so right now, as in the touchable opacity, what I want to do with that, I'm gonna put a style, and the style should be styles.back button to keep it in the middle. So let's go back in the back button. Here we're gonna provide a width of 40, height of 40, border radius 20, background color, align center, justify center to keep everything in the center. And also for the I think both are coming as the back button. Am I right? that style would not be there. Why? That sometimes happen when you are happy to be that you're getting everything as like directly capturing all together by autofill, and that could happen. Okay, so right now okay, we are having that our back button icon there. So as you see, once we click, it can go back, but we need to make the functionality to let it go back. So const router should be, let's say, use router, and over here we're gonna define how it's gonna go back. So here we can just simply pass that, let's say on press, we can just simply pass that, let's say handle go back, because we can add so many logic here. Const handle go back, and here we can just define how we want it to go back. So we can just simply like that, if router dot can go back. Okay, if you can go back, then router dot go back, and else we can just simply define router dot push. If anything happen, we always want it to be go to the home route. So right now, if we can go back, we can go back at the back. If we cannot go back, it will always track to the home route. So that's what we did. Now there is one thing, so I think the favorite, we're gonna use that because we should use that toggling parameter and others. So as a parameter of the props, we can take the is favorite. We can as a boolean value, we can take also the handle toggle favorite to just showcase the void properties and others. And also we can take another property, which it will be show card, which we didn't do it altogether, but we're gonna keep it here. Now over here in the scenario, we're gonna introduce another, let's say I'm gonna provide a view here. Okay, so in the view, we're gonna provide another touchable opacity here. Within the touchable opacity, it should be an undesign, and in the undesign property, we're gonna take the icon name should be a heart 2. Okay, and 24, and that color should be like that. We're gonna redefine that one later on, but first of all, let's just go and okay, I think 24 and color, I'm gonna keep it something like that. Color, if is favorite is available, not like that. I think we didn't import it yet, so is fav, I think we can just capture it from the props. Yeah, so now we can grab it, is fav, and then show card, also handle toggle favorite. So these two value and two properties gonna be happen to all together. So if its favorite is available, then it's gonna be, let's say, app color dot primary, app colors dot, I think it will not be that, background dot primary, otherwise app color text primary. And also we're gonna provide a fill color. So the fill should be okay, why it's not taking the fill? You should take the fill. If is fav is there, am I out of that? No, we're not out of that, so it should be background dot primary. I think the fifth color, it will be there. Okay, I think it could be not like that. It could be white or it could be transparent. But it's not matching the way it should be. I have some drought here. Okay, it will not match because see the background. Okay, I was right because we didn't provide the background color here, so should be style. We need to define the style in a compact way, so it can be with an array property. The style should be is we have the favorite button style is there, and then that would be the normal favorite button style. If you can see the combination here, that's a width 40, height 40, border radius 20, background color, app colors, background secondary, align item center. If you just change it here, you can see the color is changed right here, the tertiary. So that's how we are changing the color, and we're making everything aligned together. And if it's the active favorite button, then it's just app colors error. So that's how we are dealing with that. So if you just make that, you can just go and null check. If it's not is fab, you see that's the how it gonna capture the scenario. And I think instead of getting 24, I think 20 gonna do the purpose. Yeah, and also the arrow, I think because I make the device is bigger, so I think the 20 is gonna have a big deal. And also I'm gonna having another icon here, which going to be, let's say it should be a shopping cart. Okay, so now this would be the shopping cart. I think for the shopping cart, I love to use the card which we use at the shop, so that's the one I will love to use. So let's go back to our layout. I'm gonna capture that card from there. So layout, and here we use a card icon. So where's the icon? Okay, the foundation. Okay, not that one, but the foundation. Okay, anyway, so we can use that one from there. So instead of end design, we're gonna use the foundation icon, and over here we're gonna pass that shopping cart. Okay, so now it looks good. Foundation card, is it outline is available? Shopping cart outline. Nope, but it's not so nice. I think we can search for something, so we can just search Expo icons. We can see the icon library is coming here. Yeah, here. So we can just make that cart icon just to see if we can find any similar icon with an outline variant. Okay, no outline, no yeah, there is. So that is coming from material community icons, so that is providing the outline icon. So instead of that, we can use that material community icon, and that gonna provide that shopping cart outline. That's it. Oh, oops, it's shopping outline. Oh my. Why I think that would be cart outline maybe. Yeah, okay, cool. So I can keep it 24. It's a small size. Okay, so here I can just pass an inline style if you wanted to. And of course, I think we're gonna make that styles dot button view. Okay, so we're gonna create a custom style at the bottom. So let's go here, and we're gonna just simply create that style, and on that button view, not like that, you're gonna make that flex direction should be, let's say, raw, and we can provide a gap, but not 10. I think 10 is too much, so that would be 5. Okay, so now once we click on that particular button here, we want to make that to the cart. So on press, and we can just simply make that like that here. So router.push, not that cart. I think we can simply go, I think, taps.cart. That would be specified with the type. If we click, we can now in the card screen. Okay, that's cool. So now we are having our, let's go back to the single again. So as we are having our common header done, so now we know what we can do within the common header. So what we're gonna do right here after this scenario, we can now pass several properties. So that should be is fab should be is true. So is fab is fav, which is not. I think we can pass only the favorite ID, product ID. So is favorite. Okay, I think we're gonna pass it later. Okay, so just we're gonna pass the common header right now. Okay, so what we can do right now, we need to grab the product first of all. As we are having right now, everything is working perfectly. We need to go and capture the product altogether. So how we can do that? So should be, let's say, product and set product. And by the way, you can also capture, we can bring the product if you wanted to from by using the same route. You see, we capture the ID, you can capture an entire product. That you can do also, but we will not do like that. We're gonna go in a server call to capture the product, and the product should be a type of product, and also it would be eligible to provide a type which can be called as a null type. So it can be provide a nullable value till we retrieve the product from the server. So now also we're gonna having a loading state, which by default going to be false, not true. It's just providing the true value. And here we're gonna also make the error property. So should be, let's say, const. We're gonna provide, and let's say the error and set error, it can be go and a null and other property. And also we're gonna go with the quantity and use quantity should be 1 here. And also we can do a lot of other things. So right now we're gonna skip that. First we're gonna show the product, later on we're gonna go, like, we're gonna capture the is favorite, it is added to the favorite or not. We're gonna go and capture it all together, but not right now, because it is added favorite, you know, we need to highlight the icon, right? So we need to do a lot of things. So we're gonna define the use effect property, and in the use effect we need to run whatever the things we're gonna call. First of all, we're gonna go and bring the empty dependency here. So this will dependency gonna be modeling true within the id. So whenever the id is changed, it's gonna just run and capture it again. So now we're gonna capture that, let's say fetch product data. So that would be an asynchronous function, and then we're gonna go with that, and of course we will create a simple function property. Here we're gonna make a try catch block, and in the catch we're gonna provide that, let's say set error. We're gonna provide a set error which going to passing a message which going to say fail to fetch product data. And also in the log we can just simply pass that, let's say should be error, and we can just define the error. Okay, or you can even plus, you can put a comma, that's both are fine. Now over here in the try block, what we can do here, first of all, whenever it's capturing, we're gonna make that set loading should be as true value. So in the try block we can just define here, we can make that const data should be is equal to await, and that's going to be capturing that fetch. Instead of fetch, I think we have that get product. Remember, we have products but we doesn't have the product, so we need to create our API which gonna handle to fetch our single product, right? So instead of get products here, we can create another one which will be, let's say get single product. Okay, so what is gonna happen? So it's going to happen the similar thing which we did before, but it's gonna having an exception. The exception is that in the get product we're gonna get an parameter as id which going to be number, and that should be dividing coming as a promise which retrieve the product. So const response going to be await a fetch and API URL products, and we're gonna go with id. So if you go in the API and product is particular number of the product id, it's gonna passing you the response of id, then the same response return await response.json. So that's how we are gonna capture on that. So instead of the get products, we're gonna capture that get product from our library. So now we are having that. So in the get product we need to pass the id. Now we are using the, as you can see, we are using use search local search param which dividing as a string, but we need to provide a number. We can simply call that as a number and then pass the id. Also you can do it by other way. You can also pass the variation by keeping, you can use that, you see const id num, you can just simply pass that number and then pass the id. It will also do the purpose, but I will just provide in the same ratio. That's it. Now we can just pass that set product should be data, and over here done. And also we can as you see we have the try catch, we can make the finally parameter, and over here we can make that set loading should be as false. So now according to that we can just log to our product should be, let's say product, and we can just go with the product. And first of all, before getting the product, we need to pass our, we need to call the function, and the function we're gonna call, if we have the id, only that time we're gonna call that our fetch product data. That's it. It's safe. So let's go back to our function. So now it's showing null product. Let's go back there again. We're gonna call the product. So click, and we are capturing like, okay, no worries about it, because I think there is some network issue is capturing for my internal server. So I will just skip it for a bit. As it's just getting better, I will just start working with our profile screen. As it's just going to be happen, we will just bring it shortly, because it just happened to be some network error once you are capturing data from fake store API for your phone. So I need to curb some of the latency. I'm gonna fix that very soon. So right now what we can do, we can create our, like for the profile screen, we can go and use some simultaneous data. So in that way we can having our entire route and other segment, and that's what we can do. And to work with that, let's go back to our and I think to initialize on that particular matter, you see the store. In this store we should be having another property which will handle our, like will bring up all of our store properties. So here we're gonna also provide our auth store, so should be, let's say, auth store .ts. So this is going to handle our entire auth property. And for the auth store, we need to use our Supabase auth. So that's the what we're going to use. So if you're not new to Supabase, so if you're not used it before, what I recommend you to go in a Supabase, just create your account and you can start working with that. And after creating, you just need to create a new project. So right now I'm having my 2 project, which is free for 2 project only. So I have 2 projects. I can go and start direct to connect on that property here. So I'm going to connect and showcase to you how you can do that too. And to go and grab your Supabase parameter, it's pretty simple. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to go in my lib here. So where is my lib? That's my client here, lib. I'm going to create a new folder which will be supabase.ts. Okay, so here I should be grabbing some 2 of the properties, which will be my URL key and others, and that's where I'm going to capture in .env file. Should be, I'm going to open a new file which will be .env, and here I'm going to capture 2 properties. One, it will be my, let's say, Expo Supabase, Expo public Supabase URL. Then it's gonna be also Expo public Supabase amon key, and then I'm gonna capturing that API key here also. So that's I'm gonna keep it here. So if I wanted to, but it's up to you how we're gonna keep. So I'm gonna just keep that one right here, and from here we can also capture it. But how you can get that Expo public Supabase URL and Expo public Supabase amon key? And you just need to create an application or create a project that you need to enter within the project. And as you see, there is a connect tab. So I'm going to highlight that one to you. And as you opened, you can see there is a connection string by which you can connect with your Postgres URL. Then there is the app framework. If you click on that app framework, you're gonna get that key. So the key is right there. You can see next public Supabase URL, next public Supabase anon key. So I just don't want you to show my key. So I just highlight that. I just hide that one. So you can just copy paste the key from there, and after that you can just simply enter your key right in that scenario and it will work perfectly. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna capture my key and then I'm gonna close this file. So right now I'm having my key within my parameter, so I need to configure the Supabase. To configure the Supabase, you need to have a package here, which is going to be also, you can simply search in the npm. In the npm file, we can just simply go here, search a Supabase or a Supabase /Supabase.js. It's a very bit of popular library here by which you can get your Supabase connection entirely. You can see more than 1 million download per week, so nearly 2 million. So what I'm gonna do right now is to just capture here and just paste it, so it's gonna install my Supabase. So no worries about that. We're gonna go through our single product design and other parameters, so nothing to worry. And also we need to capture one more property. If we go in our package, I want to see if we have that Expo secure storage by default. No, it's not added, so I need to add that one. So we're gonna go with Expo secure storage, because by which we're gonna capture our secure storage parameter. So I'm gonna just minimize that and install that dependency too. Now I'm going to go to capture our Supabase parameter. So overall here we need to capture this much parameter. So we need to import our Expo public Supabase anon key, which is gonna coming from the config. And remember, we didn't create a config file. We just capture one .env file, because we can grab that .env file also, but I love to use that a config parameter by which we can easily pass the parameter in a very adaptable manner. So I will just create a config.ts file, because it will just work like a multiple instances. It's gonna capture our process.env file, but radically instead of it will not read because the Supabase no need to read our the value of that parameter. So the parameter gonna be read by our config. So here I'm just getting that expo config publish Supabase URL, which gonna be the Supabase URL, otherwise it's empty string, then anon key, otherwise empty string, and API URL, you know, the API URL, otherwise the for the backbone we are passing there, and then we're exporting. So any environment variable we can sanitize using that config. It's just an additional layer. If you're adding, okay. If you don't add, it's also fine. It's up to you. So now we can easily just grab that one. So we can, I think we can get from there, yeah, config. Okay, so now we have all three key together. So now we can expose the Supabase key. So first of all, how we can capture, we can we will implement. So implement I think implement a, I'm going to implement a custom storage provider to store not like that. I'm going to make a custom storage adapter for secure store, by which we can read our store property. Okay, so how we can do that? First, we're gonna use that. We're gonna make a expo secure store adapter. So that will be our adapter here, and on the adapter we're gonna make that get item. So should be the get item, and remember we're gonna go with that. We need to pass the variable value here. The value should be a key, and that could be coming as a string. And here we need to define what kind of properties we are running on that. If we have the platform dot os is equal to, let's say we are working for the web, so it gonna capture the web parameter, then it gonna just return that local storage dot get item then key. And of course after the parameter it gonna return with that secure store, because it gonna sanitize with our secure store, and then get item as a synchronized way, then we're gonna pass the key. So we are sanitizing for getting our adapter key parameter. So that's how we're gonna set. And the similar way as we are getting item, we need to have a two separate position, which will be set item, another will be remove item. The same thing, it will be working for web, not for our app premises, but within that parameter, instead of using the other fabric or other, we can just exploit for our expo secure key. Okay, so now as you're having there, now what we need to do, we need to initialize. So now let's say initialize the Supabase, let's say Supabase client. We can initial that. So const, I'm gonna make that a Supabase URL. So Supabase URL, and that URL key should be, let's say it could be, I'm gonna again it could be expo Supabase URL, or it can be null. So it's just a sanitization. You can, it's up to you. You can keep it like that, or you can directly adopt that one. Okay. So you can have two separate parameter. We have Supabase URL, we have Supabase anon key, and after having the key, we can just simply make that export const. We're gonna make that a Supabase here, and on that Supabase, we're gonna passing the create client hook, and which gonna take a two parameter. One is that Supabase URL, another is that Supabase anon key, and then we are passing that auth method, which capturing our storage, which getting our expo secure storage adapter. Then we are also making auto refresh token is true, persist session is true, and detect session URL in URL is false. So now we are having our Supabase URL, so means our Supabase connection is good to go. So as our Supabase connection is good to go, now we can initialize our auth store, by which we can define our auth store. And remember, we already use for the we provide that Justin, and we are having the Supabase in the lib. We're gonna use the create method from the Justin. So now we can also use the interface, which gonna define two separate interface, which is the user and other property. And also we can manage to create our auth store. So it will be a simple parameter. We can go in a strategical way, and we can minimize and extradite on that. And for our, like, this is the user, but for our auth user, so we're gonna have a different like interface. So in our auth state gonna be user, which can be user or that ID and email, otherwise it can be null, is loading boolean, is error, could be error there. Auth action, we're gonna have a four section. One will be login, which gonna be taking string as email and password, and then gonna passing a promise. Sign up, also you're gonna use the email and password, passing the promise. Log out, just passing the promise to just click and log out. And check session, which going to handle every time to check if our session is running or not. Now this one I'm not gonna go using persist. You can use the persist because I did it before, so it's up to you, because here as you can see we use that persister, right? So it's up to you. You can also use the persist store if you wanted to, but for user I want to keep it in real time. So it should be export const, let's say use auth store, which is going to be, I'm going to use that create method. And on that create method, it's gonna take that our auth state, the parameter which you're having here, and on that particular parameter we're gonna use that method which gonna be set. And from here we can just passing the function. Within function it's gonna go all the method, so should be user gonna be a null user, and then is loading gonna be, let's say by default it's gonna be false, and error it will be null. So this is a one particular value here. Then we're gonna go and use that our login parameter. So it could be like that. It should be, let's say, login with email and password. So we're gonna create the functionality by which we can log in with that. So it could be login, and that could be an asynchronous function, and async, and here it will take the capture of email string, and also it's gonna capture the password, which could be a string, and then it's gonna pass our function. So this would be the one function, and again there should be logout, sign up, logout, and check session. So that's the four functionality we're gonna create, right? So for a login parameter, how it gonna happen? So first of all we're gonna define the, let's say we're gonna define our sign up parameter. So in the sign up, what we're gonna do, we're gonna use a try catch parameter just to sanitize if we are having any error or not. So in the catch parameter we're gonna set the error value property. So in the error it's gonna be, let's say error should be error dot message, and after that we can also make that is loading can be false, and we're gonna pass any error. Right now we can define the property, but we're gonna capture it any error. And if we are having if we go with the sign up parameter, first of all we're gonna make that is loading should be, let's say it should be true, and then error should be, let's say null, no error gonna happen. And we're gonna define that const, we're gonna capture the data and also capture the error, which going to be coming from await, and then it gonna coming from Supabase dot auth. We need to capture the auth, then we're gonna use that sign up method. Okay, sign up method, and on that function we're gonna pass the two value, which going to be our email, which going to be our password. Remember the email and password which we're capturing, which will be coming as props. So that's the props we're gonna capture on that. And over here, if we are having an error here, then we're gonna just throw the error. Okay, and right now we are not gonna entertain that. This is the setting. We're not gonna setting the parameter, or we can set if we wanted to, but right now I'm gonna make that with a position, and if data and data dot user is available, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna make that set. We can just we can also set the user from here. You see, data.user, we can set user, but we will not set user like that. Our user is not typically happen to be like that, so I'm gonna remove that. So set gonna capture a different functionality and object. So user is typically having another object, so id should be data.user. So data.user.id, oops, should be dot, not like that, .id. And for email, it could be data.user.email. If his email is not available, it can be happen to be an empty string. So that could be our user. And after user, of course, we can make that is loading as false. So that's indirectly we can capture all together. So that would be one parameter for our like for creating our instances for our sign up. And for login parameter, we'll go pretty much similar of that. You can see here for this parameter, we're making set loading true, error null, and Supabase auth sign in with password. So that's the method we're gonna use. And capturing going email and password, having error, throwing the error, otherwise setting user, data user ID, email, and that's it. And we're capturing if any error coming up. Now after that, we're gonna capture our logout method. It's pretty simple and straightforward method going to be happen. As you see, we're making a simple try catch error, capturing on that way. If we are having our error, we are passing that, so we are just capturing the error because wait, we are just making sign out, so no, nothing we're gonna capture. You are setting user base is null and is loading is false. So now this is the radical thing is done. So now there is one of the most important variable which gonna check is that every time we're having user, we're gonna can check if the user is available or not. And of course, if we having like we can check the session. If in the session we are having an error, means we are not retrieving any user, then we can pass that method the error ratio. We can just use that set property, and here we're gonna pass the error user should be coming as a null property. So user should be null, and error should be, let's say error should be error dot message, and is loading should be false. Now what's gonna happen if we have the session? So if we have session, first of all, the similar parameter we need to define that set loading should be as true, not like that. I think is loading, so is loading should be true, and error should be null. And if we have, now we need to capture the data, so should be const data, and we're gonna capture our error. If it's there, then it's gonna happen await, and it's gonna capture from the Supabase dot auth. We're gonna get with the auth dot session, or I think the get session method we're gonna combine. So get session, and whenever we're gonna get the session, it's gonna capture our session by default. So after the session itself, we're gonna having the data. So if we are having the error, we're gonna capturing, we're gonna just simply throw error, so we know the error is happening. And if it's not error, like if we have the data and session, we will do the same precision. So instead of logging every time, we can just capture that method either. Okay, I think I'm missing something. So if we are having the error, so that could be here. If we have data and session, okay, why is the wrong is coming? I think I maybe miss. Oh, I should have else parameter. Okay, that's my bad, because that could be having an else method elsewhere, otherwise it's gonna throw us the error. So right now what is gonna happen, if we have the data and session, we're capturing the user from the session, then we are setting the user, same like what we did when we make login or sign up. Otherwise, if we doesn't have a session, or the session doesn't have a user or data, then we're making user null, set loading false. So now what we're gonna have, we have our entire segment done. We have our auth storage, we have our Supabase. So now it's basically capturing the data layer nowadays. Now basically you're gonna create two set of like routes which you're gonna capture our sign in and also the sign up method. So that's the two things which we're gonna do right now. We're gonna create our sign in and sign up method, sign up screen, to capture our data or user. Now, before going to like capturing all the profile statement where we can just set up all the user data, I want to address one more problem which we are facing here, because as you see, if you just go over here in that, especially to create a we're gonna create a store, then using the product store, and by which we are wrapping everything to render the product, which is happen to be creating this loading instances, making some of the thing is getting much more problematic. But there is a few steps by which you can take it very easily. Like I will go with that, I will also implement in the home, but if you are having trouble to get the product at the home, you can follow up this stage. You can simply call and use effect functionality over here, then instead of directly passing that to the state or to the store here, because that's the old method, the old binding, the way we as you can see, that's the way we are binding the product store, like using Justin, and we are creating a so the app will take less load and it will effectively working on our storage state. But here you can do it dynamically also, like whenever, like in the shop page, if you can see here now, whenever we are entering in the shop page, when we click I want to reload my product, so instantly I can grab that. So if I just go and get that, let's say const get products, I will just use a simple method here, a similar method which we use like a synchronous method, and over here we're gonna use that, let's say const response, it should be is equal to await, and I'm gonna use the fetch method here. And on the fetch method we can use that okay, I was just writing that one previously, so I have that route here, so I'm gonna redo that one. So I have that route, and we're gonna pass that method, oops, it should be an comma, and over here by default the method is get, just to let you know we are passing that, and the header should be that content type should be application JSON. So that's what we are going to do, and over there we're gonna make that const data, it should be is equal to await, let's say response dot JSON. So that's what we're gonna do, and we're gonna console log the data, right? And over here we can simply call the function. That's it. And as we did that, you can see here all the product is right here, so you can get it very easily. There will be no network problematic issue and others, because why, especially if you are trying to using that method which I was following through, this is very unique and it's been used in a lot of application. But the problem is that that could be make something lengthy, and also we need to configure some of the network parameter because we're using the persist method from the Justin, so that could be make some problematic to always like configure that product's storage. So by so far in future we're gonna use this method to contradict all of the data, and we're gonna show the data later on. But right now I'm gonna just make that happen, and you can see you can also make that use effect, which can be const, let's say it should be products, and instead of React I think we can simply go with UGStat hook, and over here instead of that log we can simply pass that, we can make that set product, which can be set product. That's it. So whenever you're gonna having the products, we can show the products, otherwise done. So now I'm gonna go the profile first to go and make things making it better. So in the product in the profile not the product, in the profile, so in the profile we're gonna make some of the arrangement first. So we're going to showcase the data ratio, we are going to capturing the menu. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go and create a menu item by which it gonna showcase all the menu properties whenever user can come. So instead of those things, I'm gonna remove this one right now, and here I'm gonna take another view. So on that particular view it's gonna be taking a text parameter which going to taking that my profile, okay, and also the similar parameter here, the style should be, let's say it can be styles not like that, styles dot header, so that would be the style parameter. And for the text, remember we are having some of the style names, styles dot title, we're gonna go with that title parameter and it will look fabulous. Remember we used it before, that's the same class name and that's the same header coordination which we did at the bottom layer. Here we're just doing it right at the top. Now what you're gonna do, we're gonna make some scenario by which we can showcase the data here. So after that view here, we're gonna take another view where okay, should be another, I think that should be like that. Yeah, so now we're going to introduce another view. So within that view there should be one more view here, and over here I'm going to use a feather from Expo vector icons, and that icon's going to be named as user. And of course the size of that icon should be, let's say I'm going to provide is as 40, and the color of that not like that, should be out of that, and the color of that should be, let's say app colors dot I'm gonna make it a gray dot 400. Okay, that's it. So now as you can see, that's the profile, and of course we can still now we didn't made any effort where we can upload the image, but we're gonna introduce later on. But right now we're gonna just go with that. Now this one should be having a style, and the style should be, let's say styles dot profile card. And as you can see, there is a slight motion effect, like a balance effect is here, so that's gonna introduce our profile card. And after that we're gonna having another view, so style, and over here should be styles dot avatar container. So as you can see in the profile card, what we are doing, that we're making a flex row, because whatever it will be there, it will be side by side. So should be flex direction row, and an item center, background color, which is the primary color. You can also remove that because by default it's gonna be as primary color, up to you. Now padding vertical is 20. You can reduce the padding, but it's up to you how you're gonna do it. You can make it 10. As you can see, it's gonna go and popping up there, but I'm gonna make it 20. And border bottom width, which is the one, as you can see here, if you just make it a 700, you can see a very dark line, which is the border line. And now also for the avatar container, width and height by 60, and border radius is 30 to make it round. And for the background color, which is the app colors gray 200, an item center, justify content center, and margin right is 16, because we're gonna popping up some more other properties here to keep the things aligned together. So right now, as we are having that, after that view, we're gonna having another view. Okay, and on that particular view, we're gonna having a text which gonna render our user email. So user.email. So here we're gonna passing the email, and of course there would be something called style, and the style should be styles dot should be profile info. Okay, that is the information data we're gonna passing there. And for the style for the email, it should be, let's say style gonna be styles dot profile, let's say profile email. So as you can see, profile info grabbing the flex one properties, so all the available properties is capturing, and profile email is same initialization. What I recommend you create a separate component called the text, where you can capture all the text, like all the variable title, subtitle, and then the muted. So all the text variant you can create the way I created the button or input, you can create it. So it's up to you. If you cannot create it, let me know in the comments. Maybe I'll try to help you, or not try to, I'll help you for sure. Now this is the profile email view here, and after that initiate on that property, we're gonna having a touchable opacity, and over here we're gonna having a text which gonna say, let's say edit profile. So where we can click and edit our profile. And of course here I'm not gonna keep anything right now. For here should be style dot edit profile text. So this is where if you click, we're gonna go and edit the profile. Here just capturing the app colors as primary. Now we should be generating some of the menu by which we're gonna contain all the properties aligned together. So what kind of property we're gonna handle here? So that's we're gonna create a menu here, which going to be, let's say const should be a menu items, and that menu item is going to be an array of menu items, and all on this array there will be multiple object, the ID. I'm gonna provide that ID as the number of the route. So that would be very simple. So first one, it should be the card. Okay, so that should be easy to understand. That would be card. And also the icon which I'm gonna provide here, you're gonna just a self-retain. I'm gonna provide a foundation property, so foundation, and on that foundation icon segment I'm gonna take the name which is going to be a shopping, let's say card, which will be a foundation icon. And also I'm gonna initialize the size here. So the size should be, let's say I'm gonna provide a 20 size, and then the color I'm gonna also decipher the color, should be app colors dot, let's say it should be the primary dot 500. So that would be our color segment. So that would be our icon, and after the icon there will be several portions there. The title which we want to show, and the title first one should be my card, and after that we're gonna also passing another parameter which will be on press. So on press, and whenever the on press going to be mounted over here, that should be, let's say, it's gonna rendering that router dot push, and on that router it gonna just go and make that tap card. So we have a tap card screen, so it will go right there. So that would be one, and then the similar property which are going to be handled all together, we're gonna create some more. So I'm gonna just popping that through because it's gonna be simple procedure. So now you can see the second one is the same thing, just we are changing the parameter here. As you can see, second one is coming for the orders, and icon is the font awesome 5, box open, size is 16, and now I am changing the size and properties as I am making it better through, because I already tested it. The way it's making and looks better, I'm just trying to initialize that ratio. And also the title, my orders, and the orders is not available, we're gonna create that, no worries. We have a payment which going to be taking the foundation, credit card, and then going through that. So in the payment method right now I'm just keeping it empty, but we're gonna follow through because we can show what kind of payment user did before, because we're gonna capture the data after initialize the payment. We have address, and also we are making it empty. We have settings making it empty, but we gonna capture whenever we are needing to. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a similar tab which will be, let's say, orders.tsx rnfes. So that's the let's say it will be orders screen. So here it's gonna capture our entire order properties, and as you can see we have a route segment here. I think I misspelled something. Should be okay, SCR okay, done. Okay, so now I'm gonna go within the layout segment, and on the layout segment, and no worries about the product and others because we're gonna capture our beautiful scenario there. So no worries, it's gonna be fixed very soon. So now we have favorite, so we need to capture the orders. So let's just go here. I'm gonna go and capture it should be orders. Okay, so right now we are having our orders done. Okay, there is some change. I'm gonna just go reload that because our changes didn't capture here. So let's go here. Yeah, right now we're good. So now we are having this segment here. So let's save. So now this is the menu items, but we need to show the menu items at the bottom. So where are we going to capture the menu items? Remember the design which we have been done after the touchable opacity. So this is the handling at the last of that border. So we're going to go below that. We're going to create another view list here, and over here we're going to pass that menu items dot. You're going to map through it. You can also use the flat list. You can map through it. You can use flat list. It's up to you, but I'm going to go and start just mapping through it. And by the way, you can also directly go with to make that scroll view, and because the list can be bigger, but for me it will not be bigger, so I'm not gonna taking that, but I'm gonna show you how you can introduce that too. So within touchable opacity, because it will be clickable, I'm gonna take a view, and on that view the first thing gonna go is that item dot icon. Okay, so that is the one thing. And remember, as we are mapping through, we need to provide a key, should be item dot and id, which are having a different name. As you can see, we are capturing all of those data layer. And after that icon here, so that's the view contain the icon, and after the icon with the same property, I'm gonna also happen to be taking another text which going to be, let's say, item okay, my bad. Why we are taking it outside should be within it. So I think I made a mistake here. Yeah, should be another text, and here it will contain item dot title. So this is the title it will go. And after the title, we're gonna also have after that view, we're gonna create a material icons, and on that material icons we're gonna provide the name as it should be chevron right, and the size gonna be 24, and the app colors is a gray 400. So this is the contradiction is happening here. We're gonna go in the view properties, and we're gonna provide a style. The style should be styles dot, it should be menu container, and that menu container are hosting that margin top is 16 to make the ratio, background color, which is the primary. What I'm saying, you can remove it. When I was putting that for testing purposes, because I created it before, tested it several times, is it working or not, especially for this home and others, all are tested, it gonna work. And if it's having any fallback, I'm gonna show you how you can do. I was trying to build a process from whatever having the old version and how we can implement in the new era. So now also for the menu items having a border bottom width and also the border bottom color, so this will be coming over there, but it should be coming for menu item, not the menu container. So now this touchable opacity going to providing a style, and the style should be that styles dot menu button, or you can say menu item. And after that, in the menu item also it will be having an on press event, and the on press should be, let's say, item dot on press. So that's how we're gonna handle. Remember, this is the view where it's especially for the menu item having a flex direction row. You can see it's putting a side by side item center and a space between. Is if you just remove that one, or you can test it by commenting on that, and you can see how it's just easily working on that. Padding vertical 16, border bottom with 1, and border bottom color is that gray 200. And now there should be a middle factor here where we are passing that the property which is having the view. So that view need to provide in a proper way, should be styles dot menu item left. So that's gonna capturing is everything all together, and you can see just making it row and the item is in the center, so keep it side by side. And on especially for the item property for the text here should be, let's say, style, and that style should be style dot menu item title. Now as you can see, it's just making a font family, size, margin left, and now you can see it looks better. If you click in my cart, you are on the cart screen. So this is how it's happening. But now we also need to having another button. Remember, we are logged in, but also we need to capture the credential, how we can log out from the process, right? And over here we're gonna having another view. On that view we're gonna having our special button, and this button gonna handle, so you're gonna provide the title should be log out. So this button gonna capture every single segment by which we will be able to log out from our system. And on press we're gonna handle that, making that it should be handle logout, and also for the variant we're gonna use the variant of outline, and then it's gonna be providing the full weight, and also for the style, and the style should be styles dot, we're gonna provide the style for logout button style, and for the text style also going to be capturing this styles should be let's say logout button text. Now I'm gonna capturing that handle button function at the top, so I'm gonna use that const handle logout button. Right now I'm not gonna keep that logout, I'm gonna make a console, not the console.log, I'm gonna use an alert. Let's say we're gonna make that logout clicked. Okay, so now as you can see, that's the button which we are capturing. So now in the button style, how we are handling on especially this button, so it's, you can see also I'm going to capture that. I'm going to provide a style first here, should be styles dot logout, let's say logout container. So this is the container, and if you go in the container, we're just making a margin top 24. You can also do it here instead of writing that, but I keep it because in that way we can use several button container here. Now also here as you see, for the logon button text we are making that app colors dot error. So whenever we click, now we should be able to make the understanding method of logout. So also we are having okay, I think that's enough. Okay, there is a button which just capturing the colors and others. Now what we can do, we need to make functionalize that our handle logout properties. So this is a very simple and very specific method which we're gonna use, and especially at the top you can see we already imported that logout functionality. And if you can go to our on that promises here, you can see how what we are doing. We are just making that with Supabase. We are using sign out from our Supabase, and then we are setting our user null, is loading null, everything. We are just capturing it back. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna in that logout premises, we should be capturing that as an asynchronous method. So async, otherwise it will not be in a good property. Now whenever we are handling logout, anyone can press here by mistake, right? So we want to show an alert. Okay, so that would be a very easy way to go with that. So it should be, let's say in the alert, I'm gonna make it a logout message that are you sure you want to log out. Okay, I don't want to go with that, so I'm gonna make that logout, and over here I'm gonna capture the message. Should be, let's say, are you sure you want to log out. So that's what we're gonna pass for the user. And after that we're gonna also make a combination here. So the combination going to be an array, and within that array the first object going to be having a cancel button. If you click here, so are you sure you want to log out, that would be cancel. And then we're gonna also having a logic which gonna say text should be, let's say, log out, so that will be handle. So the text, let's just put the name as, I'm going to make it the name of logout. And on press, instead of logout, you're going to create a simple asynchronous function. Should be, let's say, async. And over that asynchronous function, we're going to just logically pass that formalities to create that function. And here we're gonna radically run our function. First of all, we're gonna make that const. It should be a result, and that should be await. And here we're gonna pass our logout functionality. Okay, so now if now over here we can just instead of passing it directly here, we can go easily on that a try catch value property. So in the try, we're gonna pass the try value, and also we can pass that, let's say it should be a toast dot message. So remember the way we use the toast. So I think we are already using the toast somewhere, where I think did we use that in login? Where we are using that, so we can just capture it from there. So okay, I'm gonna search it. So should be toast. So yeah, we are using in the layout, we are using in the profile, yeah, we are using in the product card. So that's the toast we are having here. So I'm gonna capture this one, and on the profile we're gonna just capture the same scenario for passing the toast message. So should be toast.success. It will be a success, and that should be text one, log out successfully, log out successful. That's, I think that will be enough. And here we're gonna pass the message, you have been logged out. And for the catch method, we can just simply get the catch property. We can just pass the error, which we can console log the error, and the alert message we can pass that if any logout error property or unexpected error happened. So right now, if we click here and click logout, and as you can see, logged out successfully. And also we can use some of the property which can really be making things in a better way. And of course, we are not needing that result right now. And also what we're gonna do, we're gonna capture the loading state from there. So it should be a loading should be there. And over here in the button properties, we can pass that variant here, should be, let's say, disable. And here we're gonna pass that is loading is available, then it will be disable. So we're gonna log in again, will be admin, and then we're gonna go with our, let's say, admin at the rate of gmail.com, and we will just write our password and hit sign in. Okay, and we can click the logout, and you see, okay, I think this is very cool. So now what we can do, we can go and create our other simultaneous property by which we can capture the scenario, gmail.com, and here 1 2 3 4. So the gradual password. Right now what we can do, we can go in the shop. Okay, so that would be the page, and of course I know in especially for the home there is a lot of scenario here, a lot of change happen, but we'll try to reconstruct here, and there could be a radical intersection, so we'll try to recompensate on that issues. So over here there should be some particular segment here, so I'm gonna go in my, I'm gonna close all of the property, so close all, and here I'm gonna go in my shop. So this is how we can capture the product, but we're gonna go in that issue, we're gonna go try to reconstruct, but as you know there will be a filterable value, there will be a searchable value, a lot of things gonna capture here, so we need to reconstruct how we are going to handle. First of all, we're gonna go and entertain our design ratio, then we're gonna implement one by one every single sort of parameter. So right now I'm gonna just get my, first of all, our styles should be implemented here, so that's the styles, and that would be app colors dot arrow, and after that I think, yeah, I need to rename that because previously we're using some of the color combination here, but that would be a radically change within this new application. And okay, there's a lot of here, and you can simply get that one, like if there is a color colors, and you can just simply replace it as app color. So that's how you can replace that one, but I will just go with a simple procedure here as I already started, so I'll go with the copy paste. Okay, I think few more. Okay, almost done, done, and also I need to grab that platform. So these all are the styles. So first of all, let's go and style the, like get the things done to create a actual capture value. So first of all, we need to capture a header. So instead of writing header directly, we can render header, which gonna be entertaining our header. So I'm going to show you how easily you can capture. You can also write a function to generate your entire header segment. So it will be a very interesting portion here. So I'm going to use a wrapper here, and on that wrapper I'm going to make a function which gonna say it will be a render header. That would be a simple function. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make that const, it should be a render header. So render header, and over here I'm gonna just define a simple property right now, which going to be having I'm gonna need to pass a return value, as we are passing that one in an intersection. So on that over here we're gonna just simply return a view here, so that would be a view, and let's put a text and let's say header, and as you can see we can showcase header. So this is how you can you can differentiate the logic from the main compartment, and you can also inject and initialize it anywhere you want it to. So this is how you can compact combine that one. Now I can do that one, I can put that component right here or put that instance right here, but I will go in that way, so you're gonna have an understanding that these things can really work in that instances. So in the first view, we're gonna having a text which going to be say, let's say all products. So that would be the combination here. And for this one should be style, and remember the styles dot header which we used to use. And you can also use a global CSS file where you can also declare your styles if you wanted to. And also for the style parameter, that would be, let's say, styles dot title. Remember the title and header which we have been dealing with, that's the same scenario is happen to be entertaining right here. Now after that, we also going to have some of the view properties. So I'm going to pass a view injector here, and over here another view which is going to be taking a text input parameter, text input, and over the text input gonna pass the value. Right now value should be search, or you can, or instead of the text input value, I would love to create untouchable opacity value. You know why? Because whenever I'm gonna click on that particular segment here for the search, I want it to be taking to our search screen instead of directly passing that value here. That would be very easy. So let's put a text which gonna be, let's say, search, it would be products, So that would be a simple segment here. Now for that, for instead of that spatial ratio here, I'm going to provide a style which is going to be, let's say, styles dot search view. So ch search, it's not there, search row maybe, I think, yeah, it would be search row. So that would be one. And for this view over here, that should be, let's say, style, and that would be styles.search container. And for the touchable opacity here, I'm going to provide that, let's say, style, and that style should be styles dot should be let's say search input. So you can use the input value, but I will go with that same parameter. I'm gonna use remember in the input property, so text input, we are having some of the property here, so we're gonna try to capture all of this from there. So we're gonna just implement here, so that, let's see, yeah, that is how we, whenever we click, we want to render the user to directly go in our search. So that's how we are going to implement this one. And for the text, I'm gonna keep it just a logical text right here, because this text is going to do nothing at all. So this is how one thing gonna done, because I don't want to try and type anything here. And we're gonna take another touchable opacity, going to take the end design, and within that end design parameter, going to have a, let's say, name, which is going to be it should be a search. So this is gonna be for the searching pattern, but we are not implementing the search overview here, so I'm not gonna use that. So this is the simple method. You can use the search. I think we're gonna keep it also. Like, you can just happen to be having an icon. That's it. Nothing at all. So it could be just generating an icon property just to capture and propagate your details. So I think I got an error. So let's go here. Let's go open my terminal, or I can directly go here. Okay, let's reload here. And if it's running, I think the error should disappear. Okay, downloading. Still. Okay, I think the issue is right here. Okay, I can see the error already, because there is an handle search functionalities there, which is we didn't implement it right here. So if you go here, you can see this one. I think it would not be good to keep it here. Search products, you can see we can capture it within in between on that ratio. So in the search row, I can make it as, let's say, position. I will provide the position as relative. So that would be the relative position. And as you see, the touchable opacity, which is a search button, I will make it as, let's say, it should be, the position should be, I'm going to make it an absolute. From the right, it would be 0. So now you can see it's just entertaining right here. And also for the border, like the border radius. So as you see, it's just 8. We can just capture on that. So border left radius, or you can say border radius. I think border top left radius, we're gonna put it 8, and it should be another one, which is the border bottom left radius. So you can see I think the right would be better, so should be right. And here also, instead of left, I'm gonna put that as right radius. Yeah, now I think now is capturing. So it's gonna be a simply at the same data ratio. You can see just gonna be happen to be a like the search design. You can implement that one, but I'm gonna just redirect to the search page, and that's all. So it would be just simultaneously working on that. So instead of the search view, we can use that entire view as a touchable opacity. No need to happen to be that I'm gonna create it as a view. I'm gonna also create it as a let's say view. So no need to be happen to be, so entire segment is just happen to be a touchable opacity. Now I'm gonna just getting my router here. So const router should be, let's say, use router. Use router going to be coming from our Expo router. And whenever we're gonna press on that, we're gonna just simply passing a method here. So let's say should be on press, and here it should be router dot push. And over here we're gonna just not like that, we're gonna push directly through tab search. That's it. So whenever you're gonna click, it will just go to in our search screen. So this is gonna be happen. We're gonna implement all of those in our search parameter, because here we're gonna render some of the other parameter which gonna be happen to be filter and others. You can keep it here also if you want it to. That's up to you. But I will make it separate. The concern should be separate, so it will be easy to understand by you. Now after that touchable opacity, I'm gonna having another touchable opacity. Let's say it will be touchable opacity, and over here it should be coming another undesign. So in that undesign, I'm gonna provide the name should be as filter, and also the size should be, let's say, 20. And after that, I'm gonna make the color, and the color should be, let's say it would be app colors dot text dot primary. So that would be there. So you can see the filterable icon value is right there. And I think instead of the header parameter, because we need to make it side by side. So you can see this is the search row which we captured is in side by side. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna provide the two within that another view property. Okay, so this is the new view which we're implementing. Now on that for the filterable property, we're gonna provide in some of the style property. Now first of all, we need to capture some of that data ratio here, which is going to be, let's say, active sort, active filter, and a sort model and others. So I'm going to just copy and capture all of those property, which going to be right now, as you can see, we're going to have a show sort model, and also the active sort option, and is filter active, and set is filter active. So that's how we're going to interject all the data layer. So this is going to happen. Now what we're gonna do here, we're gonna having a multiple segment to show the scenario itself together in a very good and opt manner. So now first of all, in that touchable opacity here, I'm gonna make that one as it should be the style, and that style going to be, let's say it would be within an array. First of all, that should be styles dot, let's say, short option. So that would be getting the option here, and also it gonna be active style. So I think yeah, should be styles dot sort active. I think so, that will work. That's one is for the sort, another is for the filter. You could make it filter, you could make it sort. I think the active sort button. Okay, cool, fine. So you can see that would be happen to be that only going to be happen, not and going to be happen is filter active. That time it okay, is filter active, is it not there? Okay, okay, I need to provide a comma here, which I missed. Okay, so right now, as you can see, I need to provide that entire segment. I can make it inline style, because as we are doing that, so flex direction going to be, let's say it would be a row. Okay, so you can see side by side, and for this one I'm gonna make it as a flex one. Let's say flex 1. Okay, so now we can see it's capturing the entire segment. And so I think this is pretty usual. So right now what I'm gonna do, also here in the search row view here, you can see we're gonna make that, this is the flex one, so it's good to go. And I'm gonna make this margin right, I'm gonna make it as 5, so there will be a space in between. And for this sort option view, we can make something. We can make that, let's say, a border bottom color. We provide, why we need the border bottom color? I think not the border bottom. I'm gonna make that border width, and also make that border color. And over here, no need that positioning here. Okay, padding vertical 16. I think instead of padding vertical, we can just simply go with that. Let's say I'm gonna make it a width of, let's say, 50, and let's say height of 50. Yeah, that's a little bit more cooler. So instead of 50-50, we can make it as 40. I think height maybe we can make auto. Is the auto going to work? No, it's gonna be not mesmerizing. So we will just try to capture the ratio 45 and 45. Okay, I think yeah, that's enough. That's possibly enough for that. So now whenever we are going to have a selected, like whenever on click and whenever any selected item is there, particularly it will be a color red, which it will be easily understand that the filter is activated. So if you just make it you can see right now what we are looking forward to. Now after that, we are also going to having some of the category. So this category going to maintain all the category segment. So after that touchable opacity, because we're going to sort the product according to the category. So over here, after that, we're going to having a scroll view. So scroll view, which going to coming from React Native. And on that parameter, I'm going to having a touchable opacity. Within the opacity going to be having a text. And on the text going to first, it's going to render the all of the property here, right? So in this scroll view, I'm going to make it as horizontal property and show horizontal scroll indicator, which we don't want to show, which will make it as false. And also contain container style, which going to be as a style for that, let's say styles dot categories container. So if you can see here in the categories container, we're just making padding vertical as 8. That's it. Right now in the touchable opacity over here, we're going to provide a style, and on that style itself, we're going to provide some of the criteria. So first criteria is going to be, let's say styles dot category button. So that will be the normal sense of data. If you can see here, that is just making a padding horizontal 16, padding vertical 8, border radius 20, background color and margin right. So this is like a normal topic, not top notch. That's the same simple segmentic data. And here another criteria it will be there. Let's say it's gonna be, let's say styles dot selected category. Okay, so as you can see, it's getting the color differentiate is happening, and that could be only happen like it will making that if selected category should be selected category. Did we implemented that? I think we didn't impose that one yet. We need to make that state should be decipher, and that we can make from our use product store. If we go in our use product store, so should be use store, I think, yeah, product store. And over here we should be entertaining some more properties, some more pops here, which going to be because we're gonna try to fetch the products from there. So we're gonna try if we can capture it, and after that only we can make that segment to be more realistic and happen to be in more productive. So first of all, we're gonna make that things done here. First of all, what we're gonna do, we're gonna use that notion here, which going to be, let's say it will be a selected category. And on that selected category, we will make some of the changes. So we have the products, filtered products, categories, selected category, loading and fetch products, fetch categories, and also it gonna be happen to be some more other component library, which going to be capturing on that ratio, which we have the fetch categories, and we're gonna enter with that set category, by which we're gonna set the category, search products, sort products, and search products real time. So that's gonna handle all the real time product searchable value. Now over here, what we can do, as you see, we are having like a basic structure. We have products, we have the filtered products, we have categories, we have select, we doesn't have the selected category. So now we're gonna add the selected category right here. And after that, we have the categories, we have the loading and error null. Now we implement the fetch products method, we implement the fetch categories method. So now we're gonna introduce some more other property. First of all, we're gonna introduce then one more of that segment here, which are going to be, let's say it would be a I think that's the enter, that's the finish of the fetch categories. After that, we're gonna implement the search. Okay, I think I'm missing something. If we go here, so there we need to okay, so that is the fetch category. So after the fetch category, so fetch categories, we need to also running a function which can set the category. Okay, so this is the fetch category, and after immediate of that, it should happen to be the set category. I'm gonna go one by one, but first of all, I don't really like to see the error here. It's really capturing the attention, so I'm gonna try to reconcile all of that. and then I'm gonna capture of that. So that should be like this. Okay, so I need to provide that API, search products API, which is not ready yet. So I need to get that for the API, which need to be like getting all of capturing API. So we need to get products by category. So we need to go to our API category here. So we have get product, we have get categories. So now what we need to do, we need to also make that, let's say we will get the products by category. So we need to render it here, which is going to be get products category. So that's the function which going to return our products category. We're going to go products / category, then going to define the category, which gonna be also, let's say, get products by category. So this is the one function which did we missed anything? It should be const async function. I think I missed one. Yeah, so that's the one. And then also we're gonna having another that should be, let's say, search products from API. So that will handle to bring the products from the API search results. So as you can see here in the search products, as you can see, I also put that like for you there is a comment saying package to API doesn't have direct search endpoint. So we are creating a search points endpoint here. We are getting the products, then we are getting the params, the products coming from await response to JSON, then we are passing the search term, making the query, everything having a lowercase string, and then we are putting the filter through it. Then we are go through the title, description, and category. We are passing the search term, then it is required and matched with the search term. We're returning the mass products over there, otherwise passing the fill property. So that's gonna be having that search products API. And no worries about that. What I told you, this code is already in the GitHub repo, so you can just easily grab from there. So right now we'll go in that search product category over here, and also we're gonna go with that, let's say one more for the search product API. So now I'm going to dig down, let's say just go and dive into for you. Now what's happening under the hood is also pretty simple and straightforward if you understand it. And what we are doing here right now, we have previously two properties, fetch products, fetch categories. Now we have set category. Now what the set category means? Set category means it's gonna take a string as a category going to be there, and we're gonna make that selected category should be the category. Okay, so the loading true, error null, and if there is a category, we're gonna fetch the products according to the get products by category. So whatever products is happen to be there according to that category, we're gonna fetch and show on that particular scenario. So that's what we are entertaining right now. And else we are just making that get products, so we're getting all the products from there. The search products going to be I'm gonna explain when we're gonna use the search products, but we're gonna go with the source product. For the source product is that we are having the price ascending, price descending, rating. So this is the three sort of things we're gonna sort with that. And the switch case, if we have the price ascending, we are sorting through price minus, getting the lower price, and descending, getting the higher price at the top. If with the rating, you're getting with the rating value, and that is happen to the set filter. We are making the sorted data. And for the search real time also, I'm going to explain when we are actually capturing that. And by the way, if you are still having any persist or error, you can remove that, especially for that for the persist over here, which we are actually using in that instances, because that persist gonna combine some of the error ratios, some of the changes which is really we don't want. So that could happen, that could make that possible things happen. I think this is the persist. Okay, that's the one. So we don't want the storage. I'll try to remove it. Let's see. So this is the one parameter. And then what's the other parameter? So if we go here, so that's the persist data is just combining here. So if we just remove our persist, how we can easily eradicate that, because I don't want to use the persist, because that's where the problem is created. So instead of that method, so I want to remove that persister. So let's say that persist instead persist initialization, I'm going to remove that. So here I am. So over here we need to provide that set and get method, and I think I need to remove this initialization, as I am initializing at the top layer here. I think we're good to go, but not yet. Okay, there is yeah, now we're good to go. So it will not open to be having a persister. It's gonna having in real time. It will not save in our storage. Every time we just fetch, and then it will not save in a real time mechanism. So this one, leave it. I'm gonna fix that one, but my combination is right here. So right now what we can do, we can go in our shop. So here it should be, I'm not gonna go right now. First of all, go at the top, because we need to capture all of those data, all of those properties from our products. So at the top of the variation here, we can capture all of those segments. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use that const. I'm gonna capture everything from there, and everything gonna coming from our use products store. So that's where the magic gonna happen. And from there, we're gonna capture lot of things. Should be the filtered products, should be that category is gonna handle, should be selected category gonna handle, and also loading going to be handled. And after that, we're gonna also passing the error method. Then we're gonna having that fetch products data, which no, it should be okay, it should be, let's say, error method fetch products, and after that should be fetch categories, and after that should be set category. And then it's gonna also happen search products. So search products I'm not gonna handle right now. I'm gonna handle that sort products. So that's, I think that's the data we're gonna handle using that use product store. Now over here, as you can see, we can just simply pass and monetize all the motion which we are encountering and which we are entertaining by so far. And here we can see we can just make that, especially on the text all. Also we can linger through it here. So we're gonna pass that, let's say if the selected category is equal to our category. So if it's equal to category, category, not, where is the category? I think did we capture the category? There is a portion, okay, so we need to map through our product dialect here. So that is one of the issues. So for the all it will be different, and for the others it will be different. So right now, if the selected category is, let's say, is null, so there is no selected category, and we want to capture okay, where I did that, if selected category is equal to null, okay, there is that mistake which happened. Okay, so if there is no selected category, or if you just say not null, you can see so the color is changing. So if it's equal to null, I want to make that style. So right now we are having that is null. So also for the style for the text need to be implemented, and that over here, first one, it should be styles dot category text. So this is the basic style, and over here, if selected category is null, we're just making it white. So now if in the category button, having the padding horizontal 16, passing that padding vertical 8, border radius 20, background color and margin right, selected category, we are passing that app colors primary 500, and category text, which is getting that one. And also I think we can just simply make that app colors dot background dot primary, which is actually a white color ratio. So now as we are having setting that kind of value here, first let's see as we are having the categories or not, because we should be using that categories, right? So what I'm gonna do, whenever we are passing over here, first of all, I'm gonna remove that product segment here, because as we are trying to using this store. Let's see if it's working or not. If it's not working, we're gonna go back with the previous one. First of all, we're gonna use another set of use effect, and over here by default, whenever anyone coming here, we're gonna use the fetch product, we're gonna use the fetch categories. That would be instant. Okay, so that would be the first method to capture all of those products. So now okay, we're getting that type error, network request fail. This is kind of a very top-notch problem here. Okay, it's fetching fail. So let's go in the log, and over here we're gonna try to see we have any products. So fetch products. So let's say in the fetch products we should be having products, right? So we have the fetch products. So in the fetch products, we are actually capturing the products. So right now we are getting the products, and that method can getting the filtered products right here. So if we go and try to use, let's say, filter products, yeah, we are getting a type error because we are not capturing the products by itself. So first of all, and also for the categories, I'm gonna pretty sure we'll use the same, as I'm having some of the network error for my machine here, which we you can see is coming the network error. I think that we need to manually inject of the sum of the data ratio, which can be happen to be, but you can also do it in a very easy way. You can see if we are not, it's not working in that way, we can just simply go and prefetch. We can make that one is our own way. So we can as you can see, we are having the categories, we are having the fetch categories, but initially we can use that property right here. So as you see, we can just simply make that categories, set categories. It's not, we will stop it, so use stat, we will just make an empty array, right? So right now what we can do, we're going to use an use effect, and on that use effect property, we will combine to render the function. So that would be happen to be the function. So first of all, we're going to define one function, which is going to be, let's say, const fetch categories. So that would be an asynchronous function. Here we're gonna passing that through, and const response should be is equal to awaits, and of course we will go with our API, and here we're gonna see, so API URL, so that's the fetch methods which we are going to use. So I'm gonna copy that method, and let's go over here. So in the shop we're gonna use that, let's say, fetch. So that's the method here, and that would be API URL. So products category / category, so that's fetch categories, right? So API okay, fetch products by category. Okay, it's not the actual fetch categories, that should be the categories. So products categories, so it's right here, no need to capture that. So should be product categories. Okay, multiple twice. And over here we can go with the simple procedure the way we did that. So get method and also the headers. So after that we can just simply make that const data should be await response.json, and over here set categories data. And first of all, over here we can make that fetch categories. That's it. So now if we try to lock the categories right here, should be, let's say, categories, and you can see are we getting the categories data. So if we go here, try to reload, so we need to call that initially. So we need to go in that particular route segment. Okay, we're not setting anything, so they just get the response. So response, let's say data should be data. Okay, is it not capturing? So we're not using the fetch categories from there. And right now what's happening, so API URL, I think we imported that. Yes, API URL. So that's the URL is the https fakestoreapi.com. I think I'm gonna try that. So try that, and let's say products categories. I really recommend you that, you see there is a categories data is here. I recommend you to use some of the other dependency here, because this one is making me a pain over here instead of going through in a very easy way. So you can go and use some any other property which can really handle those things in a very compact manner. So right now okay, we are our console log is not happening. So use effect going to be a fetch categories. Okay, that fetch category method is not especially not working. Let's say await, it should not work in await way, or we can just simply capture that. We can simply go beyond within the property, but this is not the actual fact. This is sometimes really annoying how those things is not working. As you see, it's supposed to work properly. supposed to work. I think some of the configuration we need to tune that one, so we'll try to reconcile that. We'll try to configure how we can combine our special property which is coming here, which is the having that fetch categories, and also that I think the categories, we'll try to render it from here. But I think some of the property which we are missing here to align it all together, so that can be making a problem. So I think we need to tune for the local network properties by which we can funneling through all of the request, which is really making the impossible to capture all of that. With the developer who all are using that iOS devices, you may see that loading is making faster, and as you see it's continuous loading. And if you just there is an null check is here, even I removed that, you can see the continuous loading issue just gone. So this is the one certain kind of things which is happening in the loading. I kept it in the index.tsx where the loading instances were running, but there is another catch you need to focus, and that is that whenever you are using that Xcode, remember, if you need to go in the settings for the Xcode, and over here as you can see the 18.4, so 18.4 is having the problem for just creating that network issues. So what I recommend you to not to use that 18.4, but you can just, as you see I downgrade, I went to through 18.4, and you can just grab it from here iOS. You can choose the preferable simulator, but don't go apart from 18.4, rest are all okay. So you can just simply try it. Now what you're gonna do, as you see now we can fetch all of our product, and especially if we go back to the shop, you can see we have our all product segment, and also I think in the product store where we supposedly maybe we make something logged in previously, we need to remove that. So I think this our all product segment is working perfectly. And also let's just go in the API. I believe there is some log should be there which we previously set for, just to check if it's working or not. You see, okay, network response here. Okay, cool. So I think search terms working perfectly. I think we're good, and I'm just gonna make a reload just to see if everything working perfectly. Okay, nice. So our bundling, our every other scenario is looks fine. So let's go to our shop, and we are gonna build our categories and other segment here. Now for the shop, as you may remember, we first need to fetch our products and categories. That's what we were going to doing, but there was some certain kind of issue was happening. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make an use effect function here, and within the use effect we're gonna render whatever the documents and properties we require. So first thing first, it's going to be, let's say, fetch our categories, and also by the way we're gonna fetch our products too. So that's both gonna be render it all together. So we're gonna render our products, and also we're gonna set another parameter is that what can be, whenever we're gonna click in certain kind of category, we're gonna bring the category using the params. So like we come back to the screen where we can bring the params from any of the category. If we go right here, you can see there is the categories. Whenever we click, we are coming here right with the param. So if we just go in that index properties, and right now we need to implement that. I believe we was not did that in previously or hand before. So we're gonna go where we, as you see, navigation to category. So I think we should go whenever that should be shop. You see the category which you're passing. So we're passing the params, we are just distributing the category. I think we can just simply grab the category like that. No need to access like a bait on that. So we know that in the params we can just capture in the category, but I think, yeah, I think that's enough. We can just simply go with the category because we got category as a string. Now we need to capture that category too, where we are doing that particular synonym. So how we can do that? We can just simply go on that after the function itself. Here we can just simply make a method const that should be q, and that q should be, let's say it going to be happen to be search param. So the search param, param, search param, and the search param going to be having that to be take the category, and the category should be category param, and from there we're gonna use the use search params method. So that's gonna find out from our expo router. I think it should be for the search params. I think I'm gonna I will not use that one. I'm going to use local search params. I think that would be a particularly good solution for that. So should be use local search params, and that's going to be coming from Expo router. Done. So now if we just make a simple log just to see if we can receive anything as far for the category. So let's say it should be category. I think that category should be category param. Okay, so right now I think we can simply grab our category. So yeah, okay, so we are having the search params. Okay, I think there is some more things is still required, where we can define that our search param methodology, which is going to be that q could be q could be just simply a string. So a string, and category should be a category. Q should be a string, and after that we should another method where we're gonna find that, let's say, category, which is going to be also as a part of a string. Now we can just simply log our category. Is it not capturing at all? So we can just fill it through. Actually, it will not be the category, it will be simply the search params, which I can also you can log the category param. So you're gonna log that, but first I'm gonna see the search param. So search params is getting empty, so there is nothing combining with the search. Let's say category param, and let's see what's gonna happen. You see the jewelry. If we go back here to our home, and if we try to click any of the men's clothing, you see the men's clothing is coming here. For the search param, it will not be there, because as you know, we are not going to having the searchable thing required. We're gonna just click and directly go to our search page. Now, as we can ensure that we're having all the things is set and done, so it's time for us to capture all of the products and other related data. So what I'm gonna do, so let's just, as we are having that active option, set filter active and set filter portion here, and so think as far as we did that all. So also we're gonna do one more property here. If we have that, let's say if we have that category param, so we're gonna set the category. As you see, we have category, we will set it as directly here. So whenever we're gonna come back here, so as you see, whenever I'm gonna coming back here from that particular category, I'm gonna secure that one right here. So right now, as we are not having that, so I'm gonna go home and coming back, I think still it's gonna hold up as we are not mentioning any other properties. So by default it's gonna capture properly. And let's go to the shop, and right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna try to see if we can receive our categories. So all the categories should be there, only then we can make things better. You see that categories is right now is logging. If you're still having persisting the problem, no worries, go to the repo, clone it, and you're good to go. So what you're gonna do, we made that all properties, right? So the all is working perfectly. So what we're gonna do, after that all, after that touchable opacity, we need to filter all of our categories, right? So within a simple property, I'm gonna make that categories dot map. If categories is available, every single thing gonna be as a category part, and from there I'm gonna just simply return back, and then we're gonna return a touchable opacity, not text, touchable opacity. And within the touchable opacity, remember the one which we fill the top. So that's the same thing, the text should be category, not the name. It would be the category. Remember, it's the simple procedure is there, so the text would be category. And of course we can make some of the room within that one. So I'm gonna make that category dot character at, and we're gonna go and visualize with the character at. So it should be 0, and I'm gonna make it to uppercase, because we want the first letter to be uppercase. And after that we're gonna make a plus sign. So let's just go through it all together, and we're gonna make that category dot slice 1. So we are just going to making it better. Now you see that is just here and it's working better. But one more thing is that touchable opacity, we need to provide a key, and every single category is different. So I'm going to put that category as the key, and the other problem going to disappear. So now why and what's are all the things we can mention right here is that, remember the scroll view which we did here. So this is our scroll view which having the categories container. So this is basically pulling through all the details for the category skin resolution. So what we're gonna do, we need to work with our touchable opacity right here, because there can be be some subdimensional property here. So I'm going to just copy the previous one. So just copy that style which we did before in our previous value. So I'm going to just make it like that. Now you're going to see everything is just getting the color. Okay, so I need to make that philanthropist not is equal to null but is equal to the category. Only then it gonna pull that through. And also for this style, I'm gonna go and copy the previous copy, and over here similar thing, but instead of null it gonna be as category. Now if I click something, nothing is changing, right? So I need to make a simple function over here which will be just indicating that on press functionality. So on press, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make that, let's say, handle category. That should be handle category press, and I'm gonna, within the pops property, I'm gonna passing that category, so that now we can just, or instead I think it's not required to passing that, we can just need to make simply category as category, right? So you can do it within function also, and then you can also do it set category as category. So now whenever we're changing a category, men's clothing, you see selected, because that's the thing which we did. Now here you see this is just, remember, at the front layer, at the home page, what we did. Now here you can do it too. So you know how to do it, but I'm gonna keep it normal so you can try that you did it. So this okay, filter view is not okay, we'll work with that, so no worries about that. So now what we need to do, we need to work with that. As you see, this all is not working properly, so we need to also make the functionality on that property layer. So for all, also whenever we click, so the same thing going to happen on click, and here instead of that, set category should be null. That's it. So if we click, you can see it's null, jewelry, all, and the product is fetching according to that, because as you see, we pouring that through together. So whatever the products is coming is staying to take the same capacity, the one which we are fetching. So now what we're gonna do, this is absolutely done in vendor header. So let's go back to our property here, and after the wrapper here, it's time for us to bring all other properties, right? So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna create a scope here. So like if we have a filter products, and filter products dot length is is bigger than 0 or equal to 0, I'm gonna keep it is equal to 0, as the value gonna come 0. I'm gonna make that an empty state, empty, or I'm gonna just right now put a view. So let's put the text, no products, and I missed that question mark here. And after that is if we are happen to be having the product, we can simply make that, let's say it should be a text. Let's say just putting another view and grabbing the text, let's say passing that products. So now we are having products, go men's clothing, having products, go women's clothing, having products, jewelry, having products, all of the category mostly having the products. So now we are going to, and I think those things, it will not take in place like the one which we are fetching particularly for the product ratio. So now what we can do here is that every time we are changing, then we can just make make the things happen to be in a good way. So first of all, I want to show the product, then I'm gonna go and make a lot of other things. So first we need to create the error state, right? So how we can do that, and before rendering here, after the render header, we can also make that if we have the loading coming from the top, and if we have the loading and filter products dot length is equal to 0, then we want to make something which gonna say this auto type. Okay, if the length is equal to, let's say, 0, then we want to make let's say return that should be loading spinner, and we want to make it as full weight. Okay, so that's how it's gonna initialize on that. I'm gonna make a spinner component, save, and let's just to say it's not loading. Okay, and also null. Okay, it's not working. I think did we just misinterpret? Yes, I believe so. Okay, if we have loading, okay, I'm gonna go with that, and I'm gonna make it null checked. So yeah, now you can see the loading as the top. It's happened to be at the top, but it should take the immediate space. So what we can do, we can simply wrap that in initial layer. So if we're having the loader, we can now pass that trigger on that. So this is how we can really take the action. So what I will do, I will just simply go copy that. I'm gonna make it a view and then gonna passing the lower should be AW, and let's say passing this style, and I'm gonna make that flex 1. Okay, so just you to show that it's really working. And as you see, flex 1, and let's say item ln item center, items should be center, justify content center, and you see the loading is done. So whenever this loading happen, that should be loading spinnering all together. But this one, I don't want to show it here. Like this is the loading coming from at the top, so I'm gonna skip it. I'm gonna keep that, but I build that one and I'm gonna keep that. And also you can pass another motion here. What could be like if we are having an error, and that error of course gonna coming from our data set, and then you can pass the error. So if we're having that error, we can just simply go and initialize something that should be return, and the return should be, let's say I'm gonna just return within a wrapper. You can also do the wrapper at the top layer, that would be good. So view, and that view, the message should be, let's say the style component, I think the style component, and here should be, let's say passing that text, and the text will contain error, and we're gonna pass our error properties. Error, so that will contain all the error mechanism whenever we are fetching from our server, whenever we are filtering or getting the product. So style should be, let's say styles.error container, and over here the style should be, let's say styles.error text. And if you just check at the bottom, it's flex 1, align item center, justify content center, padding 24, and error text coming up with the text ratio. Now why we're doing that, this entire design is not gonna come if you're having an error. As you see, so the error, it will be there, so the page, it will not render. So this entire thing we can check also at the bottom. So this is not actually a good work to keep, like whenever we are having error, we're having loading, we are showcasing at the global layer. This is not a good practice to just capturing or blocking your entire UI. This entire, like this electronics is, there is a problem to fetching the product, the loading going to spinning, so it will not block your entire scenario. So I want to I want to make it free for entire space, so I'm gonna keep all thing below that. So first thing first, we're gonna go with our filter products.length is equal to 0 and other. So first we're gonna render the products, then we're gonna make the other thing. So first thing first, if we go, we will create an empty state. So we're gonna create a new file which should be, let's say empty state.tsx rnfs, so that will render our altogether the empty state properties. And what I'm gonna do, first of all, if we are like, if the value is like we are doesn't having the product, we wanted to make it an empty state, so that should be coming here, and over there we will make that empty state. Okay, and of course I want to make it as a, like predefine it like that, so we will be able to view that empty state is not equal to 0. You can see now empty state. So let's go back, and for the empty state we're gonna also pass two of the variants. One, it will be type, another it will be particularly the message. So type, it will be the search, so we can generate the icon, and the message, no products found matching your criteria. So we're gonna go at the top, and over here, so this is how we can commonly make it done. So this is a very easy and compact way to go and make the style and picture all of the segment. So first of all, that will be our styles, which gonna combine with colors and other property. Now overall at the top, we are going to render something. So in here we're gonna take some of the type properties. So we're gonna first define our type, whatever the type we can render within this property. And so the type should be, let's say type empty. I'm gonna first take the props like empty state type. So whatever the types, we can bring it here. The type could be, let's say it can matching through the type can be card, and also we will it can be, or let's say it should be search, and also it could be, let's say favorite orders, and I'm gonna make that let's say wish list should be Fabrics orders profile. So it can be defined, we can use it anywhere, and you can just value with the type. So this is our type. And now interface, we're going to define that empty state props. So whatever the thing is going to be coming as property for the property, it would be definitely going to be provide a type, which going to be, let's say it will be that empty state type, and then the message, which going to be optional, and which also be bringing us an string, and also let's say action label string, and then on action. So whenever clicking on the action, whatever the dispatch gonna method, it will be coming as a void like a function. So over here I'm going to define that react.fc, so is a functional component, and we're going to define that empty state props, and of course we want to take the first argument, not the second one. And over there I'm going to declare all of the properties. It's going to take the type, it's going to take the message, it's going to take the label. So now we are preparing all of the segment. And of course, we need to define the icon first. So instead, like upon depending on the type, like if we are having the cart, we're gonna provide the shopping cart icon. If we have the search, you're gonna provide the end design, like the search icon, Fabrics, heart icon. So it gonna depends whatever the icons we are providing and whatever the actions we are dispatching. So now we're gonna make a simple ratio const get item, and within the get item, it's going to be just a simple arrow function here by which we can declare whatever the icon we are going to provide. So first I'm going to make a switch case here. Okay, so in the switch there should be a single argument. First it's going to take the, not single, multiple argument could be there, but there will be a two notion, was switch, one case. So that's how we're going to render. So first we're going to define the case. If the case is equal to, let's say, cart. So if I'm right now I'm passing the type as search, right? So it will not be the question of the card. But if there is a card, what is gonna happen? If there is a card, I'm gonna return, and of course in the return value we're gonna not return any other thing. We're gonna return an icon, should be an design, and I'm gonna provide the name. The name should be shopping cart, and of course the size. Now you can also pass the props, the size as the props, but I'm gonna take the size as normal, so it will be a simple size for everybody. And the color should be, let's say it could be app colors dot gray dot 400. So now as you can see, there is a very interesting thing is happening there. As you can see the size, so const size, let's say I'm gonna make it as 64, and const color, let's say color should be app colors.gray. So instead of writing for every single purposes, I can simply pass that. So the size and the colors, right? So now we have a single variant done, right? In case of it's just a type of a case of card, it could be depending on that. And also we can now go and picture the other two scenario. So if it's term of search, you can see it will be undesign search 1, Fabrics, heart 2. So now as you see the same thing, now instead of writing everywhere, you can simply change the color and size accordingly the way you prefer. And also, by the way, you can make it, you can pass it as an array value if you are wanting to. So I will just trying to make it simple. Now this is the three type. One is the search, one is the card, one is Fabrics. Now what could be the default variation? So the default could be return null. So by default you are calling it somewhere and you are not passing any of the type. It could be just a default parameter, or if it's not matching with those three name, it would be default. Now you can also provide a default icon. So as you can see, you can just return that. If you want to put the icon, return, and the default could be, let's say, box plot, or what the icon it can be done, let's say user, okay, user icon, just to keep it like that. Now is the game changer thing is that also we can now get the message. First const get default message. So this will be rendering a simple functional and formality by which we can render a default message parameter. So now it's up to you if you want to go with the message here, because for this one we are going to pass a message, but in certain periods that we don't want to pass a message, we want to showcase the default message where you can grab it. This is the way which we are showing is also coming as a production grade, using trying to looping through all the fallback state, like if there is a mistake, what can be done. So we are trying to cover up as many cases as possible. Right now, what we can do, we need to render the property. First of all, we're going to provide a style, and the style should be styles dot container. So this is going to handle everything. As you see, flex 1, item center, justify center, padding 24. And then we're going to having that instead of this one, we're going to having the property which will be get icon. Why we are not getting that? So should be, oh, okay, it is not the get item, should be get icon. Okay, now we can simply pass that get icon function, and we can see, if you see search icon, now instead of search we can just put that like something else. You see, user icon is coming by fallback, and if we make that shopping cart, it will not be doing anything, but if we make that cart, it's gonna provide our shopping cart. So that's what we did right now. So as you can see, also the message is gonna coming right instance. And after that, also we're gonna provide, like, say text should be, if the text, there should be a condition. If there is a message, okay, first it's gonna show the if or the default message. So no products found matching your criteria. And also if you just gonna remove that, it will also capture the same establishment. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna put that style over here, and then the style property should contain the icon container, which just providing a margin bottom of 16, nothing else. And also in the style for the message, which going to be covering up styles dot, and that should be message. And here in the message we are making that font size 18, color secondary, item center, margin bottom 24. Now there should be an actionable button which is going to be created. So if we have that action label, and if we have that on action, only then we want to render it, otherwise it will not render. So what we're going to render, we're going to render our button properties from our button component, and over here we're going to pass several things. The title should be, let's say the title, which is going to be, let's say should be that action label, and then on page should be, let's say it gonna handle on action property, and after that the variant should be, let's say primary, and the last property, the style should be generating styles dot button, and styles dot button is means margin top 16. That's it. So now how we gonna capture it, we should passing that action label and on action. If we just remove this to property, you can see this is just a button. Whenever we click, the action should be dispatching from there. No worries, we're gonna render it, but right now as you see we are having the product, so we will not be seeing that. Of course we want to see those part where we are capturing all the product properties. Now this is the game changer moments to stay with. First of all, here we're gonna render a simple flat list. Okay, so should be flat list from React Native, and on the flat list we are going to provide the data, which is going to be a filtered products. That is our data, and the key extractor, we need to extract the key, and every single item should be capturing as item, and the item.id we're gonna make that as toString property. So okay, should be toString, so it gonna capturing even the property should be aligned or deconfigured. It will always provide a string value here, and it will not mismatch with any other. Now for the number of columns, I'm gonna provide a 2, so that would be 2 values side by side, and also let's say provide the render item, so should be render item, and on that render item I'm gonna destructure the item, and from the item I want to return the properties, and remember I'm gonna return a view, so provide a view. Within the view I'm gonna return our product cart. That's it. So that's where the magic gonna happen. So the product should be the item, and you can capture that as a product also instead of item. You can simply run that in this. If you don't want to put the item, you can just make it product, and for the product you can pass the product. And I think for the product, okay, does not exist. Okay, there is a problem of the type, but I'm gonna go with my magical fashion of the item. It's very simple and easy. And for the custom style, I'm gonna provide that style property. Should be, let's say I'm gonna provide a width of not 48, but it gonna capture the parent 100% property. If we save, and right now we are not seeing anything, it's because maybe we made some mistake. So let's go over here and let's try. Okay, something we are fetching undefined. What we are logging at the top, let's just see. No, we are not logging anything. What is saying here, a number of columns on the fly is not supported. Okay, I think we need to reload, because whenever you are like generating the number of columns, you need to reload the property to initiate that changes. You can see, oh, now we can see. Okay, good. Okay, so if we go at the shop, okay, so now we're having that, but it's not so good because you see the image and the data, the design, everything is broke, should be two side by, but it's getting the side by side. No worries, don't freak out, we are going to make it better. So first of all, on the flat list there is some more property is there, so we will capture that first. The content container style should be, let's say, styles.productsGrid. That's the style we're gonna capture. And also for that column wrapper style, so that would be handling that style.column wrapper. And show vertical, so show vertical indicator. See the indicator which is showing here, we don't want to show it, so that should be false. And one more properties we need to configure, that should be list footer component, which going to be passing that, let's say, going to be generating a view, and that should be an empty view. On that empty view should be style gonna be passing at styles dot footer. That's it. And one more property is going to popping up, as you see over here, style should be style styles dot product container. And that's how it gonna capturing all together. So first thing first, what we are doing in the product container, you can see here we are providing the weight of 48%. So this is the weight by capturing every product getting the scenario, right? And as you see, we're making it 48, and this is actually capturing the entire weight. If you don't put that one, you can see there could be a slightly breakable event, because in the product card, if you just see and visualize here, what we are doing here, we're providing a 48%. So it will just grab the 48% of those. So we need to provide that one as a 48% here, so that it can capture and render the 100% over there. Now for the product content container and the products grid, padding horizontal 5, margin top, that margin top containing that stop gap from each and every single compartment. Column wrapper, justify between, even you just remove that, you see there's a slight difference because this is just capturing all the entire properties. And product container 48%, and footer, which is the height of 100 right now. Okay, I think we should making something else. That could be, let's say, we can do something containing container style, which is the product grid, and I want that, let's say, padding not block but bottom, I want to make it as 50. So I want that one to be, you see, that could be a little bit top. Okay, that's nice. So now, as you see, if we click on electronics, that electronics products is coming. Click on jewelry, so jewelry is rendering. Men's clothing is rendering. Women's clothing is coming. And of course we need to make it all, so the all products gonna render. So now, why we need to provide that? Why? There, you see, previously what I told you, we cannot, this is not a good practice if you are putting the loading and putting the others, you see this much complexity. So I'm gonna just do it again, and then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take back the loading, I'm gonna copy it, and over here, as you see, that's the passing that property. I'm gonna just minimize it, I'm gonna pass the loading variance. Okay, I need to provide that. No, so I think, yeah, it should be like that. If there is a loading, only then. So I'm gonna copy that, of course. I'm gonna just save it, and here I'm gonna pass the properties. So instead of that rendering view, because remember we are now partially writing within the JX parameters, so we need to just okay, I think I misspelled something. Okay, so I'm gonna go with that. So you can see there is the view here. So this entire view segment, it will not work. We no need to return that, because remember in the global view we already within a return view, right? So just simply you're gonna pass that if we having loading state, and we are just okay, what we did, loading state, and just render that. Okay, so now instead of capturing, as you can see, if we just come over here, I think I need to make reload, because it's a first attempt happen, the product is already, we are passing the justent, and you know it will not disappear. So if we go here, okay, right now it's good. So we're having the product. Okay, so if we are having the loading view, that view going to be coming right here. So right now if we are not having the view, okay, cool. we can just pass the view also here. So let's just go also the error property. I'm gonna keep the error here. So if there is an error, I want it to be shown at the top. I don't want to show anything. So if any error happening, just keep it like that. And now for the product itself, use product store, I'm gonna go and try to make something happen. So whenever we click, we are fetching especially our product, right? So this time it should be rendering something very equal and very generic. So let's go back here and let's go back to our shop, and you can see this is now capturing the property, the problem which we are facing. Remember, I told you this is coming the part problem of iOS. It's just blocking our responses. And as you see, if you're having the same thing, what I recommend you to like do uninstall the code and uninstall that. So you can just remove that one and then try again to reinstall, and that time it can also be causing for the memory issues. You know, this application is pretty much heavy, so it can be done. So this one, it will be very simple and easy. You can just remove your app and then start again. So that's what I'm gonna do, and I think if you do that, it will work perfectly too. So now you can see it's disappear, and I can go with the non-blocking state here, and that's it. Everything working perfectly. So when we are fetching the product, we are grabbing the filter product. So this is how for the fetch category, set category, or setting the category. I think we can do one more thing. There's a search product queue here, so we are passing that sort by, which we need to, you see, whenever we click, we need to initialize our sorting property. So that's the one which we need to capture. And by the way, you see, await get product by category. I can really if category is there, let's say I'm gonna make that set as, let's say it should be, I'm gonna make it loading as true. I want to see what's going to happen. Okay, loading, but why the loading state is not coming? That is my question. So I'm gonna go and try to make log the loading. So let's just checking the loading is true false, and over here again typing that true false is capturing true and getting false, but it's not properly monitoring everything. It's because, remember, we are having that loading state at the root layer, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just initially capture that. I'm gonna cut it. Okay, my bad. Okay, I'm gonna go over here. You see that loading? Just to grab it, so we can see the loading here. So that would be the actual view here, just to go and prefetch that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put it here. So as we're going over there, so I think not require that and sign here. So it should be coming as a question mark, and within the question mark layer, so if we have that, and I think yes, we need to render the view here, so like that, and I think it should disappear. Okay, so maybe this, no. Okay, I'll go one more time because it's really confusing me also. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write it again here, so it will be very simple. So if we have the loading, then we're gonna pass the loading view instances here. So as you see that it's gonna capture this entire segment, so this entire loading parameter gonna be close. So if we have loading, then pass that, Control B, otherwise pass that. I think that would be simple, and I'm gonna remove this parameter which is not required. So right now you see, whenever you are seeing loading, event clothing loading, welcome clothings also loading. So you can see now the variance is changed. So every time we are really making some distinguished change, we can now see the loading view property. So this is a very crucial thing. Now we need to go and capture our spatial, like the filter parameter, which can really make things changeable. Now for the filter, so let's go at the top layer of our render header, and over render header we did something here called filters here. So this is the one which actually activating the filter. So now what we're gonna do, we have the condition by which we can make the filter, right? So we will make just simply over here that on, let's say on press, So within the on press parameter, I'm gonna make that, let's say right now I'm gonna make this one as a set is filter active and not active, so that you can see the color combination is changed. But this is not the actual case. The scenario is not happening, because whenever we're gonna make that filter activate, I want to create some more parameters. So if we go at the top, we have a active show model and show sort model. So source model is right there. So what I'm gonna do for that instances, instead of making that particular of that active, I'm gonna make that one, I'll remove that. Let's say set show sort model, which is going to be true. So every time I click, okay, right now it's activated, but okay, I'll go click one more time because I want to make it deactivate, so the color it will disappear. Okay, now okay, so it will make the show model as true. So now it's time for us to create that scenario, because we now need to create a model. So what I'm gonna do over here, as we did everything in that particular segment, I'm gonna create a model which need to be imported from React Native. And that model, so that model would be visible, like say it should be visible whenever our show model is activated, or you can say the show short model is activated, and there would be a certain kind of scenario which we need to make these things to work. And for that particular instances, I will make it transparent, and after that also I'm gonna make it animation type, which will be, let's say it should be a fade away. And also on request close, so on request it should be on request close. I want that to be, let's say, set show model short show model to be false. Okay, so that would be false. So right now, okay, I think some of the error is happening, so let's just go over there. I will just reload it again. Maybe I misspelled something and that is disappearing. So now let's go back to our shop. Okay, so if we click here, you can see the show model should be, it's already there, but it's not visible. You see, now I cannot click anything because the viewport is transparent. So now what I'm gonna do, and there is one more thing which we did. We make a self-closing model, which not to be. Of course, there should be a property and condition. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna style a view here, and within that view we're gonna having another view. Now this view going to be style, and that should be, let's say, styles dot model view. So that would be our entire, or you can say the model overlay. So that would be the overlayer by which the model will stay. And also I'm going to provide another style which going to be the model content. So by these two parameter, we can see the model to be staying by so far within our realm. So now if we go here and if we click, you can okay, there is a callback, which is the view must be function received undefined. Okay, that's my bad. That's need to be complicated, you know, so the view which it should be the uppercase. So now you see there is the model content. So if we go over here in the overlay, we're making flex 1, and the background color is putting an RGB color like a transparent opacity, and justify content flex in, so it will be at the end. And also the background color, which is the background color primary, to making it as white as possible, but the top radius 16, top right radius at 16, and padding 24. If I just remove the padding, you'll see nothing here. Okay, so that's how we can combine it. So we have the padding, now we know there is the model content. So this is the time where we can put our content here to be bypassing each and every single compartment. So within the model content, we're gonna first put the view, which is going to be passing that, let's say there should be a text, and on that text it would be written there, let's say short by. So this will be our first text, and over here put a style which should be saying styles dot model header, and also for the text itself should be a style, and that should be styles dot model title. I believe so, yeah, title. So right now, if you see the header, it just putting a flex row, justify space between, alert item center, margin bottom 16, because it would be two overlay side by side. That's why we make it flex justify between, and also in row. And the model title, just providing a very good scenario by making it a font semi-bold and font size 18, color is the app color. After that one, we will provide another one which should be undesign, and on that undesign parameter, we will make the name. The name should be, let's say, a close icon would be there, and the size should be I will provide it as 24, and then the color should be, let's say, I'm gonna make that colors text primary, or yeah, colors text, app colors text primary, so it will be black color. Now upon clicking on that particular segment, so this ant view, so that should be wrapping entirely with a touchable opacity, then passing that here. So whenever I'm gonna click on that particular segment, let's say on press, so I want to run something, should be set short model should be, let's say, false. So this is gonna happen on that instances. So you see, click done. If you go here, open, close, that you can make fade, or you can make any other parameter, or easy in, or slide. I think there should be slide in maybe, or you can just simply, if I just retype again, I can see that, yeah, fade none slide. So once you click on side, it will just popping up like that. Yeah, that's the side is doing, but I will use the fade for these particular instances. I think that would do the purposes. Okay, right now as we did that, so it's time for us to put other container here. So as you see, that's the header portion here. So after that header view, I'm gonna go and make another touchable opacity. The first view, you can make it using an array, but I will just make it in a simple way so that you will be easily understand that. So there would be a price section, should be low to high. Okay, so that would be one piece of price section here. Whenever we click, price would be low to high. And also for this one, let's say put a style, so that should be styles dot sort option text, so that you can see the text here. And also I'm gonna put a style, so that is style going to be coming as an array, so should be styles, let's say styles dot sort option, short option, so that would be option. Okay, so I think this is taking a bit of big places. And also I'm gonna make that I think, yeah, if it's active sort option is there, and if active sort spawn is, if you say it should be price ascending ASC, then I want to inject some of the style. It's style dot active sort option, so this would be not there, this would be there. Okay, okay, like that. Why did I miss anything? Style, okay, I think some of the property may disappear. Okay, yeah, that one was disappear. That's my bad. Whenever I was typing, okay, I will go one more time. I'll go one more time because I think I misspelled something, and because of that the problem was evaporated. So here is the option. So if the source option is coming back of that price, let's ASC, and then we want to provide that should be styles dot active sort button, so that would be the active button here. So now if you go, okay, why my sort property is not working? If I check over here, I think we are good to go, but especially for the model content here. So this is my header, right? So this is the header containing everything, and then we are having our model content. And for the touchable opacity, we are having that. I think sort option text also doing good. So we have that active sort button, and if it's the price ascending, only then it would be activated. Did I injected something more? Okay, let me just get side by side. I think that should work properly. Nope. Okay, let me figure it out why I'm messing around. Okay, I think that was the problem, because whenever I was entertaining the sort option parameter, I think did you use it anywhere? So this is the short option. Okay, styles only here. Yeah, so now it's because happened to be for the parameter which we were checking before, so that's why maybe. So this not be there, like that's the one which we are capturing, that should not be the case. So we can now fundamentally handle the sort option how we want it to be. I'll make it as a padding vertical. Okay, I'm gonna just save that so you can see the changes. Now I'm gonna make the good one, which would be, let's say, for the sort option, padding vertical should be, let's say, 16. Yeah. And then I'm gonna make a border bottom width, and I'm gonna provide a 1 pixel, and also border bottom color, and that color should be, let's say, app colors dot text, or I'm gonna make it a gray of 20, not 20 but dot 200. Why? Okay, done. 200. So now you can see as a padding vertical, and other option is chooses. So I think that is how it working perfectly now. So now this is one option should be handled all together. So this is the sort option, and I'm gonna make it an on click event here, or not a click but an on press event here. And what it gonna happen is whenever I'm gonna make that one, let's say on press, and I will make passing that, let's say I'm gonna provide that handle sort functionality, and over here I'm gonna just save it as price ascending, and then I'm gonna click that event at the top. So let's just copy that, and over at the top I'm gonna just declare the function. So let's say should be handle sort option, and from there I will take the sort option. So whatever the sort parameter I'm passing, I will take the sort by, and which going to be passing that as a value, which going to be can a price ascending, price descending, and also should be one more parameter which can be, let's say I will pass that is a according to rating, also it can happen. Now over here I'm gonna just declare the functional parameter so that it could be easily manageable. Let's say short products, I will call that function, and I'm gonna provide by sort by. So that's the one parameter, and after that set active sort option, which going to be a sort by, and also show the short model as false. So what's actually going to happen on that particular instances, if we go over here, I think sort by function here, sort product. So this is the function which is really taking the hit. So we are capturing a sort by as a 3 parameter, as a price ascending, price descending, and according to the rating, which is by default coming as a function as void. So now let's go in the short products, and over here you can see we are actually grabbing the stream parameter. So from the parameter, first of all, we're getting all the filter products from as a get method, and let's sort it filter products. So we're just using the sort method, and in case the sorted by, if it's having the price ratio ascending, you see 1 to 100, we're capturing like that. Descending is 100 to 1, and the rating, if it's have a rating, the higher rating would be getting at top. So that's how we are capturing. If we go now, you can see here we have 109.95. so if we just make the scenario work, you see what happened here. Yeah, remember previously, so I'm gonna go and I need to fix one more parameter. So if you go at the shop, because I need to inject that property. Remember I told you where we use the sort by, so we use somewhere, that's why the style was there. So I will just copy this one. Okay, so I will just copy, and right now as a sort option parameter, because our style, as you see for the sort, is broken, right? It's broken because we used it somewhere. So right now on that sort option, so let's say where we use that, so should be model container sort option. Okay, let's say sort option view, and on that particular view I'm going to provide that one, right? So now we have sort option, and then we're gonna having the sort option view. So let's go in the sort option where we really use that. So this is the sort option where we're having the filter property. Remember that filter, so that should be sort option view, and if we enter, you can see now it's doing good. So if we click here and low to high, you can see is getting low to high value. So starting from 7 and at the end all the way is getting 999. So we are just fetching all the products, sorting by according to that price ratio, right? And the price is getting ascending. So that's what actually is doing. So even though you are just going through those parameter here, so this is how and why we are making all the scenario. Now as we're having that price data, we need to have other two also, which going to be high to low, and then the rating. So what I'm gonna do, so at the bottom of that parameter, so here we have one touchable opacity, I'm gonna have another touchable opacity, and as far as you can see, there should be two. Oh my god, again, where I did something wrong. This is really this is really annoying, because that's the sort option. I think the sort view should be at the top in the header. Then why it just coming right here? I think again I made that mistake. So that's the sort option view, right? Sort option. I think sort option view, maybe we write it twice. Option view. No. Then why this is containing that? Okay, I think active sort button, maybe that's the one. Yeah, we are providing on that, so I will just try to fix that. Okay, yeah, that's true. That's going to be this pointer to be happen to be there, because remember we have two certain of a property which is the same, right? So we need to change the intersection. It was right, it was good, there is no error. There should be coming at 2, but now is active sort ascending should be DESC. So should be DESC, and the price ratio also going to be coming up right there, so should be DESC. So price descending. So now you can see that's what we are talking about. So now active sort button will not make the border weight. We can simply make that active button sort active button, where we use that. This is coming to instead of touchable opacity. I think instead of providing that, we can do some more changes. We can do it in the color, so that would be very simple and easy. So this is the end design, which is the filter. Okay, active sort button, which is not good. This is not where it should be. Yes, this is not where it should be. So that is the providing of that search one. Active sort button, why we are providing that active sort button right here? I think initially when I was doing something, I may have mistakenly provided some class name. So right now we have like a search one parameter, so should be whenever the source button is active, that should be coming. If we go low to high, let's say, yeah, that's capturing. That's just some misunderstanding here. The problem is creating is to making that filterable value is activated. So this is not, it's not actually getting activated, so you need to provide a condition, or you can see providing an use effect value. And so to implement that, so is an active sort option then going to be there. So now we'll wrapper it within a use effect at the top. So let's say use effect value. So on that use effect, we're gonna just show how it gonna render and when the color should be interchangeable. So first of all, set is filter active. It will happen on, let's say, if the selected category if it's not equal to, let's say, null. If it's not null, then it can be sendable. So if it's active category, and also it can be happen another provide. If active sort option is null, only then also it can happen. So let's say set filter active. This is something I think we might need to handle some of the, okay, I'll do something. First of all, once we are making that one as high to low, you see, so even we are making high to low and others, so we should engage some more property. So if we click C, low to high, so this is the function which is rendering. So if we just go here, so this is the function is run. So make that set active sort option, or set is filter active should be true. So the color should be popping up. So if we go here and if we click on that, you see it's active. So now we can see that filterable value is active. So this is what it can be done. Now here, as you see, instead of that active sort button here, we will provide something else. So instead of that, I think we make it within a text property, so within a touchable property. So now I think we can, this is the first one, the second one here. So it's a touchable opacity. I think here no need to keep in that. So I'm going to just remove that. So I will just go and inject a simple parameter here, simple condition. So you can see that one is done. So I'm going to provide it here. So instead of putting it right there, I'm going to go and combine it here. I'm going to say, let's say I'm going to go and do active sort button. So this will not be a good idea. So, but it's looking good. So now instead of that active sort button, active, let's say sort text. And here I'm going to provide some specification. Let's say I'm going to provide a let's say app colors. Let's say color should be app colors dot I will make it a primary dot, I'm going to provide it 600. And also whenever it's active, I want to make it, let's say font weight, and the font weight should be I'm going to make it as bold so that it can be easily understandable. So let's go in the active sort button here. So instead of active sort button, I'm going to make that active sort text. Okay, so now you can see it's low to high. So the same scenario, instead of this one, I will just remove it. It's just happened to be a misunderstanding. It should not be work in that way. So whatever I'm passing right now, that could be the solution of the problem which we are facing. So now whenever it's gonna be DESC, so as you can see now, if we make it like low to high, so you see, so it's grabbing it and also it's checking that. So as you can see now, our filter is activated, but we should be able to create another functionality by which we can deactivate the filter. Of course we're gonna do it, but first of all we're gonna remove we're gonna put another value which will be like a rating value, right? So I'm gonna just copy our price descending and I'm gonna paste it again. So should be one more parameter gonna coming here, and then price low to high, not low to high, should be high to low. Let's say high to, and it will be all time low, and that one should be, let's say it will be highest rated. And over here instead of rated, I'm gonna just provide a rating parameter because we already did the functionality. It will follow. So if we click on that highly rated, so whatever the rated variation is done, we are not showing the rating here, but it will work. You can show the rating. How we can show? Let's go back to our product card, and here just to show you that it's working, we can actually make something done. So this is the price which you are having. So within that parameter, we can just simply provide a view, and after the view, we can just render a text. And on the text, we can pass that, let's say, should be, let's say, I think it can be, is we getting the item or is having the product here? Provide dot product dot rating. So that's, we can pass that. It can just pass ratings and like that. Okay, this is how we are capturing that. So we have the product. Oh yeah, does we have the rating? Yeah, we have the rating, but we didn't capture it. But are we gonna having the rating? Yeah, we have the rating. So this product, it will be disappearing. Yes, I think that will do the purposes. Okay, why again? Number counts, number is unable to be React node. Okay, okay, rating dot rates, rating dot count, maybe count. So we can see, okay, make a reload as we already displayed so many things. So the rating is coming according to the number. You see how much rating is that. So rating dot count, I think. So that the good part, it will be instead of wrapping that one here, we can make it dynamically, because as we have like the rating conjunction is here. So I'm gonna make it as a view here at the bottom. So should be, let's say, view. And on that view should be rating count, another should be, let's say, text, and we're gonna provide that as rating dot rates. So that will be rate and then will be number. So how much rating and how much number is capturing, we can easily see it all together. So right now you see there is coming here, but we need to make it in a proper way. So I think ratings, so I think we can capture it all together. I think rating count, so should be, yeah, good. Yeah, I think it's good. So instead of the view, we can just simply grab it at the text. So let's just put in style. And over here, I'm gonna make that, let's say, styles.rating, and I will see in the footer. So we have the margin bottom 8. Also, I'm gonna make that as a rating. What we provide that rating text maybe. Okay, did we provide that name as rating text? Okay, now only rating text, I think. That's good. So now let's provide the rating text capacity, what kind of things we can provide it through. So let's say margin bottom should be 8, so it can press it all together. And you see and text transformation, which would be, let's say, I'm going to provide it as capitalized. First letter should be capital, and that's it. And the color should be tertiary maybe. Yeah, that's it. So you can make it more, or instead of tertiary, text color dot gray of, let's say, 300. Okay, not like that, should be 300 maybe. Why it's not coming? So gray 300, like that. Now it will come. Okay, so 300 is looks off, so I'm gonna make it as 500. So or can make 600. So now you can see, but when we provide that margin bottom is not so good, so I'm gonna remove it. So now what we can do here, as we are happen to be grabbing a button, right? So you can see here that's the button is actually capturing all the scenario. So instead of providing that footer view here, instead of make that a title, so if we just capture title, I think the title good, but is add to cart button. So I'll go back again at the top. So we have style.price. Okay, so we have the price segment. If we remove the price, so let's just go at the top. I want to see from where we're grabbing that. Yeah, that's margin bottom 7 which we're getting, so that's coming from the price. So I'm gonna remove that margin bottom, or I can keep that margin bottom. Yeah, I can just go with the compact. So it's not compact, then we can just go, because otherwise it will just provide that variation. So let's just go over here. I will make it also in a parameter. It's not compact, margin bottom 7. So whenever a button is there, it will compress at 7. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep it like that. And for the rating count or rating rate, I'm gonna make that 2 fixed. Let's say I'm gonna make it I think 2, which will be fine. I think 0.12, 2, 4. Oops, it should be, let's say, 0 or 1 character. That's interesting. 4.2, 4.9 or something. That could be, we can make it some other way. But it's actually working, but we cannot decipher because the count is all together, right? So what I'm gonna do for that rating purposes, I will make a slash. Okay, so now you can see it's divided, and over here for that count parameter, I'm gonna go and I will use a backtick parameter here. So should be initialized on the backtick, and then using the first bracket to making it all together, and then I'm going to provide the value. Should be a $sign. So now okay, I think, is it working? Okay, the backtick, it will not work because we need to inject it within a JavaScript. So then would be a backtick, and over here should be that. And for the rating count, we can just simply provide this much. So now we have that color, that count and parameter, and also for that rating, we can just make that we will make a 2 fixed as, let's say, it could be just simply as 1. Sometimes it's a bit annoying, you know, the normal things is getting a lot of compression, so never mind about it. I would I know the normal error is just catching up, so it's just making a little bit crucial whenever we are doing that. So now, as you see, we can now view the rating here. So let's go back to our shop. So over here in the rating properties, now we can see we have highest rated. So you can see all the 4.8 and other rating ratio is right here. Now whenever we are having our rating property is done, we also want to like receive the rating, right? So is that to make it happen, if a filter is active, only then means we are having a rating position, then we are willing to make a touchable opacity, and on that opacity the text should be, let's say, receipt filter. Okay, so that's what it can do. It will receive the filter, so that's where it can stand here also. And for this purposes, you're gonna provide any style, should be styles dot sort option, and also for this one over here should be style, and we can just provide that, let's say, we will make that the similar comparison, which going to be styles dot short option text. And also we're gonna provide a color, so it should be, let's say, we're gonna handle the color here. The color should be let's say app colors dot error, so it should be the red color. So once we click on that particular color, we want something to be happen, right? So in that value we can just simply make that, so we know how to activate that one. We'll just click a simple function here. So whenever you're gonna on press on that value, we'll just create that functionality which can really make the reverse psychology to create receipt formalities. So should be handle, let's say, a receipt filter. So that would be the function we're gonna call, and we're gonna make everything pretty tough from there. So that's the sort. After below that, we will just simply run that arrow function. The functionality it gonna be, let's say, it gonna receive a sort property, so should be, let's say, a sort product. So that sort product should be null. So sort product should be, let's say, the default property, which is a price ascending, and then it gonna make that set active sort option, which going to be as a null property. And after that, it also going to make that, let's say, set show sort model, which going to be as false. An active set is active filter, yeah, that's false, make it false, everything false. So if we click on that, so everything you see is down here. I think set sort product, I'll make it as an empty so that it can capture the data. Yeah, that would be nice for to go. So low to high, okay, and then it's capturing high to low. And after that, it can capture also highest rated. Okay, cool. If we just click on that receipt filter, everything disappear. So now even in the receipt filter, okay, nice. So nothing on the receipt filter. I think by default, it can, okay, we can make it as price ascending or rating. I think that's good. We're gonna keep it like that. So at least it's have a default variation value. So now, as you see, we are having the profile. Remember, we already create that. So I'm gonna just log in again. So let's say admin at gmail.com. And by the way, I just skipped that for sign in part. So every sign in, it will send you to the notification. So how you can stop it, let's go in the Supabase. I already stopped that because that will be really making you annoying whenever you're working with Supabase. So I'm gonna just show you how easily you can stop that. Like every time you are making a new user login, the authentication parameter, it will stop for you. So I went in my shop card, and in the authentication parameter, as you can see, we have a lot of scenarios. So I'll go in the project settings, and from the settings we have lots of interfaces here. So we need to find something called for valuing on that. So I think we can find here, it should be coming within the authentication. So in the email, okay, you can see at the top about the sign in providers, and as you see here, so you allow users sign up, okay, and the email over here to send email. As you see the confirm email, which I make it off. If you make it on, and particular 1 hour, you can set only 2 mail. Okay, you can sign up only 2 mail, and then you cannot log in like sign up another more than 2 emails. So it will be a problem for you if you try to use several emails. So by default it's true, but you can just toggle it off, and that time it can work perfectly for you. So now I am having all the scenario, all the segment is almost done. So right now what we can do, we need to create some of the functionality. Before going further, I will create the search option, and after the search bar we'll go and fix all other properties, and we're gonna create all of our store and everything. It's already created. We're gonna just modify and use and prioritize all the section. The first thing first, we're gonna go in our search. Okay, so this is our search screen, and on the search screen we need to make compare couple of parameter. We need to render header and others. So first of all, I'm gonna go and grab all the parameter by which we can style it together. So let's just go and grab it. Okay, so that would be our style, and for the styles we need to import the app colors. I think we're good to go. Now on that particular segment, we can still again use the render card. Remember the way we did it. So first I'm going to provide the wrapper, and on that wrapper I'm going to provide a simple functionality which will be render header, which will be just a simple function the way we did it previously. So I will go at the top and let's say const render header. Okay, so that would be a simple functionality. And by the way, so okay, first I'm going to return something. Let's say a view, and let's say text, and that should be header. And what I was talking about, you see, you are keeping that. So as you see the render header, you always try to remove, like keep it at the top of the function. Why? Because see, there is already a function and you are loopholing that function within the function. So let's see in the shop if we did that same mistake or not. We did same mistake, and if you're having the question, I know you didn't raise it yet, but you should raise in the comment box. So as you see render header, you need to always keep that render header. You need to cut it, and then you need to just push it top at the top layer. Right now here you need to have the selected category. You need to pass the categories data. All the data you can pass it by props if you have been creating a component, but as I'm creating a simple function, you can pass that here. Now you see the changes. For the function you can keep here, it will not provide. But if you are creating like the normal way, if you just create like that, like const, now we are calling it as a function, right, as a render header function. If we just go and make it as a render header, that time, like if also we need to provide an h, should be r render header, it will work. You can see it will work, but this time whenever you are gonna coming up, you need to put it top over there. But as you see, we are not passing. Now we can go with the props, right? So if you want to pass that as the top layer, you need to use it not like a function but like a props. Now either you can work with that whenever you're keeping function, it will be fine, but now I will do it as a property, as a several concern on that, so by which we can understand how those things can work. But the problem is that whenever we are going to do like that, we need to use the property, like you need to pass everything as a prop. So that I'm gonna just try to keep it within that functional layer, and I'm gonna keep it within my search screen. So this is I know it can be happen to be like a garbage talk, but it's better to understand that if you're keeping as a function, you can keep within it. If you're keeping as a component, you need to remove it and put it at the top layer. Okay, now for the headers, for the search bar, we should having some of the condition is there. So should be, let's say it gonna be a search query, and set search query, not that one, React, it should be disappear from there. We're gonna just grab it like that. So that would be a search query, and also should be a search timeout ref. So because remember, whenever you're gonna start typing any of the search input box in, then we need to give a specific time zone that after 3 milliseconds or 5 milliseconds, the whatever we type, it can be activated. So should be search timeout ref, and the reference should be use ref. And within the parameter, it can be, let's say it can be a value of number, and it can be a value of null. Okay, and this here, the first instance, I'm gonna keep it as the first dialog, it should be null. So now this is all the value, and of course we're gonna grab the value from our product store. So let's say const, we're gonna get all the data within the object, should be use product store. And from there we're going to capture several properties. The first property should be the products, all the products, then it should be the filter products. After that we will also getting the loading state, we're going to getting that fetch product stage, and then we're going to also getting that search products real time. So those are the things which we're gonna fetch from there, and now according to that particular instances we're gonna make things done properly. So first we're gonna create our header properly, like render our header in instances. So first of all we're gonna go provide a style, should be, let's say, styles dot header. So that would be our header property. And for the text here, and that text could be, let's say, style, and this should be styles dot title. Okay, and the title gonna contain search products. So that's gonna happen right here. So now you can see it's just providing the padding bottom and background color, border width and others, and the similar injection we are putting. Now whenever we're gonna go within the single product, here we're gonna inject that one, right? Other every single scenario, because we are showing that one, so they can easily go from wherever they can, from the shop profile and others, they can just easily toggle through and go backwards, right? So now we can provide the search row here. So let's put another view, should be another view, and on that view I'm going to provide another view, and then I'm going to provide the text input. Okay, we already have a text input, and in the text input I'm going to provide the value, should be the value of search query value. Now by default is an empty, and on change text should be rendering handle search change. Okay, and we're gonna render that function at the top. So const handle search, let's say search change. So that's the function going to handle. I'm gonna keep it like that. And after that, for the text input itself, so now you can see there is an input here, you can type, but it's not working properly because we need to provide and capture, encapsulate other value. And the placeholder should be, let's say, search product. So that will be the placeholder, and the style should be, let's say, style should be styles dot, I'm gonna make that as a search input. And also for the input style, so the input text variation should be, let's say, styles dot search input style. So now you can see we are having that one, but we can type, but we need to actually do lots of parameter here for the search query. So this is the search query which is empty, and now also we are having a text, we have value, I think, yeah. So now for the search input value, you can see the margin bottom is 0, flex 1, getting entire property because you're gonna having a search icon there. And search input style is the background color is getting the secondary color, so that's the gray color is here. Border radius is 8, background color border color transparent, and the padding right is 40. So we will make room for our clear button. So there will be a lot of things to be provided here. So first of all, we're gonna go at the top, we're gonna provide a style, and the style should be styles dot, I'm gonna make it as a search row. So that would be the style for the first instances, and that parameter here should be style, let's say styles dot input wrapper. So that will wrap everything. You see in the search row, flex direction row, ln item center, and also the input wrapper, I'm making it relative position, flex direction row, ln item center. Now it's time for us to capture other parameters. So what we're gonna do, if we have the search query and search query dot length, if we have the length and the length is bigger than 0, means we are typing something there, then we want to render something. We want to render a touchable opacity here, and that opacity going to contain a and design icon, and the icon going to provide the name as close, and on that close name we will provide the size. The size should be 16, 16, and also for the color should be app colors dot, I'll provide a gray dot 500. Okay, so now if we type something, let's just type a text. I think why we cannot type this is, we need to check, especially in the input text input we have the value, right? So the value is value, on change is getting the on change. So yeah, we should be able to type, right? Let's just go Okay, I think we are misplacing something. Yeah, maybe. Okay, we'll see what kind of wrong we have been done. The slog is coming maybe from our single product page. You can see here. So where is the product? And that was the, I think, yeah, that is coming from there. Okay, now let's go to our shopcart YT. I think something was up, or we made some, maybe we made something wrong. So if we go, let's go in the search. Yeah, that is okay. Yeah, that is having a problem. So did you use search input anywhere? I think that's the one only we used, maybe. No, we used there. So log out. We use already here in the login parameter. So that's the same input we use, right? So that's the same text input we use. So I think that should not having a problem for the text input variation. Let's just type again, admin @ gmail.com 123. Okay, let's go. So now still it's working. So I believe that should work here also, but for search, okay, I know why it's happening and what the things it can be done. So I'm gonna go in my handle search change. Okay, so let's go back here. Where is our handle search change? Okay, not here, not here. I'll go skip from there. So handle search change. Now this function is not displaying anything. So in the handles search change, we can just grab the view as it can coming the text as props. So should be text, and the text should be as coming as a string parameter. And over here we need to grab something. We need to provide the value and variance. So let's say set search query. I'm going to provide that text as the search query. So every time we're writing something, you see, now is coming. So that was the problem only. So now the variance is very simple. It was just our errors because we didn't because if we just remove that handle search change, it will work properly. So if you see, if we just remove that, okay, now if you type okay, so I think, yeah, we need to properly align with the text input to grab that one. Okay, now let's go in our search touchable opacity here, which need to be make it better. What we're gonna do, we're gonna provide a style, and the style should be styles dot, it should be clear button, and you can see clear. And of course we're gonna on press on that button here. We will just make a simple I will create a function which can be handle clear search. So should be handle clear clear search. Okay, so I'm gonna go after that parameter, I'm gonna pass that one. So should be passing that. It's gonna make that set search query empty and set real-time product should be clear. So click done. Let's go. So it's working perfectly. Now after the search query parameter should be another where we can show the search icon. So below of that, I think not below of that, after the twist step on that particular value, I'm gonna use another touchable opacity, and on that opacity we will make another undesign, and on that undesign the name should be, let's say, search 1, and I'm gonna make it app color should be, let's say, I'm gonna make it as dot background dot primary, so keep it white. That should be entertaining here, but we need to provide that some specification here. So style should be styles dot search button. So now you can see that's the button is happening. We are providing the app colors primary 500, border radius 8, border weight 44, height 44, and item center, justify content center, margin left is 8. So that's how we are rendering. I think instead of that I should be one step further so that we can go actual the simultaneous way. And of course whenever we're gonna click on that particular event, we'll just simply write a simple functionality. Let's say style should be style, okay, not here, should be on press event. So on press, here I'm gonna make that, let's say, search product by real time. I'm gonna provide that search query to grab the product in real time. And I think I'm missing something. We are having, so let's just go and dig down why our style is broken. So over here we have our input wrapper, right? So this is the wrapper which contain everything. So after the wrapper, we are happen to be, okay, I think we need to have another container. So here it will be, let's say, style should be styles dot search container. So that's need to be pending. So this is the container which capturing the flex one property. And maybe, so we are having the header, we're having the title, we're providing the search row, we are providing the search container, and also we are having input wrapper, right? So everything is in place. Now for the touchable opacity, we have search button, and yeah, that's it. That should work, but I don't know why it's just encapsulating. So it's also happened to be within a wrapper. Let's just go in the search row. So this is the contain all the two property, right? So search row, flex direction row, and I'm gonna make it a flex one to capture all of that. Okay, yeah, good. So now it's good. We need to provide, you see, that's the one. It's not, I think, align with the flex rows, it will work. Maybe it's just a saving is not working. We need to go in real time to just come back on that, because my system, no, it's okay. I'll refresh it to just go and check the scenario. Okay, let's go back to the search. Okay, cool. If we click, cut. So if we click, whenever we're gonna press on that, it's gonna fetch our product in real time. So now as we are having the wrapper, I think we are good to go and see other values. So first of all, over here, after the render property, we're gonna go and style a property. If we have a loading view, we want to pass that, let's say, should be loading spinner, and otherwise we want to render something. So okay, what's is it good? I think, yeah, I think we start writing within the view of render property, so it should be out of that. Okay, so now if we have the loading, should be loading spinner, and otherwise if we are having an error, so if we're having loading property, if we are having error, then we're gonna provide that, let's say it's gonna be another view, and then we're gonna provide a text where we're gonna passing our error. Okay, so this is just a comparable to whenever we are grabbing the error, and of course we need to decipher our error from our backend. So over here we also need to inject the error, otherwise we cannot show it together. So now, as what you're doing, we're wrapping everything with a single condition wrapper, like the way before we did, but now it's getting different. So now we are having view if we have error, and after that we also gonna write another condition. So if we are having error, we are providing the view which gonna contain the error property, and then if we are having a filtered products, so the products getting filtered dot length is equal to, let's say, if it's 0, then we are having 0, and we are having search query also. So we are trying to search something, and the return and the response came is empty, so we're going to provide that empty state, and after that we're going to provide something. So if nothing is okay, I think so. Okay, let's just grab it. Empty state is there. Okay, I think one more condition which we are bypassing. Okay, so now we have the filter products is equal to 0 and search query. So we have search query, we have filter product, and then we're gonna provide an empty state. Okay, and then it's gonna stop, and the empty state property, it's gonna contain the type it would be search, and then also the message going to be no products found matching MT matching your search query. So that's the condition going to be passing that variance. So this is the one state, and after that, yeah, after that we can render one more, and that should be a flat list. Okay, that should do. I think I need to craft something. So this is the one. Okay, I think in that way it's getting much more complicated. So I'm gonna go one more time to just go introduce the scenario. This is really quashing it all together. It's not looking so good, and whenever you're gonna typing the logic, you're gonna find it not meaningful. So whenever I'm gonna pass the loading, if we have the loading, okay, so first of all, again, I'm gonna go and try to recheck and recalculate. So if we having the loading, okay, we're going to pass that loading spinner, and if we doesn't have the loading, I want to provide a view. Let's say text. Let's say text, and that text can contain no loader, no loading. Okay, so now it's no loading is there. If we just put a null check, we can just passing that loading property. So now we have the loading instances done. Now after the loading, so this is the fallback ratio, right? So this gonna render whenever the loading is done. Now there should be another component library, component parameter. Like after loading, we want to add another component container or another constraint, which is error. And let's say in the error, we're gonna provide a view. Okay, so that's view can contain something, and we need to interpolate within that. So that is okay. Now within that view, I know it's still complicated, but if you know how to do that in dynamic way, you can try to you can write less code, and you can still have a very good understanding of building the logic itself. So here I'm going to provide the error. So let's just pass the view, and on that view I'm going to provide the text, and the text gonna contain whatever the error we are capturing. And also for the view itself, let's say error style should be error dot not error, so styles dot error container. And the text going to contain, let's say it gonna contain the error properties. So style should be styles dot error text. So if you go error container, it's a flex one center, and the error text going to be the color of red. Now over here we can simply render it also. If you wanted to, you can just simply click like that. So now you can fetch the error, and we can just simply say underscore. So you can see now the value, I think it will be empty. Okay. Okay, we need to also pass the loading instances is done, otherwise it will not coming. You see? Okay, error. Now loading. Okay, we need to be encirculate the condition. So now error is not here. So I think yeah, I cannot go out of that to showcase the error. But we can quickly come over here, pass the value just to see the error is going to be coming like that. If we type something, where is the view? So error container, if we make it flex, yeah, so no need to place the flex, yeah, but it was there, but because of we create as a flex property, so it just creating that proper layer. So let's say products. Okay, do so previously also whenever we change the interpolation, it was there. Like if we just type something, it will show, yeah, because of the flex one view, it was just popping up. So now if we are having the loading, we're having loading spinner. If we are having the error, we have our error properties. And after that, also we can check another property, which if our product is empty, let's say filter products dot length. So not like that, length is equal to 0, if the filter products length is equal to 0, and also if we're having the search query, then we're grabbing the empty product. Only then we want to showcase something, so it should be coming up as an empty property, so should be empty state. And here we need to define our type, so the type should be, let's say it will be giving a type of search, and in the description it should be grabbing the message. So we're gonna pass the message which gonna contain the actual property, which can say no products found matching your search. So now if you just copy this one, and if you just want to visualize, you can see what's going to happen. You see, that's the things going to happen once ever the search is not ready. So now everything is got it right. So now this is the view where the magic gonna happen. So now if we go in the flat list, so the flat list property, so now on the flat list we need to make the data. So data could be either in a search query data reader, and if search query is there, then it gonna be coming as a filter products, and if no search query is there, empty array. So means if you're having a search query magic, so means having the product, only product gonna show, otherwise it will show nothing. And then gonna coming as a key structure, and in the key structure everything going to be rendered within the item not like that, everything going to render as an item, and should be item.id.toString. I'm gonna manipulate to create a string segment, and then number of columns should be 2. And also you do that, remember you're gonna get an error because on the flight they cannot do it. You need to make reload whenever you are putting a number of columns. You need to make sure every time to remember you provide number of column 2, 3, whatever you did, you need to make it reload, otherwise it cannot make it, because it need to allocate the property, because before is providing the view, it need to allocate whatever the how many columns it's gonna generate for the flat list. And on the fly once we create, it's not there, so it's gonna providing error. So whenever you are providing number of columns, you need to better specify and reload it. Now we need to provide our render item, and from there we can specify our item. And remember the way we did, we need to provide a view, and on the view we need to make that product card. Now you can design it, you can design it as a search product card, but I'm gonna just make that product as a similar layer, and also for the custom style, which going to be taking that as a weight, which going to be, let's say, 100%. Okay, so we have the style. Now we can view on that. Remember the way we did before, the same functionality. We will provide the styles, and that should be providing our product container. So now if you go in our product container, we should be having the same ratio, and also the column wrapper, which is going to be and the product grid the same way we did before in the shop. We are providing at the same concept. Now if I put, let's say, shirt, you can see instant it's happening. And this is, we need to make a style on a bit. Of course we're gonna do the gapping padding, we're gonna fix that. Then we're gonna go to capture the search. If we click, you see that will be disappear. First I'm gonna keep it that one, so the search is already there. Now as the search is there, we can combine it all together to provide such a good response on that. So now as we have it, so below that we're gonna make that contain container style, which going to be styles.product.grid, and the column properties should be the column wrapper and also the list footer item. Now for the list footer item should be providing that list footer, the similar parameter which we did before. Now one more property gonna come over here, that should be list empty component, and that component going only to be rendered like whenever we are having we are having the search query. So let's say it should be rendering we are having no search query, and then we if we have no search query, then we want to render something, and that could be, otherwise it could be null. So if there is no search query, we can just simply pass a view parameter. On that view parameter we can pass a text message that should be type at least 3 characters to search products, and we can make that one characters of should be CHARACTERS characters. So now if we removed, it should be appearing here. We will make it better. So style should be styles dot empty state container, and the type for the text should be styles dot let's say it should be empty state text. So this is just providing a bit of ratio, padding, align item center, justify content center, and empty state text, font size 16, app colors is the secondary, text align center, line height 24. Now here, if I put something, you can see it's capturing. If I put something, it's also capturing. So now it's not like changing. So if I want to make it chart, you can see all products is coming here, not in the chart, but all the products is coming here. So now we need to go and combine a specific design and a specific pattern by which we can make the function better. You see, we are making that search query as the text. Now we're gonna define some of the logic here. First of all, we're gonna, as we did that, so if we have, let's say, search time ref, so that is the one which we need to dot current, so we need to contain on that. So here I think we need to go and clear timeout. So first of all, we need to wrap it through it all together, by which we should know that it's working or not. So we need to go and combine it all together. So yeah, should be, we're gonna run an use effect functionality. So top of that, we're gonna run a use effects, and over here we're gonna render the instances, because every time we're gonna change something, the function need to be called. So if we have that products dot length is there is equal to 0, only then we want to make that, we will go with the fetch products, otherwise we will not call that initially. And also we will go another portion, we will make a we're gonna make that as a clear timeout on component and mount and mount, and that could only happen, we're gonna pass a return function property. So that could combine if we have the search timeout dot ref dot current. If we're just going over there, we're gonna make that clear timeout dot and the clear timeout gonna be, let's say, search timeout dot current. So in that way it can like click a reference here by which we can really make things to be done. Now we have the timeout configuration here. Over there I'm gonna just make that if text dot length. Okay, so this gonna be contain the text property. If it's below than like is equal or not like that, is equal or bigger than 3, only then we're gonna render. We're gonna make that search timeout ref. So we're gonna go with the timeout ref property dot current, and then is equal to should be set timeout, and on that set timeout parameter we need to render it all together, and then we're gonna pass that set like the search real-time product should be coming according to the text. So oops, it should be not here. If text dot length, okay, I think we didn't provide the text length. Yeah, should be 3. Okay, is why if text, so this is the text, right? Okay, it should be coming at the first this one, then this one. Okay, and their specification I will provide as a 5 millisecond the duration on that, so it will wait for the 5 millisecond, and else capacity here, and then make the search products results. So should be search products search product real time, which I'm gonna pass an empty, so it gonna work as nothing. So right now if I put something a, okay, it's coming, but the text length should be accordingly, but I think we are providing the product from there. Let's say if we go in our real time, so let's go in the search real time. So both of the search search capacity we're gonna talk about. So if you see in that search products, here it's just coming here providing the search term, the query lowercase to trim, and products is coming, also the category is coming, and filter products is coming here. And if we have the selected filter, by which if you have filter then also going to be doing there. Then if we're having the search term, we're providing that search term is according to product, the title lowercase, description lowercase, category lowercase. So anything you type is match, it gonna coming up. So right now, as you see, we are having, let's say, shirt is matching, right? So now you can see all the shirt is coming. But the first instances, if we make, let's say what we can make a ring. But you can see the first instant the product is coming all together, so this we need to stop it. So that's we're gonna stop for sure. And then we're gonna having that set filter products, we're providing the filter properties. So that's the sort product, that's the search real time. So this is gonna coming back for the filter products, as you see. So I think in our search term we should not get the products, but we should get that filter products. Okay, I think accordingly we don't need to we don't need to have that product actually, because this is not mandatory. We are not using the product by itself. We are using our if you just see in the data layer here, we are using that search query and filter products. So it depends on that data query. So I think if we put shirt, but still we are having that first glimpse. So this is really annoying. Now that should call only if we have that. I think I'm gonna revert something. So if we have that filter products.length, then we're gonna because these products need to be coming as a filter products. But why is coming? Let's go back here. So set, we are getting the query as stream. Okay, we are providing that set products.get products and loading false. And search is if no query dot, we don't want to pass that. You see, I think this is the containing that chart. Okay, yeah, now it's good. So ring. Okay, there is a twice is happening, so we can fix this. So set search results await query. So then it's providing the filter, providing the search results, and then this is really making some changes. RING. This is why I'm seeing the product as first. You see? Okay, we need to tune something. Okay, we'll fix that for sure. So no worries about that. And the condition is that we need to specify how the things can be done. Okay. Whenever we are clicking on that, we are making something. So we're clearing that. If text.length, so I think not text is the search query.length should be there, because the text length it will not be there. Okay. A. But still, this really, I think that could not be on that property. The below layer cannot be done on that same instances. So that we can really do in a very local layer. So if products dot, okay, filter products dot length is 0, search query is there, empty state, and the flat list. Okay, I think we can just simply pass that, let's say filter products. That's it. And then if we just put a query here. Okay, search query dot length. Okay, only then it can capture. Let's just see if it's working. Okay, yes, now it's working. So I'm gonna go and try to make something. Let's say ring. But still, RING, if I having the ring, okay, it's just capturing the first instance, then it's capturing the all together. That is really annoying. So that's the item. Or we can go in the function over here. So this is our, like say, called handle search change. So this is the function which we are calling here. And within that function properties, so in that property layer, we need to provide, let's go, we are getting the search product in real time. So this here, the combination going to is query going to be coming as the trim. So Now I'm gonna just log through the query. I'm gonna debug in real time. Let's just go get the query. So we'll go here and we'll try to intercept the query. So if we're passing that, okay, are you receiving the query? No, we're not receiving anything. Okay, we're receiving that. Okay, so means one thing is working. 1, 2, 3, and is 4. Okay, so means we are receiving the query here. So wherever we are passing that search product real time, this is actually working. You see, this function is only combining all together whenever we are passing that value. Okay, that's cool. So now we are having the search query ratio. So we need to work on that. So if query is empty, reset all products. So this is what making is actionable. We don't want to make all product to be in the query. So I'm going to remove it altogether. First of all, what is going to happen, we have query and the search results should be await search products API. Then the filter products could be search. So shirt. Okay, here is coming, but I want to lock the search products. So let's say search results. Let's cut it. Search products dot. I'm gonna go check the length, how many length I'm taking. So it's getting the entire product BC 20 D nothing. So now that what is capturing all together. So the search results, if query dot length is equal or like that, no, equal, I think we can now go and grab it. Oops, I think that's the way. Yeah, bigger and equal. So should be bigger and equal, maybe first bigger then equal. Yeah, then we want to render it. So we will just trump it all together at this layer. Okay, so now let's remove it. So nothing gonna come up. So also it can be happen to be the problem of the state. So I'll go here, let's go in the search. First of all, we need to type something. So let's say test. Okay, now it's working. If we go here and if we just type that, let's say we are going to loading is searching for the product and we are not grabbing the product any. So first of all, we need to go like yeah, we can do it. Else we can just make that set loading false, and filter products we can just make it as empty. That's it. So the loading, it will disappear for sure. So now let's go at the shop and let's try again here. Okay, not there, but let's go try to work within the search property. And here I'm gonna make it as a shirt. Okay, shirt is here. Okay, if we click, that would remove everything. Okay, I don't want to show any product, but I want to remove this. As you see, it's just in our life, whatever I developed before, it's having that issue same. But whatever I am building right here, right now in front of you is fixed. So this is the real joy of working like that. This is really remarkable. So let's just do and make some more changes here. Make ABC or ABD, nothing match. Okay, good. Let's say okay, ABC and D. Okay, nothing match. So if we go with that SHI, it should match some product, but it's not capturing, it's not calling. It's query.length. So I'm gonna go and check the query.length here. Query.length. Now if we go and check, okay, that is just SHI R. Okay, only then I'm grabbing that. So I think so instead of that, I'm gonna make it is bigger than 2. That's it. So I think that would be very simple to go and contradict. Okay, right now if nothing, So make that SHIR. Okay. Query.length is 2, query.length is 4. Okay, I'm going to keep it like that. So it's up to you. You can if still you are having any issue, you can feel free to resolve it. If you cannot resolve it, let me know in the comments, but I think that will do the purposes and it will work perfectly. So we have all the functionality to create the search, and we are having the having a value the shop, and also we are having especially for the profile. And here, as you can see, whenever we are onboarding here, there is a simple tuning functionality which you can create. If you go at the shop, remember the way we are capturing those here. So whenever you are like coming back here in the first instance, you can just highlight or reload that entire capacity, because now this is the filter product which we are showcasing, right? So if you go at the shop, instead of showcasing the filter products, you can just showcase the products. So if you go at the products, so now you can go and fall back the products data directly in between, and here you can render. So as you see, we are passing that product data. So here is the filter product, and we are embedding filter products. So here we can just simply check or products. So now even you did a lot of things here, so now you can see it's just capturing that. If you go at the search, and if you just make that one a little bit like if you click on that, you see it's all are staying here. So shirt, strange, SHIIRT. Okay, actually we need to click on that it will work properly, because once we type, it's just also happening, but the proper action should be handling whenever you are typing. You see it's here. So now you can concat all together, like whenever it's gonna having the product, and you can also now you can tune through the route. Okay, so if you like, if you are passing here in the shop route, you can always capture the fetch data. You can see the way we did fetch product here. So you see the fetch products, so you can just simply provide the combination by which you can just grab it all together. Okay, right now what we can do, we will close everything as we did our part properly. So still there will be confusion, there will be some error which you'll encounter, and maybe it will not be resolved. So let me know in the comments if you are failing to contradict on something, and of course if you are facing any issue, that I will going to help on that. So now in the product card is our time to go and implement our, let's say we need to make that the handle add to cart properties, right? So first of all, I'm gonna go in our header. So it will be the home header. So in the home header, we are having that our logo, we are having our search parameter, we are having our this icon. So we need to implement our property here by which we can grab the things. So right now we'll go over here, and I'm gonna grab my items. So and that item should be is equal to, let's say, use card store. I think use card store or something. Use, what's the store name which you're providing? So should be in the store products. So product store, so should be product store. Let's just go in that product store, and here yes, product store, use product store. Okay, that's what is actually use product store, and we need to render it. And from there, I'm going to just simply grab the items. Is it items or is it something called let's say there should not be that, because we need to use two, because we need to use two separate store to combine it all together. First one is that whenever we are dispatching anything from here, like as you see, okay, I think before doing that, if we go in the single, yeah, we have one more portion which we need to consider. So I'll go and clean up that one, because we need to create that. We was missing to create it before. So first of all, as you see, we are having the product here. So if id fetch products, and then we can just grab the product data. So now if we go here, you can see we have the product data is all together. It just dynamically rendered. So now we are already did everything. So I think no need to grab this state property, because remember previously we cannot handle that. So I'm going to remove altogether all of the scenario here, because the product we're going to render not from here but from our state. So what we're gonna do, well, okay, I think we can also use that. So we're gonna keep the state. Yeah. Okay. We are actually getting the product from our parameter here. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. We are doing that. Okay, so what we are doing, we are using the fetch product data is a synchronous method, and then await for the get product and providing that id num, and that one also according to the number is coming. So id num, I think we are fetching our product directly. Now also we need to combine, whenever we are having the product, we need to show the data layer, the design pattern, how we can show that. So we have our common header, and below that common header we need to go and combine and make things in a better way. And to implement that, the first segment after the common header, what I want to done is that I will create a scroll view, right? Scroll SCROLL, scroll view. Within that scroll view, I'm going to having another view, and on that particular view I'm going to having an image. So the image going to be coming from next image, and over there I'm going to provide a source, and the source going to be, I'm going to passing that URI. So the URI should be let's say product.image. And of course we need to provide the style. The style should be, let's say, styles.product image. And of course we need to properly define this the style first, otherwise it will be more lengthy on that. So we need to define the app colors, and I think we are quite good. So width and height, and of course we can simply get width and height from dimension. So let's go here. We can simply grab the width, DTH, and that can get that dimension dot get, and that will be grabbing from the window. So this is the width we can capture, and one more property can layer. Okay, that should be product image. Hit save. So now as you see, it can be making a meaningful scenario here. So I'm gonna go here, go in some simple property. Now in the product image you see width 80%, height 80%, but right now we need to go and specify especially the scroll view by which it can render. And I think I missed one more property. Did we just if we go here, I think you can hide it, or if you want to keep it. So I will not go with that. Okay, so now we need to define in the scroll view, we need to go and specify how the scroll view gonna be look alike. So first of all, for the scroll view here, we're gonna put a show vertical indicator, which I want to make it as a false value. And then for the view itself, put a style, and over here styles dot image container. Now in the image container, see what we're having. We're having height, which actually a width is at the width, and height is capturing the width. So this much, if this much width, this much height. So that's how it's gonna render. And I think I'm gonna hide that. So, and the image gonna take 80% of that actual width ratio. And also for the image, I'm gonna make something which called that resize method or resize mode. Resize mode should be contain. So that you can see our image is ready. Below the image, we need to have the other properties. So as the view is done here, we need to have another view. So let's just combine a view, and on that view, we're gonna having a text rendered, and this text going to be, let's say, products. And if the product have the category, then on that category, I'm gonna, if the character at is coming with 0, then of course we need to make the 2 uppercase. That's how, remember the previous segment what we did here, the same thing we are just concatenating here. I think is it working? Okay, let me just grab it. It should be product is there, right? So in, okay, what's the product is possibly could be null. Okay, So that could be combining it all together, because if we go here at the product, so that is the product and it could be null. So here, okay, the combination is quite clear. So what we can do here in the root layer, we're gonna just simply pass there if there is a loading. You know the trick, you can also keep it at the bottom layer, or also you can keep it at the root layer. Okay, so I'm gonna just return here, I'm gonna make that as a loading spinner, and then gonna pass that, and of course it's gonna go as a full screen. So if there is a loading, you see it's coming at the top layer, so I need to wrap it within a view. So provide a view. Okay, and on that particular instances, after passing that, let's say style, I'm gonna make that a flex one, and then align item center. Align items should be, let's say it should be center, justify center. So now whenever you are coming any of the product, you see the loading is coming here. So this could be a loading instances, and after that also we need to having another property if we have error, and also it can be error, and if we have no product data, that 2 times it gonna handle 2 separate scenario. First of all, it gonna return, as you see, once we did that, the error is disappeared, because it's now know that in the root layer we already provide that. So I'm gonna just pass a wrapper here, wrapper, and within the wrapper I'm gonna pass that a view, and within the view property I'm gonna having a 2 particular instances, let's say text, and the text going to be contain the error if the error is there, and if the error is not there, then it can simply pass that product not found. So that could be the message itself, and after that also it going to have a button, and on that button itself we can do title. It could be, say, let's say it will be go back, and after that it could be on press, and on that particular on press we want that to go back. So here we're gonna simply passing that router. We did you define the router, so should need to define that. Const router should be use router, use route, not use route, but use router, which gonna coming from Expo router. So we're gonna say that right now it should be router dot, if it can go back, I think only then it can. So this is a 2 separate, I'm gonna explain that one. So I'm gonna just simply make a condition here. If router can go back, then it should be, let's say, router dot go back, or I think no need to specialized on that. I think simply we can just make that router dot back, that's it, no need to having any fancy emotion. Now over here I can just simply make that if also having product, we can say, you see, that's what is dealing. If you need to go, you can just go back right now. So also you want to show at in the middle, so instead of putting the wrapper, I can just make it at the view, putting a style here, the similar style what we did before. I can just go on and on with that same segment, so it will be at the middle. And also for that, for the text dialect over here, we can define some of the style. So over here should be style, and the style should be, let's say, styles dot error container. I think the error container are having all together wrapper, I believe so. Yeah, error container is actually hosting all of that. Also the text should be, let's say, style, then styles dot error text should be the red, and then the button also going to have a property, so the style should be, let's say, styles dot error button. Now if we go here, error container, flex one, item center, justify content center, error text is getting that medium 16, that's it all, and error button is margin top. And I think right now as we decipher on that, we are not needing to have that wrapper and also that view, because by default itself it's gonna staying in the back. So now it will only happen once it cannot find the product, right? Okay, oh my, it's when it's coming here, we just create, because this only happen whenever you're gonna click. You see, if you click on a tab, it will just style an HTML property. Okay, so now our error is gone, so we know the product is now having that category. So now we can start building our other scenario. Now we can combine all the container like content here. So we can just put a simple name here, which is going to be styles dot product info. So that would be our container by default. And if you go in the product info, you can see padding horizontal 24, padding bottom 120, padding top, and background color. So right now what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna stop that loading preview because every time it's gonna load and I don't want it to see right now. So what I'm gonna do right now after that, and of course at the meantime, after we done everything, we need to keep it back. So right now also for the text, which is going to be a text of title, so should be style.styles.title. And for the title, we are combining all together font family as the interbold, font size 24, colors is the text primary, and margin bottom 8. So the same length of the enter segment is going on. After that, so here we are providing the category and then the title. Okay, so that's no, I think I think I made a mistake. Should be category. Yeah, that should be that one. So this should be font family intermediate, font size 14, color app colors text secondary, margin bottom 8, and text transform capitalize. Now after particularly on that, after the same ratio on here, I'm gonna generate another text which going to be combined. Let's say it should be happen to be coming to that as, let's say, product / dot, you can say make that as the title. And here I always want you to do some null check, is because if the product is not there, it's gonna throw an error and your app could be crashed. So every time whenever you are taking a product, taking any data from the database or any source of things, you better try to use a fallback scenario. And that's why we are doing all this stop at the error, product, and loading, because especially in here it will rendering you, it will provide you an error and your app can be crashed. Now over here I'm going to provide this style, and the style should be styles.title. So that's how it gonna happen. So the font family interbold and 24, primary color, margin bottom should be 8. So now we are having our title. So what we can do after passing the title, we should be having a rating view. So I'm gonna make another view container here, and over there I'm gonna pass a rating. So right now we are not having a rating property, so we need to encapsulate and create that rating scenario here. So you need to create a component where we can show the rating. So first of all, let's go in the components, create a new file where I will pass that rating.tsx rnafs. And of course we can also replace the rating the other segment, remember, where we actually needing that. Also in the product card we can now simultaneously use that part also. And for the rating we can now provide the, over here in the rating we should be providing a two property, which it should be a rating, and the rating should be providing on that a product dot rating dot rate, or you can say the rate. And also for the count we can just simply pass that product rating dot count. We don't want to pass entire thing, right? So that would be a massacre to providing on that. And also we're going to provide a style, and the style should be, let's say, styles dot rating container, and the rating container going to be a margin bottom 60. So whatever the item going to be there, it should be at a margin bottom layer. So let's go back to the rating. So in the rating we are taking everything encapsulated, so it should be passing that interface, and interface going to be, let's say, a rating props, and on that rating props it will first come as the rating, and which is required, so it can be a number, and after that it could be coming as the count is an optional value, also be a number. And now you can create it as mandatory, is up to you, but here we know we have the value. And also we can define the size, which can be number, and also let's say show count, which can be boolean. That depends on how we want it to. That size and show count should be wherever we want to show the count or not. Now over here we can just simply go with that, let's say react.fc, so the functional component itself, and here I'm gonna pass that rating props. As we did that, we can now simply grab all of that. We can get the rating value, we can get the count value, and also for the size itself we will first keep the size as 16, so that would be the icon size, and show count should be true by default. Now over here, as you see, we need to encapsulate several parameter here, how we're gonna show the rating, how the colors, and how other components should be there. So first value is that we're gonna define that should be rounded RUN rounded rating, which we need to make I think rounded, yeah, RUN DED, yeah, that we are making math.round.rating. We are capsulating together, and in that rating we can making like objecting it to and then dividing by its 2, so we're gonna have an absolute value over there. And now const, we're gonna make that render stars function stars, and here it will be a simple arrow function which gonna generate our entire arrow segment, right? So first of all, const stars, stars going to be an empty array of stars. After that, now we're going to render our full star, so that would be contain the full star. So the full star going to be 4, and we're gonna pass a loop here, and for let's going to be, let's say for let I, and let I should be is equal to 1, and after that not 1 should be I, the actual value. And of course we can, if its I is smaller or equal to is 1, okay, should be, and of I is equal or bigger than 1, then we want to make that math.flow. So math.flow, and then we want to make that as coming to the rounded rating, and that rounded rating going to be there. And of course after that we want to make that as I++ to interpolish the counter value, and of course we need to inject that scenario, otherwise it will start hopping the error. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make that stars dot push. Remember we have the star, right? Okay, that could not be const, that could be let, as we will modify, or I think we can pass that const value, of course. So it's right here, stars, yeah, should be, I make 1 star, yeah, that's why stars dot push. And on that push method we can simply make that the icon feather, we will use the feather star icon, and the feather value we can pass the name, it will be star, not start, should be star. And the key should be to defining the value here, key should be, let's say it would be star, then it gonna inject within the $sign, then you're gonna provide the I, so it will get the absolute key value, and the size going to be the size which we are providing. And after that we're getting the size, and also the color should be, let's say app color, we are going to be okay, we're going to be app colors dot accent color, which is going to be, let's say 500 accent color, okay, 500, okay, that would be. And also for the fill icon, for the fill properties, it would be the similar of that color. Okay, so now we are passing that our fill icon, so that's the way it can be filling all together. And before making that property, first I want to show a icon property, right? So what I'm gonna do over here, I'm gonna put it style, and that style should be styles dot container. And of course I need to grab all the style from my root layer, so that would be all the style layer here. Okay, so in the container we're making flex direction row ln item center, so whatever we are showcasing here, it would be side by side. Now first I'm gonna showcase a view here, so the view, within the view it gonna be coming as the render star, so should be render stars, let's see, and we are having nothing. Okay, we are passing the render stars. I think we need to make something called as return. Yeah, I think as we did that, we need to return our stars. Yeah, so now we have 4 stars together. Okay, so that's what we need to pass. Now after rendering stars, so that would be the view, and of course we need to provide the style should be let's say styles container, so that should be side by side. You see the flex direction row ln item center, and after that view, if there is if we want to show the count, then it will show the count, and if the count is not equal to undefined, means there is count, only then we want to show. Okay, so there would be a text, and the text going to showcase our actual count. So it should be like that, and over here we're gonna render our count. It's not equal to undefined. Okay, so now you see 259, so that's the value which we are showing. And also we're gonna provide this style, and the style dot count should be there. Okay, so we are having the count value here, just making that margin left 4, font size 14, and text getting the text color as the secondary color. So now we're having the count value, but the star is not looking so good yet because we need to go and fix a lot of other things. Let's go back here, and as you see, we have 4.1 rating. If we go see, we are showing the saying the 4 icon. If we're having the lower rating, so we can go 1.9. You can see 2 icon. So this is how it's gonna change, but we will love to go into absolute 4 icon. Okay, now we will make a lot of other changes by which we can generate the same scenario instantly. So this is the, I think the fill is not capturing. Why the fill is not working? So that is the color, that's the fill color. So fill color, okay, there's so this is the for the full color. Then also we will render 1/2 color. So after that instance here, we're gonna pass that half color. So as you see, okay, let me just grab that segment here, because as it's gonna be rendering initially all together, so I'm gonna go and prefetch that entirely. So that is the function which gonna handle us to get all the things together. So okay, why is broken? Okay, so that is one is for the render style, so this for I, and then we have like this the 1 star, then we should be generating our half star, so that should be containing that. So this is the full star, that would be the half star, which going to be the round rating is, and then is equal not equal to 0. Then we're gonna push that, which going to be that half star, and style that half style container, which going to make the position relative. I think we need to verify something, and also I'm gonna make an empty stars, because it's just rendering a style. You can also do separate component for yourself to make it feels better. And I think the problem is that the icon is not showcasing. So I'm gonna go and let's say instead of feather, I'm gonna go and make that end design. Let's see the star. Okay, now we can get. So that's where it can really render. So I'm gonna keep the feather here. And I think instead of rounding on that, I think we don't want to show those two properties. I'm going to keep it because I don't want to make it more complicated. So instead of feather, I'm going to provide that and design. So now you see we have 4 icons, right? And of course, we can do some more layer here, and that could be possibly by doing it. I'm going to keep it like that. Okay, so now we're going to show the icon. So we have icon. Now if we go and make the half icon, okay, that's cool. So now if we go in the icons container, then item center, okay, so that's the half star dot push, that's the half icon. Okay, half star icon having the app size styles dot half background position absolute. Why we are making an absolute? Yeah, why? Yeah, it's my bad. It was some misconterpolation. So we have the half rating. So if we go here and if we go to create click on that, like rating 2 should be 3. So you see 2 is empty. So, and you know, we are showing the previous product itself as it, because if we just create our, if we enable our loading state here, okay, so now if we go anywhere, you can see loading, we have 5 star because it's the rating is 4.8, which is 5, and if 2.2, which is the 2 rating, you see we have 2 star. So that's what we are looking forward. So it will be 3 star. So now I disable, like not enabling the loading, so you can see the same product twice. Now why we are doing that, as you can see, we are just trying to interpolate something. We have the full star, which going to be having that full center point. Then we have our, so the fill, it will not take. We don't want to make the fill for half star. and the harvester going to be taking that rendering around that rating, which a %1 is not equal to 0 should be the last to itself. Then we are pushing that together, and which going to take that feather and then passing that view star of that size. Then also for the empty stars, which is going to be, I think the empty star is not required. I'm gonna keep it. I'm not gonna use it that. I'm gonna just go with that too. Or I think, yeah. Okay, harvester is okay, so harvester is not capturing, so I can just go, I don't want to make that harvester. I'll go with the empty star and also for the full star. I think that too will be good. So first it's gonna provide the full star is an empty stars, and then like if we have 3.5 3.2, it's gonna show that 3 icons is filled, 2 is empty. You can now encapsulate to make it half entirely just to fill that true. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just deactivate my scenario, so I can now having my data back. Okay, now there is a lot of rooms to you can improve, and you can make that things looks better. And of course we can go within our over here, and instead of putting that, let's say go to the product card, and instead of passing that rating scenario, we can just simply pass that rating, right? Rating, and on that rating we can provide that rating, which going to be, let's say, rating dot rates. Is it so? Yes. And of course then the next one, we need to also provide the count, and the count should be rating dot count. See, is rendering. So the similar parameter which we can just pass it, we can pass it within a view property. So not like that, should be, let's say, view. Okay, it's my bad. Okay, I'm gonna go again. So should be view, and then passing the rating, and after passing we're gonna provide the style, and the style should be, let's say, I'm going to provide a, let's say, margin bottom should be 7. That's it. And you know how to de-encapsulate that one, that's up to you. Or again, I think we can just simply go with the compact value here. So that is very simple. So let's go here. I'm gonna remove that, so this will provide the upon segment. Now also we can devolve the size. We can provide the size here. Let's say size should be 12, so it can be smaller size, and we don't want to show the rating view, so we don't want to show the count. You see, no count, it's up to you, but I'll make the count to be counted. Okay, so that's how we can render that one also. So this 2 segment is not required. You can also remove this style, so which is really not required. Now after that we have the, I think, the rating property done. So after the rating we can now provide the price ratio. So over here I'm gonna provide the text should be, let's say, it should be I'm gonna go with that. Now you can generate the price format. You know how to do it because I did it in so many projects. If you cannot do it, let me know in the comments. I'll just show you how you can do it very simple way. So product.price to fixed, I'm gonna fixed within the 2 value, so should be product pricing layer. If you go here we can see 22.3, and again here styles dot, let's say I'm gonna provide the name as the price, and this price contain font family interval size 24, primary 600, margin bottom 16. Now after that, after the text here, we will also providing another of course okay, should be capturing that text, which be saying description, and after below that we're gonna pass that our description. Okay, what we are missing here, okay, my bad, should be uppercase. And of course if we are okay, maybe without loading also it will work. Okay, it's working, cool. Now for the style, for the description text should be style and that should be styles dot description title, which going to be quite like that. And also for the style for our description should be styles dot description. So this is the value which we are going to provide. And now here you can see in the description title, we are having the title for interbold and app colors text primary, and the description is getting the color secondary, and like that. You can also change the line height. If you want 20, you can see it will be caching all together, but I would love to have 24. And so it's all encapsulating all together. But after the price, I want to make one divider here. So I'm going to provide a view, and that view going to be having that, let's say, style, and the style should be styles dot divider, which just going to be like sharing it all together. I'm gonna be margin vertical, so not margin vertical, I'm gonna make that margin bottom. So bottom should be 16, not all together, so it having the length of prominent view. So now you see it's working perfectly. Now after that, so as we're having the description, now we need to provide a quantity container. So after immediate description, we're gonna having another view. In that view, we're gonna having a text, not like that, should be text, and on that text we're gonna name it as quantity. And on that, after the below the quantity, we're gonna having another view, and on that view segment we're gonna having a touchable opacity, and on that opacity I'm gonna provide that and design. So let's just grab it. So it should be and design, and on that and design I'm gonna provide the name. Should be name would be the minus icon, minus, and also providing the size, which is going to be 16, and also providing the color, which going to be app colors dot, I think I'm gonna provide that a color of text of primary. So you can see there would be a icon, a quantity, then there is an icon. So there should be a minus icon, there should be a plus icon, and then we're gonna having our value. So on the touchable opacity, first of all, in the text quantity, I want, or I can go with the view over here at the top layer of the view. So over here, I'm gonna provide a style. The style going to be put that styles dot quantity container. And after quantity container, we should have the text here. So style, and that should be styles dot let's say quantity title. Again, I'm referring, try to use reusable component as much as possible. And now here styles dot quantity control. So that would handle the quantity control. If you see the quantity container, flex direction row, item center, justify center, margin bottom 24, title is coming with the title ratio, controls is providing the row. So now we're going to generate the other property which can showcase the button and others. Now as you see the touchable opacity here, that would also grab the style, and the style should be styles dot quantity button. So that would be a button, and as you see whenever you press, it's just going to be there. And the quantity button gonna have an width 24, 36, height 26, and the border radius 18, background color is the secondary color, but it's not because this also I'm gonna make it as a primary. Okay, should be background dot primary. So you can see the white color because the background is white, so I think better to capture as a white color, otherwise it will not be visible that much. And also for the icon here, we can make that not the text primary but app colors dot primary, and then we can just provide at 500 so that we know it just, or I can provide a 600 ratio, so that would be looks pretty nice. Or we can also change, make it 20, it's up to us. And there will be one icon, not one, there should be two icons. So I'm going to provide another icon which should be plus. So you see there's minus, plus, minus, plus. So these two icon there, and in between of two icon I want to render a text, and the text going to contain our, let's say it should be the value of quantity. So that would capture the entire quantity segment, and then you can find the quantity at the top. So you can see we are having quantity, set quantity, because whenever we click we need to increase the quantity, then whenever add to cart we're gonna pass the quantity value there. Okay, so right now we have the quantity, we're gonna style it for a bit. So style should be, let's say, styles dot quantity value. So that's the value is right there. So quantity value is taking the 16 and F colors primary, padding horizontal 16, and button same what I showed you, putting just in the middle and getting width and height. Now you can make it up to you the way you feel it better and preferable. And after that, so as we are having that, and by the way, whenever you are seeing here is the common header, we already decipher for the header direction. I think that would be making a problem. So I want to make that home header, and here there should be a typical. As you see, that's the one which we need to render here for the common header. You also need to possibly pass that, otherwise in your Android phone it's going to be scratched at the top, so you need to put that value there. Okay, so right now, after that scenario which is done here, so we can now go and particularly provide that make the possible scenario. So this is the end design. Here we can create an on press event, and whenever we're gonna make that on press, we for the minus value we need to make that quantity value as for it. So we're gonna just make a function here, or we can just simply create on this parameter. You can just simply make that, and you can simply pass the value here. For the decrease quantity, what it gonna go with a quantity value segment. If a quantity is bigger than 1, then it will go -1, because it cannot, if we don't set that, you can see here what it gonna happen is this 1, it gonna go -1. You see, we don't want to do that value, right? So that's why we are encapsulating the ratio here. If that one is right there, it will always make that one. So for right now, I'm gonna make it as 1, so that it will okay, I will just make that 1, so it will go out of the way. Okay, so that's why we don't want to go -1. And also for the increased quantity, what we can do here, we're gonna make that on phrase. We're gonna just simply make that set quantity. For the increased quantity, we can just make the set quantity, and here we can just go and define in a different way. First of all, as you see in that set quantity here, for the decrease property, set quantity, we can provide a decrease value. So set quantity, so whatever the prev value here, and from the prev value we can just make that prev -1. So that could be very easy way to complete that. And for increasing quantity also, we can just simply go with that set quantity. We can go with the simple functionality. So we can first take the prev value, so the previous value gonna come over here, and that should be prev +1. So that would be the more functional. If you click, you see 1. If we go back, but you cannot go below 1. And of course we need to make it disable if it's like more than 1, or whenever we don't want to click on that, we need to make it disable. For the -1 here, we can make it disabled, and the disable value should be, let's say it should be disable if the quantity value is small or is equal to 1. So after that, you see, you cannot click. Now of course we need to also, in the quantity button, if we are having a disable, or we can just, I'm gonna make it like that. We don't want to touchable opacity. I think that's just, you can just encapsulate a design here. I'm gonna keep it like that. I don't want to, it's already taking a lot of time to complete that. So by having this entire segment, we are having done our touchable opacity layer, all the scroll view layer. Now that, as you see, is already getting at the bottom layer. So now what we can do, we can having another view here. In that view, I'm going to provide a text going to saying that total value. So the total value itself, it's gonna handle over here. So I'm gonna go with the $sign, and then we're gonna pass that product. We will go within in wrapping that. So first it's gonna get that product dot price, and we're gonna go into with that. We're gonna just multiply with that quantity. So that would be a segment here. So in that entire value, we're gonna make it that to fixed on 2 parameter. Okay, so now you can see you cannot view it because it's already taking out of this scroll view. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put in a style, and the style should be, let's say, styles dot footer. So that would be the initial property, and you can see it's already in the footer. As you see, we're making an absolute bottom 50, left 0, right 0, keeping at the left right at the bottom position. Background color is the primary, border width 1, border top color is the app colors gray, and padding horizontal 24, padding vertical 16, padding bottom 32, just to provide that ratio here. Flex direction row and an item center, justify content center. So that's the total view which we are passing. And by the way, you can see our entire top portion here I think we can make the container as relative. So if we just make that display, you can just make not the display, you can make it a position at, let's say, relative. Otherwise also it will work, but why we make the position relative? You see, that's the container which actually is not the view. I think this is the view, so I can make that one as position as relative. Yeah, I think that's the one not required because my view is not exceeding apart from that. Now we have the total view, so we need to provide that style, and that should be styles dot total price. So that would be according to done. You see, font family, enter bold, and font size 18, color F colors, text primary. And after that, we need to provide a button. So that's the button which is going to handle altogether all of the things, and that button going to contain should be title, should be, let's say, add to cart, and on press it gonna handle an event, should be handle add to cart. And after that we're gonna having a style, and the style should be styles dot add to cart button. And of course we need to define that handle add to cart. So I'm gonna go at the top, and over here const okay, so right now I'm gonna just pass a toast message. So I'm gonna go and grab it from the product card. I'm just gonna paste it here, so should be it the same thing which we did before. I'm gonna just do the same thing here, providing the logic. So need to import the toast, and then it should be passing that product.title. Okay, done. So now if you click, you can see the product added to cart. Now we need to go in a dynamic way, creating all the functionality. So this is the compression here by which we did all of the property here. All the maximization is done, and add to cart button here you can see width of 60%. You can just monitor the way you feel it better. You make it 40, but I'm gonna keep it 60 so that it will not be, or I can make it as 55%, so at least, or I think better to 50%, so having the text with the variation. So this up to you, but 60 looks fine to me. So now we are having almost all the segment done. So there, as you can see, now we need to work with two property here. So if you go in our store, we have only two store property, which is the auth store, and another one is the product store. So now we need to build up to separate store, which going to be, one should be the card store. So let's go in the card. So should be card store dot ts. So here we're gonna define how our card gonna happen, how I'm gonna card will work all together. First of all, I'm gonna import all the things is required. So that is we're gonna take the Justin from to create our card, and of course we're gonna use persist value here to combine it all together. Okay, so first of all we're gonna define the interface, should be card item, and on that card item should be product, which going to be as the value of product, which need to bring it from our type, and then the quantity should be a number value. Now we need to define our interface property, and on the interface we're gonna having that card store, card state. So this state going to having our items, that items going to having our card item, and that card item going to be an array of card item. As you see, every product on the card going to having two property. One is the entire product, whatever product we have. Then because the quantity should always increase accordingly, so we're gonna have a separate quantity within that card item. So that item should be the array of card items. So whatever, like you have 10 products on the card, the items will contain the 10 products, but every individual product will be getting that as a card item. Now we're gonna having an add item property. So the add item going to having that let's say it will be a similar functionality, and on the function it's gonna take a product as dummy as a params, and the params product would be product, and the quantity. So in the quantity, if it's there, should be an optional, because by default there will be one property, then it gonna be as a void. So that's how we're gonna inject all of this. So I'm gonna just go and grab my all of the property. So one will be in the card, one will be items, means the product, entire card product, and then will be add to add item, which will responsible to add product on the card. Remove item, we should remove the card, remove the product from the card. Quantity, in update quantity, increasing the quantity. Clear card, get total price, and get item count. So that will provide the item value, how many items is available in the card. That will provide the total price available in our card product. Now we need to define the other property. So now we will create our state. Okay, so it should be use card state. So let's just make that export const use should be not you. I think use card state is good. Use card store, yeah, and that should be taking a create functionality, and over there we'll provide our card state property. So should be card state property here, and after that, because this one it will combine with that persist, because we don't want event reload. I want the card product should be there and should be defining on that property. And after that we need to define the variation here, and we will go with the persist property, and from that persist we will go with that set, and we'll go with the get property. So that's two methods indefinitely going to work with that together. I think not like that. We will reply all together, then passing an object, and items should be, let's say item should be as an array of items. And after defining that items, of course we need to set our persister. So that's the items is going to define, and below that I'm gonna go and provide a state like that. Should be the name should be card storage, and storage should be create JSON storage, and then we're gonna go with use that async storage to just go and amplify that. Now first thing first, we have like items, right? So that should be an empty items. Then we're gonna having our add item, and where we're gonna take our product. Now the process, but it should be passing that a product, and then we're gonna capture our product. And remember the quantity, that quantity value we're gonna just provide the value as number, and first instances number should be 1. That should be our first parameter where we're gonna handle the number. And of course now we need to define the function. So that would be the combination of that. So first of all we need to set the property. So in the set we're gonna grab our state property value, and then on the state from the object, first we need to check if we have the product on the card or not. Or what I'm gonna do first, I'm gonna just go and like pass all the function itself. Otherwise the error is there, which I really don't like. So the remove item also going to be having a function which going to be having that product ID. So let's just go and prefetch that product ID, which will be as a number, and then we're gonna just simply render our function. So that is our add item and remove item. And after that we're gonna having also that update quantity, and on that update quantity going to having that product ID. So product ID, and the product ID also going to be a number, and also going to be a quantity property which is going to be a number. And then we're gonna having a clear card. Okay, so update quantity, and also that would be our clear card which going to be rendering a function. Okay, so now as you see, now we will define our property. Okay, I don't want to see the error, that's why I'm just removing and then clearing up everything. Now for the add item, it would be a simple combination here. Remember, by default going to be number 1. Now if this product is already in the cart, I don't want to and pass that entire message. I just want to increase the quantity. If it's not in the card, only then I want to pass the entire message. So what I can do right now is that we can just set the value. So it's gonna go and set a value here. So in that set value we can just define, we can grab the entire state property, so state, and from the state value here we can just simply define. First of all, we can now know we can pass the existing quantity value or others. So const, it should be existing item, and the existing item going to be, let's say it should be state dot items dot find. We're gonna find with that, and that find method going to coming according to the product ID. So should be item, and from there we're gonna pass a simple variation over there. Let's say it should be let's say we can just define item dot product dot ID is equal to, we can simply pass that product dot ID. So if it's match all together means we are having an existing item, right? Now over here, as we're having the existing item or not, it depends on whatever the combination we are having. Now first of all, if we are having our existing item, what we want, so that would be there, and else what we want, so that two combination going to be define it all together. So on a first value, if you're having that existing item, what we want to return. What we want to return, so we want to return an object. On that object, the item should be, let's say, state.items dot map. We're gonna map through our item because we want to grab our entire item parameter. So item dot product dot id and is equal to our product id. Like if it's matched together, so is equal to our product.id. Only then we want to do something, otherwise we want to do something. Otherwise we're gonna just pass the item. If the item is matched, it's just a double safety to just check. And on the quantity value should be item.quantity, and that quantity should be plus quantity. So now what's actually we are doing, if we're having an existing item and then we are checking if the product ID is matching together, then we are passing that. We're increasing only the quantity. Whatever the product item is there, we're keeping that, then we are increasing the quantity, and we are passing whatever quantity we are passing right here. Remember, whenever we're gonna add, we know how much the quantity we are passing. And if its ID is not matched, only we are putting the item at the first time. Now else, if we doesn't have the existing item, we're gonna return, and what we're gonna return is a simple structure. We're gonna return the items, and the items would be state dot items. So all the state items will be there. Then we're gonna pass the product, then we're gonna pass the quantity. So if the existing item is not there, then we're gonna add that. So if I have 10 like 2 items in the cart, then this third one, whenever I'm gonna send, so this previous 2 it will be there, then it gonna added that it will create a separate object where it gonna keep this product and quantity all together. So this is what we are doing whenever we are adding our product. Now for the remove item, so every time you're gonna pass that, we're gonna also set the first, because by setting we can actually grab our state. So here we can simply pass an simple function. So it will be item as that state state dot items dot filter. We're gonna filter through it, and the filter going to be combined with that item, and the value should be item dot product dot id is not equal to product dot id. So that's what it gonna do within the actionable parameter. Okay, so why? Okay, that's really annoying. Why it's okay? I want to make it reload. Let's see if it's just, it will disappear, I think, because we are not happen to be an error, because the IntelliSense, it will take a time to considerably done their job. So now the product ID, so whenever I want to delete a product, I'm just sending their ID, and what it gonna do, it gonna check my entire items. So entire card items, I have 10 items. Then whenever I'm passing the ID, what it gonna do, if it's not equal, like whatever the ID I'm passing, it gonna filter, it gonna remove that product, and it gonna keep other products. So that's how it's gonna filter it all together. Now for the quantity, and you know, for the update quantity here, that should be an increasing quantity method, and then it will be a decreasing quantity method. So now if the quantity, whatever the quantity we are passing is equal to or smaller than 0, I think equal to and bigger than 0, yeah, that time it can handle. So I'm gonna get what I'm gonna get dot remove item. Okay, so I'm gonna remove item accordingly with the product ID, then return. So if whenever I'm trying to update the quantity, if the value is 0, we're passing a 0 value, of course, then it will automatically remove the quantity. So that's what it's gonna do. Then we're gonna set the variable, because set only be calling whenever I need to access our state. So over there I will simply pass an object here, and on that object, whenever I'm gonna passing that, the items should be, let's say, state dot items dot map, and over there I will access our item, and from there I'm gonna make that item dot product dot id, that should be is equal to, let's say, product id. And only if it's matched with that, then I will do something, otherwise I will do something. If it's not matched, I'm gonna just pass the item. Now if it's matched, what I want to do, I want to pass, remember, I'm gonna passing the quantity there, so I'm gonna leave it the item, and I'm gonna also leave the quantity. So I'm gonna replace the quantity every time I'm trying to add or delete, you know, I will just automatically replace that. Now it will not pass that. See, within that decrease, it will not add it to the item in the cart. Whenever I click on that, only that it gonna add it to the cart. So that's, I need to very clear on that. Now we have the clear cart. So the clear cart going to be setting a value. So should set a value, item should be empty, entire cart would be removed. Now get total price is also going to be a function which gonna render off that our, it gonna provide a value, so by which we can pass our entire segment and return. We will get all the items, and from there we're gonna reduce through that, and the value gonna prepare with the total view and the item properties. And we're gonna first capture the total, and total plus item dot product into item dot quantity. So that's how we're gonna capture. So every time I have a product, like I have a 20 products, and the 20 products having a quantity of 10, so 20 10 into 30, then it's gonna grab our actual total quantity, not total price actually. And for the get item count, that item count also going to be combining a function. I'm going to return from that, it will be get.items.reduce total and items. So it's going to provide me the actual items quantity. So as you see, this is our entire cart segment by which we can enable our feature for our cart store. And now the similar way, I'm going to create another store which going to be create of that, let's say a favorite store, favorite store.ts file. Now here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just grab it all together, and I'm gonna explain that so you can understand it. First of all, this is your time to understand how you can capture on that. So the product need to be coming from the type. Okay, now here the similar parameter is happening. We're having a favorite items where it's a product and array, add favorite, remove favorite, toggle favorite. You know, whenever we click, it will be added to the favorite and then remove to the favorite. And is favorite added or not, and receipt favorite. Now also is happen to be go through within the parser store, because otherwise it will not be saving in real time. Then add favorite going to added all the products whenever I'm clicking on that particular instances. Now in the add favorite, there should not be like existing favorite or not. Automatically it gonna reduce the state. So you see, whenever I click, it should add to there and it can remove. So it's gonna be happening to be a toggle favorite. But on the add favorite, we'll just add that item on the favorite. So remove favorite the similar way, according to the ID, we are just removing the item from the favorite. And the receipting entire favorite item, toggle favorite, you see we are checking is already added in favorite or not. If it's not added, we are just, if it's added, we are removing. If it's not, we are adding. Then is favorite, we are just removing, checking that is favorite or not, passing and boolean value is true or false. That's it. So now basically what we did, we are declaring our old favorite statement. Now let's go back to the card. First we're gonna go in our header. Okay, so home header, where we can actually be seeing our product facility, how we can really pass the value. So first of all, in that home header, okay, I'm gonna keep that router at the top. So now here we're gonna get first, that should be use card store, so that would be the first, and then const we're gonna also having another one, use favorite store. So that two store going to combining, providing the value. So first of all, I'm gonna getting the items from there, and here I'm gonna getting that favorite items. Okay, so these two value going to interpolate all together to provide the value. So first of all, you see we have the icon for our love icon, which can actually say as the favorite icon. So over here we can define that. Now the value it will be there if we have the favorite item. I think we can get the count actually if we just go back here. If we see, we can pass the length, but also if we go here, we can no, there is no quantity. Okay, so we can, I will go with simply the length. That would be very easy to go. So that is our favorite. So if we have the favorite items dot length, then I want to put that favorite items dot length. Otherwise it will capture a 0. So right now it will be 0 because it's not there. And the similar way, same of that, let's say items dot length is there, item dot length, then pass that items dot length, otherwise 0. And right now if we go in our use card store, use, okay, I think use use card store, and in the card store we should getting that get item count. So this is not if you just see here, this is not the count, it is count for actual item. Like you see in that length we are adding, like I add one bag, 2 bag, so the length is getting 2. But if I add, like in the bag I'm adding 4 pieces of bag, so the length it will be still 2, but the item count it will be 5 plus 1 6. So this is the difference here. Okay, so now first of all let's go to our add to product. So we're gonna first adding our product. So in our product card item we can initialize our first ever functionality where we can use our favorite portion. First of all, we need to define, or we need to bring the possibility here. So it should be const. I think there also we can, yeah, there should be an icon which we missed, because it should be, user should be able to add favorite from there too. We'll add that, no worries. So first of all, we're gonna have that add item, and that add item from coming from the use card store. And after that also it gonna make that, let's say const is also we're gonna make that two separation of things which gonna coming from use favorite store, and the 2 segment going to coming over there. One, it will be to check is like is favorite or not, and then it gonna also make that toggle favorite. So these 2 segment will be there. For the add item, what we can do here right now, first of all, you see the handle card. So I'm gonna take an event, and right now I'm gonna take in any event. So I just want to make something here, and what is that? I'm gonna make that e dot stop propagation. So I don't want to do that things here, and then I'm gonna add the product, and over here I'm gonna pass the value as 1. So it will add a 1 quantity. If we now click here, you can see product added, and you see card value change added. We can go here, and if we add one more, it's not changing, but if we click that one, you see it's added. So now we know the value is done. So now also we can check the toggle favorite one, and to do that we will also defining to have that something. So if we go in the image, as you see the image container, we already make it relative, so there is a portion to done true. So in the image, after that particular scenario, we should have a touchable opacity. On the touchable opacity we should have an and design, and on that and design we will use the name, as the name should be heart, I think heart 2, ART. Okay, heart 2. Okay, and then the size, I want to make the size of 18, and also the color, and in the color we're gonna define that some of the instance. So right now I'm gonna make that just F colors primary, like that. Okay. So this is the one. There is an error I'm capturing from where I'm getting that. On press handle add to card. Okay, what is there? ENE not assignable. I think we can make that one as handle added to card, handle add to card, and here. Okay, I'll remove that E. Go like that. I think it will be good. Okay, if we not require, I'll check if we are having any issue, then we will use that. Click here, click here. Okay, product is adding. Now here is the icon. You can see the icon is already added, but we need to make it looks better and compatible with the design sense how we want to fill that. So first of all, I'm going to define any style, and here I'm going to go past that styles dot favorite button. Now on that favorite button, you can see position absolute, top 858, background color, which is gonna be as a favorite color scenario, border radius 20, border weight, height, align item center, justify content center, and so on and others. Now we got that, but we need to create the functionality by which it's gonna define the variable and other segment. So first of all, we need to create some of the segments. So we're gonna go in our heart icon here. So that heart icon, first of all, we want to show, you see the is favorite. So that's the value we need to check. First of all, we're gonna make a constant. So is fab, and that is fab is equal to should be is favorite, and we're gonna check according to our ID. So whatever the product we have, so we're gonna pass the ID so that we can check if it's added to the favorite or not. So if you remember, whenever we are passing that is favorite, we are passing the ID and then we are checking it, right? So that's the check we are going to passing there. Now, as we are having that is favorite, now we can also go combine our style here. So as you see, favorite button, and also we're gonna provide that border width. So the border width we're gonna define is fab is there. If it is fab is there, then it's gonna be defined as, I think, 1. It will be enough, 1. So otherwise it will be just a simple icon. If its favorite is there, then we're gonna see. Now also for these particular instances, we're gonna define is fab is there, then it should be the color is that app colors dot error. So I want to provide that especially the red color, and otherwise should be app colors, let's say should be app colors dot gray dot 400. That's it. So now it will go the gray color. Now also in the touchable opacity, we want to create an on press event, and which going to say handle toggle favorite, handle toggle favorite. So let's copy that, and in the top layer we will disclose the function. So after that, let's say const handle toggle favorite, and we're gonna define that. So in that here, not in the ID but in the product, we're gonna check is added or not. If I click anywhere there, you can see, okay, it's added. Okay, and also you can see here it's already added. Yeah, we need to create that screen by so far, but you can see if we click, it's already added. But I don't know why we cannot take, it's taking time to because it's taking, you see, it's taking time to check and return the value as back. Okay, but it's already added, so you know it's favorite. It will just go and make that counter interpolation. Okay, so providing a border weight in the border button, we are providing the background border color. So what's the color we provide? Border weight 1, it all should be the red color, and also the border width is 1. So what's the border color? Okay, border color also, I think it all, which will be good. Just put a red color, all are red. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So now we are having our segment done. Also, we can just simply go in the functionality here, and also you can see you can click, you can create it here also. You see, that's also similarly it will work. And by the way, as you see, whichever is added here already, I think you can see is already toggling together. That's nice. If we go in our single here, so we want to add it here. So if we go in our ID, so which will be in our product card, so ID, and over here we can just simply go handle toggle favorite. You see in that layer here. So first of all, we need to go and consider it our handle add to cart. So I'm gonna just simply go handle add to cart, going to be passing that value. So let's just go here and it's gonna just passing that, and we need to grab that add to cart item. I think we need to implement that. So it should be const use cart store, and here it will be, let's say, add item. Now over here it would be added, of course, but you see we can add the quantity. It could be added, it's already added. We're gonna create the functionality, then you can see the ratio. Now what we can do, we can now also make the toggle favorite. Remember, we can just simply grab it. Did we define the function before? No. I'm gonna just grab it here. So this is gonna be toggle favorite functionality need to be putting at top. So const, let's see, we need to grab actually two certain kind of things here. So is favorite and others. So first of all, we're gonna check is favorite is available or not, and also gonna coming from the use favorite store. Okay, fine. So now we need to define that toggle favorite. So over here at the bottom, so I think yeah, I think it can be done here. So also remember, we need to have that is favorite functionality. So I'm gonna go and picture that one. So const is fab is equal to is favorite, and here I'm gonna pass that product.id. So that would be there. I think that would not require is it product, because we didn't set the product yet. So I'm gonna go at the bottom over here after before add to cart, so I can find my product here already set it. Okay, so now this handle toggle fabric, which already there, I need to inject here in the top. So where is that my, okay, this is the common header. So in the common header, remember, you see it's gonna be passing the isFab. So I can pass the isFab segment here. So let's say isFab going to be isFab. Okay, and one more thing, so it should be taking that is favorite, and also it gonna taking the function which gonna be handle toggle favorite, gonna pass that handle toggle favorite. So if we go in the common header, we should be getting all together. If we click, it's already added, but we need to go in common header to go and make that segment to done and make it initialize that one. Remember the way we did it, we need to go and complement on the same ratio. First of all, as you see, we have show card, we have handle toggle fabric, so we didn't did anything here. So handle go back is there, so in that on press value, so on press should be handle toggle fabric. Okay, so that's the functionality we have been done. And also we have our show card, where I think show card is not required right now, so I don't want to define right now. In that fabric, we are having the fabric, so is fabric is okay. So now if we go and click, okay, the color combination is making bad, so we will see. And the problem the card is getting colored is because it's not for the problem here. It's because you see the card here, it should not be decorated as contradicting altogether. So I will remove this tile from here. Okay, because it will always get the normal temporary filling. Okay, I will check what is calling that active fabric background. Okay, so we should grab the colors property done. So I'm gonna remove it one more time. So yeah, so that would be like it's the contradict color is here. So now for the app, which we can do here, now we can define I will just change something here. So here instead of that favorite button, because we are generating that one here against on that particular segment, so we can make something, because in our ratio we are not showcasing the card, so I will need to define something, some variation here. So in the card outline, I'm going to remove that. I'm going to just go and define something. As you can see, this one is not, so let's just click. Okay, so favorite. Okay, this also here is the favorite one, so I want to make that active colors text color. Okay, I need to remove the color here. Okay, now it's good. So if I click background color, it will be coming here for sure. So okay, it's just taking time, I don't know why. If we click, okay, whenever I'm adding, it's taking a bit of time, but I think it's quite good. So now we are having almost all together define is particularly done. So now what we need to do is that we need to create some good segment here, because now as we by so far we are having our shop, and then we can also like toggle through, we can just grab the product, we are having the profile where we can do all the things together. Then also we can now add it to cart, and as you see we are having product in our cart and in our fabric. So we need to create the fabric portion and also the cart portion. For our favorite page, we will just start working on this our additional favorite page which we already created. And for now here, what you need to do, just to go with some of the simple collaboration here. First of all, we need to capture the favorite products which we are having from the store. So first of all, let's just grab it here, which need to be coming from use a favorite store. Done. And from there we need to have two portions. First is that we should be having all of the favorite items, then we're gonna have also the receipt favorite item, and of course we need to grab our router. So const router, use router, as we'll use the router later on. I'm gonna just keep it that. So now if we console log, we should be able to see, as you see we have 6 favorite. If you just take your console a bit, and if you just log through that one, favorite items, you see this all are there. And if I just go with the length, you can see the length right here. So it's 6 length, so total 6 items is right there. So now we're having the favorite item. So right now we are going to make a certain kind of design by which it can be looks better. So first of all, we will just go and fix our wrapper here. So if we keep the wrapper, we should having everything right here by so far. And also we're gonna just initialize our home header. Oh, okay, if we use the home header, no need to use the wrapper. So I think view will work fine. So I'm gonna just call here home header because I don't want to take so much exponential here. Now you can remove that one. If you are in favorite screen, you can remove that favorite icon. You can create the scenario, but I'm gonna go with a normal sense of data layer. Apart from it, I'm gonna go and grab all of the design which we're gonna use to make our favorite screen looks better. So all this style it gonna be there to make it work perfectly. So now this is our style is coming back. So what we're gonna do, as you see, we have a home header. After the home header, we're gonna just go and initialize our favorite header. So first of all, I'm gonna go and make that if we have the favorite items dot length is bigger than 0, so means we are having the favorite item, then we want to return something. And you can go with a single condition, but I'll make it separate so you will have a better understanding on that. So I'm gonna having another view, and within that view we're gonna having a text and that text going to contain our favorite, let's say, products list. So now okay, I think I'm missing something maybe. Okay, what is saying here, view, that's the view 1 2 maybe. Okay, favorite items dot length is bigger than 0 and okay, anyway, I'm gonna go and wrap it within a first bracket. Is it? No, I think I maybe have made some mistakes. So if we have that okay, I found that we need to provide the dot, otherwise it cannot considerably get the length. So that was just a silly mistake, but mistake is always a mistake. So now we're going to provide this style, and the style should be for this one styles dot header. So this will be containing the header portion, and for I think the it one overall call, I'm going to call it header view, and this one gonna be having that list style, and the style should be styles dot header. So that will contain the header. As you see, the background color is changed. And also for the text, I'm gonna provide this style which going to be styles dot and then gonna be title. So now the title list looks better. After that, I'm gonna having another text, and no worries, you're gonna see this style a bit. And here I'm gonna just pass that favorite items dot length, and here I'm gonna just write past that is a favorite items parameter. And for this text also put a style, not the class name. I'm always used to it with the class name for the development server. So style dot should be that one item count. Okay, so this is the almost comfortable things here. Now as you see header, we can initially wrap that everything with the wrapper. At least we're gonna having that our padding portion and others. So if we make that wrapper, in the top layer, we need to make that as a flex 1. Should be flex 1, and the wrapper will follow. Now what we have in the wrapper, as you see in the wrapper, we have Safe Review and others. So also in home header is there, but it will not make any problem. But if you are feeling bad not to do it, then you can create your own separate header. Now you know how you can do that. For our header view, we are making a padding bottom of 5, background color which is making the primary color, border bottom width which is 1, border bottom color is gray 200, flex direction raw, justify content space between, and align item center. I think start I keep it here, so keep always portion in the right. Now header, we're not putting anything. So as you see, title, we're having the bold title, font size 20 and color. Then item count, similar pattern, just color and text properties. Now this is a simple progressive one. Now after that, as you see, this is the header view which we are talking about, because we make it space between, because there should be one button here. We're gonna create it right now. So after this header, we're gonna having another view. So in that view, we're gonna having a touchable opacity here, and that opacity will contain a text which gonna say, let's say, receipt favorite. So that will call for that one. So now we are having our receipt favorite button. So now in this actual button, we can just go and create our functionality to go and make that one. So I'm going to put a style here, and that style should be containing that as called that receipt text, which is kind of red. And as you see, it's just I'm making an app color. For header, as you see, I'm not entitled to put anything, so I think we can remove that style. I'm not putting anything here, just putting the view to go and keep it side by side. Now we can create our receipt functionality. So here it's gonna be, let's say whenever we're gonna create an on press, I want to create a functionality, so that would call it, gonna call directly receipt fabric. So no, nothing, you can put alert if you wanted to, but what I did, I just called the function to just whenever I'm gonna click it, it's gonna receipt automatically. You're gonna receipt it, but not right now. So as much as you see, we have our favorite items, right? So now we can also render a like an optional chain here to go and create that. So we can do it right here, or we can just go and make that entire fragment, we can wrap it within the wrapper, so that now we can also over here, no need to put any alignment, we can directly go and pass that our flat list. So should be a flat list, and over that flat list we're gonna provide our data, and the data should be our favorite items. And after that we're gonna also make that key extractor to provide an unique key here, and over here we're gonna take the item and item.id dot, I'm gonna make that as a two-string property, so we're gonna having our key props, and that looks better. Now we need to go and provide some more other property here, and number of columns we're gonna provide 2. And as you knew, when I'm gonna save, it's gonna make that error. And you know why you're gonna do that, because we cannot make that on the fly, we need to reload. So if you want to reload here, I think it's not, let's say, okay, I'm gonna just reload it here from the terminal here. So let's reload and it will just disappear. Okay, so after that, as it disappear, so now as we're using the parses, you see the data is already there, it will not go till we delete. Now here we're gonna provide that render item parameter by which we're gonna render. So we're gonna take everything as a parse sequence of the item, and from there we're gonna return, and within the return we're gonna use a view property. And first, right now I'm gonna provide just a text. Let's say I want to just provide product. So you can see we have there's a 6 products right here, as you can 6, but side by, as you see, 2 columns gonna hold together. And also I'm gonna provide a style property here, should be styles dot, it gonna be provide that product container. As you see in the product container, we're providing the weight of 48% just to grab each and everything. And after that we're gonna have a container style, which are going to have the property of, let's say, styles dot, and we're gonna provide, it will be, that's a products grid. And in the products grid, what we're gonna providing that just a padding top of 10. That's it, nothing fancy, nothing more circulated and other, just make it quite easy. Now after that also we will make that column wrapper style, which going to be, let's say, there we need to provide a styles dot, we're gonna make that column wrapper. And if you just see in the column wrapper, we're just making justify content space between, so it's gonna push that everything side by side together in a very good fashion. And after that, show vertical scroll bar or vertical scroll indicator, we don't want to see that, so I'm gonna make it false. Like whenever you're gonna scroll at the top, you're gonna see one vertical. If you just remove that, you can see it will not come here, but once the product is more, that time you're gonna see there. And for the list footer component, we're gonna just provide a simple view, and that view gonna compile with that, let's say style, let's say it should be style, and style should be styles dot footer, and the footer style is simple, just providing a height of 100. I think 100 pixel, yeah, 100 pixel. So now we need to render our product, and how we can do that? Remember, we have our products card, right? So I'm gonna just call it here right now, and let's say for the product should be item, and also we need to provide the custom style. And what if you don't provide the custom style? If save, as you can see, is scrambled because it's taking the parent 40 height, but it didn't take the parent, like this parent is contain it's contain actually the 40 height width, but we're not passing that, so it's containing its own height, which is the 45. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna provide a custom style, and over the style should be, let's say, weight. I'm gonna just provide the weight as 100%. So it's gonna take the parent 100% with ratio, and now as you can see, all the good things is right here. Now we need to make one more parameter here. What is that? We can call, you can either, as you see the logic here, you can just make that, you know, if we have that, we want that, otherwise we want something else. It's up to you. Or also you can, this is the normal flavor which we'll have to do it, especially whenever we are working. But we can also do it at the top layer right here. What you can do, you can call it, if we have the favorite items dot length is equal to 0, means we doesn't have any favorite product, we can return a safe area view. We can just go with the, or you can just go with the, we can return a wrapper, as the wrapper gonna work perfectly. The home header, it will be coming all together, then it gonna be coming as an empty state. And on that empty state, we can just simply pass this the type, whatever the type we want. We want the type should be favorite, and the message should be you haven't added any favorites. Yes, action label browse products, and on action should be navigate to products. And to create the navigate to products should be const navigate to products. That would be a simple arrow function, or you can directly call the function here, which would be router dot push, and that push going to happen for that, let's say okay, let's say / should be, I'm gonna try to define it to the shop right now. If we just make it like, if we just pass that, no, it should not be coming with a null condition, but we can pass like that. You see, that's like it. So this is a one condition, you can keep it, this up to you. But as you see, we are providing wrapper, we are providing home header, it's just getting extra layer. We only need this much layer, right? So we can just simply comment it through. If we don't want, then we can save. Now what we can do, as you see, the wrapper actually combining each and every segment, each and every fragment what we want. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna close the wrapper at the top layer. That's what we did before, and then we're gonna just return back at this layer. And then what I'm gonna do here, if is 0, then I'm gonna provide an empty layer here, okay? And everything whatever we are having in between, I want to select it, and then I'm gonna moving it within that braces. And after that, as it's just passing here, we're gonna pass that like this will be our a condition, and here the condition gonna end, and here I'm gonna provide the state. Okay, there is something maybe we are missing. Yes, I need to cut that, and I need to pass it here. I believe so, but is it so? Okay, I'm gonna go again. I think this copy pasting really taking a weird type of phenomena, so I'm gonna just create one more time. So this one, as you see, this should be cut together, and here I'm gonna just create an empty braces. Okay, now it's working perfectly. So this is the one condition. So I want to fill up with a null check, so I'm gonna go with that. And after this immediate one, so here it's gonna just close the condition. So that condition gonna stay to bring back our empty state property. So let's just go over here and pass it. So the data is right here. Now as you see, I'm gonna go receive the fabric. You see, now we can go and browse product. So in that way, we no need to work like, you know, separately to just fill up the condition, like just coding the same thing several times. That's really not good. Try to do whatever the way you can write less code and less condition instead. And also this one is good to have at the top layer all the functions, because as it's a functional component, it will be a perfect way to, as you can combine everything as the root layer within your function layer, because this is the layer for our style data layer where you can keep, but all the function before return we can execute. So that would be a good way. So it, in that way, it will be coming in a more flexible position. Now let's go back to we can just add more, and you can see whenever you are gonna adding, you are right here. Now we need to go and bring back our cart section, so where you can just showcase all the cart products and all the details, because we're gonna have a lot of calculation. And from the cart itself, we need to make everything tip tight before going for creating our payment server. Now for the cart itself also, remember similar thing. I'm gonna just go grab our router, which gonna coming from our use router, and that need to be imported from Expo router. And by the way, you need to make sure you are exporting everything properly, otherwise you're gonna find some error which I'm not getting, then you'll get confused. Now also I need to grab all the variable, and that variable gonna coming from use car store. So and from there we're gonna having, I think, around three parameter we're gonna take. First is that items, then it gonna having that get total price, and after that it gonna having our clear car. So this is the three functionality we're gonna use. And also we're gonna use our user, which need to be coming from use auth store. So there, because people can come in the cart, but they cannot access to go through the payment till they sign in. That's the condition we're gonna use. If you go in the profile, as you can see, we are having our like initialize, we already logged in, so that will be not a big deal. Now what we're gonna do, also we're gonna head back with creating a loading. So loading, set loading, because in a certain point we're gonna make that one as true. So right now it's gonna just leave it like false. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go and create a certain position. Let's go over here, and I think if I click card, yeah, we are in the card. So now we need to go and create some of the fundamental reasoning. As you see in the home header, we are mostly using the home header every time. This is really annoying, because you see we are calling wrapper, then we are calling home header. This is not the good way which can really summarize and make it better, because as you see wrapper, if you just see wrapper has a safe area, has a portion which need to be coming in safe position. And also if we see in the home header, that's the same thing which it has, but we need to go and like stabilize. You see, whenever we are using in our fabrics, because we are using multiple times, this one already providing the guard for safe area, this one also providing. So what I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna go juggling with that. I'm gonna create a simple component which gonna be our main layout.tsx rnfes, so you can replace that one whenever you feel better. So what I'm gonna do in that parameter, I'm gonna take everything, every children, so should be children, and the children should be, let's say children should be react note, not object note. So now we are passing the and I'm gonna go and empty braces, so it will not be make so many issues. And over here I'm gonna call my home header. After that I'm gonna having another view, and that view I'm gonna render everything as a children, so all the children gonna be encompasses here. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna also make a style which gonna name should be a container, by which we can generate. So okay, it's my bad, should be container, and there we're gonna make it flex 1, so everything gonna be taking all the spaces, padding horizontal, which going to be just let passing is 20. And after that also we're gonna enclosing something, making a background color, and the color should be, we're gonna make that app colors dot background, not like that, background dot primary. So that would be our color combination. And over here we're gonna pass the style, should be styles dot, and here we're gonna pass our container. So now if we go in the car, this entire view I'm gonna wrap with that our main layout, okay, then passing the children. And as you can see, in that way we are now happen to be in a fantastic position. There is no certain error, there is no like any comments to go with and far away. So we can, in that way, we're having our safe area view, we are having our rendering view. So you can just go and in your fabric you can replace the main layout just to see how that thing's done. Okay, so now good things good. So over here in that main layout, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pass a simple condition. If we are having our items, so items dot length, and that length is bigger than 0, means we are having items, then we're gonna go and reflect on that. And also if we're having a loading, then also we want to just showcase our loader. Did we create the loader? No. So I'm not gonna go with the loader right now because we didn't have the loader yet. So I'm gonna just passing a view and then passing the text, and that will return that we are having our products. And after this one, and there you can just simply pass that the state which we create, means we are having no product. So here it's gonna just simply pass that empty state, and over this empty state we need to provide the type should be our cart. So now if we have the product, should be product, you see the product is right here, and also the empty state which will contain the message which will be, let's say, your card. I'm gonna make it capital, card is empty, and also I'm gonna make that action label which gonna be, let's say, start shopping. And over here, remember previously we passed that within a variable, but this one we will make it inline. So there is a lot of way you can make that. So router dot push, you can pass that one. It doesn't mean if I told just put it in root layer, you can make that in layer also. It's up to you. But whenever you are declaring a function, I always recommend you to do it in that layer. That's a very good way. That's the best way to go and make in very good fashion. Now over here, there will be some certain commission. Remember, whenever you're gonna click to handle place order, there would be a loading instances. So we need to create that, but we're gonna go on that. But first of all, I'm gonna show the product. Later on, we're gonna go on the loading instant. So right now, as you see, remember previously we provide the style. Okay, I'm gonna go grab this style first, which is not cool if you go without the styles. So I'm gonna just pass those, and of course I need to get back my friends app colors. And anything else? No. Okay, so the style should be, let's say, styles dot header. So that would be the header. Anything having in the header? Yeah, padding bottom and background color. This background color is not required anymore, because remember we already provide the background color there. So by default it's gonna go and come. But anyway, I'm gonna keep it as, I think no need, just no using for that. So now over here for the header, okay, we are having a padding bottom of 16, nothing else. And then on the text fly, we're gonna have, let's say, the text should be style and should be styles dot I think it should be the title, and you can create a global title. That would be a very good option to you. So every time you can just simply render your style, you can pass the props. And how you can do that, you see, it's very simple. You can just simply create a component called, let's say, title, or you can say, you can create it here, or you can just make that one as a text.tsx. So that will return the entire text property. It's a small text, okay, not the big one. So, or you can also naming like that. Let's say I'm gonna keep it big, small letter, just to show that custom text.tsx. So RAFCE. So that will be the custom text. So first one, I'm gonna provide the title. So should be title. Okay, they're gonna passing the title value. So you can now pass that. I'm gonna just right now put a simple combination here. I'm not gonna pass any style and others, but you can do it the way you feel it better. So children, the children should be react node, and over here, okay, as you see, we are calling it div. It should not be div, so it should be in text. It to coming from native, and over in the text should be passing all the children. And remember, it's just creating that simple commotion because I create a functional component for the web. And we're gonna go in our title parameter here. I'm gonna copy this portion here, and over here I'm gonna make that const styles is equal to style sheet dot create. Now over here within the object you can simply pass it. So now you are having your style, and for this text over here, put just style should be styles dot title. And you see, I'm not gonna export any default. So for here, I'm gonna okay, before it's okay, I'm gonna make that at the bottom, exports. So there I will, like, you can now have your title, you can have your subtitle, you can have your normal text the way you feel it better. Now I will go over here. I'm gonna remove this style from here, no need. And also I'm gonna remove, okay, I'm gonna just cut that text because I need to write again. I'm gonna remove it. So now we're not having that. So right now, okay, this should be within this parameter. Let's just grab the title, and over here I'm gonna passing it. You see, that's good. Now there is one text for yourself. There you can pass the style. How you can pass that? Try it, and if you cannot do it, let me know in the comments. If you can, you're welcome. Not welcome. Thank you for if you can do that. Okay, so right now, as you see, we have our title. Then we're gonna have another text. Remember, you can now create any subtext if you want it to for there. So now over here, I'm gonna just create that items dot length, and then I'm gonna just pass that as items, should be items dot length. And also for the style should be styles dot item count. Remember the same parameter we are using. Okay, just making that normal. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, in this style which we pass that as header padding bottom, I think we also need to make that a padding top. I think at least 5. See, it's stuck together, which is not good. Okay, right now we need to showcase our product. So after that, I think the view property, again I'm gonna wrap it within an empty braces, because remember, we're gonna do the same thing because the condition is gonna render here. So should be flat list, and on the flat list I'm gonna provide the data should be our items, and also the key extractor I'm gonna provide as extractor of item, and below that should be item.product.id.toSubstring, so that it will be fixable and it will not be there. And also for the render item, I'm going to provide the render item on similar like that. It should be our item. And for the item itself, right now here we need to create a single component here, which will be, let's say, it should be card item.tsx rnfes. So here are the card item. So I'm gonna pass that card item here. Okay, so you can see all the card item is typically right here and is rendering perfectly. And below that also we should be able to have one, let's say, container style, and that style going to passing that styles dots, and that should be a card items container. And if you just go over here, it's just making a padding top, padding bottom 6 by 16. You can also make that as a padding vertical 16, and the same thing is too. If you just reduce 10, you can see the same thing. Instead of defining twice, you can define a single time. That's how you can make these things work perfectly. So this is the one condition, but before I'm rendering special things which call the pricing table and others, I'm gonna go render the other details. Like before showing you the product, like card item, I'm gonna create another view and I'm gonna pass that one something called summary. So here the text, it should be, let's say, I'm gonna passing that a subtotal. Okay, so you can see if you save here, okay, we can't see subtotal text where it had gone. It should be somewhere. Okay, we're gonna just pass it that to find out. So put style, and should be styles dot should be summary container. And that summary container, why the summary container is not available, having a background color which is not required, padding vertical, border top weight of 1, and border color app colors gray. I don't know why it should coming here, but still we can't find it. Let's see, styles dot summary raw, still not there. Okay, I'm gonna go and try again to be reflect here. Okay, it's not there. Why? We are having our flat list, we are having our view. Why? Style should be styles dot summary level. Nope, it's not rendering right now. I want to see why those things is not working. Let's just put a text, hello, or you can just pass the title. Okay, it's my bad, should be similar on that. Okay, okay, so it's just not providing me the view console here, just to creating that game pattern. So I think I need to provide my item first, then I can go and render that one, because it will not leave the space for it. So what I'm gonna do for the flat list, I'm gonna work first on that. I'm gonna make that as a product, and the product, it should be the item. I'm gonna pass the entire item, and also for the quantity, I'm gonna passing that, let's say, item dot quantity. So that would be QUANTI, should be another T. So now I'm going to passing the two separate value there just to go and combine it all together. So first of all, I need to grab that. So interface should be, let's say it should be cart item props, and in the props we're gonna have our product, and the product should be, let's say that it will be a type of product, and after that we're gonna also passing that quantity, and the quantity, it is just a number. So now over here we can directly passing that it should be a React, and it should be, let's say it react.fc, the functional component, and over here we can just simply pass that cart pops, and now we can grab two value together. One is the product, another is the quantity value. So this is the two certain kind of things we can grab. Also you can pass the router if you want, but I'm gonna just create the router here because it just we can easily get from there. So should be cons router, use router. Okay, this is the router parameter. Now also we need to having two certain of parameters that you can grab it in the parent, then can pass as a props, but I'm gonna just make that here right now. So should be use car store. And from there we're gonna having two props, which gonna be update quantity, and another it would be a remove item. So these two things, the two action can be passing together. And right now what I'm gonna do in that view, I'm gonna just grab the style just to make it nice and clean. So copy that and paste it here, and don't forget to bring your app colors directly. And now what we're gonna do here, after that instant of the view properties, we're going to have a touchable opacity here, opacity, and on that opacity we're gonna having our image from React Native. And as you can see, all the import is happen to be passing there. So again, make sure you are doing the good thing. And right now here I'm going to provide the source, and in the source the URI should be, let's say it should be the product we are getting. So product dot image, that would be there. And also for the style should be, let's say styles dot image, and also I'm going to make the resize mode as contain. Okay, by default is contain, but it's always better to pass that. So now what we need to do in the view, we need to provide a style. The view should be styles.container, and also for the touchable opacity should be styles.image container. So this is the two parameter need to have that. So now you can see you're having two certain kind of parameter, which is really making any good portion. So right now okay, I think that's null check not required here. So image container, first of all let's talk about the container which we are wrapping all together here at the top. So this one, okay, why we can see the product, I love to have a reload in case it's messing something, because you remember, especially for those kind of simulators, just giving a little bit of earthquake here. And you can see, okay, okay, I will go and try to check. Okay, this we can add a new item. So we'll go and click a new item, and let's see. Okay, I don't know why this image is not coming, but we'll bring it that. No worries, all are coming, so it should come. And for the container, we are making a flex direction raw, padding 16, background color is the app. So background color is here is mandatory, because you see there is okay, this one is not mandatory by default. It's gonna go just passing a margin border radius 8, margin bottom 12, shadow color which is just a black color, and then the offset we are providing width 0, height 1, shadow opacity you can toggle 3. You can make that one the way you feel it better. I'm gonna just keep it like that to make it's a little bit tweaked. Shadow radius you can make it in a good way. You can see the way it's providing. So right now it should, yeah, it's providing the shadow, but it's not providing the actual portion which is need to be providing my image, right? And also we are having that elevation 1, border width 1, and others. Image container taking width of 80, height 80, background colors is getting the secondary color, border radius 8, overflow hidden, margin right 16, and images with 100, height 100 means capturing this width. So now if we just remove this one, is it getting? No. Oh, this is really annoying. My image should having that. If we remove the background color, no, we're not getting anything. Okay, anyway, we're gonna console log and then we're gonna see what is the major problem which you're having. Right now, after the touchable opacity, we're gonna having our view item, and over the view, we're gonna have another touchable opacity, and on that, we're gonna having a text. We're gonna passing that our product dot title. So okay, so there in we need to have the product title, and also for the style should be, let's say, styles dot details. No, it's not coming. I think something wrong. And also we can pass that style should be styles dot title. Anyway, let's go back here. So this is the product, right? And which is coming actually as an item, missing the following properties from the type product: ID, title, description. Okay, it's actually not grabbing the product. So let's just see what we are missing. Are we having the product which we are talking about? Yes, we are having the product. We have the product category electronics. Okay, product dot product. So that is the problem. So we are grabbing the product, but it's actually coming from item dot product dot product. So this is the problem. So this is the problem which we are just containing through. So if we go in our card, because if we just come over here, you see the product dot product dot image. You see, we are having the image, so we are grabbing it, but we are not coming the actual key point. So what we can do, item dot product, that's it. We're having everything. So we're passing directly the item, which should not be, because our data ratio is different. So yeah, that was the problem. You see, the simple solution, but it's a bit of tricky. So now we can grab everything. We are having our image, we are having our other ratio, which is called the title and others. Now we know what's gonna happen. Okay, it's good to make mistake every time, because once you made a mistake, you know how to get rid of it. Otherwise you will just be do nothing to be in serious in life. So we are having details, which is flex one, justify content space between. Especially that's the portion apart from the image, it can capture all the property. Title, similar title. So now after that, so whenever we're gonna also place I'm gonna go and click a function called handle press. So const handle press. So that's the function which gonna be taking us to the single product page whenever we're gonna click on that, remember. So it's gonna happen. I'm gonna keep all the details here, but I don't want, because remember we're gonna have a lot of other functionality which it will be really cool. So push, and over in the push I love to use the backtick, which gonna be passing that it would be, let's say, product. So product force PRODUCT product / and then we're gonna use that one, let's say product dot id. So now it gonna, every time we're gonna press that, so the on press value we can just capture this one. So should be okay, so every on press value we can just simply pass that. So on press, let's say just pass that handle press. Okay, so that's the same functionality. We can also passing that in our text, where we are having this value here. Now if we click, you can see we can go back there, and it will always. Now here is the catch. Again, there is another task for you. Whenever we click, we want that to be back in the cart, okay, not in that over here. So try to do it. If you cannot, again, let me know in the comments. So you're gonna have two tasks: pushing that renderer router here, bring it back to that page where it's coming from, and also one more is that to go the other one which I gave before. So now what we're gonna do here, as we are having those so there is a touchable opacity done, then we're gonna having another text, and the text gonna passing that, let's say it should be product dot price, and before the price I will make it as like that. We're gonna pass it dollar, because I don't want to make it more complicated, which can be really not cool for all of you. And then here we're gonna also pass that it would be injecting on that product dot price into, we're gonna pass the quantity, what's the quantity value is there. Then we're gonna make that one as, let's say, I will gonna just wrap that both of that together, and then we're gonna make that one as dot two fixed, and it would be coming always, especially the two. So it depends how many products you are having. And you see that that's the one which I'm talking. You see that's a scroll bar is coming here. We don't want to show that, so I'm gonna make that show, I think, vertical indicator, which I'm gonna make it false. And as you see right now, you will not be able to see. And also this one, I'm gonna make that instead of padding vertical, it will not be good to go. So okay, I'm gonna keep it padding vertical because later on you're gonna having the summary view, so you're gonna see that time. Okay, and after that okay, so we can make now this one things better. After price, we're gonna render our quantity container, so it should be another view and over here. And by the way, for the style property here, we want to provide the style should be styles.price, and we're gonna highlight bit of price. So in the details property, having flex, and the title which you're providing, and the price also having the same title corporation, but you see we are providing the app colors primary 600. Now we're gonna make the quantity container by so far to make it look more nice and cleaner productive view. Now for that one, touchable opacity right here, then we're gonna having an undesign icon, and on that icon we want to provide the name for the icon should be providing the plus icon. And also we're gonna make the size I'm gonna provide a 16, and also the color should be, let's say it will be app colors dot text dot primary. So now you can see we have one actionable at properties, and after below that we're gonna having a text which gonna render that one the quantity of that particular product, which is 1. And below that I'm gonna just copy that same thing and paste it here again, and the name should be delete icon. Hit press, you see. Okay, not the delete, it's my mistake. So 1 would be plus, 1 would be minus, so that would be, let's say, minus, and that should be plus. So now you can see two things together. Now there I'm gonna provide a view here which should be, let's provide a style, and that would be styles dot quantity container. And right now this view just doing a simple thing, making you flex direction row, align item center, just keep it like that, nice and clean. And after that, this particular two button, it's gonna take the similar of the class name. Okay, not like that, should be taking the similar of that style, which gonna be style, and that should be styles dot, and here it gonna be, let's say, quantity button. And right now you can see there is a button, is a design pattern right here which is making that width 28, height 28, border radius 4, background color which are making that app colors background as a secondary color, and also the align item center, justify center. If you don't do that, your icons may not be in the middle, you see. So by keeping that, we are pushing everything to be in the center line. And also for the style, for the text over here should be style, and that one styles dot quantity, just to make the quantity looks bit up nice and clean. Font size 14, font weight 500, app color primary, and padding horizontal 12 to push through side by side. You see, if you just remove that, is mixing all together, and by doing that the button to be separated. And by the way, if the quantity increasing, that also be making it nice and clean. If we just make that, you see, okay, if we just make that one like some text, you see it's always taking the places because we're making a padding, not like width and height. And after that touchable opacity, so this is the one segment here, we're gonna having another touchable opacity. So I'm gonna copy that, paste it here, which would be, let's say, delete, and that gonna having our delete portion. And for the delete one, we're gonna just pass that it should be style dot remove button. So that's the button condition which gonna passing that side by side, which also having that margin left auto to keep all the side part to be the left side, and weight 28, height 28, border radius 4, background color secondary, and keep it the middle, just item center, justify content center. And for the color property here, instead of the text primary, we're gonna provide the error property. So we're gonna have a little bit nicer color of the red. We know by clicking that, by pressing that, it gonna start deleting our item. Now over here we need to start building some of the functionality. So on press, we're gonna having that, let's say, handle decrease, and also whenever clicking on the press icon, you're gonna make that on press should be, let's say, it will be handle handle increase. So this is the two function which gonna handle all the tasks over there. So we're gonna just write that at the top. So it should be, let's say, const handle decrease. That would be a simple functionality, and also let's say handle increase. So these two function gonna pass the two variable. For the increase one, that's very simple. We just need to increase the quantity. So just passing that update quantity, and on that update quantity gonna passing that product.id, remember, and also we want to make that a quantity plus 1. So we're gonna just add, we're gonna just add increasing quantity by clicking 1 you see, clicking, and also the price is just updating because it's multiply with the item. Okay, so 5 6 7, this doing good. So now we need to also create a decrease quantity, and to do that also we can do in a similar function that we can just make that, let's say, we can make update quantity, the similar function, and over here we're gonna pass that item dot not item, should be product.id, and then quantity minus minus, remember, not like that, minus minus. So it gonna be, or you can just simply -1. So it gonna just -1 or plus plus. You can even do, if you can just make that plus plus, and it gonna do the same thing, the one which you're referring. Plus plus means adding. Okay, see, it's adding. It's just taking a bit of time to add in the place, but I'm gonna just keep it like that one. I think that's sweet for me. This is getting more actionable easily. And you see in decreasing 7 6 5 4 3. So now the problem is once we decrease less than, it's getting, you see, it deleting, because if it's -1 it's gonna delete, but we don't know what's actually happening under the hood. So you need to create that scenario to let it work. You're gonna stop, like whenever you're gonna increasing the item, or you can pass a message, remember what we did in our product cart. So we can use the same philosophy here. So we'll just grab our toast masses from there, and now over here we're gonna make it in a very good way. First of all, for increase the product, it should be like, it's simple. So over here we don't want to, like, just no need to provide that like text. You can provide the text if you want. I'm gonna just go with that, like provide increase successfully, or you can just pass that quantity increase successfully. You know, we can just pass a simple message to just to show, you see, quantity increase successfully. You can see that's just passing the variation, and the same thing is gonna happen once we are just decreasing successfully. You see, quantity should be decreased successfully. I think decrease, or decrease, you can just pass the message the way you want. But here we're gonna make a simple condition, right? Because we are having a delete button, right? So we can just go and pass a condition here which gonna say if the quantity is less than 1, then we're gonna just make that, let's say it should be that one. So -1, and else we can just simply remove the product, right? And also we can do like that, would be by default it gonna say that. So let's say remove item, or you can just simply pass that if not this one. So we can just simply pass a message. Let's say it gonna be passing the same. It should be, let's say, alert quantity decrease, or you can pass the simple alert that you cannot decrease less than 1. Okay, that's just going for a message. Click. Okay. Okay, alert, what's to say, alert does not exist. Oh, okay, the type should not be there. Should be error, I believe so. We can pass that or not, because the type variation gonna come in a different way here. So if we just click that, Okay, quantity decreased successfully, so 1 is there. If we click, you cannot decrease less than 1, but it's removing that. So yeah, we should not be amplifying that. Now if we add, we are adding quantity increase. If we delete and make it for the last one, you see it cannot decrease less than 1, so we're gonna delete here. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna create another function. It's a simple, you can do it here, but it's better whenever you're gonna having a delete button and to go on that. So on press, and that should be handle remove and remove. I think that would be just a simple solution for it. And to amplify that, const handle remove, and over here we're gonna just simply pass that, and that should be, let's say, remove item, and over here we're gonna pass that, let's say, product dot id. That's it. And also for that one, we're gonna pass a message here which gonna say item removed successfully. And for this one, we can go actual gonna passing a message here. Okay, not here, but you see the product card, we can simply go and passing that message, which is really cool. So here I think so the last one is that one, and let's say product removed successfully. So double C E double S S U double C E double S. Okay, so here the product dot title has been removed from your cart. I know it's a bit of Quincy, but if you click here, you can have a very good men's t-shirt removed successfully. So we are having a total like parameter here. So also you can having to be a receipt card, entire card, which would be receipt. You can simply make the fun thing here, which can be done. We're gonna do it, of course, but now you know what's actually going to work and how we're gonna things can be done by itself. So let's go in our card. So over here, as you see the shopping cart and others, we can now have a flexible position here. You see we make it a padding top and others. So what we can do, we can did we have a receipt card here? So if we make that use card store, use I think product store here. So over here we have not a product store, but I think should be the cart store. Yes. So do you have the remove parameter? Did a clear card, we make that clear card? Yeah, so we have the functionality, we can do it here. So after that, clear card is already mentioned here, so means the functionality is right there. We need to pour in all together. And to make that clear card, did we need to do it? I think I'm gonna love to have it like especially, yeah, we can make receipt card here. Remember the way we make it the favorite portion here. So that's the header view, the way we did it. So the similar fashion we can make it here, and that should be the receipt view here. So I'm gonna just copy that. So from there, I'm gonna go in my card, and after that card, this layer, I'm gonna paste that. And of course, I need to wrap everything like in a view. And over here, I'm gonna push that. So that will contain the touchable opacity. And that should be receipt card, R-E-S-E-T, or clear card, I think so. Clear card, yes. And the receipt text, which need to be imported from our style over here. So I'm gonna go and bring that receipt text style. So where are the style? Okay, that would be the receipt text. So I'm gonna just put it at the very last on that portion. Okay, so now you should be able to see the receipt fabric, but it's not look so good because, you know, remember what we did before here at the top. We're having a possibly a view called name the header view. So I'm gonna copy that portion. I'm gonna keep it after the header or top of the header, you know, that I'm gonna no need to have that primary. So I'm gonna go here, and that should be style, which gonna be styles dot header view. Okay, so now we're having a side-by-side portion, and padding bottom is, I think padding bottom not require. I'm gonna make that a padding top, which going to be, let's say, just keep it 10, or you can make it 5. That's up to you. If you click, you see all the things is removed, and it's coming like called a receipt fabric because it's just coming for there. You can simply change the message. You can just make that clear card or receipt card. That's up to you. So I'm gonna just make the name as clear card. Okay, so now let's start shopping. Here we can add more products just to make that things done all together. So 1 2 3 4, I'm gonna just go with the 4 products itself. I think that's cool. You can also bring one bunch of icon here by which we can navigate to the card. I keep some of the space for you so that you can have a very good understanding of how you can do it by so far. So I'm gonna keeping in that way. Also padding top, I'm gonna remove that because as for the padding top, we are keeping it here. Now what we need to do, we need to have our other portion by which we can render our details property. So the view details property gonna be there for the summary and others. Remember previously we started but we didn't finish it because we cannot see the value. So now again I think what's the problem here, we need to find a way of how and why we are not getting it. So let's just pass a view here. Oh yeah, so I need to pass a view. Is it so? Anyway, yeah, maybe because the view can render that one. So right now this is our this is the product which we are showcasing here. Okay, where is that? So this is the product view. This is the entirely having the product view, these two together. So now this is the summary container, and in the summary container we have a padding vertical of 20, border width is 1, border top color is F colors grade of 200, and summary row is making is flex direction row, space between, center, and margin bottom 8, and this the label which getting the secondary color. Now after that, after passing the label which is contained as a subtotal value, now we can mix together to provide our actual value. So what I'm gonna do below that, it should be another text which gonna be passing our actual value, which gonna be, let's say, subtotal. We need to capture the subtotal first, right? We need to render the subtotal property, and how we can do that. So this is our loading instances, and we're gonna make that as a shipping cost, and you can keep that in your env file, but right now I will go with very easy to that so that we can understand it what we are doing. Okay, so 5.99, that's the shipping cost which I'm raising that, and that comes subtotal. Subtotal, which is actually going to just running that function which is capturing our all the total price, right? The get subtotal is actually a function, right? If you just go back within our used car store, you can just see here the get subtotal, get total price, and on that price value here we are running a function, and we are by which it can just capturing all the item, all the property and the total value from there. Then it just adding, just multiplying with item dot price, and then is passing the total value. That's what it's actually doing here. Now it's also it's good to have to run that function interrootly. Remember what I told you. So now we're gonna have that our subtotal dot, we can just simply make that a 2 fixed value, and like that should be 2. So we are having our subtotal ready. And for the subtotal, I think it's not to be the subtotal. We're gonna go with the summary value, should be style, and that not to style, should be styles dot summary value. So that's the value, that's the item property, or that's the quantity layer which we gonna happen to have. So in the value we are providing that you can increase the value if you want, but like you can also make that font weight, you can go with like 800. That's up to you. You do it the way you make it preferable, but I'm gonna just keep it simple. Okay, I don't want to make it more fancy right now, so that you can easily understand and grab the features. After that, so this is the text layer which I'm doing. So after that view, we're gonna have another view which gonna be that should be capital letter. Okay, should be another view, and on that view should be the text which will be shipping, where we're gonna render the shipping cost. And remember the same thing it gonna happen. So I'm gonna copy that row because the style going to be the same. As you see, you know, render the same thing. So in the summary row for the label, it should be, let's say, it gonna passing that shipping cost, and over here we're gonna just pass that, let's say it gonna go with that shipping cost value. That's it. So now we know 5.99 is our shipping cost value. So one more properties we're gonna render here, which going to provide us the total value. So we are summarizing how much the total input, we are going to have it all together. So now also for that total value, we need to align our total value. Right now we doesn't have any total value. How we can align that? It's pretty simple. We are having basically two properties. So const total, we can just grab that, and here we can pass the subtotal, whatever the subtotal value we have. So means the subtotal, and then subtotal if it's bigger than 0, right? Then it gonna pass that shipping cost, otherwise it gonna have the 0. So this is up to you. Now you can decipher if like I want to add shipping cost after 100, you can go with that. If you don't want to add it, you can go with that. That's up to you. So that's the value. You can make it plus minus. So this condition, you can, instead of keeping there, you can keep it here. Okay, so if it's there, make it like that, otherwise make it 0. So if like if the so I will make a one portion down here. So now now this is a very good functional here. So now here we can, instead of running that, we can just pass the shipping cost. So you know, we don't need to render every time of changing the portion here. We can find a way how this is actually working. And also this entire positioning here, we're gonna just render if we have shipping cost, only then it gonna just coming here, otherwise it will not be there. Okay, so right now as you see, we are having an actual gross value. So instead of that subtotal, we're gonna have a total value here, which gonna be 195.94. So right now I'm gonna delete one property, which is more, and after delete you can see we have the total, we have the subtotal. What is that? Render within a text property. Somewhere we made a little bit of mistake, which is not good. I think we can let's say not equal to, okay, if there is a shipping cost, if the shipping cost is bigger than 0, I think that would be the good solution. Yeah, that was the problem. Now you see, so now we don't have, but if I increase is too much, you see, more than 1, you see, we are having the prices. So right now I'm gonna just keep it 50. That would be a good ratio here, otherwise it's making too much. So let's go to add some of the products, because we need to go and make it looks a little bit nice and clean. So for that, grab it. Okay, so right now we are having this portion. Okay, there is a little bit of fundamental problem which really causing issues. Okay, I think we need to handle that together. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna try to fix it the way it will looks better. I'm gonna just reduce the product right now, just to make it feel in a very quick way. And then we're gonna have summary container. Is it because we can easily simply make it as an absolute value? I think that's the one. It can be make it better. So we are having header. So did we have, so let's put style, let's say, did we put that container here? Container? No, we doesn't have to put any container here. So we can now summarize on that a particular instances. Let's say we can make that as a container, should be styles dot container. Okay, so now we are having that. So you see, so the value is just by passing here. So we don't want secondary, it should be just passing the value here. Okay, so also we're gonna make that position should be as, let's say, relative. So now we know how we can easily capture the value here. So as you see, we have the summary container. So the summary container, we can just make that a position should be, let's say, as we can just simply pass that absolute. And as you can see, it's not there, so we can make that let's say bottom should be 20. You see, it just and the weight should be, because as we make the absolute, we need to provide the width and height. So I'm gonna make it a 100%. You see, so now it's just grabbing. So now we need to make simply how much the how much the property we want to provide. So now it's up to us. Okay, so so now we can we're gonna put it in actual figure, but not now. I'll do it. So first of all, as you're having that featureable data here, so now we're gonna have a simple button. So after that view, we're gonna have our own button here, which need to be imported from components button. And in the button, okay, it should be a same single closing button here. On that button, provide a title, should be mentioning that place order, so it will contain to place the order. And after that, it's gonna be taking the full weight, and also it gonna provide the style, and the style should be styles dot, let's say it would be checkout button. And after that, also for the disable, if there is no user, okay, if there is no user or if it's loading instance is running, it would be disable. So right now it's showing disable, but you see there is user, so we can just log out from there and we can find out the solution. So now we will just log out with admin, so get the other rate of, okay. Now if we logged in, we should be having our user. So you see we're having the user. And also we need to make an on-press event here. So here it should be, let's say, handle place order. So that would be the function which will responsible to placing order in our database. So const handle place order, and that should be a asynchronous function, of course. For right now, I'm going to just keep it because we need to do a lot of work before handling that or before make it done. And also for this particular instances, we have a 5 state here. After that, we're gonna, if we doesn't have a user, then we want to pass a message. So it should be a view, and on that view should be having a text. Gonna just pass a message. Let's say please log in to make payment. So that's a simple message is gonna pass. I'm gonna keep it if we are having user, just to showcase that it can be done. So the view should be, style should be, let's say style should be styles dot alert view, not alert text, alert view. And after that, the text should be style, let's say styles dot alert text. So this would be kind of red text. And after that text, it's gonna be having a link. On the link, it's gonna pass that login. And for that one, put an href. We're gonna be passing that, let's say /login, tabs login. So that's where it's gonna pass that. And instead of passing that value directly here, we can simply pass a text, then passing the value, so that we can just provide a style, and the should be styles dot should be login text. You see, so that's what, if you click, it will take you login. But right now we are having already our cart, our user, so it will not show. That's what it's gonna do. And for the alert view is having the flex direction row, item center, justify content center. Alert text is having just an error color, and margin right tree putting the gap, and the login text having the other simultaneous item which is required. Right now, as you see, we are having our functionality. So we're gonna just pass that if we doesn't have the user, only then. So right now it doesn't have that. So this is the view here which we are summarizing for our summary container. So I'm having a simple combination here, because that should not be happen to be a problem, because right now you see that's the value is capturing, but this is not coming immediate after. So I want to have that. So this is our like for especially for our value here. So we need to make it think how it can work. And I think we can easily grab that. I think no need to make that remove. I will make it position relative, but I'm not gonna. Yeah, now you can see if we go in shop cart and if we add some more items, just to check if it's working fine, if it's not working also fine. So we know what we can do. Okay, yeah, so this is absolutely freaking us out. Why, I don't know. So this value should not underline on that issue. So this is actually not gonna having that property issue anymore, because this just passing that. Yeah, that's just passing. Yeah, Okay, right now it's looking fine. Okay, yeah, if we do that, yeah, that should work previously. That's what I was talking about. It should work. Okay, for the summary container, so now if we go here in our summary container, we should be having that. Okay, so yeah, that should not be. So I think, yeah, anyway, okay, I just deduct. So you just check your device, and I think to make that one better, you can just make the simple combination here. So margin bottom is 8. Okay. This one, if we just go, this is really annoying a bit, because as for it, okay, now it's working. Yeah, that's working, but we just need to shuffling our button and other properties. Yeah, I think that's working now. So we have the summary button, so summary container, which providing that one. Okay, so summary row having that. Okay, so value is kind of cool, but we just need to passing the button here. So if we just go here, margin bottom, margin top, let's say top, we're gonna pass the 20, and let's say 50. Okay, yeah, it's catching, it's getting the 50 value. See, yeah, this margin bottom is working. So I think if we go with that, on a margin top was working. So if we go in margin bottom 30, yeah, it's pushing. Okay, so I will go with let's say 60, and I'll go with 80. Yeah, I think a 70 would be in good position. Yes, so now, okay, now we are having all the variation. Okay, that's perfect. So now once we click in place order, we want to run some of the functionality by which it can really capture the heat. Now, to do with the place order positioning, there will be a lot of calculation, lot of demeanor by which we can really go and write our all the structure, all the data layer. But now what are you gonna do to just to go and create the segment, because we need to also have some of the property here by which we can render all the follow-up link. For right now, we should be having also providing one checkout route, like checkout page here. So as you see, after that, the checkout page gonna render right here. So we need to go and create a lot of other combination by which we can really initiate our payment and for other scenario. So now we're going to create our backend structure, because that will be responsible to create our like possibly building our checkout formation and others. So now to do that, I'm going to go in our over here structure right here in the server. I'm going to go, so let's just get our command line. Okay, where we are still having that. So cart, I think in the cart item, maybe I need to stop that, otherwise it's going to render always. Okay, over here need to remove that product. Okay, done. So right now I'm gonna take another terminal, which will be taking another command line, and I'm gonna put ls. Let's go cd into server, and here I'm gonna put that npm init to create our server specification. The package name would be server. Okay, I'm gonna go again with the backtick because I'm gonna close my command line here. I think it will be okay. Yeah, it will be no problem if I go npm init, because its name is server. Okay, version, description, normal, endpoint indexed. Okay, click, and done. So now it's just creating. If you just close the client app, if I close all together in the server, we only having a package.json, nothing else. So now we need to go some of the certain kind of things which will help us to build our structure all together. And first of all, let's just open the Chrome browser here. I'm going to open the npm, so where we can find all of the libraries here. And from the npm, the first thing first, we need to go having a certain kind of packages, and there the packages, you can put the name here. As you see, it can be happen to be the course to get the course, it can be happen the .env to render our env, it can be happen to our express to bring our express functionality, it also gonna be our nodemon, so you can search all the function, and the last one, it can be our stripe. So this is up to you. You can search all of those things. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make all together npm I should be course, and then I'm gonna bring that .env, bring that our express, and bring that our nodemon, and bring that our stripe. Hit enter. So what it gonna do, it gonna just like install all the dependency in my parameter, and here we're gonna pass how we can render and how we can initiate things by so far. And where is installing? Remember, we need to have a file, like a base file where it can run, and that should be index.js file, not ts but js. If we make that log, just put a console log and then hello from server and hit save, server, and hit save. And here, if as you see, we doesn't have any start, so we need to also bring one start comp library. So should be start node index.js. So it's gonna run our node file. So npm start, and here you can see it's running hello from server. Now instead of node, if I put nodemon and running the same command, and now you can see server, it will not stop, it's gonna continuously running on that. So that's the same, that's the beautiful thing on that. If we just change anything, you can see it's always running, but without the nodemon, it will not run that way. So now we need to go specialize our index property so that we can make it looks more nicer, cleaner, and better. And first of all, you see in the server, we should be having one .env file. This file is gonna contain a certain kind of files parameter, and first thing first, it's gonna have a port, oops, it should be port, and then it's gonna having also, let's say it will be stripe, and it should be underscore, or you can just simply pass that should be having that stripe secret key. And after that also it gonna having the origin, like from where we gonna run our function and others. So this is the one which it can pass that. Now origin is not required right now, I'm gonna keep it empty. For port, I'm gonna just pass that localhost 8000 because we're gonna run on that. Now first of all, to create our routing setup, because in Vite we're using that React router, in Next.js it's coming by default, but you know, for our API configuration, whenever you're going to create a router, especially like a page, like the way the page is built, so in router you need to use express library to create and generate our library. Now these kind of things, as you see, that's the server. It's gonna be a very light server because you're gonna handle the payment authentication, you're gonna handle some of the few methods because we are handling our Supabase server in our front end by default, but you can also happen to pass all the requests directly dispatching right here. It's up to you how you want it to configure. First of all, I'm gonna import express from, let's say it gonna coming from express, and now this kind of import, if you do it in our normal one, as you see, it's a common JS, so type is common JS, but we cannot use the type common JS, we need to use the type of module, otherwise there it will be error whenever you're gonna running from the console. So now also we will import that our .env, so should be, let's say .env /config, and after that we're gonna also import course, so import course from, let's say it gonna be from course, otherwise in the browser compatibility you cannot go and pass that. So now we're gonna make that const app is equal to, let's say express, because we're gonna use the express to use our application layer, and const port is gonna be defined, let's say process.env. If it's there, if process.env port is there, okay, otherwise let's say it's gonna run by default. Now you can also configure the way you want. And app.use, we love to use the course policy, so the back browser compatibility it will be there. And app.use, we also gonna use that express.json, so you can send the JSON file directly on that. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make that apps.listen, and over in the listen we're gonna just pass the port here, and on the port method we can just make a simple arrow function which is going to pass a message, let's say console.log, and that log gonna provide that I'm gonna go within a backtick property that our server is running on port, and now you can find the port here. So now you know where it's running by default, so you see the server is running port 8000. If we go here in localhost 8000, let's see what's the things it can be render right here. You see cannot get, means no home router is defined. So we'll create a basic route which can be combined as a home route. So we'll go over here, and over here we can use app.get, or you can use also app.use if you are using router fundamental. So now over here you're gonna simply pass that. So this will be home route. Okay, so one it should be within a function parameter. So similarly like that. So now over here we're gonna take two variable here. One will be rec, another it will be response. So now let's say for this one we just might have passing a simple solution here. Let's say rest.send, and over here we're gonna just simply pass the message you okay, let's say you might not be in the right place, because we don't want anybody to check our server, right? Enter, you see. So now it's just there. So now we can create a router segment by which we can just go and grab the property by which it can especially provide a router setup. So what we gonna do here, after that server you're gonna create a new folder which going to be, let's say we will just pass that whatever the routes we are going to keep it within our application. I'm gonna just create a simple checkout route. Okay, so this will be a checkout route by which we can pass the mass responses here. So let's say import, we will use the router from here. So router from express, and over here we're gonna just make that const router is equal to, should be just grabbing our router variable here. So now we can use the router. So I will just make a router.get method right here, okay, just to showcase to you that it's working or not. So the router, it should be checkout, and remember the same way we did, it will be an asynchronous method. First rec, okay, it should be coming a rec, and also gonna be taking a response here. Let's say rest.get should be, let's say rest.get checkout route is working. Now from here we need to make that we need to export router. Okay, so whatever the router need to make is export default as router. So we can now especially inject the router within our index parameter. So similarly we can get that app.use. Remember, now we are not using that get method, we are / and now we can pass that checkout, and that checkout, it can be passing that import checkout from, and here it can be passing that route.checkout, and don't forget to put that JS, otherwise it will start giving you error. So now over here if we make that checkout, it enter, so we should be able to come back within our checkout route. So checkout like that. If you can see it here, is fine because we are using that. You can just simply hit that request for using that what do you call that, for the postman, it will work. So over here instead of get, I'm gonna go and write a post method which can really go and make that post. So you see, cannot get. So now here we're gonna start building our post method, and of course I forget to place that. So now we're gonna building our checkout route, where we need to also especially set up our Stripe payment authentication setup. So first we'll create our Stripe application, only then we're gonna go and proceed to start building our checkout system. To set up our Stripe payment account, we need to go directly to stripe.com. As you see, we cannot go with this because we doesn't have the account yet. So we need to log in with our particular account, and there is a lot of option to there. You can either go with Google, you can particularly make any email, and you can go with that. If I go with my email address, so I think it can be pretty much easy to go and configure that. I will just go and use my password here to just to go and set up on that. And done. So we're gonna start signing authentication, and if you have that like two-way authentication enabled, you need to bypass that email authentication and others. Now after happen to be in the dashboard, if you just check in our code, we need to have one important thing, is that Stripe secret key. So first of all, we need to open an Stripe account by which we can it will be enabled for us to create the receive the payment, and also to enable all the method and authentication. We need to go and enable, bring that secret key. Now over here you can see you are testing in a sandbox here, so you can go in a sandbox also, or also you can get your live account. Is up to you how you need to fill up all of those formalities to get the live account for yourself. So if you want to take the hit, it's up to you, you can take, but for me I will just go in a simple way because I'm gonna test on that. I'm not gonna active initialize that, but the setup is almost similar, just some of the few things are gonna change, but it's almost similar. You can just go easily on that. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go over here, and from there I'm gonna create a new account. You see, so if you doesn't have an account, from there you're gonna find to happen to be create a new account. So what I'm gonna do, I have my others account. So now what I can do, I can switch back to the other account, or I can just simply create an account. It's up to you how you want to fill it. That's a pretty simple way to go and start polishing with that. So it doesn't matter either you are doing in that way or in other way. You just need to be according that Stripe secret key. That's it. And when you're working with Stripe, you need to have patience, because you know it can be a little bit lengthy bit of work. As you see, still loading. Sometimes it can be happen to access the network. So as you see, once you create and switch your account, you need to make sure your app is right here. And from there, what I'm gonna do, you see those already this account is working. So I need to go in the developer tabs, and from there you can see here API references and others. You can go and read their API references data, so which can really make a good impact how the things can be working and how the things can be done. And from what I interested is that to go in the developer settings, because on the developer settings you can also toggle through all the developer formalities the way you want. But the most important is that we are looking forward to have our own, as you see, API keys and secret keys. So that's the secret key we are looking forward. So from here also we can access, but why Stripe CLI you can see API keys. So you can just click on API keys, and both API keys it will be there. One is the publishable key, one is the secret key. So we need that secret key J and X at the right. So just click on that, it will automatically be copied, and after that just paste it. So now we are having our secret key. So after having the secret key, we now start building our all the formulation. And by the way, we can just go and visualize the transaction here. So whatever the transaction is happened to be here within the previous binding. So you can see we have that transaction which is 1661.97. so we can just go with that. Now what I'm gonna do, let's just go start building the face. So over here I need to go initialize our routing. And of course, I think our server is running by so far. If we just go over here and let's just see ls cd server and then npm start dev. So the server will run in development server. Now what we need to do, as we are having this all the functionality, so first of all we need to go and create the initialization. So this is the route which we are having, and we're just passing the router as a default route. Now what you need to do, in every route, whenever you're gonna call in the checkout instances, you're gonna passing a request body. I'm gonna just name it as a reg body, and that reg body should be, we need to pass an await method, and that should be reg dot body. So it's gonna capture all the coming from the request body, and from there we need to just fetch to setup. And of course we need to just pass that, no need to pass that await, so it should be reg body. And there we're gonna pass two things. One, it will be email, another it will be price. So this is the two value which is really needed here. And of course we need to pass, like we need to ensure that price is a valid number and convert to integer cents. And why we need to do that? Because whenever we are like, this price is $22.30, but we need to pass that as like 2230 cents, because every single account digit, it should need to be passing as their own variable cents. Otherwise it will not pick up, because the currency, whenever you are calculating the currency, is very important to make sure that every cents are important. So what we can do, if the type of and the price, we just need to pass the message is not equal to, like whenever we are passing the price, if it's not equal to number, there's one setup of thing, and then is none. So we can also, if the price is not a, like if this is not equal to none, like sorry, it's not like that. If the price, whatever the price value we're sending, if it's not number or if it's none value, right? And or there will be another phenomena which is price is bigger or equal, like smaller or equal than 0. So if this 3 scenario is happening, you can see here I'm passing the OR statement. So I'm just checking if my price, whatever the price I'm sending, if it's not a number and also a non-value, which is undefined value can be sometimes, and if the price is equal to 0 or less than 0 minus figure, then I want to pass a return value which would be rest.status, and the status I want to pass a 400 status, and then I want to send the status. And of course you can search in the internet, you can find all the HTTP status, and you can find what the call and why we are using that. And of course whenever that can happen, the success, the value which it will be a false value, so false. And after that I want to pass a message, and the message should contain that it should be passing that invalid price value. So we're having a pretty good understanding that whenever anyone requesting with this 3 side of value, we're gonna just throw them that is not, you are not permitted to get that. Now what we need to do, first of that, after passing that, we need to also pass that like after validation, we need to convert price to cents and ensure it's integers. It's an integer, means a number. So to do that, we just need to find a simple formulation that would be pretty simple. We need to just make that amount in cents. You can directly pass that, it will not be an issue on that. So I'm going to just make that math dot round. I'm going to go with the round figure, and I'm going to pass the price, and then I need to multiply, as it's a dollar, we're going to using that, we're going to multiply with the 100, so it will be equal to cents. Now as we are having the price value, we will pass a try catch method. Now whenever we are having a catch value, we need to pass like we need to log through our catch, should be console log, and here we're gonna pass our error, and we're gonna just handle we're gonna just make that method handling an error itself. So the error should be passing the error, and of course whenever we are passing the error, we need to also pass a status. So rest.status, we want to status should be 500, which can be the server error, and the send in the object we're gonna pass that success should be, let's say it should be false, and also message, we're gonna pass a simple message that payment failed. Payment failed. That's it. Now when we are having all the category is match, like we are having a success ratio, that time how we want to sort the things in that try block. So this is the most important thing where we need to work it very, very carefully. First of all, I think we didn't set up our Stripe yet. So first we need to set up the Stripe, only then we can let it work. And first of all, if we just go in our package, did we have that Stripe? If we go here, no, we didn't import, like we didn't install the Stripe yet. So I will take another terminal here. So in the terminal, put, let's go cd into client app, and over here npm I Stripe at latest. So whatever the latest version is available, we want to just ensure to be initialize that one. And in the lib over here, we will create another file. You can create anywhere, you can go with the helper, you can go with the lib, it's up to you. Not this lib in the client, but we will create a lib here in the server, which will be a lib, and over here it will be, let's say okay, over here I need to create a file which will be stripe.js, as we are using the JavaScript, plain JavaScript. And you can see here, if you just pass, we have Stripe 18.1, so I'll close that. And over the Stripe, I need to first import, let's say Stripe from, you can just pass from the Stripe, not a string decoder, Stripe, yes. Now after having the Stripe, if it doesn't pass that process.env, if it doesn't pass that you can see here, if you're not putting that in Stripe secret key, then it can also throw an error that process.env, that secret key is not available. So if there is no secret key, I want to just throw a new error, just a certain error over there, and that will just highlight that Stripe secret key is not defined, defined, defined or set. So that will make sure or ensure that we set up our Stripe secret key perfectly, and we are good to go. Now whenever we are having to have Stripe, so I'm gonna just make that const Stripe should be, I'm gonna create a new instances using Stripe, and over here I'm gonna pass that process.env. Oops, it should be not directly the secret key, should be process.env dot secret key. And also after passing that, within that function I need to pass the variable, and that variable gonna handle that API version. So the whatever version is available, you need to make sure sometime, and most of the time it will generate automatically that 2005-430 is the basilisk now for the latest API version. And also I need to make that now here the TypeScript true, it no need to be enabled because I'm using the JavaScript, plain JavaScript, so that will be enough for that. And after passing that one, you can also make that export default. I will just pass the stripe. So whenever I need a stripe, I can easily use that. Now this simple configuration you can also do at top, but you know, most of the place wherever you are using, all the concept about the payment method is mostly they are allowing to keep it separate, because calculation is very important for any kind of application layer. Whenever you have calculation is all about money, you need to be very careful and very understandable on this matter. Now let's go and check out. We need to do a lot of things here. So first of all, as you see in the try block, we need to make our Stripe payment authentication. First, we're gonna go and create a customer for our user. The customer would be, let's say, await, and that should be Stripe. And we need to import from our lib, as you can see here. And after importing, you see it's only lib.stripe, but you need to pass that as JS, otherwise you're gonna get a very tremendous error there. And by the way, if you want to all the production level code for this particular website app, for as you can see, you can just grab that code from that buy me a coffee. It's just a little bit price tag there because it's all our production grade is ready. And also I'm sharing on APK. You can just go on that particular link and you will find your APK right here. You can download it and you can initialize that one just to see how it's working. Then if you feel better, you can just install that one. And by the way, there will be a lot of animation going on. The lot of things which I cannot cover up in this video because some extracurricular activity like using the motion, using the theme or others, I'm gonna cover maybe in next video or any other application, but you know, for the time limitation. But you can grab each and everything here, all the production layer. Of course, most of the part I'm gonna just pass that to you, but you can just grab it if you wanted to. And of course, if you are feeling lovely on that, feel free. There is a lot of project here. You can just go and purchase from it. It's very minimal prices. And again, if you think you want to purchase any of the project, especially you're watching my video, then let me know in the comments. If the price is high, let me know also. I will try to give you a discount, or maybe I will give you free. So just let me know in the comments, or you can simply message me by following through my email, or all the social media link is available there. You can just contact me anytime. And of course, there is one more request. If you feel better about the creation, about the work I'm doing, you can always feel free, easy to buy me a coffee. That's up to you. It's just a request. If you do it, it will boost my productivity and I would love to have that. So it just passing a new, just showing you, if you wanted to, you can give it. Okay, now let's back to the prices because it's now the money matters. Talking about the money, let's back to the money. So first of all, we need to create a customer in this Stripe. So we need to await Stripe dot. Now if your Stripe is set up correctly, you can see all the setup gonna work over here. It will automatically highlight that. So customers dot create. So first of all, we need to create a customer. So const customer, we are creating a customer in the Stripe by using that. And after that, we need to make that ephemeral key. So this is the key what we're gonna use to bring our older setup, should be await. And I think it can pass the email. I think so, yeah. Whenever a customer gonna create, it can basically go with that. But anyway, we'll go with the default parameter. So ephemeral key, which gonna be await, is stripe dot ephemeral keys. And from there, we will create the key. And how we gonna create? We're gonna create a to setup customer should be the customer which we create, customer.id. That would be the scenario for that. And remember, the API version is already mentioned, but you can, what I said before, you can simply mention here as you have been seen. So I think that's the complexity gonna pass here. You can also passing that API version if you want. You can just pass that, and as you can see, you can now bring the same API version from there in this Stripe. You can just copy that and you can simply use it right here. So that's the API version you can directly here. And if you not pass also, that's gonna work. Now what you're gonna do, we have the customer, we have the ephemeral key. So this is the key which is going to bring back all the scenario for us. So we need to do one more thing, is that we need to make that const payment intent. So we're gonna use the payment intent, and await should be stripe dot, and here should be payment intents dot create. We're gonna create a payment intents using the payment instances, and the amount should be, let's say, amount in cents. So that's the amount which we are going to send, and the currency going to be, let's passing that USD should be the dollar sign, and that customer should be, let's say, customer dot id. So that would be our customer, and after that automatic payment methods, which gonna be, we want that automatic, we will make that enabled as true. And by the way, if you are working with me previously, you know, in our, especially the web work, we are making a lot of things, we are passing the products data to showcase, because all the details we are forcing there. But for app, we are going to go in a minimal way, so that we will do in future. But I want you to have a better understanding how those things can work, so that you will create any application later on. So it's not a big deal. If you can do this one, you can do anything in future, so no worries about that. I know you can raise the question where the other setup, that will be there, no worries. And the receipt email should be the email which we are passing from there. And also we need to pass the description. For the description, we will just go with a backtick here, and that should be passing that order from, and over here we're gonna pass simply the mail. So that's the order from this mail. And after that, the metadata, remember, whenever we are forecasting, it will be fulfilled beforehand, that it should be our email. So now we created our payment intent. So now as you see, almost we are done. You see the payment intent. So this is the important things is there. We did two steps, one getting the ephemeral key, another getting the payment intent. So now what we're gonna do, we need to pass the return, should be rest dot status, and if that created is done, we're gonna pass it 200, means success, and then send. And within the object, we're gonna pass a lot of things. First of all, that should be success, should be true, and then the message should be, let's say, it's gonna say payment session, and that will be created successfully. So that would be the message gonna passing in the front end. And after that, we're gonna make that payment intent, and that payment intent should be our payment intent dot client secret. So now you can see we are passing that client secret for the payment intent, and the ephemeral key, that key should be a passing for that ephemeral key dot secret, SEC. Yeah, that should be the secret. And I think I have a mispronunciation here, maybe. Yeah, that should be the proper pronunciation. So I think, yeah, that should be the proper ephemeral key. Yeah, I had some mistake on that. Okay, now we are passing the secret, and the customer should be, let's say, we need to pass that customer.id. You can just take it within a variable and then pass that. So this is the setup which we did by so far, and this is our server which is still running using our localhost port for 8000. So as you see, if you don't run that within the server, it will not work. So you need to directly go with the server, otherwise it will not work, because Stripe is not supporting by default in the client side. You better to have your server running, otherwise it will not work. So now what we can do, as we did the most of the things here. So if we in the place order, if we click, nothing is happening. So first of all, we go back in the cart. I'm gonna close that, or I'm gonna just close others. So first of all, as you see, we need to also happen to have another page which called that payment page. Okay, so whenever we are just going through directly in that payment instances, we should be able to go there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create those that pages here. So it should be a new file, and gonna pass that payment.tsx rnfes, because that page is required whenever we're gonna go that. So should be payment screen. Okay, so that would be our payment screen. Let's go back to the layout, and on that particular layout, we need to bring back our this one. Should not be passing that, so option should be null, and the other parameter should be null. I think, yeah, I think option, I'm gonna keep it better null, or what do you think for the payment? I think, yeah, not that much. Not order, should be payments. Okay, I need to just reload again because I made twice a bit. So this is our payment skin as we did that. So now whenever we're gonna go in the cart, as you see, we have our like handle place order, and over here, if we just go here, let's say router dot push, and from there, if we just want to go / payment, we can just simply go back to our payment. So now if we click on that, we should be able to go in our payment screen. So this is the screen which will be responsible to go create the payment. But of course, we need to bring back all the scenario. We're gonna just make a simple design pattern here just to showcase all the styles, because we need this page is very much, because it's very important for us. And to bring that in live, we'll just go with our styles, and that should be the app colors, and all things are done. Now of course, over here we should be passing that. Let's say you can again use the wrapper if you wanted to, just simply cut that and use directly the wrapper itself, and you can have it same like this experience. So it will be within the wrapper view. Okay, and after that also you can use some certain kind of things. You can use that style. Let's say style should be passing the actual style, and that can be passed styles dot container, and it will not take style, it should be taking. Okay, I think, yeah, I think I didn't make that symphony to do that. We can simply pass that within the view, and the style is flex 1, padding 20, background color, and the justify content. Because of that, as is always be in a centralized, I'm not ensuring to use that wrapper, because it always will be like in separate. And of course, I'm skipping to use the wrapper, because remember that Stripe payment drop down, it will coming back here. So I don't want to use any customized predefined values, which can really be annoying for that. And first of all, let's should be the style over here. For that should be styles dot title, and that should be passing that complete your, let's say, your payment. So this is gonna message which it will pass that, and the text should be, it will be making that, please confirm your payment details to complete the purchase. And after that we should have another text, and here we need to pass the total value here. So it should be, let's say, total, and right now we are not gonna pass again. I'm gonna just keep it $100 just to show you how the data gonna underline. Later on we're gonna come up with actual data, and for this text here should be style, and the style should be styles dot subtotal, and of course it will not be n minus, it will be is equal. And after that also for the text itself here, style, and the style should be styles dot total price. Now how we are enduring on that, you see the title is having the default title variation, font family, font size 24, color app colors, text primary, text align center, margin bottom 16, and total price is the same way, going into bold, font size 20, colors, and others. Now after that, after passing all the enterable things, we need to passing one button here. So the button, which we have our components button, and we can just passing that a self-closing button here, and the title should be passed. Now that title should be confirm payment, and then we're gonna passing that on press, which should be it gonna handle of a payment. And right now I'm gonna just keep it as normal of that, not like this one. Should be passing that, it should be, let's say we can simply pass that, yeah, like that, just to passing an empty variable here. And of course it's gonna take the full width, and the style should be passing that styles dot button. So this will be the style parameter, and that style is just a simple style. It's just gonna passing that margin top 20. Right now as you see, we are not doing anything here, so we're gonna go back to our card. And of course, we also need to go in our Supabase client so that we can know what's actually going under the hood and what all are the things which we need to configure. Of course, I need to go and logged in with my account. I'm going to just log in and come back. Okay, so I have my account. You see shopcard here. So right now from that table editors, or I can go with that SQL editor. I think better to go in the table editor. So I have my orders. So here I'm using the same, I think the same data ratio which we're using. So we should be able to like roll back each and everything, implement from here. I think I'm using the same account so that we can just easily configure that. So what we're gonna do right here in our, let's say, payments, and of course this one I'm just keeping it, but better to remove that for that particular instances. So let's go in the cart. What we are going to do within the cart whenever we're going to click on that place. Before passing that router push, we need to do a lot of things. First of all, I'm going to just comment it. If first of all, we need to check right now if we doesn't have the user, it's passing the some value, but of course we need to check again to make sure we have the user. If doesn't have the user, first of all we need to pass a toast message, should be toast.show, which gonna say, and here we're gonna pass the object type should be, and of course you need to pass the error type here, and then we're gonna pass the text one, and the text one should be, let's say, login required, and after that the text 2 it gonna just render on that, not like that, text 2 it just going to say of like that, please log in to place an order. And the last one is that we're gonna pass the position which is going to be as bottom. And of course, as always, we can pass the visibility time, which I will make is 2000 millisecond. Now, if I have user, if I just make in go the way, you can see login required, please log in to place an order. So right now it will not show. If you click, you see it's nothing. If you have user, it will not showcase that. Okay. And if there is no user available, I will say show that, and of course don't execute the function return from that block. So it will not dive into that. It will always return from here if there is empty user. And after that, I'm going to use a try catch block again just to consolidate each and everything. And first of all, in the catch, what we're gonna love to do is that we're gonna showcase our error. So we're gonna just simply pass that error, order failed to place order, position bottom, visibility time, again the same, console log, error, placing order. So that would be a simple scenario. And now we need to create, as you see the set loading, we're gonna use the set loading true, but whenever all the scenario gonna run, finally I'm gonna make that set loading as false. So should be as false. So now we need to go and start building all the structure by which we can start building our application. So in that try block, whenever we're going to enter on that, I'm going to make that set loading at true, or you can just use that right here. But as you see, we're going to just check the user, so it will not take that much time. Or I think, okay, I'm going to keep it here. Anyway, so now what we're gonna do, we can simply pass that const, we're gonna use that order data. So that's where we're gonna just destructurize the order data. And first of all, we're gonna pass that user, and that should be user underscore email, and that email should be user.email. So that would be our user email. And then we're gonna have the total underscore the price. The price should be whatever the total value we are having in the top. And the items which we're gonna pass that items dot map, we need to individually rectify each and every item, and from there we're gonna create a function, and within the object we're gonna pass that all the things. So product underscore id, that id going to be item dot product.id. So that would be our scenario to bring back our items. So I'm just gonna replace that with the existing. So our item should be product ID, should be product ID, title should be product title, price should be product price, quantity should be item quantity, image should be item product image. And as you can see over here in that, you see ID, user email, total price, items, payment status, and then create that. If you just click here, you can see this all are the same data ratio which we are sending here. You see all the things which we are receiving here, we are sending. So we are preparing that data not for us, because we are preparing for us for our to you pass that in Supabase backend. Now here we're gonna pass that our payment underscore status, payment underscore status, which gonna be by default pending. And whenever it gonna hit pay, that time it gonna work as a paid payment. Now first of all, we just prepared our order data, so we need to insert, let's say insert order into, let's say Supabase. So we need to first insert our data. So const, we need to go with that. We will make the data and we're gonna make that error, so that both things gonna coming from await, and we're gonna ensure that to get the lib of our Supabase. And of course the from, we need to go and calculate to grab the order, so that's where we need to just pass that message. And from there we need to insert what we want to insert. We want to insert our order data. So in the orders table, as you can see directly right here, we have that orders table. So in that orders table, we are going to send that order data. We're going to insert it, and from there we will select, we're going to select all together, and then also we're going to make that as a single. So it's going to create a single data. So that's what is actually going to do. And of course, if now we are having two set of things, one is data, one is the error. Now if we are having an error, means we didn't create the data, what it gonna do, I'm gonna just throw a new error. So should be throw new error, should be throw new error, and that error gonna pass that a back, I'm gonna pass the backtick, should be fail to save order. And over here I can just simply pass that directly pass that error dot message. That's it. So now we can test. So now we should be able to create the orders. So we're gonna try to create the orders first, to just to see if we are happen to be, as you can see here, we're having orders, we are passing all the details. So till we have 43 number orders. So I'm gonna go over here and place that, and let's see if anything happened. So right now it should be 44. So I'm gonna just go, and you can see I'll just reload here, and let's see if the 44 is happen to be there. You see that 44, so 194.23, and if we just go right here, you can see here 194.23. so now we are able to send back here. So this is a pretty cool that we can now sending back data right here. So what we're gonna do now, we need to initialize the setup and do the all other flavors. So we can now simply pass, if still you are stucking on that, if your orders is not placing, I recommend you go over here and then from there edit table, and of course you need to make that one, it always be tick by default. You need to make it disabled. Okay, so you need to confirm it to make it disabled, otherwise you should not be able, because if you confirm that, you should be able to read and write all the table. And of course that should be by like that, because otherwise also it can be using at a server. But for me, I'm gonna just do in that way. I don't want to make a lot of complexity in the same application, which can be really annoying. So first of all, now as you see, I need to have to create a payload. So the payload, it should be passing that value, and the payload is that the price should be, let's say, total, whatever the total we are giving, and the email should be passing that user dot email. So this is the payload which you're having right now. What you need to do, remember we created a checkout backend, so we need to go and create a response on that, because we need to, before using this Stripe, we need to go hit our API. And once you are doing that, remember you need to make your server running for sure, otherwise it cannot be connected. So I'm gonna just minimize a bit and lower. So in the response, so it should be is equal to await, and that await message is gonna pass that Axios. As you see, we didn't initialize the Axios yet, so I'm gonna go over here, and you can also use the fetch method. It's normal. So but I'm gonna make that npmi Axios because it's a mobile application. So if there is a certain kind of error which can be really to if it's Axios, it's easy to go in for make debugging. So Axios, okay, not showing that, so I'm gonna make it manually import Axios from, let's say, Axios. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna simply make a fetch method. So Axios, or not fetch, post method. So on the post, it should be the endpoint, which is HTTP, not S, HTTP, and that should be localhost, and that gonna pass that 8000, localhost 8000, and I think /checkout. So that would be our route. And over there, what we need to do, we need to pass simply our payload. So whatever the payload we have, remember, we have price, we have total. If we just go our checkout, in our checkout route, we receive two separate things, which is email and price. So this is the thing we are passing. You can make console log to see each and everything, but as it's working, I'm gonna see if I need to debug, then of course I need to go with the console log. And after that, I need to pass that our headers. The headers should be, let's say, it gonna passing that value and variation, not like that, should be headers. And the header should be, we need to pass that our content type should be content type, and the content type, it's gonna always passing that as application, application /JSON. So this is the application layer which we're gonna pass. Now we need to, first what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna log the response if we are having any response. So let's just go and make that response, and over here I'm gonna just grab the response. So let's see if everything is working fine. We should be able to grab a response, and we should be able to see the response here in our client. So now click on that, and let's see what it's gonna do. You see, we have response, we have config, adapter, we have our header. So we are receiving something, but you see, status is 200. You remember that? So everything we are receiving perfectly, but what we are looking forward here, as you see, all the things is coming here. If we just try to find the data, so you see the data. The data is the price, is the email, and also the ENB variation, all the things which we are just passing in that variable. So what I'm gonna do over here, I need to grab that additional value. So I'm gonna make that should be I need to pass in an object, should be coming from their response dot data. And from there, what I need to want to have that is that a payment intent. So I'm gonna have that payment intent, and then I'm gonna have that I'm gonna just copy paste because I'm very bad at typing on this kind of things. Maybe I'm gonna make a mistake. So those are the data which I want to have that. And also you can log again just to see if it's available. So let's say payment intent, let's say ephemeral key, let's say customer, just to check one more time. So I'm gonna just go over here, I'm gonna make some text over here. Oops, it's just I don't want to do that. Okay, I'm gonna hit reload. No, it's already took that, so I'm gonna stop the server because it's already running my emulator, which I don't want. It's already pressure in my machine. So I'm gonna rerun again expo. I'm gonna go with that again, npx expo start, and from here again I will try to use my iOS. You can also go with the Android emulator, it will work perfectly fine. So no worries about that. So I'm gonna just give a bit of time to start taking my machine to rerun the project again, as I just by mistake used that. So keep I to open that is already opened. So now what we can do is we can just whenever we're gonna click on that particular instances, we should be able to, as you see. Okay, now did we have that log? No, we didn't have the log. If we just reload, okay, I can just make that a bit of text here so that it would be easy to go on that. So let's go back here, and we're gonna, okay, okay, we lost our login method. So should be admin@gmail.com, and then I'm gonna just pass my password here, sign in, and after sign in we can directly go back to our car displays order. And as you see, we have that ID, we have the key, everything is good to go. So now what we can do, we can just go simply using the other variation just to go and create the payment. First of all, we're gonna pass that if there is no payment intent, or so we need to check before all of that if there is no ephemeral key, and then or if there is no customer. What's the name of that? Ephemeral key. Yes, that should be maybe my pronunciation is not good that much. So what I'm gonna do, if that one is not available there, I'm gonna make an error. So should be throw new error, and the error gonna pass that, let's say, missing required stripe data So it should be data from server. So this is what is gonna be missing from there. And else partition here, so means we have the data. What we want to pass the toast message, which gonna say us that yes, we need to go and use a navigate to payment screen with Stripe data as props. We're gonna pass the message success, order placed successfully, and then we're gonna hit that. But after that, we need to also remember, which we did before at the top, we are directly pushing the route to our payment screen. So we're gonna come back here, we're gonna do the same thing again, but this time after passing the payment, we need to also pass the params to back on that. So what I'm gonna do, instead of directly passing there, I'm gonna just pass the path name. So the path okay, should be okay, it's my bad, maybe, yeah, cut it. So we're going to pass in within an object. So the path name should be the path name which we are want to passing that, and the params, not the param should be an object which we are, okay, not here, should be here. The params will be an object where we're gonna pass that payment intent, we're gonna pass on there, and then it's gonna be ephemeral key, and then we're gonna pass our customer, and then we're gonna pass that order ID, which going to be data.id. So the data which we are passing directly here, remember, so now we can easily use the data. Where's the data here? Yeah, that's the data which we can just simply grab it. So we can pass the data ID according to that. So we can find the ID, and that's ID is required. You know, we want to pass Supabase, let's say Supabase order ID for potential updates, remember. And why we need that, like once the payment is done, you see first instance is order pending, but we can easily make it success by creating that. So that's what we're gonna build up very soon. So we're passing that order ID, and after that passing ID, we're gonna pass the total value over here, which gonna be the total value of our total value. So as you can okay, I need to pass a comma here, which I missed. Okay, comma is right there. Now what we can do here, as you see, if we just place the order, so now you can see it will replace, and now order placed. So we are here in our payment screen. So we need to capture whatever the value which we are passing. We need to capture our entire value. We need to just create all of this const router, which gonna coming from their use router, and after that we're gonna pass the value which going to be, let's say, const, and that all the method gonna pass from their use local search param. So you need to bring back from the expo routes, and particularly this all the functionality, whatever the main things which we define there, remember, however things we are passing, all the data we're going to capture here. So like the payment intent, ephemeral key, customer, total, order ID, all should be there. Okay, so now we can simply go with that. We can simply grab the user, and the user should be use auth store, and after that we're gonna pass that, let's say, const total value, and the value should be, let's say, I'm gonna make it a number. Remember, whenever you are passing anything as params, even is a type of number, like those things, the total and data is type of number, ID is number, but it will it will gonna be diverted into a string. So you need to return back to the number again. So you're gonna pass the number, and then I'm gonna make that get string parameter. Of course, I need to make a function here. I will create an utility function. You can create, it's better to have to create in a separate file, but I'm gonna go with that. And the get string param, we're gonna take the value from this string, and then we're gonna passing the array value property. So should be get string param, and from there we're gonna pass our total value. So it's gonna just passing that our actually a parameter by which we can go and relocate or allocate those things. And by the way, whenever we are passing the card, remember our still the order data which we are passing here is still there, but it should not be there, right? So what we can do here, after we are just passing back to the card, I'll make amplify that 261. Like as you see, before passing that or after passing that, we can simply make that functionality, make that a clear card, because so that it gonna be close the card directly. So it can be do in a very separate way, I think. Yeah, so Is it okay? Router.push and the path name, params, total ID, and then the clear card should be good. Okay, so now we're gonna just test it. If we make order placed, should be this card should be disappeared, and of course we can check later on, no worries. And now once we coming back here, we need to go and initialize our payment intent and other parameter. So what I'm gonna do here, so we have all the value over here. I need to pass that. Instead of that value, we can just simply pass that. Let's say it's gonna just simply make that a total value. So total value dot to fixed, and we want to fixed within the two number parameter. You see 261.13. Now whenever we're gonna hit in confirm payment, we need to grab back a separate parameter which gonna handle all of our Stripe payment integration. So we need to go and make that. First of all, I'm gonna go and create a new components here which gonna name as Stripe payment. So Stripe payment.tsx and our RNFES. So this is the file, and this is the topmost mentality which gonna be handle all of our Stripe payment integration. And of course this one gonna be taking a certain kind of type, and you need to be very careful once you are doing that. And of course you need to have to install one package. So if we go back to our over here, let's go back to npm for the package manager library. If we paste here, you should be able to see one package with the Stripe React Native. We are using React Native, and by the way, Expo is in React Native, so we are good to go. So I'm going to copy that, and after copying this one, I need to go in our terminal over here, and in the client I need to first install that. And after installing, you can see here, you can go to the documentation how you can easily go and make the setup. But you can go, I think no need to go and make that. We can simply go with those. If you're following me, you're good to go to have all the functionality work by so far. Okay, so first instances, what we need to do is to import that. So I'm gonna just go, and at the top I need to import that use Stripe from Stripe React Native. And as you see, that's the props gonna coming payment intent, ephemeral key, customer order ID, user email, and own success function. Those all are gonna coming from according to that. And of course I'm gonna just pass that, or I can just simply pass that one here, and that's all gonna be passing as a props. So the props gonna contain that payment intent, gonna contain ephemeral key, gonna contain the customer order ID, and then user email, and then on success. So all the functionality we are receiving right here. And after receiving that, we also need to go make those things. So that should be const, and that we need to bring back from use Stripe method. And from there we need to have two setup, which should be init payment sheet and also the present payment sheet. You see, we are gonna create this sheet ons, and we are using everywhere because there will be in the order where also we need to allocate the payment, and also directly in our payment method where we're gonna allocate the payment. And after that, we also make that we need to get the router, which we're gonna passing that use router from Expo router. Now after that, what we need to do, first of all, we need to initialize the sheet, and then we're gonna go with that. So I'm gonna go and by the way, as you can see here, this sort of things, it will not be there. You see that div which we are handling on that, this is not, we are not gonna do. But what we're gonna pass, that you're gonna see, we're gonna just go one by one. First of all, after that, we need to initialize our, let's say it should be initialize the payment sheet. So that's what we're gonna do. So you're gonna make a function const initialize payment sheet, and that would be a asynchronous function. And on that method we need to go and pass some variables. So the payment, let's say it can be make that payment intent a client. So that's already, I think, payment intent, not like that. I need to go on that. So that should be something like this one. Okay, Okay, that's my bad. I was not storing in that way. So I need to pass that error first. So the error gonna passing that is equal to gonna come that from await, and that gonna be in its payment sheet. So that's where we're gonna grab that, and then we're gonna pass all the object within the variable. So the payment init client secret gonna be passing that our payment intent. So that's the method which we're gonna call, and the customer ID, the ID going to be replaced on the customer, whatever the customer we are passing, and that a customer ephemeral key secret which gonna be passing that the ephemeral key which we are passing, and that a merchant display name. You can now pass any name you want. So I can just pass our store name, which is, let's say, shop cart store. Okay, like that. So you can use your own store name. Now after having there, so we can also pass that if there is error, binding error here. So what is actually we're receiving in the object, we can throw an error. So that should be a throw new, and their error gonna be, we're gonna just simply passing the error within that concat method init payment sheet failed. And over here we can simply roll back that our message should be error.message. We can just simply pass that. Now after that, as we launch the payment, if we successfully done that, const updated, let's say updated payment status, which going to be update according to directly using that asynchronous method, and we're gonna update within the Supabase, right? So we need to make it as success. So we're gonna pass that, let's say error, and we will go with await method, and then we're gonna use our Supabase, and on that Supabase dot we're gonna go find our form, and that form should be our orders, and from orders we're gonna just update, we're gonna update a single field, and then we're gonna pass that, let's say payment underscore, that should be passing that status, and the status going to be, we need to pass the status as success. So that would be done, and of course we need to make equal to, it should be matched with the ID, and ID should be the order ID which we are passing that, so that it need to be concat, and then it can select the ID itself. So that's the update method it gonna be done. And of course if there is an error, and particularly on that updating instances, it gonna also throw an error which gonna be update payment status failed error.message. Now what we're gonna do after passing that certain kind of things, we need to go and calculate our, let's say, const handle. Let's say okay, I think it should be below on that. So after throw error, yeah, const handle payment. So that payment also need to be an asynchronous function here, and on that particular instances we will use a try catch block. Now in the catch it can be the error, so we can pass any error is coming here. So we're gonna just simply pass that alert dot alert, and we can just simply pass that payment, let's say we're gonna simply pass that payment failed, and we're gonna log our error in the console. So payment fail error, and we can simply log the error. Now what is gonna happen once the payment is success, how we're gonna contribute that, we're gonna await, and we're gonna initialize payment sheet. So initialize not init payment sheet, should be initialized payment sheet. We're gonna initialize that one, and from there we're gonna grab two certain kind of things, the error, and the error can be our, let's say it can be p present error. Okay, we can simply we can just simply pass that, that would be there. So the present payment sheet, so you can see that can be grabbed from there. So present payment sheet, I think did we have that? Yeah, you can see at the top, I think I imported that. Okay, that's why I was not finding that one. Okay, so now we can also pass that from there. So what we're gonna do, if we have that present error, then of course we need to throw a new error which gonna pass the message, and it's gonna pass a simple error that it's gonna throw a new error payment fail, and present error dot message gonna implemented that. and await. After, if the payment is done, if the accessories is working, we want to make that update payment status to run that function. If payment is successfully done, we're gonna pass that function. So after paying the payment, we want to replace the status that it is success. So, and then like after, if everything doing good, we want to pass a message, we want to pass an alert on that. So that should be, let's say, alert dot alert, and within the alert method we want to pass that payment successful, and also AWS if successful, and then we want to pass that another message. Let's say oops, I need to be string, thank you for your purchase. Okay, and then we also need to amplify that. The text should be, let's say we're gonna pass a text on a B and OK, and on that OK we will make an on press event. So on press I think okay, that is okay, I need to go and wrap everything within an array because it's a two value returning itself. So after the text okay, we can simply pass an on press event. So the on press value which gonna run on that gonna be simply an arrow function, and which gonna run that on success, and that method, if that method gonna be just coming to a function, and if the function is there, okay, it's gonna go. Otherwise we're gonna just simply paste that router dot push, and that push can be coming from there directly on that tabs orders. Did we have? Yes, we have the orders. So we're gonna just simply go on orders, and after everything is working perfectly, in the return value, as you can see, we are just gonna pass that handle payment. So should be handle okay, that's the function need to be amplified here. Should be passing that one like that. Okay, so it's gonna good. I think we are mismanaging the function. You see the initial payment sheet, everything is wrapping within in between, which should not be. So I need to remove all the function from there. So I'm gonna just grab that, and over here it would be. So now it should be inaccessible. So of course one parameter is done, and let's see, it should be toggle through. Okay, that should not be a function because already affecting on that. So this is the thing, if you're having error, then you can simply finalize and grab the things nicely and make it done. So this is the three simple function: initialize payment sheet, update it a payment status, and handle payment. So we're gonna go in our payment, and here we need to make everything in good to go. So should be const, and there I will need to make that stripe should be is equal to stripe payment. As you see, need to be importing from component stripe payment, and over here as you see in the props, we need to pass variables. Should be that, let's say, get string param. I'm going to use that toggle through of that function to just to make everything in good to go in that function. So as you see, that should be taking that payment intent. So get string param is the payment intent, and the ephemeral key is also passing the ephemeral key, customer ID, order ID, and others. And then you're gonna pass that user email, which is going to be, let's say, user.email if it's available. Okay, otherwise it's gonna pass as empty value here. And after that, on success method we need to pass, it would be a simple and very tiny bit of function which you're gonna pass that, let's say it's gonna just simply handle that router.push, and here it's gonna be rendering by default, which is gonna be passing that as order. So that's what it's gonna do by default. And as you can see, the other thing is good to go. So we need to, as it just happened to be, get a reload. So I'm gonna just go and initialize one payment here which need to be in successful. And what I'm gonna do on that function itself, in the button, we just need to pass that, let's say, stripe dot not that, should be stripe dot handle payment. So that's the function it's gonna run whenever you're gonna handle that. So place order is going on, is 210.22. If we click on that, you can see now okay, payment failed. So we can go, it doesn't have the return URL, so we need to also bypass that. Okay, in sheet, so payment method that requires returns will must be shown in your OS sheet. Okay, we need to configure that. And to configure that, we need to enable the linking payment. So as you see in the Stripe payment here, we need to go and do some kind of setup, which can be really good to go and implement that. So first of all, we need to first import, and I'm gonna go and make an star mark to input everything as linking, and that could be coming from Expo linking. I think Expo linking. So that's what we're gonna just prefetch from there, and we need to create a route first, so which can be the return URL. So return URL is equal to, should be linking, and need to be from the linking dot create URL, create open URL, or not create a can open URL, should be create URL, and over here should be create URL. And that URL, it's going to be simply the URL which we are going to passing that, which just passing that a value of tabs, and from the tabs it's gonna just pass the orders. And initially over here in the place of return URL, we're gonna just simply pass our return URL. So this can be solve the issue whatever we are facing right now. If we click and confirm payment, okay, what is showing here again? So right now failed init payment sheet, so payment method, okay, did not provide an API key. You need to provide your API key in the authorization header using barrier. Okay, but we are doing that, right? We should be having that. That can be possibly maybe the reload setup or something, because if you go in the Stripe payment over here, you can see all the transaction is coming here. So we are receiving the transaction, but it's incomplete, means it's not, is failed method is happening. So that's what is actually getting it to, but we are receiving it. So I'm gonna try one more time just to go and just go to fill it better. Now let's go again and let's try to go back to the cart and place order 772.97. I'm gonna see if we are getting the error again. So it's right there, handle payment. Okay, again. So payment failed. It did not provide an API key. You need to provide your API key in the authorization header, but that's supposed to be, we are passing that. It can be possibly my secret is changed maybe. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in my env. So this is the secret which I pasted here, RW. If I go here in my account, okay, so I don't know how I paste that, so this is wrong. Yeah, that's the secret which I paste here is totally wrong. Okay, no, it's right, it's an Expo URL. Okay, I am in right position here. So okay, this should be here in server. This is my env, right? Okay, so this is what we paste. That should work perfectly, right? Anyway, so if it's not working, means something is not, is, you see, this is actually redirecting, but authorization barrier, your secret key is not there. So this is kind of nuts, and we believe our Stripe payment is actually happen to be perfectly aligned. If we go in our, let's say, checkout, this is okay here for sure. Okay, remember one secret key which we are putting directly, I believe here, ephemeral key. So we got it. How come if we doesn't initialize, then it should not be passing those things, right? So if we go in our Stripe docs, let's see what we're passing here. Okay, it's passing that API.stripe, and then okay, if we go in Node.js, so this is what we need to pass in a request, but it should not be that. Okay, we'll find a way to solve that one. It's supposedly work, but okay, I will just reload and try. Okay, so I think this method is everything. We just make that. Okay, so we did all the things pretty much in perfect way. Maybe the API key is sometimes it can be happen for the env file rendering or something. So we'll try with that payment 212. Okay, Okay, hold on. Yeah, it's working. Okay, 4242. If we go back like that, let's see, 34 and 123. It's just a bit of annoying. Like sometimes it will be making the procedure down a bit, but it will work definitely. So no worries about that. So it's working. So you just cross check again. So whatever the data flow you're passing is getting accordingly or not. So these are the simple step and procedure by which you can go and make the things done. Again, if you're still having issue, it can be there, but no worries, let me know in the comments if you're still facing that. Maybe we can resolve it together. So if I go in my for the transactions here right now, so over here we can now check if we have any payment or not. So 210.22 is showing here. Yeah, you see, it just got succeed. Okay, cool. So now what we can do in the orders page here, because as pretty much we are happen to be grab each and every single scenario here, we can simply go and prefetch and make the method in a very good ratio. And by the way, you maybe view lots of secret here. Please don't try to use those things, you know, use your own secret. And if you're using also, it will may not work, because I'm gonna revert it and I'm gonna use my own secret and by so far. So now what we can do, as you see, we are having in the orders, we need to go and visualize all the orders. So I'll go a little bit in a faster method, because you know, you already know how made the things can be done. So I'm gonna go and make my user store. I'm gonna grab my router and I'm gonna get my user state parameter here. And of course, I will just flexibly put an order data over here, which will be an interface of the name of order. Okay, I forget the I. And this one gonna contain that ID, total price, payment status, credit add, then the item. So with that payment status, we can update payment status in our database. And also, if you just visualize the data share here, as you can see, the last one, there's a lot of things which is success. As you see, there is a lot of pending. We will make all of those success, so no worries, stay with me. We're gonna make that happen to be make each and everything in a success parameter. First of all, we need to go and grab to fetch the orders. So we will make a simple function, fetch orders, and the fetch orders method, it should be an asynchronous function. So we're gonna just simply pass that variable here. And after that, we will make that, let's say, if there is no user. So there is no user, we need to just pass that. We will make the error, and then we're gonna go the same thing. So the error should be please log in to be your orders, and then return. After that, we will go and visualize with the try catch parameter, and in the catch parameter, we're gonna just go and hold on all the catch properties, which gonna pass that okay, should be error, and then should be error. Okay, so that's how the error can be done. And of course, you can initialize, or you can just simply pass any value for the error, and of course it will be work by sure. So now what we can do also, we need to make that final movement here. We want to make that set loading as false, as we're gonna make it true in some point. So first of all, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go and make things in a pretty decent way. We're gonna make that set loading, which is gonna be as true by so far. And after that, we're gonna just pass that a data variation, which need to be coming up from our await, should be Supabase. And over here, Supabase dot get user. So that's the user it gonna get. So, and over here for the user basis, so the user gonna be, we can just simply pass that one as a data layer. So in the data layer, so the user gonna be a Supabase. I think we can initially grab the Supabase user by so far, so that it can be passing a very decent and opt manner. So we can just simply pass that the data layer here, which we are passing or encompassing here. We can just simply mean that to be as a Supabase user, so that we should be able to fetch the data in a perfect way. So this is the data, and of course you can just check the email. You can just make that log. In the log, you can see where like you can just make that Supabase user. So Supabase user dot, not like that, dot, you can see the email here. So now you can log and you can grab the email. And of course I will log the email right now. So first of all, we're gonna use that use effect parameter here. So in that use effect, it's gonna call always on in over here, whenever the user is changed, I want to make that fetch orders data. So that would be a little bit crucial things. You see, admin@gmail.com. So my user is just specifically right here to do the things. So now we have that user, right? So what we can do, we can now get the user. So const, we can just simply pass the data and also the error, and the both should be, let's say, await, and there should be passing that Supabase dot from, and we need to pass the name of our table, should be coming from the orders, and from the orders we need to pass the select method, and over here we will pass some kind of like statement here, and in the statement of the select we're gonna pass accordingly the ID, total price, payment status, created at, items, user email. So these all are the variable we're gonna find from there, and dot eq, and equal to, it should be coming there for that user underscore email. So that would be a match with the user underscore email, and then we're gonna and then we need to pass the email like that. It should be user dot email, so that would be matched with that email. Then we will order, I love to go and I will make that created underscore at, and I'm gonna go with a formula here, which is going to be, let's say, I want to make that ascending true, ascending false, so it's gonna be fetching the previous done. So now this is the method which we can pass there. So what we can do over here, if there is an error, we can simply pass the error, otherwise set orders. If there is data, the order should be there, otherwise it should be an empty variable. Now if we just log about the orders here, so let's say orders, and now you can see all the orders object is right here, which is really working perfectly. So what we need to do, we need to go and configure a lot of things here. First, we need to showcase the order data, and then we need to showcase so many other properties, like if we just pass the wrapper, and then we're gonna pass that, let's say we're gonna pass a text here, which gonna be passing that my orders. So as you can see, my orders there. So now we're gonna pass all the orders, and of course we're gonna make a real-time payment implementation by which we can go and capture each and every single details. Before moving further with the orders, I want to address one more problem which we used to face by so far in our, whenever we are making the payment. I'll just go again and recirculate that. As you see, whenever we're trying to make the place order is placing. After that, whenever we are initializing the payment, you see that one, because previously it worked because of the caching which I have been taking from my previous application, but we need to solve that problem. And how we can do that, as you see in our root layout, in the app layout, we need to set some kind of setup which we forgot to set previously. First of all, I need to import here some of the things from, it would be from there, let's say it would be Stripe React Native. Okay, so that's the from where I need to grab the provider. Okay, so it cannot work within that particular layer, so I need to bring back my provider within my application. And after that, it will get some kind of things. So what I'm gonna do at the top of this layer, I will define the publishable key. So it should be const, and that will be, let's say, publishable key. And the publishable key, which is going to be just in string, you just need to go with your account homepage here. You can also copy from here. You see the publishable key. So this can be a public, so it doesn't matter if someone see you or something happened to that. So you can keep it like that. So this is the publishable key we need to refer. And how we can refer that, remember, our application layer have two certain of things. One having the tabs, which is rendering our entire application layer by which showcasing the tab, but we have a root layer in our app, which is our layout. So here we need to just as you see, I have the empty bases. I'm gonna just put that Stripe provider here just to go and hit with that, and the publishable key will be our not in string as we declare at the top. You can also pass the string directly here, it will work fine. So now this application happened to be seeing the publishable key. You see now if I try to hit the payment, and as you can see, it's just giving that instantly. So you may having some kind of error on that, so that could be fixable by happen to be and make that one in a good way. So if I go with my payment setup now, so I'll go with the default variation, and that would be okay. So now if I hit pay, so my orders would be circulated and the payment, it will be done perfectly the way it's supposed to be. And then I'm back to my orders. So now what I'm gonna do, I need to start working with the orders. I need to set the orders pretty defined way so that I will be able to get every single order segment and also the setup right here. So first of all, okay, we are fetching the orders, we are setting the orders. Okay, so I think in the console we are having the orders already, and also we can, yeah, before passing that, before getting the wrapper, we can also pass that if there we have an error here, then what we can do, we can also return something which can be like, I'm gonna just go with the wrapper, and then I will make that, let's say, yeah, I can create a title header. Instead of addressing every time, I will go in my component here, and in the component, did I create before? No, I didn't think so. So it should be title header.tsx rnfes. So that's the title header where I'm gonna use every time. Okay, but what could be there in our title header? That's the question. So I'm gonna go and I'll go within a very easy way, because you see it will takes a props. So interface, the props, it gonna be coming like that. I'll make it very simple. So I'm gonna just pass the title. The title should be a string. Okay, so everything gonna be coming from the props. You can also pass as much variable as you want, that's up to you. I'm gonna get back the title, and after the title also yeah, I can pass lots of scenario here. I can make it more handle and make it more procedural way. But how we can go on that, so it can be let's say I can make it dynamic. Okay, so it can also work as a header, it can also work as a title. But first I'm gonna go with the title parameter, I think so. So that would be our text, and here I'm gonna pass our title. But I'm okay, first of all I'm gonna take my design here. So I think it will work kind of like a back button too. Okay, so we can make it in a both way possible. So I'm gonna take my router here, and that should be use router. And after that, okay, so here I can also pass that. No, I don't want the router to be, I just want the title. Okay, I'm gonna remove it. Whenever I'm gonna pass the title, I'm gonna capture it. Okay, first I'm gonna just go in a simple parameter. The style should be, let's say, styles dot title. Okay, that's the simple combination I want to pass. So here should be, let's say, title header. So title header, and in the title header, let's say the title could be the title whatever we are gonna pass. Let's say the title, it will be my orders. Okay, so my orders, it will be there. I'll make a simple condition so that we can see the my order. So that would be the simple configuration here, but we can use a lot of other variation, like we can go with some of our routing setup, but I'm not gonna go with right now. But whenever I'm gonna go, I'll let you know, and that time you can use it directly here. You could also use that instead of the title, you can also pass it within that props here, which can be the children. So everything within the wrapper, you can pass it and it will work perfectly. And for the title, you see, just to define value to just building it every time and to time is just to go with like that. And after that, okay, in the orders, we didn't bring our styles. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just go and grab all of my styles. It's a pretty simple style, because all the style going to be coming in our orders card. So it will be not that much heavy so far. So now what we're gonna do in the wrapper here, so as we are rendering the error here, as you see, I just made the null check. Over here, I'm gonna pass a view. In the view, there will be a text, and on the text, that should be if there is whatever the error gonna pass. Right now, you will find nothing. But if I just go and make that one like within the object, or I can just pass that, let's say, test. Okay, so you see the error right here. Now what I'm gonna do, let's just put a style, and the style should be styles.error container. You see, it's in the middle, and also for the text, style dot styles dot, it should be error text. So that's the combination, just a red mark. So this is the error container, putting in the middle, this is the error text, keeping it center and giving an error color. So this is the where we're gonna showcase the error. So now we're not gonna show the error. Let's go back to our home wrapper. So now instead of keeping that, remember what we gonna order. So it gonna be title header. Actually, did we have a title? I think I created a title. Oh, yes. I created a title. Why I'm using the title header? Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad. I maybe forgot that one. So title. Okay, I forgot that. Okay, anyway, title header also require, but I think instead of title header, I'll just simply use the title. Yes, so that one, let's say title. Yes, and in the title, my orders. Okay, if I go with the error, yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So our title header, this because the title, whatever the header is, that it should be append to be within the header. So spare it. So whenever you're gonna work with the header, if you want it to, that time we're gonna configure that how you want it to be done. Okay, so now we're gonna use the title. So this is the good things right now. Okay, anyway, it's my bad to go with that. So my orders, and after that we need to be passing a variation. If we have orders dot, if we have the length, means we're having order. Then if the length is bigger than 0, means we are having the order. So let's just pass a view, and let's just pass okay, let's just pass a text orders. Okay, and if there is no order, remember we have another portion here which is called empty state. So empty state, and on the empty state we need to combine some of the data. So the type should be, let's say, I'm gonna just keep the type within a card. You can also use the type of the order if you want it to. Message, then you have no orders yet. Okay, and after that actionable level, it should be, let's say, start shopping. And then on action, we're just gonna define on action prioritize router dot push, and the push going to happen, we're gonna just pass that for the tabs, and it will just directly bring us to the shop. Now you can check it, you can just make the null parameter. You see, you can just go back to the shopping and it will just bring back to you the shop page. So let's go back here, and I'm gonna remove that. So right now we need to go and create another component which will be orders item. Okay, so that should be order item dot tsx rnfes. So here all the order circulation going to happen. I'm gonna keep it like that, and over here instead of this one, we're gonna just render a flat list. Okay, so this flat list gonna be combined to showcase the data. So the data should be our orders, and also for the key extractor, we're gonna just pass that. We're gonna grab the item, and remember our item have the id, item.id.toString. So just to be putting that, not to be get the manipulation here. And for the render item, we will just pass that everything we're gonna capture as an item. Okay, and also you can capture as, like, instead of item you can also capture is order, but I'll just go with the item. I think the order is better because as we are taking the order segment. And after that, so after this label here, as we are happen to be get the order, I will return our order item. Okay, and the order item, we're gonna pass that, let's say order should be, we're gonna pass the order as order. Hit save. As you can see right now, we are having orders, right? So all the order item, how many orders you're having, we can grab the order. Okay, what's that? Order does not exist on the list render type order, so we can just simply pass the item. I think that would be good. Okay, no error. Okay, fine. So now we are having all the orders here, but as you see, we need to go back to the order item. We need to make a lot of things to be done there to make it a little bit better and clear. First of all, over here what we can do is that we can capture so many things. We will capture our order. So whatever the order we're gonna pass, we're gonna capture also an on delete function. We're gonna capture our email from the user, because there will be multiple instances which we're gonna create after that. But right now, as you see from here, only we are passing the order, right? So yeah, from here we are only passing the, okay, so are we on delete? If the delete method is happening, we should be trigger that. Okay, we're gonna check with this. We need to pass from the orders that on delete parameter, so which we are not passing it. So as you see, we have our order item, right? And also you're gonna pass the email, which should be that user dot email. So that could be the user. Yes, so we have user, and after that a router. I think I'm not gonna go with that, but we're gonna pass that one function which will be on delete, and for that delete we're gonna make that as a handle delete order. I'm gonna just simply create a function right now at the top just to go and pass the value. So should const handle on delete, which later on we're gonna emphasize how we can capture and make it better. Okay, so now as we say, we have three parameter, but we doesn't have the interface here. So let's say interface, and here we're gonna pass that as the order. So that's the order interface right here. So this is gonna combine whatever the order could be there, and you can go with your parameter of that so that you can know. So now what kind of things we're having in the order. If we go back to our Supabase, we can see what kind of variation, what kind of data we are just creating on that. So in the shop cart, we can just see, especially in our table editor, if we go back to our orders, and you see orders have ID, user email, so price, item, payment status. So those are the data, and also created at and other. So those are the data we need to fill up to compete with whatever the values we're gonna have. So we're gonna having the ID, of course, so put the ID there. We're gonna have so I'm gonna just keep it all together so that it will be very easy peasy. So here, so now it's having some of the parameter is having the ID, which is number, total price is also number, payment status is string, and created at also string, and every single items. If you just remember here, we have an items. If you just go and conflict on that item, has an image, item has a price, title, quantity, product ID. So those are the things which gonna be passing here: product ID, title, price, quantity, image, and those are the type. ID is number, title is string, price number, quantity number, image is a string. So now this variation is done. So now we can pass that the order placement here. So first of all, we can define another parameter, but you can also go with simple like that. You can define like that our order should be our order, whatever the type we define, and also on delete, which can be on delete, it can, or instead of that, I really it's not so good. So I'm gonna make that interface, let's say a props. So on the props, we're gonna define the parameter here. It will take everything as a props. Now on the props, what we want, we should have order, and the order should be the order which we are having here. One thing is done, and after that we're gonna having that on delete, and of course this is about function. So delete, it should be, let's say every delete action it gonna getting a props, which would be a number, and then it gonna get the function. And after that also it gonna rerun on that email. So the email, it could be either a string, or because it's gonna coming with a database, also it can be undefined. So as we said that stage, you can see our order circulation is pretty much good. Now here we're gonna also get the status of paid. So const is paid, and is paid should be is equal to, let's say order dot payment status dot is equal to should be success. If that is success, our order is paid. And also you're gonna make that loading. So loading, and is loading set loading. So set loading, we're gonna use the use state parameter, and here by default we're gonna make it false. Before going further, we're gonna just go and price. First of all, we're gonna bring the style, all the styles which you're gonna use. It's a bit of chunky style here, which we need to work on that. Okay, so those are the styles which we are going to use. Okay, so now we're gonna go and make that one looks perfect. First of all, I'm gonna go with the view on that style should be, let's say styles dot order view, not like that, order view. Okay, as you see we have that compartment, and as you can see that one, that is a vertical scroll bar. So I'm gonna make that over here a show vertical scroll bar. I don't want to show that, should be false. Now you can see nothing visible. Now in the order item, as you see, the order view is providing that flex direction row, and then item center, margin bottom 12, background color is the primary, padding 16, radius 8, shadow color, show offset, shadow opacity. So we are creating that opacity over here, elevation, other properties. Okay, right now as we did that, we also going to happen to be get the order item. So what I'm gonna do over here, let's just take another view, and on that view should be a text, and on that text gonna be passing order, and that order going to be take the number. So what I'm gonna do, it should be order.id. so there as you see order and then the order ID. So now here that should be style, and the style should be order item, not ID, item. So in the order item, we are making flex 1, giving all the rooms for the places. And of course, there should be 2 separation. There would be image and others, but I'm going to just, and for the image, we're going to just keep single image just to show the value. So now as we did that, so we have our, and also we need to pass the style here. So style should be styles.order ID. And the order ID style, similar of the title, we're just making bold and other color issue. And I think there must be, let's say I'm gonna just go on that, let's say margin top, I'm gonna make 10. So just not on that. I think we can go over here in the flat list. We can just make that content container style, content container style over here. We can make margin top, we can make just 10, so it's gonna be pushing that 10. And also we can make that, let's say padding bottom, not black, bottom going to be, let's say 100, just to push that through everything at the top. Okay, so now you can also make the things in a different way. So which way you feel it better, just do it. I'm gonna just go in a normal procedure. After that, as we are showcasing the order data, so we need to now pass the order value here. So the text should be, let's say it will contain the total, and in the total, first of all, I'm gonna go and grab the $sign, and here should be order dot total price, and I'm gonna make it to fixed, so it will be on the variation. So now we can say order total price of that. Okay, done. So this is the one conditioning is happening. After that, there will be another text, and the text going to be contained of that. I'm going to pass the status. So status going to be, let's say, whatever the status is going to passing that. First of all, it's going to be coming with a condition. If it's page, so if it's a page, we want to make that, let's say, we can just make that payment done. And if it's not page, that time we want to render that pending. So now as you can see, status payment done, pending, pending, payment done. So now we know the variation, whatever order is paid, whatever order is not paid. Now we can go on and on with that. Now in the status, we got in the text also we're gonna render the style, but this time we're gonna come up with an array. First of all, that should be order status, the default status, whatever we are providing. You see here, just the font color, providing the secondary color. But after that, we're gonna also coming up with a condition. If the color, we're gonna define with the color. So the color would be, let's say, it's gonna define if is paid is available, then we want one color, and otherwise we're gonna also want one color. If spade is available, that time we want to make that okay, no need to having that. So if spade is there, we want to make it green. Otherwise we want to make it, let's say, app colors dot error, so it should be the red color. So now you can see, okay, spade, not green, my bad, it's green. So now you can see we are having, you can define the color in the, if you just go over here on the colors, you can define, the success color is there. So I think we can use that app colors dot success. Yeah, instead of that green, we can just simply go with that app colors dot success. Okay, nice. So now we know whichever order is pending. Now you can also use a border, right? As you see here, we can just simply make like that, and you can just define that if it's pending, the same way. So we're gonna make that border color, and the border color we're gonna define it like that, is pending, is paid. If the is paid is there, same thing should be app colors. Let's say app colors dot success, and otherwise we're gonna make that app colors, let's say app colors dot error. So now you can see the border. That's how you can define, but this not looks so nice. I'm gonna just keep it, remove it. If you want it, I just showed you the idea how you can do it, very simple and easy way to combine. I'll just go with this value. I think this is enough for me to understand. And after that, as we passed status, so as you see status is done, then we're gonna have that placed, and that placed mean when the order is created. So that creation means we're gonna make that new, and we're gonna make the order, so date it should be there, so order dot created at, and from there we're gonna make that to local date string. So this is the strings which going to maximize when the orders it has been placed, not placed, placed. And the style should be, let's say it's gonna be styles dot order date, and the date also the same way, just removing the size here, font sizes and other things is pretty good and instant. Okay, after the place order there should be another, we need to be generating an indicator where we're gonna just go with that pay now probability to where the button would be there. So we're gonna make that is paid. If it's not is paid, so any order is not paid, we want to render only that time. And what we want to render, when to render a touchable opacity means a button, if you can see it like that. And here if there is a loading instances, we want to showcase that activity indicator, activity indicator from React Native. Is it coming from the React Native? Yeah, make sure that it's coming from the React Native, and that should be activity indicator. Otherwise it's gonna be a text, and the text should be pay now. Okay, so this is how it gonna be, and if you just make sure you see, that's the one which we are talking about. So right now for the touchable opacity you're gonna style, and that should be styles dot pay now button. So this is the button here, and the button is margin top is 8, background color which is primary, vertical 6 with 80, border radius 6, ln itself, and also the ln item center. And now after that, also for the activity indicator here we're gonna make the size which should be, let's say it gonna be a small size here, not the large. And also we can define the color for that, so that should be, let's say color, we're gonna define that app colors dot white is there, app colors dot background. Maybe we're gonna try the background. So let's say if it's loading, not background, let's go back to the color, not go back to the colors, and here we have gray, we have white. Yeah, background primary. Okay, anyway we can just make that backgrounds dot primary. Okay, now you see, okay, that's getting white, so looks better. And also for the text here we're gonna provide the style, and there should be styles dot pay now text. And also this the same thing which you're doing, we don't want to go static like that. So app colors dot primary dot not the primary, background dot primary, not like that, primary. Okay, so now we have a pay now button here, and on that pay now button we're gonna also render a function which gonna handle the on pay status, so on press. And here we're gonna make that, let's say handle pay HNDLE handle pay now. So this is the function going to be responsible to create the payment status for us. So const handle pay now. So whenever our function, like whenever we are not paid yet, and of course that could be an asynchronous function. And also by the way, if you go in the orders, that's also going to be a asynchronous function, because remember we're going to delete the order from our database, so it can take some time to wipe the data from there. And also whenever we're going to handle to grab like paying the status, you know, the payment on done, so that also the same thing going to happen. Right now we need to go okay, we also want to showcase one image just to show. Of course once we tab we want to show image in a multiple way, but that's up to you how you want to render. But I'm gonna just show a very easy way to go and render on that. So order dot, let's say order dot items, and from there I'm gonna get the first, and here I'm gonna take the image. If the image is there, I want to render the image, so image, and on that image I will provide source, and on the source I'm gonna grab the URI, and the URI should be capturing on that, let's say order dot item, and here I'm going to take the 0 item, and from there I'm going to just render the image. Now you can also grab it at the top layer. That would be very decent if you can do it. And also for the style, style should be, let's say styles dot image. So this could be a simple image, as you can see, just providing a width, height, and contain margin left is 12. Now why is getting side by side? You can see here, this the two view is rendering together, and that's the view having a flex direction of row. Okay, done. And also after that, we after the order, we want to have another touchable opacity, which going to handle a feather icon, feather. Okay, I think I made a mistake. Maybe should be feather, feather. Yeah, that's the icon we want. And the name should be like that. What's happened to me? A name should be, let's say, trash 2. So that's the icon name would be there. As you can see, icon is already visible, and the color should be, let's say, I'm gonna provide that app colors dot error. So that's the color it would be. And of course we want to provide the size. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger, so the size should be, let's say, passing as 20 size. And of course, whenever you're gonna click on that particular document, so let's say style, before mentioning that styles dot it should be delete button. Okay, so delete button having a padding 8, margin left 12. If you just remove that, you can see how it's concatenating. So it's, you can just do it the way you feel it better, which is accessible by you. And on press, it's gonna handle that, let's say handle delete, handle, I think it's handle delete or handle delete. Yeah, how the way we grab it, are we grabbing it is handle delete. Yes, I'm gonna make a single function here, handle delete. Now why we are doing that? Because we want to bring a one pop-up before deleting that. So const handle delete, and that should be a simple function here, not asynchronous, because we're gonna call that function within a function. And once we click on that, let's say alert, okay, it should be alert, alert dot alert, and over here we're gonna pass a message, let's say delete order. And of course we're gonna pass that also a concat value. So are you sure you want to delete? And we're gonna pass the order value here, and that should be a hash value. Then we're gonna go and pass the order number, order.id. Okay, so that would be the procedure. If you just click on that, you're gonna having, are you sure you want to delete order? And of course, whenever we do that, there should be a concat parameter here. After that, we're gonna make that an array. Within that, there should be two objects. First one, this should be text, and here we're gonna just make the text as, let's say, cancel. And on cancel, the style should be also passing a variable parameter of, let's say, cancel. And after cancel, there should be another value here. So the style, the text should be text, which is going to be delete, and also style should be, I want to make it as destructive, so should be destructive. And of course, whenever we're gonna make on that on press, right now nothing gonna happen because we didn't write the function yet. So it should be passing that, let's say on delete, and here we're gonna pass that order.id. That's it. So now if we click here to delete that particular item, you see, so now we're gonna render. First of all, we're gonna bring that functionality to work. So because we will be able to delete an order, then we're gonna go with the payment skill to make the payment should be done and with an equal margin. So to do that, this could be a little bit tricky here, because we need to go and make a lot of things to be done all together. As you see, we have the fetch orders and others. So you're going to go over here on handle delete. And of course, you see how the way it can be passing there. We're going to having order ID, which is going to be number. Whenever you're going to click that, it's going to coming with that props. So this is the order ID, which you're going to just capturing as an order ID. Right now we're gonna make the try catch parameter at the top. Okay, so this should be a two-way valid consumption. So you see that could be a very legitimate way to go with that. So first of all, we're gonna go and showcase the error. So that should be error. And of course also we want to pass the alert. So if the error is here, error deleting order, we're gonna showcase the error, and alert is error failed to delete order, please try again. Okay, now the try block, we're gonna render a lot of things which can be very much specific on that. So first of all, we're gonna go on that to decipher, are we having user or not? First of all, if we doesn't have user, we should not be here. But even though we can go in a multiple instance, if we have no user, we can just throw an error. So throw new error, and the error should be user not authenticated. So that's it, just to passing that message. And after that, we can also pass that console log or so many other things. First of all, we need to verify. And what we're gonna verify? We need to verify the order exists. Okay, so if we doesn't know that order exists, how we can delete, right? So now we can go with that. We're gonna just grab everything from await, and we're gonna bring that from our friend Supabase. Remember the functionality we have here. So from Supabase, and then we're gonna go structurize with that. First of all, we're gonna go and catch the orders, and from the orders we're gonna select, and we're gonna select according to ID and according to user email, user underscore email. So that's gonna be, and why underscore email? Remember, if you go back here, you can see user underscore email, right? So this an ID is right there. So you need to make sure that you are putting the keys properly and perfectly, otherwise you may not get that data properly. And dot equal, the equal should be passing as an ID, so it's gonna match with the ID properly, and the ID gonna be passing that the order ID which we are passing as a props, and then we're gonna bring that single, so we can get the order single. So from here we will be able to get the data, and from the data you're gonna destructure, you're gonna get the order, we're gonna get the error gonna be coming with that fetch error. So right now what I did here, so every single order we're gonna just go and match with that. We're gonna as we passing the ID, so I'm gonna go with my orders table, right? And from there I will be able to go and match. If that match whatever the ID I'm passing, if it's matched with any of that ID, then it's gonna return me that single ID, that single data, right? So this is the one how we can check. Now so now we can just go and make another condition. If we have the fetch error, means the data is not there, or we gonna have no order, right? Means this two parameter. If we doesn't have no order, if having the fetch error. So this two nullable two condition is here. Either you're gonna have a fetch error, or you can have order, or you can have no order. So this combination is going to be there. So if we have fetch error, means order is not there, and also if it doesn't have the order, we can just make it throw a new error. And of course you can make a console log to see whatever is coming. So first of all, I'm gonna say order is order not found, brother, whatever order you're looking is not there. Now we can destructurize the error. Okay, so we can find the error also to go and make that things done in a pretty decent way. So we're gonna make the error, and the error should be await, and because the error, why I'm getting the error, I'm gonna define that, otherwise it can be, as you can say, we already have error. Why we are looking for that another error? That error going to be happen to be perform the deletion. Okay, so now we are going back to create the deletion, and on the deletion we're gonna go to bring everything from there. Await Supabase, not like that, Supabase, and from there we're gonna go Supabase from, and all the form it's gonna be passing from the orders, and after that we're gonna pass the delete method, and then okay, good. And after the delete method we also need to get the equalizer, and on that equalizer it could be passing on that ID, and we're gonna pass the order ID. So now from there, we're not getting the data, right? We're just getting the error. You can also capture the message, whatever the message. We are capturing the error. If we are receiving error, okay, we're going to pass the error. So what you're going to do if there is an error, okay? So whenever we're going to delete the order, if we are sending an error here, we're going to make that a throw new error. And the error should be passing on that, let's say, fail to, F-A-I-L-E-D, fail to delete order, and then we can simply pass our parameter. Okay, I made a mistake. It should not be like that. I love to go with the backtick, because on that way we can pass the error on the flight. So should be error dot message. Okay, so now that could be done. And if everything good to go, so means now if it doesn't have error, means the order is done, order is deleted. And every time we delete the order, I want to fetch that list again. I don't want that order, because if I delete one single order, so means if I delete this order, I want to refetch that one. Otherwise this data, it will be there until I refresh. So what I need to make sure that every time I am bringing back my data. And after that, I'm going to just go and make a toast message here that yes, we have been done good and it's a success. So order deleted. Let's see. I'm going to go with the payment done, the first one, which is the order number 64. The last one, that one is that. I'm going to go with the previous order number 40. If you can see in the database, order number 40. So this is the order. So 216.76. So order number 40 is there. So I'm going to go and click that, delete. You see, order deleted, 40 is not there. And also you can check in the database. If you come over here, as you can see, there is 40, because we need to refresh the data. Otherwise it will not bringing back the latest one. So if we refresh, we should be able to see that our latest order, the 40 is not available. Okay, done. And now I'm going to pass not the ID, like I'm going to pass 90, which the order is not available, right? I'm going to go and click. Okay. Sorry. It should not be here. It should be here. Okay. I want to pass like a 90. So 90 number order is not available. If I click, try to delete. Why? On delete, we are passing the order ID. Okay. Okay. Where I'm putting, yeah, I'll just go in a separate screen. Okay, now I'm gonna go and passing that 90 just to go and try to delete a 90 order. So delete, you see, throwing an error. So yeah, order is not found. So now we need to match with the deletion. So I think this is working perfectly fine. And also we can do now, we can make the loading session to be done. Okay, so we can now go over here. So we can now create a loading property here. You see, we are passing that order. We can go over here. And after that, before the error, like if we have a loading instances, so every time you're fetching order, there should be a loading, right? And then we can return a loader. So we didn't create the loader yet. Okay, we can create a loader parameter. So let's go in back and the components. It will be a loader.tsx. RNFES, and the loader I'm gonna just popping up, because this is nothing that fancy here. What you do, just we did a very simple structure. We are making activity indicator and then the container. In the container, we are making a flex one. We are putting a RGBA background color to make it in a more and perfect. Align item center, justify center, keep everything in the middle, taking the full weight and full height, position absolute, top 0, left 0, and also the Z index 10 to ensure loader is above the content. And over here, just putting that one. That's it. So what I'm gonna go, I'm gonna make the loader here. If the loading here, see, the loader is coming. If we just remove that, it's fetching. Okay, order deleted. So our order deletion method is perfectly aligned. Now we can delete the order. But what we need to do is to pay the order, right? So this one is need to be paid, right? It's already not yet paid. We need to go to create our payment instances. So this is a kind of nuts, because we need to do a lot of work here. So we're gonna go in handle payment. And of course, whenever you're going to go on that, I want to make that set loading as true. Okay, so now what is going to happen once we make that set loading instances? So why we need that set loading? That is the first question. We need the set loading to show the loading active, because whenever we click, you see, that loading activator is getting that loading instances. So that's what we are doing. We want to make the button to be visible, right? And also we're gonna make that as a false because it's getting true. Okay, right now first it's gonna be true, then we're gonna make a try catch parameter, and in the finally parameter, so the finally, I'm gonna make that set loading as false. Now if we click here, it will not be there because it's all automatically closing at the same instances. So instances is not created, so it will not be there at all. So now we need to go and make that a lot of things to work together. Now we need to make certain things to work so that we will be able to bring that to whenever we're gonna hit the pay, we want the user to be go directly in the payment screen. So but we need to pass certain kind of value the way we want it to do there. So first of all, we need to create a payload. So should be a payload, and that payload should be, let's say I want to go, and of course we instead of the loading, I think the loading it will not work, or we can go a disable property. I think so. So here also I'm going to keep the loading, but we can also make it disable, right? So should be disable and set disable, and that should be false. But whenever we click here, set disable should be, let's say, true. And the same thing, we're gonna make that set disable as false. And of course we need to make that button disable, so disable, and that should be, let's say, whenever having the disable. So in that way, whenever you click play, I'm gonna just make that things to be done. I'm gonna just make that one. You click, you see, okay, is it working? Disable, set disable, that set disable is true. Finally, okay, which button I'm talking about? Okay, I go with the delete button, not should be, that should be coming to our pay button here. So this one. Okay, now if we click, okay, now you see already its button is disable, so it's just getting that instances done. I'm gonna make that one as false. False. Okay. Okay, my bad. It's just yeah, now it will not, I need to make reload because I made that trajectory in different way. So this is something happen, you know, sometimes it can be done on that instances. I'm gonna reload that, then I'm gonna go within my order parameter. So let's go back to the orders, and over here pay now. So you can see now it's true, but if I make it, it will be false, but that should be true instant. And here once you click it, you will not see to, like, you cannot click all together again and again. So whenever on click one time, I need to run all the function. So now in the payload, I will provide the price. So the price, and the price should be, let's say, order dot total price. And of course there should be an email, and the email should be the email which we are getting back to from there. And of course if we go back to our payment, the payment, as you can see here, we are parsing that value all together. I think in the payment screen. Okay, I'm gonna fix that first. Right now I want to go in a happy way. Actually, the payment screen, as you see, payment intent, ephemeral key, customer, total, order, we all are passing as use param. So whenever we're gonna hit the payment screen, we need to make sure that all 5 of the item we are having. Otherwise, we cannot initialize the payment, right? So we want that order to be route back there. But before start routing, we need to make sure that all of the props should be able. So whenever I'm gonna hitting in my database, like in my backend, I can get back my ephemeral key and others, but these 2 I can just pass from there. And after that, I will initialize another try catch. Okay, I think, yeah, we have the try, no need to initialize here, it's already there. So I'm gonna initialize our try catch block. So const should be first, I'm gonna get the response, should be await. I will make axios. Axios dot, it should be a post method here, and I'm gonna bring back to my responses. So that should be coming back, let's say base. Did we created the base URL? No. So let's go back to the config. I don't want to go type in hard writing. So here I'm gonna create a base URL pattern, so which can be make that things looks a bit nice and cleaner. So I'm gonna make that export const base okay, should be base URL. And here the base URL should be, if we go back to our payment, and not in the payment, but I think in the card. Yeah, in the card which we did. Yeah, that. So that should be our data. So if we go back here in the config, we can just simply pass that, but the checkout, I'm just go like that. So that would be our base URL to go and make things better. So over here should be, let's say, base URL. Okay, and after that, after passing that base URL, I need to go and make sure that we are having all the route setup is done and everything is good to go to fetch the data. So the name, it should be a checkout, so the same name it will be there. And after that, I'm gonna pass the payload, which whatever the payload, because we need to have the email and the total value. So the email and price, if we go in our checkout route, so as you see, we need to pass that email and price to get the request body, in the request body to get the request from there. Okay, so now this should be okay. Why I cannot fetch the orders? If you go back here, no, what's the error? Let's just go here. Okay, I think maybe something wrong. I'm gonna reload that. Sometimes it can be happen, like to ensure that your database, okay, is working. So we should, okay, card working, orders. Yeah, sometimes it can happen, you know, the connection can be failed and that time it can make that things done. So we're gonna have the like parameter of those things to initialize that. And over here, we're gonna pass the headers. So the headers should be, let's say, in the headers, we're gonna pass that our content type. So it should be content type, and the type we're gonna mention that the similar type should be application/JSON. So that's the type we are going to pass that. And whenever we're gonna hit back to our client, like our database, we're gonna pass the response. Remember the way we get that, it's gonna get everything from the response.data, and what we're gonna get is that we're gonna get our payment intent. So that should be that one, or you can just simply get that, as the typo can be making the mistake. So that should be the data. We'll get back the payment intent, ephemeral key, customer. So if we just make log to see, are we getting that? So the payment intent, and then the ephemeral key, and then the customer. So are we getting that? If we go here, if we click pay now, we should be happen to be, you can see we have the payment intent, we have the ephemeral key, and also we are having the customer. I think, yeah, you see the customer CUS. So everything we are receiving means that hit is happen to be working properly. And as we fix the error in the layout, so it will be good to go on that particular instances. Now after that, as we are having data, if we are having that response.data, so that time we want to go back there, and we're gonna just make that alert, and we're gonna pass a message which gonna be say pay now. So we're gonna go with the backtick. So let's say initialize or initiating payment for order, and we're gonna pass the order number, should be order.id. And after that, remember the same way we did, and that could be there. The text should be, we're gonna pass the text, gonna be, we can cancel it if we want. So let's say cancel. And after that, we're gonna also having another parameter which going to be say, let's say the text going to be hit as pay. And on that pay, we're gonna have a multiple instances. Also, we're gonna have on press. So whenever we're gonna on press, whenever we're gonna on press, and there we're gonna make the set of router, and of course we need to get back the router. I will just make router here. Const router should be use. Let's use router. Done. Now we are going to call back here. So should be router.push. Okay, and where are you gonna push? Remember in the card how we push, the same thing gonna happen. You see, if we go back to the card, we are pushing that within the path name, the payment, and others. So you can just copy that. Yeah, that's entire thing you can copy. Okay, the clear card is already there, so no need to clear the card, right? So what I'm gonna do, the simple setup, we can just pass that the order ID, not the data, but which gonna be as order.id. and for the total price it's gonna be order dot total price. That's it. So now, as you can see, now we are having all the segment done intently, perfectly. So what we can do, as you see order number 63, if you go pay now, as you can see, why is taking a lot of time. Now you can see in a proper data extension here, we click pay now, button is visible, we know the loading is done. Loading is happening because our backend is working. First of all, we are hitting directly, whenever we hitting that pay now, we are hitting to our checkout route to grab all the data, all the structures to let our things to be work perfectly. So first of all, you see how many action you're doing. First of all, we're clearing the payload, we're destructuring the payload, then we are waiting for the responses, then we are getting the data, and after getting the data we are passing. So you need to make sure you're using asynchronous async await properly. You need to make sure you make the try catch properly. You need to make sure a 3 to 4 segment properly adequately, otherwise you're gonna be having the error. And of course, make sure you are having that layout setup done perfectly. And of course, there is the repo in the description which having all the code. And by the way, you can also grab it, like all the production level of the code, you can get it here. It's just a minimal price to let it work. And if you're a student, let me know in the comments, or you can reach me out, maybe I'll consider a discount for you. And by the way, feel free to visit my buy me a coffee page. You can just pass something there if you are feeling good at that, if you're learning something. And by the way, if you're still with me, please like the video and subscribe the channel. 80% of the people, you are not subscribing my channel. Do subscribe, you know, it can help me a lot to build so many great contents like that. Anyway, so let's go back to the topic. So now here we will go to create the payment instance. We have the 63 orders, pay now, and now the moment of truth, we want to pay. So now we are having the confirm payment. Okay, our things is done. So let's go back in the card 424242, and we can just go like that 1334123 and then hit pay. Okay, so now it's processing. And by the way, it can now, if you make that, you see 63, I think 63 or 64, which one we okay, this one is not fetching the latest data, so we need to work a bit. You see, it's not fetching the latest data. So yeah, that's every time I need to change the route, I need to fetch the latest data. Okay, so if we go back to our orders, here is not fetching the actual data which we are passing by default. So we need to go and make sure that whenever we are in the orders route, we are always talking to our database, fetching the latest data by which we can just showcase the data in a proper way. And to implement that one, we need to go to make a certain kind of instances, and we're gonna do that first of all. So how we can capture, so this is our orders. So here is the orders, and we are just fetching orders right here. So we need to make sure that yeah, okay, we can also, instead of that use effects, we can go call use focus effect, and that focus effect need to be coming from the Expo router. I think so, not in that yeah, Expo router it would be good. I believe so, but let me check first, otherwise maybe we're gonna have some error. Yeah, Expo router is providing that focus effect here. So let's just bring it top so we can make sure that we're having that use focus effect from Expo. And over here we can just go with that, and in between we can use that use callback from our React, and on that use callback we can just simply pass the variation here, and from there we can just directly concat the value, and over here the dependency should be user, dependency should be router. And what do you want? Whenever the use focus effect going to work, fetch orders. Every time in focus, fetch the order. You see 63. So now we're gonna paste 53. So let's see if it's working or not, if we, whenever we're gonna changing the route and predefine other parameter. So there is a lot of way you can check that. So you know, maybe I missed some stage, but you already capture that. It can happen. So every time make sure you are doing the right pattern and the right thing. So processing the pay, you can redesign that one. It could be very nice and clean if you do that, and I'll be happy if you put the, you see, done. So all the, let's just make last payment 44. Okay, so it's a very old payment. We can go and create that handle pay. So 194, so the order number 44. So let's just go with the default card 4242. Don't use any production label card, it will not accept that, and maybe your card can be blocked. So make sure you're using only the text card, and you can also go scan and other parameter, all are doing good to go. Now once you click in the order, I want to see the order, right? That would be very nice, because right now every time whenever I'm gonna click on that particular order ratio, it would be good if I can have a pop-up done, and if we can just make the order to shine. Let's see if we can create that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna work in our order skin, because all the orders is staying here, so we need to work on that particular instance. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna use a setup which gonna be const show model set show model, and by default it's gonna be as false. Okay, so whenever you're gonna click any of that particular order, I want that order to be focusing to make that things to be true, so that we can show a model altogether. And how we can do that, let's go to our also you see the refresh is not working, so we can go and create on refresh parameter here. So that should be, we can create a refreshing instances here, should be const refreshing set refreshing use state, which going to be false. So whenever you're gonna drag and drop, it gonna be, I want that refreshing should be true, and it gonna fetch always the latest data. That's what I want. And to make that things work, I'm gonna make that refreshing which going to be passing that refreshing value here. And also whenever you're gonna make that on refresh, and on that particular function I want to run something, which is that I just want that fetch orders data to be implemented. So now if we fresh, it's a fresh click. Okay, that's working perfectly. Now also we need to do one more parameter, then yeah, that could be done, but we can pass that whenever we're gonna click, we want that to be like the model need to be visible as true. Okay, we can do that, we will do that for sure. We can go back to our order details here. Here we can just simply pass a function, so it can be passing like that handle view details or something. So let's say view details. Okay, so that would be a single simple functionality here. So that should be not view details, I think show details, it can be good way. So that should be, let's say show details, and then we can pass the variation, or you can just make instead of that we can make that on view details, and here we can just simply pass that handle view details function. So this is the function which is going to help us to showcase how we want to render the view details and others. So let's go at the top, we need to first initialize that function. So let's go here before the error and loading, we can make that, and over here we can receive a parameter which is going to bring our order, right? So that could be order as order. Okay, so now over here we can okay, that order could be not order but an order. Of course we have the order at the top, so as you see it's defined here already. Now over here we can also get another parameter which should be passing that selected order. So selected selected order set selected order. Okay, so right here we need to define how we want to showcase the order. So the order data, as you may remember, that the order data is defined in a way so that it can be happen to be an object order and can be null. So you're gonna pass it as an order. Okay, it should be either way. We need to pass that user state property. So in the user state property it can be order, or it can be I think here I will define that as null, but here in the condition it can be having two property. One is that can be captured as order, another can capture as null. Okay, so this is the two variation can be provided all together to just to make that things properly aligned and doing it all together. So let's go in our handle details functionality here. So this over here we can make that set selected order, which going to passing that whatever the order we are passing, and also you're gonna make that set show model, which it will be true. So now we need to check is working or not. So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna go within our, as you see, on view details right here, we're gonna go in order item, should be on view details, which going to be a, and here we need to passing that variation so that we can declare the function so that it will be also making things a very legit and work in perfect way. So for the on view details, we can pass the props, and that should be a functional parameter, and here it will take everything as an order, and you see the order, it will be captured as an order, and of course it can be a void. And over here we can just simply pass that on view details. Now how the on view details is going to work? So as you see, we need to define another, there is no text here, so we need to define one more button by which we would be able to showcase that view details parameter. So I think we can, after the placed item, you see the placed, so we can go back of that. So that's the placed parameter, and after that we can now before pass I think we have two parameter. One is that paid and another is that to show the button. So okay, it's not that bad. So we can, I think these two we can just bring one view so that it would be good to just go in that place. So here we can just pass that another touchable opacity, and we're gonna pass the text which going to say view details. Okay, so as you see, view details button is there, and together I'm gonna make that style, and then should be, I'm gonna make that flex direction as, let's say, row, ln items, which going to be a center. As you see, it's a center align. So now also it can be, let's say we can define a two variable here. We can just go and excel in the two parameter. I will just add some of the style here which going to combine to make that looks better. One is that button container, and another is that view details button and others, so that it can be easily matched together, and it can simply define the variation of how the way we are capturing the data. So instead of writing it all together, I think that's not a good procedure to go on that. So we can just simply make that styles dot I think view details button. So no, not the view details button, should be button container, and the button container placing the same thing, flex center, and providing a gap of 12, and after that the touchable opacity for that, so style should be styles dot it could be view details btn. So that's the button, you can see here it's just capturing that, and we're going to provide the text here. Style should be styles dot view details text, and we can now make things little bit different, as you can see. Or instead of view details or making it looks more consuming, I'll go with that the same parameter which we did before. Remember, we have two sort of item, so the same actionable parameter going to happen. So instead of passing that, I think we're gonna go with the pay now button, and also it's gonna go with the pay now text. Pay now text. So it will be a similar but did we miss something? Pay now button and pay now text, but it's not capturing. Okay, why is capturing margin top? Okay, yeah, we got that, because no, I'm gonna go with my previous version of that. Yeah, but over here I'm gonna go and define the pay now button, this padding and weight. So these two I want to change. So the padding why, so this is okay, yeah, we cannot provide the width of 80 because it need to be at least 100. Otherwise, or we can, instead of, I think the good thing is that horizontal is good, so we can just make that the same scenario also. We can just copy this one, and here we can just simply pass that pay now button, so that it gonna also capture that. Okay, you see, side by side it looks better. Yeah. So now I think we can now go and grab the button container, which, and the grab button container, I need to make that one as, let's say, margin top should be 8. So you're gonna pass that. You see, this two is making the same parameter, doing the same thing. You see, we can have now 2 value here. So to make that things work perfectly, over here in that view details, we need to now run that function so that it can work. And so here in the touchable opacity, we're gonna run our function, the on press value here, and that on press value, it's gonna combine, let's say it's gonna make that view details, I think on view details, the function we call on view details, and here we're gonna just place the order. Okay, so if it's doing good and better, so what we're gonna do, whenever the function is run, we're gonna log 2 parameter. One should be our, let's say, selected order, another it should be show model. So these 2 variation can be working all together. If we click, you see we have that, and also the true, so means our button is working perfectly and we're good to go to make the things done. So now we need to create a model. And how we can create the model, that is pretty decent here. So we can now create a order details model by which we can just go and pass all the variable and make things done in a pretty good way. So I think I'm gonna create it here. You can create anywhere you want, but I'm gonna keep it in a same distance so that it would be better to understand. I think so, but you can also create like a props, not the props, like a component, and then you can pass it here. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna make that const, that should be order details model, and here that should be a simple function, and from there it gonna return a model, of course. So I'm gonna return, let's say, return. Okay, that should be passing like that, model from React Native, and in the model we need to make a lot of things. So first of all, I'm gonna create a view, and that view gonna create that styles dot. We need to go and capture our model property. So all the model styles which is we are using, I'm gonna just grab for all of you. So that should be a pretty good contain of that. So I'm gonna just grab it all together. Let's see, that should be our model. So the model selection, model body, model title, model header, so all the model content, it would be coming there. I'm gonna just go and prefetch that. Okay, where at the top, where is our model? This is pretty messy right now, but you know, it will be better once you understand. Yeah, this is the model. So here we need to define our model overlay. So the first instant it's gonna go with the overlay to understand that how it gonna work. So styles dot should be model overlay. Okay, so now if we click view details, it should be, if we go in the overlay, flex one, background color, that justify center, item center, but right now we cannot see that. Why? Because we need to define our model so that it would be very easy to visible. So what I'm gonna do, before I'm gonna where we are creating that, okay, are we creating our items? Let's see here. Are we creating here that one? Or are we creating here? Yeah, we're creating here. Okay, okay. Okay, empty state. Yeah, that's a, okay. I'm gonna close that one. Okay, so now on that wrapper, we're gonna just simply make that order model details, and the visible should be, whenever we want to make it visible, that visible ratio we need to pass here. So here we're gonna pass 3 different variable here. So one, it will be, let's say, model visible, and handle close model, we're gonna just make that function here. So should be, let's say, we're gonna make that variation here, const handle. Okay, that should be. And whenever you're gonna close, set selected item, set selected order should be, we can make it empty if we want. So otherwise we can also pass that variation. I think, yeah, I can just make that two variation in null, and like the default parameter would be consumed. Okay, set should be set visible model, set show model. Okay, that should be together instances to go and combine. Okay, I think I may have some error. I'm gonna just reload to combine that together. So right now, as we are passing that, we can go directly to our model details here. So let's go back there. There should be our orders. Okay, model visible doesn't exist. Okay. I removed that, right? But it's still here. Okay, visible show model. Yeah, okay, that's my bad. Okay, yeah, now you can see the error should be gone because I changed the name. Okay, right now what we can do, we can either keep it here or also we can take that at the root layer. I think better is the root layer here. Okay, so no need to within the wrapper inside. This is not good. So you see the model is here, that's why we are showing here. So now we need to go work with that model property. So in here we're gonna make that visible. We're gonna and the visible is boolean. Okay, not like that. So the visible, we're gonna have the order and we're gonna have the on close function, and I'm gonna just make it inline. The visible should be it should be a boolean value, and of course, and then the order should be order, and all it can be null, and then on close, and which is typically a function. Oops, should be on close, typically a I think a void function, void. So now we have our value properties here. So in the model, we're gonna also having two certain kind of things. We're gonna pass that to variation here before we are returning that. I think I'm not gonna go, or we will go with that. I will go with the, you can create an animation, share value and others if you wanted to, but yeah, I think it will be good to go on that. I'm gonna go to just show. So use share value here from React Native. So now we can go and create a translate Y and opacity, and I'll just go in a very decent way so that you can type and go with that, which you can very go and make that one to be things working perfectly, because I'm gonna just use some kind of like you can see style here so that you can understand it in a very proper way. First of all, what we are doing, we are using that showing, you see, if you details, it would be there. So no worries, we're gonna make that happens to be in a proper way. First of all, we are showing here in the translate Y, we are capturing that your share value 300 and opacity is 0, and no need that React use effect. We can simply use the use effect directly here. If visible, we are providing that dumping on that, else we are providing dumping on that data, and it will always change whenever the visible property is going to be inject. Now here the model also animated model style, which is just going to share with that border layer of data. So in the model, if there is no order, there should be no model. So now in the model, we need to go like animation type, which is going to be a I think none. We don't want to make an animation type, just to be a normal, and transparent, which going to be as true. I want that to be transparent, so the other value we can see. Visible should be coming from the visible, and also on request close, that gonna be passing that on close functionality. That's it. If we now click, still we are not seeing anything, so that could be an issue right now. So we have the model right now, we'll be able to see the data, right? We have a model overview, so you can see view details. Are we just capturing the data? Okay, if we are catching, are we receiving the order? We can see here order. If we click, no, but are we receiving order here? So that could be because as we make outside of the row, it could be not the order, selected order. Okay, it's null. Why? Let's just see where we did the mistake. And the close model, so on the wrapper and on that parameter, so we in that view details we are passing that selected order. So right now if we go in our order item on view details, maybe we are making something which are supposed not to be. Okay, let's see where we are storing that data. So whenever we are view details here, yeah, styles on view details should be okay, passing that on view details. Yeah, we are not sending here the order, we should be passing our order. The entire order data need to be transparency on there. So if we click, yeah, okay, and you see the, yeah, overlay is now working, because right now if there is no order, you know, we will not show the overlay. So that's the where we, it's just making, before also the order was not happen to be passing there, but we can show that now if there is no order it will automatically disable. So that's the things is happening right here, and that's the error is combining together. Now for the model, as we are passing that, we can now go as the overlay is there. Now we can start pouring the data. First here, we will use that animated value, because we're using the animated. It's just an understanding how you can work on that. And here we're gonna pass a view, should be, and after that we're gonna have we're gonna pass the text, should be passing that details. And for the animated view, we can pass that style, and the, let's say, style, which going to be should be styles dot, and here should be model content. Okay, so that's the one property, and then it going to be passing that animated model style. So that's okay. Where is that? Does not have any constraint called signatures. Okay, that's odd. I think we need to pass that animated dot view. Yes. Okay, yeah, it should be rendering within the view portion, otherwise you can't render it. So now if we go here, go in the orders and show the details, you see the how details is jumping here. Of course we will make it happen, but right now in the view we can make that styles, and that should be styles dot model header. Okay, so you will be able to see the header, that's the header. But there is certain kind of positioning which we are missing. Okay, we can use the gradient also. I think so. We can use the gradient color to showcase. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in my application, and over here I'm gonna make that npm I. Okay, which part I am? If I put ls, we can see ls. I need to make cd client app and then npm I. So we can use the linear gradient to provide our gradient color, and also we need to import it at the top. I'm gonna import it, so let's import it all together, and after that let's just go and combine it. So after that animated view, we can now use that for a particular instances which can really make some color combination. Okay, so now for this mathematical like order details model, so we can just, after this is the view which we have, then animated view here, and after that animated view, okay, that should not, yeah, we can use that here. That should be a linear gradient, and over here we're gonna place everything, and the colors would be, let's say we're gonna define of the color property should be app colors dot primary, and here we're gonna provide a 50 ratio of data, so it should be dot 50. That could be one color, and then app colors dot primary dot, we're gonna make it like 50 to 100. Okay, so that would be the color data structure. Okay, what is that here? I think I may have some mistake, so that could be similar of, if we go back here, so that's the colors which we are defining by sure. So that could be the color. Yeah, I missed one backtick here, like you see the details, so that's the combination here. And after that, also for the style, going to be, let's say, styles dot model gradient. Okay, so now you can see that's the one. So in the model gradient, we have a padding of 220, and also the background color primary 50 to 100. Now we need to go with structurize all the setup. After the model header, we're going to provide this style, and that should be styles dot, and there we can just simply make that of that, let's say, model title, not the text title. And if you can just see here in the model header, like a flex direction row, center, space between to make a side by side, and title just putting the portion of that combination of a style. Now after that, we're gonna just after the model header, as you see, which we define all together, and I think yeah, we can so instead of that order details, we can just go and combine and say, let's say order. Let's say it could be order, and on that order we will pass that our variation of data should be, let's say, order.id, and here details. So that could be the details parameter. And after text, there will be another touchable opacity, and on that opacity it would be a feather icon, and on that feather icon put a name, should be X, and also the size going to be 24, and whenever and the color should be, let's say it should be app colors dot text dot primary. So that would be an icon side by side, and once we click, I want to be make it close, so should be in on press event, we'll just make that one as on close. Now we having effect, we having animation, click here, it's gone, click here, it's just popping up, so looks not so bad. Okay, so now we after that view here, we will have another view, and on that view we're gonna having another text which is going to be, let's say, total, and on the total properties we also going to be passing that, let's say it will be order dot total price dot to fixed, and we want to make a 2 layer, so we're gonna having the price data here. So in the view here, style, that should be styles dot model body, and for the total it's going to be style, should be styles dot model text. Okay, now what's the things is here in the model body, margin bottommost listing, model text is just getting the text data ratio. Okay, done. So now we have two instances is working all together. Now we can make a more defined parameter to be done. And by the way, whatever we are going to implement right now, it's almost all are there. You know it very well. So I'm going to just popping those things up so that you can having an understanding. So what we are doing here, you see, we are passing the data model test, which text here for the total, for the status, whatever the status is happened, payment done or the pending. If you just go and click any of that one, for details here, you can see the pending. Now there is a text chance for you. You can now, for the pending one, you can style the way you feel it better. Okay, you can also add the pay now button here. That's up to you. You can combine that. But now after publishing that, we can now go and make another flat list. Okay, so in the flat list we will just go for the data should be order dot items, so all the items should be as a data, and the key extractor I'm gonna passing that as item, so item, and here item dot, and that should be a product ID and dot to string, product ID dot to string. So now we have our item and structurable data, and after that we, for the render item, we're gonna just simply pass that data variation here. So every single thing I'm gonna passing as an item, and from there I'm gonna return that, and I'm gonna return a view, and on that view I'm gonna passing an image, and on that particular image it will be source, and on the source getting the URI should be, let's say, item dot image, and going to be providing any style which going to be styles dot did we have the image style? Nope. Or what we can do, no, we cannot pass that order item, so I need to go and like to defend to get that item container and style and all the data style. So I'm gonna just go and grab that item style, details, text, close button. Okay, I'm gonna just go and fetch all the style necessarily to be done for that. It's better if you can combine it in a separate combination, like a separate data layer or separate component, so that it will not be crumbling all together. So now here I'm gonna make that image. Okay, so it can be done item.image, so that should be style.item image. Just render, so we will be able to see, you see the image item there. So now what we need to do, if you see in that view, I'm going to provide that style here. So style should be, let's say, styles.item container. So that's the container value property is going to be there. In the container, it's having row bottom margin bottom 12, border bottom width 1, and height property and others. And image is 70 by 70, resize cover, margin by 12, border radius is 8. So now we are having almost all thing all together. There is a key extractor problem is going on that should not be there. So if we just go, what I'm missing, if we go here, yeah, it just okay, what we are missing before, oh okay, key extractor. I misplaced the name. Okay, now we have the image, so pretty much define on that. So what I'm gonna do, so after that it's pretty simple to go with that. So I'm gonna go and capture all the data all together, so that you can now you can go it, because you know how to render the item, you know how to forecast the data, so you have the idea how you can make that things to be more visible. So here is the things. Now we are having that details, where we are having that image, then having the title, having the text, and having the quantity, having the price into quantity to fix. So this is just style and properties, the way it was looking much more and better. So you can go and use your utilization to make it more better, make it more reliable. So this is just a simple style. Now you know how to do that, so I'm not gonna saturate it and so much for much and more. In here I'm gonna make that another text, so that should be a text. Let's say I'm gonna pass that as a close. And untouchable opacity, I'm gonna provide the style, should be styles.close button. And over here on press, the same thing going to be happen on close function gonna run. And also activity opacity, I want to make it 0.7. okay, so now every time it's coming here, you can just close that. And also for the text here should be style, and that should be styles dot close button text, which can be white. And on close, it gonna close. You see the same thing, close. You want to see the details here, you can now see the item, and you can go on and on. So everything is quite well. And for the image also, see the image here, some issue in the image. We can make that one, instead of cover, we can make it as resize, okay, contain. You see, now you can see the image properly. So this is up to you. So now what we did, pretty much everything is almost all together. We're now on closing all the data layer. Now we'll go in a happy path to do all the things previously done. So I'm going to first go make a logout and try to see if it's expecting the data or not. So log in. And I'm going to go with my previous here, admin, and that could be done here at gmail.com. Putting my password and hit sign in. So now we should be able to log in. If we go here, I want to add some of the products in the cart. And as you can see, we have all the products there. So now we have 1117.97. So that's the price order. So placed order, you see 117.97. If we go here, we can just prefetch our product details here. 1 2 34 1 2 not like that, 1 2 3, done. Hit payment. So now this payment can be done all together. So okay, now we can see here, it should be at the top, the first one. You see the view details here, we can just see the details. Okay, all together is good. Now let's go back to our database. In the orders, we should be happen to be see one order. And by the way, you can also make that one, you see, descending, you can see the 65, which is that data. But now as you can see, we can now delete that one if we wanted to. If we delete, okay, that would be just, you just need to reload that data. It will just take a bit of time to go and considerably work done. So now it's almost all together, and of course you can see everything is doing well. So let me know in the comments if you did that particular things or not. And by the way, there is a part which I'm keep pending, and why I'm doing that, because I'm gonna refresh all together and then combining it, because I'm gonna pass that in the preview. So all the best, finish that work. So all the things, it will be available in the repo. So I'm going to push all the data to the repo here, and on the repo you can access everything, and then you can clone, and all the thing is going to work perfectly. So all the best, and again, thank you very much for keep staying with me till the end, and I really recommend you to do that and make these things done. And let me know in the comments whatever more data, whatever more project you are looking forward. And by the way, again, like the video and subscribe the channel. So all the best, and I'm going to see you in another video.